Sangha helps him to find the shelter of a spiritual master, Guru. Br. What varieties of anartha are lodged in Jiva's heart? Rb. There are 4 types of anarthas, or spiritual detriments in the form of unwanted desires, ignorance of one's true eternal identity, svasvarapaprapti, hankering for the illusory and temporal, asat trisna, offenses, aparadha, and weaknesses. And %L equals I. How can the jiva expect divine loving exchanges or prema and bliss to be available in the non-dual impersonal Brahman, who experiences happiness where individual identity is absent? In a situation where everything becomes an amorphous oneness, how is Ananda to be distinguished and located? If the soul or self merges into Brahman, who is left as the individual who feels bliss? With the self totally effaced, who will perceive and interact with Brahman? Brahman is Ananda, but with the absence of an individual to enjoy Brahman Ananda, everything is inane. Where is then the proof that Ananda exists at all or not? With the obliteration of individual personality, the person, bereft of his existence and being, is left with no identity, nothing. Then who should be concerned about attaining life's prime necessity, prayahana? The I ceases, hence everything else also ceases to exist. If one argues that after all, the self who merged into Brahman is still present within the eternal Brahman as Brahman, such logic is lopsided, because where is then the question of attaining perfection from a state of perfection? Brahman nirvana is not the same as attaining prema, for jiva, it is merely a pretension. If Brahman nirvana exists, then only like the castle in the air, an illusion. The only way prayahana can be accomplished is through devotional service. The pinnacle of bhakti is prema, and it is eternal. The embodiment of purity, Krishna, is eternal. Unalloyed bhakti or prema is also eternal. Therefore, to acknowledge the principle of asanthyabheda is to acquiesce the eternality of prema. Otherwise jiva's prayahana, prema, is corrupted by transitoriness, thus destroying its very basis. Therefore the scriptures firmly support the principle of asanthyabheda. All other philosophies are either derivatives or deviants of this truth. That night Brajanatha was deeply pondering over in Babaji's delineation of prema, as he walked back home. He felt an ineffable exhilaration flooding his heart. Chapter 19, an analysis of abhidhya, or the most direct means of achieving the spiritual goal. Brajanatha ate supper and lay down. Different aspects of the asanthyabheda principle formed waves in his mind from the ocean of thought. Doubts sometimes tried to disrupt their flowing progress. Can it be that the asanthyabheda principle itself was misconstrued from the absolute truth? But calm and cogent cogitations allayed these disconcerting thoughts. Nowhere in the scriptures are evidences denouncing asanthyabheda. In fact, all discordant, unanswered doubts find coherent and convincing asseverations there, to dissipate any skepticism. Besides, Lord Gauranga is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, hence how can there be any discrepancies in his profound deliberations? Hope never to distance myself from the shelter of his lotus feet. All this is very encouraging, but what have actually tangibly accomplished except to learn that the asanthyabheda principle is the highest absolute truth? And what have gained from such knowledge? The revered Babaji Maharaja had said that prema is the ultimate purpose of human life. The Karmis and Jnanis also seek this divine gem of prema, but without knowledge of what prema is in its pure, pristine state. Hence my target has to be the pure state of prema. Have to ask Babaji Maharaja about this and try to grasp the conclusions on it. Gradually sleep crept in and Brajanatha entered another dimension. Late sleep forced Brajanatha awake later than usual. He quickly finished his morning ablutions. His maternal uncle, Bijoyakumara Bhattacharya, came to visit Brajanatha that morning. Seeing his uncle after a long gap, he offered him prostrated obeisance. Sri Bijoyakumar was very learned in the Srimad Bhagavatam. He had the great fortune of receiving the direct grace of Srimati Narayani Devi, who inspired him in Lord Chaitanya's teachings. He became extremely attracted to Lord Chaitanya. He was an itinerant preacher of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Sri Bijoya's recent travels brought him to Dhanura village. There he met Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura, who instructed him to visit the transcendental site of Lord Chaitanya's appearance, the Yogapitha. Srila Thakura predicted that very soon all the places connected with Lord Chaitanya's pastimes would be lost, but after almost 4 centuries they will be rediscovered. The places of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes are equal in every respect to Vrajadhama, Vrindavana. Those elevated souls who are fortunate to see the transcendental sites at Mayapura and so on, are indeed eligible to perceive Vrindavana. Sri Bijoya Kumara grew eager to see Mayapura after hearing about it directly from Srila Vyasadev's incarnation, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura. He decided to pay a visit to Vilvapaskariani where his sister and nephew lived, and from there close by on to Mayapura. In those days Vilvapaskarani village was neighboring Brahmanapaskarani village. Unlike now, they are miles apart. Yogapatha, or the Lord's birth site in Mayapura, was previously no more than a mile from the Vilvapaskarani village. This village now lies sleepy and neglected, also its name changed to Tota and Taranabasa. Sri Bijoya Kumara quickly embraced his nephew and said, "Son, am on my way to visit Sri Mayapura. Tell your mother that on my return we'll take lunch here." Brajanatha grew curious and inquired, "Uncle, why do you want to visit Mayapura?" Sri Bijoya Kumara was not aware of the recent developments in Brajanatha's spiritual life. However, what he did know was that Brajanatha had forsaken pursuing studies in logic and rhetoric and had seriously taken up Vedanta. Therefore he felt that he should not divulge his intimate spiritual affairs to Brajanatha. Sri Bijoya Kumara replied, "Have an appointment with someone here in Mayapura." Brajanatha knew that his uncle was a devotee of Lord Gauranga and an exponent of Srimad Bhagavatam. So he surmised that his uncle must be meeting someone on spiritual matters. Brajanatha said, "Uncle, since you are going to Mayapura, please find the time to meet Srila Raghunathadasa Babaji Maharaja. He is an elevated and respected Vaisnava." Sri Bijoya Kumara was mildly surprised and asked, "Son, you have developed some faith and respect for the Vaisnavas. I was given to understand that you have foregone research in logic and rhetoric and have now turned to Vedanta. But I see you have entered the path of Bhakti. I need not keep my spiritual matters a secret from you then. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura has instructed me to have darsana, see with devotional faith, of the Yogapatha in Mayapura. I have made up mind to first take a dip in the holy Ganga in Mayapura, take darsana of Yogapatha and circumambulate it. From there I go to Srivasangana and roll in the sacred feet dust of the Vaisnavas." Overwhelmed, Brajanatha said, "Uncle, kindly allow me to accompany you. Let us first meet mother and then proceed to Mayapura." They did exactly that and arrived in Mayapura. The refreshing dip in the Ganga is exhilarating. Sri Bijoya Kumara was overcome with profound feelings. He said, "Oh, how fortunate we are. For 24 years Nime showered unrestrained blessings on Ganga Devi and sported in her waves. Today I have sanctified my soul in these same waters and feel immense joy." Brajanatha's spiritual fervor ignited, and he gushed out, "Dear uncle, it is my great privilege to be here in your august company. Offer my respects at your feet." Finishing their bath they went to Sri Jagannatha Misra's house, the Yogapatha. Unable to withhold their swelling spiritual emotions, tears streamed down in droplets of pearls and bedecked their heartfelt prayers to the Lord. Sri Bijoya Kumar said, "Anyone who has taken birth in Gaura, Bengal, and has not taken the holy dust of the divine Yogapatha on his head should consider his birth as futile. This is not an exaggeration. Look, this place seems ordinary, dotted with simple straw huts. But by Lord Gauranga's grace behold the divine opulence, imposing gem-studded mansions surrounded by an exquisite and fragrant flower garden with ornamental archways at the entrances. Look around you at the wonderful sights. There, see inside the house, Lord Gauranga and Srimati Visnupriya Devi are standing next to each other. How beautiful they are! Shining with sublime resplendence." Uncle and nephew were stunned in wonderment, they could not move. Slowly they crumbled to the ground as if bereft of all consciousness. After a long time some devotees helped them up. Tears flowed freely as they slowly made their way to Srivas Angana. In Srivas Angana they began to roll on the ground and cried out, O Srivasa! O Advaita Prabhu! My Lord Nityananda! O beloved Gadadhara and Gauranga! Kindly give us your mercy. Purge us of our false ego and arrogance and deliver us at your lotus feet. The resident Vaisnavas were amazed by such display of spiritual emotions from these two Brahmanas, and they responded loudly, chanting, All glory to Gauranga! All glory to the moon of Mayapura! All glory to Nityananda! And began also to dance ecstatically. Brajanatha went to see his guru and prostrated himself before him. Raghunatha Babaji picked him up and firmly embraced him. Babaji Maharaja mildly inquired, You? At this time? Who is that distinguished person with you? Brajanatha explained everything to his guru. Meanwhile the other Vaisnavas had arranged to seat everyone down and made a seat for Babaji Maharaja in the courtyard under the bakula tree, and then they came and invited everyone out. Sri Bijoyakumar and Brajanatha sat close to Babaji. Sri Bijoyakumara inquired humbly, Maharaja, how can I attain prayojana? Raghunatha Babaji, you are all very advanced devotees and have profound realizations, yet since you have kindly asked me, shall try to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Pure bhakti, free from the adulterations of jnana and karma, is jiva's prayahana. The means to acquire the goal of prayahana is, first by sadhana bhakti, regulative devotional service, on the stage of sadhana, practice, and prema bhakti, or raga bhakti, unalloyed spontaneous devotional service, on the elevated stage of perfected spiritual consciousness. Bijoya, revered Babaji, what are the innate symptoms of bhakti? R.B. Srila Rupa Goswami has written Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu on the express orders of Lord Sri Chaitanya. Here the Bhakti Svarapalaksana, inherent symptoms of bhakti, has been elucidated. Anyab hilazidasunyam jainana karmadhyanavartam anukolyana krishnana silanam bhaktir uttama, BRS Purva 1/9, asterisk translation, ch 8. This aphorism capsules the meaning of Svarapalaksana and Tatasthyachalaksana, marginal symptoms, of pure bhakti. The words bhaktir uttama is a synonym of sutta bhakti, or pure devotional service. Bhakti adulterated with jnana or karma is not pure devotional service. Bhakti adulterated with karma strives after sense gratification, buddhi, and jnana adulterated bhakti aspires for liberation, muddy. Hence, bhakti which does not harbor either buddhi nor muddy is uttama bhakti. The practice of such uttama bhakti results in prema. What exactly is that uttama bhakti? To perform devotional service to Lord Krishna with mind, body, and words with the express desire to please him. Meaning, a sustained loving and favorable service attitude. These are the Svarapalaksana of pure bhakti. Jiva is endowed with individual capabilities and desires. When Krishna's mercy and the pure devotee's blessings reinforce Jiva's own capabilities in executing bhakti, then the Supreme Lord's internal energy, Svarapasakti, embellishes the Jiva with her transcendental sentiments. The burgeoning of sentiments sets off the ripening process of Svarapalaksana. The conditioned Jiva's mind, words, and body are mundane, so when Jiva endeavors to apply them with his powers and level of consciousness, it only results in materialistic knowledge and dry, false renunciation. The bhakti symptoms are not evoked from such efforts. But when the Supreme Lord Svarapasakti descends and infuses him, even slightly, with spiritual sentiments, then the symptoms of unalloyed devotional service begin to manifest. Lord Krishna is the paramount divinity, hence the purest form of bhakti is devotion to Krishna. Worship of Brahman and worship of Paramatma constitute the path of jnana and karma, not bhakti. Endeavor is of two kinds, favorable, anukulya, and unfavorable, pratikulya. Only favorable endeavors are included within bhakti. The word anukulya alludes to a certain lofty and high ratingaksi feeling for Krishna in all activities. On the stage of sadhana bhakti, this feeling is slightly tinged with mundaneness, and on the perfected stage of raga bhakti the feeling is cleansed of all material contamination. In both these stages the bhakti symptoms are the same, hence favorable devotional service to Krishna is the svarapalaksana of bhakti. Svarapalaksana cannot be complete without describing tatastha laksana. Srila Rupa Goswami enunciates two tatastha laksana, anyabhilazitasunyam, or freedom from the desire for non-devotional activities, and jnana karmati anavritam, or being unshackled from the bindings of jnana and karma. The aspiration to advance in pure devotional service should be the singular desire in the heart, any other desires are in terrible conflict with the principles of pure bhakti. If the attachment for jnana, karma, yoga, renunciation etc. grows stronger, the heart and consciousness is enshrouded and it also drives away devotional fervor. Therefore, these two deterrents must be strictly avoided when practicing bhakti. Then only can devotional service to Krishna be executed favorably. This is Sutta Bhakti. Bijoya, what are the specifics of bhakti? How can a seeker recognize pure devotional service? RB, Srila Rupa Goswami enumerated 6 specific symptoms of Suddha Bhakti, as written in Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu, Klesakni Subhata Moksalagutakrite Sujurlabha Sandranandavai Satma Sri Krishna Karsani Casa, BRS Purva 112. Sutta Bhakti extirpates distresses, Klesakni, offers good fortunes, Subhata, exposes the inanity of liberation, Moksalagutakrite, makes herself very rarely attainable, Sujurlabha, fills the heart with inexplicable joy, Sandranandavasasatma, and attracts Lord Krishna. Sri Krishna Karsani. Bijoya, how does bhakti extirpate distresses, Klesakni? RB, Klesa, or distress, is of 3 types, papa, sin, papavija, seeds of sin, and avidya, nescience. When Sutta Bhakti dawns in the heart the inclination for sinful activities is stamped out. The seeds of sin give rise to the desire for sin, a heart pulsating with feelings of bhakti cannot coexist with such deleterious desires. The state of Jiva's forgetfulness of his original spiritual identity, svarapa, is known as avidya, or nescience. The first stirrings of Sutta Bhakti enlightens the consciousness with the self-knowledge that Jiva, 1, is an eternal servant of Krishna, and it evaporates the illusion of svarapabhitrama or misidentification of the self and nescience. Therefore all 3, papa, papavijam, and avidya constituting klesa, or distresses, are dissipated. Hence klesakni is a characteristic of bhakti. Bijoya, how is bhakti a rewarder of good fortune, subhata? RB, the word subha, or good fortune and auspiciousness, means to ascend to a position of everyone's love and respects, to have available all varieties of pleasures and comfort that brings joy, and be adorned with all good qualities. When the heart is imbued with Sutta Bhakti the 4 qualities of humility, compassion, pridelessness, and magnanimity, or being respectful to others, ornaments the jiva's character. He thus becomes loved and respected by everyone in the world. In fact, all the other good and meritorious qualities manifest in the devotee. Bhakti is competent to reward the devotee all the pleasures and comforts, even the material ones, or those which are available in impersonal Brahman realization, including mystic perfections. The devotees, however, are not attracted to any of these, and so Sutta Bhakti rewards the pure devotees with the rare and paramount bliss, eternal, unlimited ecstasy. Bijoya, how does bhakti evoke a feeling of disregard and disenchantment for liberation? RB, the ecstasy of spontaneous loving attraction, rati, for the Supreme Lord creates disinterest in devotees for religiosity, sense enjoyments, and even liberation. Bijoya, why is bhakti described as a goal rarely attained, sujurlabha? RB, this particular point requires special attention. A person may endeavor with the best of his ability and for countless years, but the slightest lack of any kind in the execution of pure devotional service, bhajana, will make it almost impossible for him to attain Sutta Bhakti. The Supreme Lord satisfies most of the practitioners in spiritual life by offering them buddhi or muddy. he does not reward anyone with Sutta unless he is qualified. These two aspects make Bhakti Sujurlabha. By cultivating empirical knowledge of impersonal Brahman, one is sure to achieve liberation Nutti. Similarly, by performing sacrifice, charity, and other pious deeds, one certainly enjoys heavenly pleasures, Buddhi. But in order to obtain Suddhabhakti, one must become adept in the science of Krishna consciousness, because no amount of spiritual practices by any method can bring one success. This point has been substantiated in Caitanya Charitamrita, ADI 8/17-18 and BRS Purva 123. Bijoya, how is Bhakti the source of inexplicable ecstasy, Sandranananda? RB, Bhakti is the fountainhead of transcendental ecstasy, hence it is an unlimited ocean of bliss. Neither the pleasures of this material world nor the bliss of impersonal Brahman realization multiplied a million folds compare to a mere drop of ecstasy from the unlimited ocean of Bhakti. Gross material pleasure is dismally insignificant, and at the other end of its pole, the subtle material bliss of Brahman is dry and insipid. Both these types of joys are diametrically opposite in nature and creed, from transcendental divine bliss. Antipodes cannot be compared. So, those who experience the bliss of Sutta Bhakti, which is so intense and overpowering that any other types of happinesses, including that of Brahman, seems vacuous and insignificant. Like a little puddle which cannot be compared to the vast bottomless ocean. The person who is relishing such ecstasy knows of his joys, others cannot speculate on it. Bijoya, how can Bhakti attract Lord Krishna? RB, the devotee whose heart is infused with Sutta Bhakti attracts the attention of Lord Krishna along with all his close associates, by the power of his love. Love is the only way to conquer Krishna, no other means are viable. Bijoya, considering that Bhakti is such an excellent and expedient method for spiritual success, why the scholars, who pore over the scriptures, do not care to try it out? RB, the truth is that human intellect is limited. Any attempt by it to comprehend Sutta Bhakti and Krishna consciousness, both belonging to the realm of pure transcendence beyond the mundane, will result in opening up an unbridgeable chasm. But if a sincere seeker, because of his previous pious deeds, develops a slight taste, rusai, for Bhakti, he will swiftly grasp the esoteric purport of this transcendental science. The path of Sutta Bhakti is available to only the pious and faithful souls, not others. Bijoya, why is logic, rhetoric, and intellect scorned at? RB, intellect and logic, yutti, are inadept and out of depths in the realm of Sutta Bhakti. Hence the Vedas warns us with verses from the Kathopanishad, 1/2/9, and Brahma Sutra, February 1, 11, both translations available in ch 13, that rhetoric, yutti, is ineffectual in understanding spiritual subject matters. Braja, is there a path of bhakti that runs in between sadhana bhakti, regulative devotional service, and prema bhakti, spontaneous loving devotional service? RB, yes, there is the bhava bhakti, which means there are three stages of bhakti, sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti and prema bhakti. Braja, what are the specific symptoms of sadhana bhakti? RB, bhakti is one, prema bhakti, it is saturated with the pure consciousness of loving devotional service to Krishna, the ultimate goal of all paths. As long as the conditioned jiva executes bhakti with his material senses, it is known as sadhana bhakti. Braja, but you said that prema bhakti is an eternally perfected condition, inherent to the spiriti soul, why then has the jiva to perfect it? RB, this eternally perfected condition, nitya siddha vastu, does not require to be again perfected, but the means to manifest it in the heart is known as sadhana. Because prema bhakti does not appear in jiva's heart in his conditioned state, it is temporarily and ostensibly in a marginal position where it needs to be perfected. But in its pristine and original condition, prema bhakti is nitya siddha, eternally perfected. You may refer to Sri Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya, 22/104, 107 and Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 1/2/2. Braja, kindly elucidate this philosophical point a little more. RB, Prema Bhakti is the manifestation of Krishna's internal spirit Ual potency, Svarapasakti, hence it is certainly Nityasiddha. It does not reveal itself in the conditioned soul's heart. The effort and method undertaken by the Jiva through the application of his mind, body, and words to reveal the presence of Prema Bhakti within his heart is sadhana, or the means to manifest Prema Bhakti. During the period of sadhana, Prema Bhakti's transcendental nature and eternally perfected condition is still under, but as soon as it, Prema Bhakti, appears, its eternally perfected status becomes clearly evident. Braja, what are the characteristics of sadhana? RB, the hallmark of sadhana bhakti is to repose the mind on Krishna by any conceivable means. Braja, how many types of sadhana bhakti are there? RB, there are two types, Vaidhi and Raganuga. Braja, kindly elaborate upon them. RB, Jiva's intrinsic propensities are cultivated in two ways. That which is developed through discipline, Vidhi, is known as Vaidhi. The word Vidhi, or discipline, means adherence to rules and regulations, hence Vidhi and Sastra, or scriptures, are synonymous. Bhakti, which is inspired by scriptural stipulations, is Vaidhi Bhakti. Braja, later I would like to have Raga Bhakti explained, but now kindly delve further into Vaidhi Bhakti. RB, the scriptural instructions on duties that must be performed are known as Vidhi, and those which are proscribed are called Nisedha. To execute the Vidhis and abstain from the Nisedhas is Vaidha Dharma, or prescribed religious duties, for the Jiva. Braja, gather from your instructions that all religious scriptures advise humanity to abide by Vaidha Dharma. But the problem for Jiva, particularly in Kali Yuga, because of diminished longevity, he does not have the time to even browse through the mountains of Vidhi and Nisedha. Is there a scriptural maxim that capsules the essential dos and don'ts? RB, the Padma Purana and again the Narada Pancaratra advises, Smartavya Sadatam Visnerva Smartavyo Na Jatusit. Sarvvidhi Nisedhasi Urtayareva Kinkara, Padma, Uttara 42/103, always remember the Supreme Lord Vinu, is the Vidhi, never forget him, is the Nisedha. All the other dos and don'ts mentioned in the scriptures must be considered as subordinate instructions to these two. The purport is, that remembrance of the Supreme Lord is the fountainhead of all Vidhis. The entire, intricate arrangement of Varnashrama system, a socio-religious society strongly recommended in the scriptures, is subservient to this one principle Vidhi. Similarly, forgetfulness of Vinu is the paramount Nisedha. Instructions against committing sin, restraining the outward projection of the consciousness and on how to perform appropriate penances to counteract sinful reactions, are corollaries to this main Vidhi and Nisedha. Hence it is to be understood that among all the Vidhis, including those in the Varnashrama lifestyle, remembrance of the Supreme Lord is an eternal Vidhi. This is confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Mukhabahirupadabyapurasajias Rame Saha Katvaro Jajanayar Varna Gunervi Pradayapirthakya Isam Purasam Sake Sadatma Prabhavamasvaram no Bhajantyavahananti Sthanad Baitrasta Patantyadha, SB 11/5/2-3, of the four Varnas, or social orders, the Brahmanas emanated from the mouth of the Supreme Lord Vinu's universal form, the Kshatriyas from his arms, the Vaishyas from his thighs and the Sudras from his legs and feet. Each Varna appeared with specific attributes and their ashramas. Therefore, when the Jivas within this Varnashrama system fails to worship the Supreme Lord and instead become bloated up with pride of their statuses and begin to disregard the Lord, they are demoted from the human position and cast down into depths of depravity. Braja, why all the followers of the Varnashrama system do not render devotional service to Krishna? RB, Srila Rupa Goswami says that those Jivas among the followers of scriptural injunctions, Sastravidi, who develop faith, Sraddha, in Bhakti are the only ones to gain eligibility for the path of pure Bhakti. Such persons are not overtly attached to the scriptural rules and regulations in the Vaidhi Dharma, nor are they extremely renounced. In their journey through life they observe social etiquette and moral standards to maintain body and soul together and apply themselves in the pursuit of pure devotional service. Such a liability in bhakti is obtained after many lifetimes of pious living or of Vedha dharma. These faithful persons with eligibility in bhakti are of three categories: Uttama-adhikari, Madhyama-adhikari, and Kanistha-adhikari, top class, intermediate and neophytes. Braja, according to the Bhagavad Gita, 4 types of pious men are said to be eligible for bhakti: Artha, the distressed; Jijanaju, the inquisitive; Arthartha, the one desiring material gain; and Jnani, the knowledgeable. Are they really eligible for pure devotion? RB, when these 4 types of men advance on the spiritual path because of the potency of saintly association, sadhusanga, they develop faith in pure bhakti. It is at this juncture that they gain eligibility, or adhikara, in executing bhakti. There are stellar examples in the scriptures of devotees who rose to the highest levels of bhakti: Gajendra, Saunaka Rsi, Dhruva, the 4 Kumaras, and so on. Braja, do devotees achieve mutti, or liberation? RB, there are 5 kinds of mutti, namely, Salokya, attaining the planet of Lord Narayana; Sarsthya, attaining the same opulence as Lord Narayana; Samapya, being very near to Lord Narayana; Sarapya, attaining the same form as Lord Narayana; and Sayojya, merging into the Brahman effulgence of Lord Narayana. Sayojyamati is irreconcilably contrary to the precepts of bhakti, and so Krishna's devotees do not acknowledge it. Although the other 4 types of mutti are not strongly opposed to the precepts of pure bhakti, they do possess in some measure traits which are counterproductive to the practice of pure bhakti. Staunch Krishna's devotees never aspire for any of these muttis, which fix their ultimate destinations only up till Vaikuntha, Lord Narayana's abode. These muttis are sometimes dominated by the mood of seeking self-satisfaction and opulent worship of the Lord, Sukhi Aisvarya, and at other times imbued with the loving devotional mood, Prema Seva. As far as the mood of Sukhi Aisvarya goes, Krishna's devotees decisively reject it. What to speak of mutti, devotees single-mindedly attracted to Krishna are not interested in Lord Narayana's prasiddha, mercy, sanctified foodstuff. The reason is, that in spite of Lord Narayana and Lord Krishna being on equal platforms in principle, Lord Krishna is the embodiment of higher spiritual sentiments and humors, rasa. Braja, are only those who are Aryas, meaning being born within the Varnashrama system, followers of the Vedic scripture, eligible to take up the path of bhakti? RB, every human being is a fit candidate to take up the path of bhakti. Braja, human beings who follow the Varnashrama system have 2 religious duties: to adhere to the rules and regulations of Varnashrama Dharma, and to practice spiritual life of pure devotional service, or Sutta Bhakti. But those jivas who are outside the Varnashrama system have access to only the Sutta Bhakti duties, not the Varnashrama Dharma duties. This arrangement appears odd, because the Varnashrama system followers have to execute both karmakanda activities and bhakti activities, making life difficult for them. Why is it so? RB, those who have attained eligibility for practicing bhakti, bhakti adhikari, and are within the Varnashrama system, need and must only execute devotional activities. Because bhakti includes the activities of karma yoga. In those cases where karma activities are independent of, or are contrary to, the bhakti activities, then those karma activities must be rejected, without fear of any adverse repercussions. Generally the bhakti adhikari is not dogged by the urge to commit either immoral activities, vikarma, nor slip into passivity. But if by a freak of fate he commits taboo activities, then he is not required to perform prayasiddha, or penances, to exonerate his misdemeanors. Once bhakti is established in a person's heart, then sudden and accidental sinful activities cannot take roots in his heart, they are easily destroyed on their own, hence devotees do not require to perform prayasiddha. Raja, how do the bhakti adhikaris pay their dues to the demigods and so on? RB, my son, just consider the import of this verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Dvarsibodapta en ranam na kinkaro nayamrani ca rajan sarvatmana yasaranam saranyam gadom yakandam parirtyakardam, SB November 5, 41, *, translation, ch 10. The most important teaching of the Bhagavad Gita is available in the 18th chapter, verse 66, which says, that one must abandon all varieties of religion and simply surrender to the Supreme Lord, Krishna, and he will absolve him from all sinful reactions. The essence of Bhagavad Gita is that when a person becomes worthy of executing Sutta Bhakti, he has no longer to conform to the rules and regulations of Jnana Sastra, scriptures propagating empirical knowledge, and Karma Sastra, scriptures propagating fruitive actions. He attains all-round perfection simply by adhering to the path of pure bhakti. Therefore Lord Krishna's proclamation in the Gita 9:31, Anami Bhakta Pranasyati, my devotees are never destroyed, must be recognized as paramount. Babaji Maharaja fell into silent contemplation at this point in the conversation. Brajanatha and Bijoya discussed among themselves and arrived at the firm conviction that Jnana and Karma are very insignificant. All doubts regarding bhakti were cleared up in their minds. They understood that the only true benediction for humanity was available in the form of mercy from Bhakti Devi, or goddess of pure devotion, not in any other shape. Brajanatha very gently asked Babaji Maharaja, Dear Guruji, pray tell us about the different limbs of Sutta Bhakti. RB, my dear Brajanatha, you have heard the explanations of the Dasamula Siksa till the 8th sloka. Find the time to go over them with your respected uncle. Am truly happy to see him. Will now proceed to the nineth of the Dasamula teachings. Please listen carefully. Sruti Krishnakinam Smarananati Pujavadhigana Tatha Dajyam Sakyam Parikaranam Apyatmadatanam Navanganyetnihavidhigatabhaktaranudhanam Bajan Sradaukta Suvimalaradam by sa Labhate *Padasavanam must be executed with assistance from Sravanam Kirtanam and Smaranam. In executing Padasavanam it is imperative to realize that one is hopelessly without means, and is unworthy to serve, at the same time, to realize that the supreme object of service is the absolute embodiment of eternality, complete knowledge, and unlimited bliss. Padasavanam includes viewing the transcendental face of the Lord, touching his body, the deity, circumambulating, daily performing one's devotional duties, visiting, the temple, the holy rivers, Ganga, the sacred pilgrimages like Puri, Dvaraka, Mathura, Navadvipa, and so on. Srila Rupa Goswami has described in detail this topic when explaining the 64 limbs of bhakti. Worshipping Tulasidvai and serving the sadhus are also within *Padasavanam. The fifth, of the 9 limbs of bhakti is arcana, or deity worship. There are many considerations about eligibility and procedures regarding arcana. If a devotee, already practicing Sravanam, Kirtanam, and Smaranam, develops a strong faith in, and urge to perform arcana, he must approach his guru, receive mantra initiation and instructions on its procedures and then engage in arcana. Braja, Maharaja, what is the difference between nama, or the holy name, and mantra, or incantations? RB, nama is the life and soul of mantras. Suffixes and prefixes like nama were attached to the holy name by the great sages, thus addressing and propitiating specific powers in the holy name in order to establish privileged links with the Supreme Lord. More details are available in the Chaitanya Charita MRTA, ADI 7/72-74 slokas and their purports. Truly, nama is impartial, it can be chanted by anyone. Jiva is entrapped by Maya due to false identification with his body. So, to release his consciousness from the grips of matter, it was deemed necessary to introduce the process of awe and reverential, Maryada, deity worship. Hence mantradiksha is a must for materialistic men. As far as the Krishna mantra in 18 syllables is concerned, the 4 discrepancies of Siddha Sadhya Sosiddha and Ari are not applicable. Initiation into the Krishna mantra is the most auspicious blessing for humanity. Out of all the mantras that exist, Krishna mantra is the most potent and powerful. When Jiva receives initiation in Krishna mantra from a bona fide, elevated guru, immediately he becomes the recipient of Krishna's divine potency. The initiate, who is eager for knowledge, receives instructions from his guru about the procedures of worship, which, at this point of discussion, is not necessary to elaborate upon. In short, observance of vows for Krishna's birthday, dips in the holy rivers in winter in the month of Magha, Ekadasi vows of fasting, vows in the Kartika month, and so on, are a part of arcana. Regarding the process of worshipping Krishna, one act is absolutely indispensable. Along with serving and worshipping Krishna, his pure devotee must also be served and worshipped. Vanadana, or offering prayers, is the sixth of the 9 limbs of Vaidhi Bhakti. Although it is included within the other limbs like Kirtanam, it has been allocated a separate status. Offering obeisances is Vandana, it is done with heartfelt prayers. Namaskara, or obeisances, are of 2 kinds. Ekanga Namaskara is offering obeisances with folded hands before the Lord. Astangiya Namaskara is offering prostrated obeisances. However, there are offenses to be avoided while offering Namaskara. One-handed salutations, prostrated obeisances with covered upper torso, prostrating in front and in line with the Lord's vision, prostrating from behind the Lord, prostrating when keeping the deities on the right, prostrating inside the sanctum sanctorum, are all offenses. Dejyam, or considering oneself to be a servitor of the Lord, is the 7th bhakti limb. The servitor's mood is, that he is an eternal servant of Krishna. The ideal way to meditate and worship the Lord is to be imbued with feelings of servitude towards the Lord. Dejyam includes offering prayers, obeisances, fruits of all labors, menial service, proper devotional conduct, reminiscing on the Lord, hearing about his pastimes and glories, etc. Sakyam, or making friendship with the Lord, is the 8th bhakti limb. As a friend of the Lord, the devotee is always attentive to attend to his needs. Sakyam is of 2 categories, Vedanga Sakyam, friendship regulated by discipline and reverence, and Raganga Sakyam, spontaneous, friendly affection and regard. Here Sakyam refers only to Vedanga Sakyam. The attachment and friendship a devotee develops towards the Lord in worshipping the deity, is Vedanga Sakyam. Atmanivdana is the 9th limb of Bhakti. Complete surrender of mind, body, and words to Lord Krishna is known as Atmanivdana. The hallmark of this limb is, that the devotee forgoes all types of endeavors for oneself and applies himself solely for the sake of Krishna. Just as a cattle for sale does not attempt to maintain itself, similarly the devotee remains fully dependent on Krishna's will and even places his own wishes at Krishna's disposal. This theme is echoed in the words of Srimad Bhagavatam, Savimana Krishna Padaravindayar Vakamsi Vakantha Gunanavarnane Karau Harar Mandira Marjayanadai Susrutan Kakarasi Utas Sat Kathodamyakandalan Galayadar Sanedrasa Tad Baitir Tyagatras Spars and Gaysangamam Grayank Satatpada Sarahasarabhis Ramachalajiam Razanam Tadarpada Padahari Kastrapadanusarpain Siro Our Siksapadabhivandane Kamank Sadasyi Na2 Kamakamaya Yathadamas Lokajan Azraya Rated. Maharaja Ambarisa always engaged his mind at the lotus feet of Krishna, his words in describing the spiritual world and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his hands in cleansing and washing the Lord's temple, his ears in hearing the topics about the Supreme Lord, his eyes in seeing the deity of Lord Krishna in the temple, his body in touching the lotus feet of Vaisnavas and embracing them, his nostrils in smelling the aroma of the tulasi leaves offered to Krishna's lotus feet, his tongue in tasting food offered to Krishna, his legs in going to places of pilgrimage like Vrindavana and Mathura or to the Lord's temple, and his head in touching the lotus feet of the Lord and offering him prayers. Thus Maharaja Ambarisa desired only to serve the Lord faithfully. In this way he engaged his senses in the transcendental loving propensity for the Lord's service. Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara were exhilarated with Babaji Maharaja's explanations. They fell prostrated before him in awed affection. Brajanatha said, Gurudeva, truly you are an eternal and intimate associate of the Lord, Bhagavat Prasada. We have received immense good fortune from your nectarian instructions. All this time we have wasted our lives in futile academic pursuits and in wallowing in false prestige of a noble birth. It is surely on the strength of our piety accumulated over many times that we have been rewarded the shelter of your lotus feet. Bijoyakumara said, O Gurudeva, you are a stalwart amongst the pure devotees of the Lord. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura personally instructed me to come to Sridhammayapura and see the sacred birthplace of the Lord, Yoga, Pitta. His blessings has enabled me to see the Lord's transcendental abode and associate with his eternal companion. With your kind permission Maharaja, we like to visit you again tomorrow evening. The elderly Babaji prostrated with amazing alacrity at the mention of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura. He rose to his sitting position slowly and said, "The revered author of my beloved Lord's biography and a direct incarnation of Srila Vyasadeva, is Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura, offer him my repeated obeisances." Both uncle and nephew were oblivious of the time. They suddenly noticed that it was late noon and the hours had sifted by. They begged leave from Babaji and the Vaisnavas and hurried towards their residence. Chapter 20 An Analysis, Abhidhya and Vedha, Sadhana, Bhakti, or the regulative devotional service. Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara reached home by 2 in the afternoon. Brajanatha's mother had made special preparations for her brother, who she now personally served and fed. After lunch uncle and nephew withdrew themselves to a quiet place and exchanged views on the scriptures and on the instructions they had received from advanced Vaisnavas. They felt warm affection for each other. On hearing Brajanatha's reconstruction of Babaji's instructions to him, Bijoyakumara remarked, "You are very fortunate. You have heard such wonderful philosophy from a great soul. It is true that hearing about devotional topics and about Krishna brings immense good fortune, but when the same is heard from the lips of a pure devotee, the beneficial results are almost immediate. My son, you are an expert on the scriptures, especially on rhetorics. You are at the top of everyone. By birth you are from the upper ranks even amongst the Brahmana class. Wealth, look at the property you have inherited. All these are now added embellishments because you have taken shelter of a pure Vaisnava devotee and have developed a taste for Krishna, Katha, or topics of Krishna consciousness." While the two men were discussing, Brajanatha's mother surreptitiously slipped into the next room and, catching her brother's attention without being seen by Brajanatha, signaled him to come to her. When Bijoyakumara came near her, she said to him, "My brother, I am seeing you after a long interval. One have to ask you for a favor. You must convince Brajanatha to take a wife. Have been observing him lately and it chills my heart to see that his behavior indicates he is disinterested in marriage. The family matchmaker has tabled several propositions, but he is as unbending as the mountain. My mother, in-law, has also tried her best but to no avail." Bijoyakumara heard his sister out patiently. He said, "I'm staying here for another 2 weeks. We'll judge the situation and advise you on what action is to be taken. For now leave it at this and carry on with everything, normally." When his sister left, he returned to Brajanatha and continued their spiritual discussion for the rest of the day and the next till noon meal, with times out for eating, bathing, and sleeping. After lunch Bijoyakumara said, "This evening we will go to Srivasa, Angana and hear from revered Babaji Maharaja an elaboration on Srila Rupa Goswami's 64 limbs of Bhakti. 1 am so elated to have your association Brajanatha. I pray that life after life one have your association. Without your help I would have never received such nectarian spiritual instructions." Babaji Maharaja was saying that there are 2 paths of sadhana: Bhaktivedanta, Marga, the path of regulated devotional service, and Raga, Marga, the path of spontaneous devotional service. We are on the Vedha, Marga from all indications. Before we probe further into Raga, Marga, let us properly learn about Vedha, Marga and how to apply it in real life. Yesterday Babaji Maharaja had explained the 9 limbs of Bhakti, but I am still not sure how to translate those instructions into action. Today I want to get a concrete grasp on the subject. Spiritual topics have a way of not coming to an end, especially when 2 enthusiastic devotees are seriously discussing them. The sun grew ruddy and weary, ready to set. The 2 devotees, uncle and nephew, took that as a sign to make preparations to go to Srivasa, Angana. Chanting loudly the Lord's name all the way, they arrived at the Srivasa, Angana. They offered respectful obeisances to all the resident Vaisnavas and went into Babaji Maharaja's simple dwelling, a small, clean hut. Babaji Maharaja always feels great exultation when he sees sincere devotees with earnest inquiries. He stood up now to greet the two knowledge seekers and embraced them warmly, pointed to two straw mats indicating them to sit down. Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara prostrated themselves reverentially before Babaji Maharaja and quietly sat down. At first they exchanged pleasantries regarding the practice of spiritual life, and then Bijoyakumara, eager to have his questions answered, directed his question respectfully at Babaji Maharaja. Bijoya Srila Gurudeva, kindly excuse us for troubling you with so many queries. You are like a father to us, so please tolerate these torments. We are keen to understand the 64 limbs of devotion, as enunciated by Srila Rupa Goswami. You have already shown us so much kindness, but now, be again merciful and teach us this esoteric science so that we may facilely fathom the profundity of Sutta Bhakti. Babaji Maharaja was slightly amused, a light smile playing on his lips. He began to speak. The first 10 of the 64 limbs form a group which may be called as the introductory group. They are, 1. Taking shelter of a bona fide guru. 2. Receiving initiation and instructions on Krishna consciousness from the Guru. 3. Serving Guru with proper faith. 4. Following in the footsteps of previous saints. 5. Inquiring about one's specific spiritual duties. 6. Foregoing sense, gratification for Krishna. 7. Residing in the Dhamma like Navadvipa or any site on the banks of the Ganga or Yamuna. 8. Accumulating and accepting only necessary material things, simply to keep body and soul together. 9. Observing the spiritual festivals and fast days, like Ekadasi. 10. Respecting holy trees like Afla, people, Asvatthayat. The next 10 are proscriptions that must definitely be adhered to. 11. Keep distance from those who are inimical to Krishna and his devotees, and from Mammonites. 12. Do not overtly concern yourself about collecting a following or disciples, should not initiate unworthy disciples. 13. Discard ostentatious display and external pomp and celebrations. 14. Should not collect large number of books, not quote and analyze extensively from many different and unauthorized literatures. 15. Do not be miserly nor capricious in ordinary material dealings. 16. Do not succumb to sorrow, frustration, and so on. 17. Must not show disrespect to the demigods and demigoddesses. 18. Do not cause anxiety to other living entities. 19. Always avoid any chance of committing nama and seva aparadha. 20. Do not tolerate criticism and insult to Krishna and Krishna's devotees. These 20 limbs of bhakti are regarded as the portals leading into the path of Sutta Bhakti. However, the first 3, beginning with taking shelter of a bona fide guru, are the most important. The rest 44 are to be observed in order to increase bhakti. They are as follows: 21. Decorating the body with Vaisnava signs of tilaka etc. 22. Writing the Lord's name on the person. 23. Wearing flower garlands and other objects offered to the Lord which are known as nirmalya. 24. Dancing before the deities of the Lord. 25. Prostrating before the deities, Guru, and Vaisnavas. 26. Standing up when greeting them eagerly. 27. Following the procession behind the deity. 28. Visiting the temple of Krishna. 29. Circumambulating the temple deity, Dhamma etc. 30. Offering worship to the deity. 31. Serving the deity, Vaisnava etc. 32. Singing, bhajans, kirtana. 33. Participating in congregational chanting. 34. Chanting Gayatri mantra after Ekamana. 35. Offering prayers with feelings of humility and meekness. 36. Chanting hymns in praise of the Lord. 37. Honoring and relishing food offered to Krishna, prasadam. 38. Drinking Karanamrita. 39. Smelling the incense, flowers, etc. offered to the Lord. 40. Touching the deity. 41. Seeing the deity. 42. Participating in the erotica and other functions. 43. Hearing about the Lord's name, beauty, qualities etc. 44. Patiently waiting for the Lord to shower his mercy. 45. Remembering the Lord and his activities etc. 46. Meditating on the Lord 47. Becoming the Lord's servant 48. Becoming the Lord's friend 49. Surrendering oneself wholesale to the Lord 50. Offering the Lord his favorite things 51. Leaving no stone unturned for Krishna 52. Taking complete shelter of Krishna 53. Serving Tulasi because she is dear to Krishna 54. Respecting the Bhagavatam and other scriptures, knowing they represent Krishna's words 55. Serving Krishna's birthplace, Mathura, and other dhammas, due to their relationship with Krishna's pastimes 56. Serving the Vaisnavas because they are dear to Krishna 57. Observing festivals in the company of saintly souls with appropriate fanfare commensurate to one's ability. 58. Observing Kartika and other vows 59. Celebrating the Lord's birthday 60. Faithfully serving the deities 61. Relishing the discourses on Bhagavatam and other scriptures given by elevated devotees who are steeped in Krishna's mellows 62. Associating with peaceful, elevated Vaisnavas more advanced than oneself and who are of the same spiritual disposition as oneself. 63. Chanting the holy name of the Lord 64. Residing in the Dhamma, like Vrindavana. The last 5 are already described along with the other limbs, but due to their pre-eminence they have been reiterated separately. These limbs of bhakti must be completely inducted into one's devotional practice with the body, senses, and inner consciousness. From the 21st to the 49th limb are instructions about Krishna, mantra diksha. Bijoya Babaji Maharaja, kindly elaborate on the very first limb. Taking shelter of a bona fide Guru, Sri, Guru, Padasraya, RB. As prerequisite, the disciple must become eligible to begin practice of Sutta, Bhakti. Next he must seek an approach of Vaisnava well versed in the science of pure devotion, take initiation from him and inquire from him submissively about Krishna consciousness. Any jiva gifted with Shraddha, or faith, is eligible for Sutta, Bhakti. Accumulated piety over many lifetimes rewards a person the association of saintly souls and the possibility to hear from them on spiritual topics. Such subject matters purify him and creates faith in him called Shraddha. In tandem with Shraddha comes Saranapati, or the initial desire to surrender. Shraddha and Saranapati are similar concepts. Devotion to Krishna is the topmost spiritual path. The eligibility in Sutta, Bhakti arises from sincere and firm faith in the Lord, as displayed in the following 6 qualities: accepting duties and activities favorable to Bhakti, rejecting activities detrimental to Bhakti, knowing Krishna to be the sole protector, accepting Krishna as the only maintainer, regarding the self as humble and without means, and not having separate and independent will from that of Krishna's. As he becomes eligible he is eager to learn about Sutta, Bhakti. For this purpose he searches out a bona fide guru and begs for his shelter, Asraya. The Vedas instructs Mundaka Upanishad Tad, Vijayanartham Sad, Gurumivabhagakat Samitpanis Ratrayam Brahmanastham, MNND January 2, 12, * translation ch 6 Chandogya Upanishad, Akaryavan Puraso Veda. The person who receives proper initiation from an Acharya, or perfect spiritual master, is alone realized in Brahman. The Sri Hari Bhakti Vilasa has extensively delved into the topic of the symptoms of a bona fide guru and of a sincere discus ple. The main symptoms are: the ideal disciple must be of righteous character, faithful and sincere. The model guru must be an exponent and practitioner of Sutta, Bhakti, well versed in the science of devotion, of spotless saintly character, guileless, bereft of greed, simple, not contaminated by the Mayaveda philosophy and expert in all activities. Lf. A Brahmana, who is well respected in society, is crowned with such wonderful qualities he automatically becomes a guru for all the different varnas, or castes. In the absence of such a guru, the disciple must find a guru of a higher caste than himself to take initiation from. The purport of this is, that keeping aside the caste consideration, if one finds a bona fide guru realized in Krishna consciousness then the disciple must surrender to him. And if a Brahmana guru of such caliber is discovered, then the slight advantage of taking initiation from him is, that in a society mired in caste consciousness, a Brahmana guru is unquestionably accepted as superior. The truth, however, is that a real qualified devotee of the Lord is the bona fide guru. The scriptures have also discussed about testing the disciple. Here again the salient factor is that once the guru sees the disciple has become eligible to enter the path of Sutta, Bhakti, and the disciple feels confident to trust and respect the guru as being a pure devotee, then the guru begins to shower his blessings upon him. There are two categories of guru: Diksha, guru, or initiating guru, and Siksha, guru, or instructing guru. The disciple accepts initiation from the Diksha, guru, and learns the process of deity worship from him. Diksha, guru is one, but there can be numerous Siksha, gurus. Diksha, guru can also give spiritual instructions to his disciple like a Siksha, guru. Bijoya one is forbidden by scriptures to discard the Diksha guru, but if he is incapable of imparting proper knowledge of devotion and of Vaisnava etiquette, then how can he be in a position to teach? Before a person accepts formal initiation from a guru, he must test the guru whether he is well versed in the Vedas and in the science of supreme absolute truth. For only such a bona fide guru is indeed able to instruct his disciple in all matters. It is true that one's Diksha, guru may not be rejected, but on two counts he may actually be denounced by the disciple. First reason is, that at the time of receiving initiation, if the disciple for some cause did not research into the devotional caliber of the guru and later found out that he was not conversant with the conclusions of the scriptures and nor was he a Vaisnava, hence did not make an iota of spiritual progress, then he should renounce his guru. Many scriptural evidences support this. For example, the Narada Pankaratra cesses quoted in Hari, Bhakti, Vilasa, Yo Vyaktinaya, Rahitamanyana Sranoti Yatavabhau Narakamgaram Vrajata Kalamaksayan, HPV 162nd, any person posing himself as an Acharya but speaking unauthorized philosophy contrary to the teachings of the holy texts, and anyone who claiming to be his disciple hears it, thereby lending it credibility, are both bound for hell. The Mahabharata says in the story about Amba, Gururapyavaliptasya Karyakaryamajanata Utpatha, Pratipanasya Parityago Vidayate. Maha. Udayog. PAR 179/25, a person who is wallowing in carnal pleasures and material comforts, is confused about the human goal of life and is devoid of bhakti, poses himself as a guru, then such a depraved charlatan must be described and rejected. Another quote in Hari, Bhakti, Vilasa says, Avaisnavopadasana mantrina narayam vrajet punasksa vidhina samaya grahid Vaisnavad guru. HPV.4/144, if anyone receives mantra initiation from a non-Vaisnava who is a womanizer and is bereft of devotion to Krishna, is certainly doomed to hell. Therefore he must immediately act according to scriptural injunction and take initiation from a real Vaisnava guru. The second reason is, a guru who at the time of giving initiation was a Vaisnava and knowledgeable in Krishna consciousness, but later due to bad association or otherwise becomes a Mayavadi and a Vaisnava hater or falls into immoral ways, then he must be given up by the disciple. However, if the guru is not inimical of Vaisnavas, is not a Mayavadi and is not addicted to sinful activities but is lacking in knowledge of the scriptures, then his meager scriptural understanding should not be a cause for the disciple to disown him. In this case, the disciple must approach his guru with due deference to procure permission for receiving spiritual knowledge and instructions from an advanced, pure Vaisnava and serving him. Bijoya, what are the logistics of Krishna Diksha, or initiation, etc.? A person must inform himself from the guru about the process of worshipping Krishna and the pure religious teachings communicated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Thus trained, he must regularly execute with simplicity devotional service to Krishna. Later we shall discuss the individual steps in deity worship. It is imperative for the disciple to understand from his guru the bhakti concepts of sambandha, abhidhaya, and prayojama. Bijoya, kindly explain how to serve the guru with faith. RB realize that the Guru is not an ordinary mortal but is the representative of, and is the best among all the demigods. Never disobey the orders of the Guru. He is the expansion of the transcendental Vaikuntha principle, Guru Tattva. B. Joya what means, to follow in the footsteps of saints? RB according to the precepts of sadhana, bhakti, the devotee has to use any and every means to try and attach his mind onto Krishna. Yet it is indeed exigent to emulate the path endorsed by the previous spiritual stalwarts. Because such a path is devoid of distress, is the source of peace and benediction and is an easy straight road up. As we learn from the words of Skandhapurana, Samrityā Shreyasam Pantha Santapa, Varjajita Anavaptasramam Purvyena Santa Pratis Thir. The path which was fearlessly tread by previous acharyas and spiritual stalwarts is a must for all to follow, because this alone will bring benediction and peace from the pangs of material existence. The correct path cannot be properly ascertained and charted by any single individual. A succession of acharyas have each removed little areas of unclarity on this path of Sutta Bhakti. It is a path finely prepared to be followed by the rest. The Brahma, Yamala describes, Sruti, Samriti, Paranadai, Pankaratra, Vidham Vina Ikantiki Harir Bhaktir Utpatiyavakalpate. Even single-minded devotional service to the Lord that ignores the tenets of authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, Narada, Pankaratra etc. simply creates an unnecessary disturbance in society. B. Joya respected Guruji, kindly explain how single-minded devotion to the Supreme Lord can be the cause of disturbance. RB real, single-minded devotion is possible only when one is traversing the path of Sutta, Bhakti as formulated by the previous acharyas. Any other method or path besides this leads to a dead end. Inexperienced and myopic preachers such as Dattatreya, Buddha etc. could not properly comprehend the science of Sutta, Bhakti. Yet they ventured to deviate from the authorized path and warped it, selecting at random a little from the original ideas. One group added Mayavadi thought while the other diluted it with atheism. They imagined that this misconstrued philosophy will foster single-minded devotion to the Supreme Lord. But this is not true. Such perversion of the truth cannot evoke pure devotion, but only chaos and disturbance. In the practice of raga, bhakti, or spontaneous devotional service, adherence to regulations and stipulations enunciated in the Sruti, Samriti, Puranas, Pankaratra scriptures especially earmarked for Vedi, bhakti practice, is not necessary. These elevated devotees are required to emulate the eternally liberated residents of Braja Dhamma in the spiritual world. But for the devotees on the level of Vedi, Bhakti, it is imperative they follow the examples of the great spiritual stalwarts, Mahajanas, like Dhruva, Prahlada, Narada, Vyasadeva, Sukadeva Gosvami, and so on. Hence for Vedi, Bhakti devotees the only authorized method is to follow in the footsteps of previous acharyas. B. Joya what sort of inquiries are considered sadharma, jijnasa, or researching about specific spiritual duties? RB this inquiry is exclusively directly towards finding out the spiritual duties and practices of the precious acharyas. The Vedi, Bhakti devotee must be eager to ascertain the spiritual priorities of previous preceptors. B. Joya what means to renounce sense gratification and material comfort for Krishna's sake? RB Bhaga, or sense gratification, means to cater to the demands of the senses in an enjoying spirit. Bhaga acts as deterrence to spiritual progress. If one renounces bhaga to advance in spiritual practices for attaining Krishna, then it is positive and beneficial. Bhaga is like an addiction, it always increases its hold on the addict, hence it is a stumbling block in executing devotional service. Therefore, the devotee must restrict his eating to consuming only offered food, prasadam, in appropriate measure to enable him to enthusiastically execute devotional service. On spiritual festival days and ekadasis he must fast and forego all sense enjoyments. In this way he must train himself to abrogate sensual pleasures. B. Joya what is the significance of residing in the Dhamma like Dvaraka and Vrindavana, or living on the banks of the Ganga Yamuna etc.? RB Dhamma are places where the Supreme Lord appears and displays his transcendental pastimes. The territories lying on either banks of holy rivers are spiritually enervating. Hence residing in these sanctified places inspires spiritual activities and devotion. Bijoya is staying in Navadvipa spiritually advantageous because it is situated on the Ganga, or for other reasons also. RBIS. Taking up residence anywhere in Navadvipa's 32 square miles area is equivalent to staying in the holiest of land of Vrindavana. Within Navadvipa, it is especially beneficial to live in Mayapura. There are 7 puras or abodes: Ayodhya, Mathura, Maya, Kasi, Kansi, Avanti, and Dvaravati, which award liberation. Of these, Mayapuri is the highest abode. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu descended to this material world, he brought with him his own original abode of Svetadvipa, Mayapuri. 4 centuries after Lord Chaitanya's advent, this Svetadvipa will gain preeminence over its counterparts. The benefit of residing in Navadvipa is that all offences are nullified and the resident is crowned with Sutta, Bhakti. Srila Prabhupada Sarasvati has accorded Navadvipa equal spiritual status with Vrindavana, but in many instances he has shown Navadvipa to be more elevated. Bijoya. How can we understand what is a balanced accumulation of material necessities for upkeep of the body? RB The Naradiya Purana states, Yavadas yatsvanirva hasvi kuryatavadardhavidad haikununitam ca syavate paramartheta. A person who understands the real goal of human life will accrue and accept material things commensurate to his necessities. Any more or any less will divert him from his destination. The eligible Vaidhi, Bhakti devotee must maintain his varna, srama duties while engaging in devotional service. He must pursue an honest profession to earn money for the upkeep of his family. To acquire material possessions according to need is beneficial. But accumulating in excess or striving for it, increases the element of greed and subsequently his attachment for matter grows. This will neutralize his spiritual progress. This fact is true also in the case of accepting less than one's requirements. The result will be the same, retardation of spiritual values. Therefore, till such time as when one is not subservient to the physical urges and is not dependent on material things, one must follow a balanced lifestyle. Bijoya. How should a devotee honor and observe Hari Basara, or spiritual observances? RB Pure Ekadasis are known as Hari Basara. Afflicted Ekadasis are not to be observed. Mahadvadasis, or when the 11th day extends unafflicted onto the 12th day of the moon, then this day should be observed and not the afflicted 11th, or Vida Ekadasi. The process for observing Ekadasi vows are as follows. Vow of celibacy from the day prior to Ekadasi, 10th, till the whole of next day, 12th. Full fasting, even from water on Ekadasi, staying up the night of Ekadasi and chanting and hearing, next morning break fast on time. By fasting is meant not taking even maha, prasida. In case of sickness, as concession anikalpa, or one frugal and light repast may be taken according to the prescribed method recorded in Hari Bhakti, Vilasa Noctam Havasiyanam, after sunset, fruits, vegetables, milk, nuts etc. can be eaten in exiguous quantity. Bijoya. What gives Myrobalan tree, peepal tree etc. a special status? RB The Skandha Purana writes, Asvat the Tulasi, Ditrai, Go, Bhumi, Sura, Vaisnava Pujita Pranata, Dhyata Kasapayanti Enranamagam. Sacred trees like peepal, banyan, myrobalan, ditrai, and tulasi, the cow, the brahmanas, the Vaisnavas, absolve sins of persons who pray, worship, offer obeisances and meditate on them. The Vaidhi, Bhakti devotee, as a part of maintaining house, hold life within the Varnas Tamas system must worship, respect and meditate upon, the banyan, people and other shade, giving trees, myrobalan and other fruit, bearing trees, tulasi and other devotion-inspiring plants, the cow and other, universally beneficial animals, the brahmanas who teach religion and maintain religious principles, and the Vaisnavas, the devotees of the Lord, who purify the whole world. Bijoya. Kindly explain what is avoiding the company of men who are inimical to Krishna. RB Bhava, or spontaneous spiritual sentiments, intensifies pure devotion to the Lord. As long as the devotee does not attain the stage of bhava, he must shun the company of atheista and non-devotees. Sangha, or association, implies attachment. In the course of necessary dealings with others, the various exchanges that takes place, is not Sangha. Sangha is, when one grows attached and attracted to a particular person's company. Company of persons who are inimical to the Supreme Lord must be strictly avoided. Devotees embellished with bhava never feel the urge to associate with agnostics and atheists, or non-believers. Thus such bad company is very dangerous for the neophyte devotees. Just as a dust storm or a heat wave can shrivel and dry up a creeper, similarly the creeper of bhakti is destroyed in the company of non-believers. Bijoya. What persons are considered as inimical to Krishna? RB persons who are devoid of devotion to Krishna, grossly materialistic persons overtly attached to women and wine, persons whose hearts are poisoned by atheism and Mayavadi thoughts, and persons who are engrossed in fruitive activities, are the four types of inimical non-believers. One has to reject their company. Bijoya. How can a person denounce the desire for disciples, and following, and also initiating unworthy disciples? RB the insatiable greed for money goods one on to collect many disciples. This is a grievous fault. Increasing the number of disciples forces the person to initiate many unworthy and faithless candidates, thus he commits a monumental offense. Thereafter, no sincere persons except the faithless approach him for initiation. Bijoya. How can we give up accumulating many books and stop quoting and analyzing extensively? RB the scriptures are like a bottomless and shoreless expanse. Focus your study only on subjects that interest you. Collect relevant books and thoroughly scrutinize them. No one can master any subject if he reads bits and scraps from a myriad of literatures. This is especially pertinent regarding texts on bhakti. Undivided attention in reading only bhakti literature can alone yield a comprehensive grasp on the concept of sambandha, which is indispensable to spiritual progress. Furthermore, it is in the best interest to ascertain and acquiesce the straightforward and direct purport of a text. Too much analysis and extrapolation leads to misconceptions. Bijoya. What is meant by not being miserly or being straightforward in ordinary dealings? RB. To maintain the body, it is necessary to procure proper food, shelter, and clothing. When these are not available, it causes suffering, and once having acquired them, if they perish, this also brings distress. When such reversals assail the devotee, he must not succumb to despair and anxiety, nor to devious designs for surmounting it. He must peacefully pray to the Supreme Lord and try to remember Him constantly. Bijoya. How to overcome the numbing grip of sorrow and distress? RB. How can the mind, which is constantly under siege from lamentation, fear, anger, greed, envy, etc., meditate on Krishna? The devotee can become afflicted by lamentation or illusion due to the death of a family member or because of a coveted desire remaining unfulfilled, but he must not allow these to paralyze and cripple him. It is natural to mourn the son's demise, but one must quietly overcome it by taking shelter of Krishna and praying to him for solace and strength. In this way a devotee must train himself in always remembering the Lord's lotus feet. Bijoya. Can we surmise that not being disrespectful to demigods means that we should worship them? Is this the scriptural verdict? RB. It is most essential for the devotee to cultivate single-minded devotion to Krishna. It is proscribed for the devotee to worship any other demigods while considering him to be independent of Krishna's supreme control. Yet if other persons are worshipping demigods, then the Krishna devotee must not disrespect the demigods. Every demigod must be recognized as elavated devotees of Krishna and thus are objects of his reverence, but for the Krishna devotee, Krishna is the prime goal of all worship and meditation, in all conditions. The jiva's heart and consciousness are not free from the influence of the material modes as long as unalloyed devotion has not blossomed. Those persons whose hearts and consciousness are controlled by the three material modes sattva, rajas, and tamas, worshipping different demigods, each according to their individual modes and preferences, is recommended. Such worship is at their best interest in their present condition, and they should develop proper faith in worship. Therefore the devotee must not show the slightest disregard for their object of worship. By the mercy of the demigods, their worshippers will become purified of the contamination of the material modes. Bijoya, how can we stop being the cause of anxiety and disturbance to other living entities? RB Lord Krishna is quickly pleased with persons who desist causing pain and anxiety to other living entities out of compassion for them. Daya, or compassion, is the foremost quality of a Vaisnava. Bijoya, how to stop offenses against the holy name and in executing service, Nama/Seva Aparadha. RB Seva Aparadha, or offenses committed in executing devotional service, pertains to deity worship, while Nama Aparadha is related to Sutta Bhakti and spiritual life in general. Both these offenses are to be shunned with utmost care. There are 32 Seva Aparadha and 10 Nama Aparadha. Bijoya, a devotee should not tolerate criticism of Krishna and the Vaisnavas. Does this instruction consequently imply that the devotee must immediately present a strong riposte? RB those who blaspheme Krishna and the Vaisnavas are non-believers and inimical to Krishna. This offensive attitude must not be tolerated for any reason, and the devotee has to strictly shun their company. Bijoya, is there a particular connection between the first 20 limbs of Bhakti with the rest 64 limbs? RB the latter 44 limbs are a part of what is already contained in the first 20 limbs. They have been mentioned independently so as to highlight their significance and help understand them better. From the 21st limbs, adorning the body with Vaisnava symbols, to the 50th, offering Krishna the choicest objects, both numbers inclusive, comprise 30 limbs which may be categorized under the banner of Arcana Marga, or the process of deity worship. The Vaisnava symbols consist of 3 strands of tulasi neck beads and tilaka markings in 12 places of the body. The 22nd limb directs the devotee to write the names of the Supreme Lord or the Pankatattva names on the upper part of the body or on the forehead with sandalwood paste or tilaka, etc. As regards the 31st limb, wear flower garlands offered to Krishna and partake food stuff offered to Krishna. The Srimad Bhagavatam states, Tivayapabhuta, Sragandhavaso Lankarakarchita Akistabhojano Dasastava Mayam Jayamahai. S.B.11/6/31, Uddhava said, My dear Krishna, have taken things which you have used and enjoyed, such as garlands of flowers, fragrant articles, garments, and ornaments, and I eat only the remnants of your foodstuff because I am your menial servant. So am sure that I shall not be attacked by the spell of material energy. The next 7 limbs up to the 30th, are not required to be elaborated upon since they are self-explanatory. The 31st limb is best explained in the words of the following sloka, Parikarya tu sevapakaranadai paraskriya tatha prakirnakachatravada tradiarapasana, BRS Purva 261st. Any person who can make arrangements for service to the Lord in the same way that a king is given service by his attendants, is surely elevated to the abode of Krishna after death. The preceding 14 limbs have straightforward easy meanings. The 47th limb, namely Dajya, or servitorship, is of 2 kinds, Karmarpan, offering the results of fruitive activity, and Kinkarya, constantly engaged in service with body, mind, and words. Sakya, or devotional service in friendship, is also of 2 varieties, Visvasa, confidential servant, and Mitravarti, a well-wisher friend. Atmanivdana means self-surrender. Atma means the self, not only the spirit-soul self, ahamta, but also mind, words, body, and all other possessions, mamata, kama -- both these must be offered to the Lord. Bijoya Gurudeva, kindly explain more about Dhinastha ahamta and Dhinastha mamata. RB the owner of the Diha, or body, is called Dihi, he is the Jiva, or spirit soul who is designated as Aham, or the ego. When the soul or self falsely identifies with this Aham, it is known as Dhinastha ahamta. Everything related to the body and claimed ownership by the self is extended ego or Aham, this is known as Dhinastha mamata. Both these must be offered to Krishna. When a person relinquishes false identities of T and mine and asserts himself in practical life as the servant of Krishna who subsists on Krishna prasadam and whose body, mind, and words belong to Krishna, to be utilized as instruments for his service, is on the platform of Atmanivdana. Joya how to offer Krishna, one's choicest objects. Whatever desirable objects one is attracted to must be directed to connect with Krishna and then enjoyed. In this way one does not incur the sin of enjoying separately from Krishna. Joya how does a person make a whole-hearted endeavor for Krishna? All understandings, be it worldly or Vedic, if it is ensured that they are favorable to Krishna consciousness, then such activities are 100% directed to satisfying Krishna. Joya how does one take complete shelter of Krishna? Always think, Lam yours, my Lord. The devotee's attitude and mental frame must be that he is completely surrendered to him. Joya how does one serve Tulasi? Tulasi can be served in 9 ways: to see Tulasi, to touch Tulasi, meditate on Tulasi, glorify Tulasi, bow down to Tulasi, hear Tulasi's glorification, plant Tulasi, consume Tulasi, and worship Tulasi daily. All these services to Tulasi are ultimately meant for the Supreme Lord. For this reason Tulasi's glories are endless. Joya in what manner can the scriptures be shown respect? Texts which determine, analyze, and establish what is pure devotion to the Supreme Lord are authorized scriptures, sastras. Among the many scriptures Srimad Bhagavatam is the foremost because it is the refined essence of the Vedanta. Those elevated saints who are steeped in the immortal ambrosia of the Bhagavat Purana are not attracted to any other scriptures. Joya how to glorify Mathura, Lord Krishna's birthplace. To hear, remember, glorify the transcendental qualities of Mathura, have a desire to visit Mathura on pilgrimage, smear the body with Mathura dust, reside in Mathura and serve the Holy Land. All these activities fulfill one's most coveted wishes. Mayapura Dhamma is spiritually equally significant. Joya what is the significance of serving a Vaisnava? The Vaisnavas are very dear to Lord Krishna. By serving the Vaisnavas a person attains bhakti to the Supreme Lord. The scriptures declare that of all varieties of worship Vishnu worship is supreme. But even higher than Vishnu worship is the worship of Vishnu's servants, the Vaisnavas. Joya how to perform ceremonies in glorification of the Lord according to one's financial position? Purchase ingredients for offering to the Lord according to the strength of one's purse. After offering to, and worshipping the Lord, his pure devotees the saintly Vaisnavas, must be served prasadam to their satisfaction. This is known as Mahotsava, or grand celebration. It is the best form of celebration in the world. Joya how does one honor the month of Kartika? Another name for the Kartika is Urjaya. The devotees take special vows of renunciation and increased devotional activities of hearing, chanting, remembering, circumambulating etc. to celebrate Lord Damodara's pastimes. This month-long occasion is known as Urjaya Yatara. Joya how to celebrate the Lord's appearance day? For the surrendered devotees, the Supreme Lord's appearance days like Krishna Janmashtami and Gaura Purnima are very special and spiritually significant. They are celebrated with spiritual sobriety and devotional fervor. Joya how to serve and worship the deity with proper faith? In performing deity worship service, the devotee must always remain enthusiastic and maintain a loving attitude towards the Lord. The Supreme Lord bestows such a sincere soul not merely with paeans results of deity worship, but with the transcendental reward of bhakti. Joya Maharaja, kindly explain to us in what way we can relish the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam in the company of those who are steeped in its divine humor, rasa. The Vedas is a wish-fulfilling desire tree, and the Srimad Bhagavatam is the deliciously ripened fruit of this tree. It is impossible to savor this nectar in the company of those who do not have any taste for it. In fact, one becomes an offender if one tries to do so. The sincere aspirer must find a pure devotee, one who is imbibed in that spiritual humor, rasa, who is himself thirsty for hearing Krishna's sublime pastimes, and in his association relish the succulent sweetness of Srimad Bhagavatam. In pedestrian assemblies or social gatherings, discussion on and readings from the Srimad Bhagavatam will have negative or at best no effect on spiritual progress. Sutta, Bhakti. Bijoya. What is meant by associating with devotees who are peaceful, elevated and have similar spiritual sentiments? A person cannot advance spiritually by associating with non-devotees, even if he rubber stamps them as or thinks they are devotees. The sincere devotee always desires to engage in transcendental service of Krishna's eternal, supramundane pastimes. This is the hallmark of a true bhakta. Among them, those bhaktas who are more elevated than oneself must be sought out, because their association enhances bhakti. Otherwise bhakta's growth is arrested, and the unfortunate devotee is gradually dragged down to the same level of the persons he is associating with. The scriptures warn us of this in Hari, Bhakti, Sudhodaya, Yajyayat Sangata Pumso Manavatsiyat Sa Tajunas Vikulardya E Tadodhimans Vayothanyeva Samsrayat, HBS 851st. Asterisk translation ch 17. Bijoya. How is Nama, Samkirtana, or chanting the holy name defined? Nama, or the holy name, is a transcendental, spiritual entity, without the slightest trace of materialism. The holy name voluntarily appears on the tongue of the devotee who is enthusiastic about devotional service and whose senses have been purified by devotion, because Nama is not perceived by material senses. With this devotional attitude a devotee should chant individually as well as in a congregation the holy name of the Lord. Bijoya. Srila Gurudeva, by your mercy we have already understood the purport of residing in Mathura, the birthplace of Lord Krishna. And now we want to know the essence of this teaching. The last 5 limbs of the 64 we just discussed are the topmost activities in bhakti. If anyone can perform these activities without offenses even sparingly, then on the strength of their spiritual potency the devotee is very quickly elevated to the platform of bhava, bhakti. Bijoya. Revered Babaji, kindly instruct us on whatever there is to know on sadhana bhakti. The devotional limbs described here offer certain subsidiary results as mentioned in the scriptures, but they are in principle used only as motivators for the worldly-minded populace to transform their predilection. The direct and real consequence to the performance of these devotional limbs is attachment to Krishna's lotus feet. For the serious students of bhakti and the knowledgeable exponents of sutta, bhakti, the devotional aspect in all activities receive full support while the fruitive aspect in them are disposable. A person due to his knowledge, jnana, and renunciation, vairagya, obtains some degree of eligibility to step on the path of bhakti, but it cannot be taken for granted that because of this, his jnana and vairagya are transformed into limbs of sutta, bhakti. Jnana and vairagya by themselves steels and dries up the heart, whereas bhakti is soft unctuous and it melts the heart. Whereas jnana, knowledge, and vairagya, renunciation, which result from the practice of bhakti is unquestionably accept as a part of sutta, bhakti. Jnana and vairagya independently are inadequate to crown anyone with the fruit of sutta, bhakti, they can never be the cause of bhakti. What they fail to offer is but facilely rewarded by bhakti. By properly executing sutta, bhakti an unique taste for serving and worshipping Krishna is generated, so much so that the strongest of material attachments are dissipated. The sadhaka must carefully practice yutta, vairagya and avoid phalgu, vairagya, false renunciation. All material objects are to be utilized in serving Krishna, because they belong to him, but without maintaining any attachment for them. To handle matter in such a balanced manner is known as yutta, vairagya. Since everything is a part of Krishna and has a connection to him, simply renouncing them as being anti-spirit or mundane coupled with the burning desire and greed for liberation, muddy, is called phalgu, vairagya. Hence mundane knowledge, jnana, and false renunciation, phalgu, vairagya, must be discarded. Bhakti, which is exhibited by some for the purpose of accumulating wealth, following, and disciples, is far removed from sutta, bhakti, and is certainly not a limb of bhakti. Qualities such as the power of discrimination, viveka, are embellishments only for those who have gained eligibility in practicing bhakti. They are not to be confused as limbs of bhakti. Devotees practicing bhakti are often graced by qualities like sense control, discipline, cleanliness etc. which appear on their own volition. They are also not limbs of bhakti. These characteristics and more, like internal and external purity, austerities, equipoise and so on, automatically blossom in the personality of the Krishna devotees. He does not have to make a separate effort to cultivate them. Any person who sincerely endeavors in practicing any one or more of the principal limbs of bhakti which were presently explained, will definitely attain perfection in spiritual life or Krishna consciousness. One have thus narrated everything about Vaidhi, sadhana, bhakti in a nutshell. You may try to implement them to the best of your ability. Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara prostrated themselves before Babaji Maharaja's lotus feet and said humbly, "Degree O Gurudeva. Please be merciful upon us and save us from the deep well of false pride in which we are drowning." Babaji Maharaja replied, Lord Krishna will certainly bestow his blessing on you. Through the reassuring silence of the late night, uncle and nephew retraced their way back home, their hearts humming with elation, their minds meditating on Babaji Maharaja's teachings. Chapter 21 Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti, or the practice of spontaneous devotional service. Bijoyakumar and Brajanatha felt Babaji Maharaja's instructions radiating a sublime calm that soothed their minds and doubts. They arrived at a joint decision to immediately take initiation from Babaji Maharaja. Bijoyakumara had received traditional initiation from their family priest. Brajanatha already had Gayatri Diksha but no other mantra Diksha. Through Babaji's teachings alone they learnt that chanting a mantra received from a non-Vaisnava source leads to hell. And as soon as a person realizes his folly he must receive initiation from a Vaisnava guru. To swiltly attain perfection in chanting it is imperative that the guru or initiating spiritual master is himself a self-realized and perfected being. Minds resolved to take initiation from Babaji Maharaja that very morning they set off to the Ganga. Having sanctified themselves in the holy waters of Ganga and decorating their body with tilaka in 12 places with appropriate mantras, they went early to Mayapurare, Srivasangana. They prostrated themselves before Raghunatha Dasa Babaji Maharaja. Babaji Maharaja was a self-realized and liberated soul. He understood their intention but inquired, "What brings you here so early today?" They replied, "O revered Gurudeva, we are helpless destitutes, please be kind to us and take us under your shelter." Babaji Maharaja invited them to come separately into his hut. He initiated them with the 18-syllabic Krishna mantra. They began to chant this potent mantra and became intoxicated and exultant. They exclaimed aloud, "All glory to Lord Gauranga, all glory be to Lord Gauranga." They raised their arms and made graceful dancing postures. They presented a sublime sight, tulasi beads around the necks, white sacred thread hung loosely diametrically across their chests and over the left shoulders, prominent tilaka marks in 12 places. Their bright faces were flushed with emotions. Initial stirrings of ecstatic symptoms were noticeable as unrestrained tears flowed from their eyes. Babaji Maharaja was very moved and he embraced them, saying, "Today you have sanctified me." Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara fell at his feet and smeared their heads and bodies with his feet dust. Meanwhile Brajanatha's 2 servants arrived at Srivasangana laden with food supplies. Before Brajanatha had set off for Mayapura that morning he had arranged for a large amount of bhaga for offering to Sriman Mahaprabhu and the Vaisnavas, which was now brought over as per his instructions. Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara humbly approached the Vaisnavas with folded hands, begging them to receive the bhaga for the Lord's offering. The temple's head priest graciously accepted the bhaga and arranged for it to be cooked and offered to the Pankatattva deities in the temple altar. The couch shell sounded and bells pealed out. The Vaisnavas assembled in the temple room in front of the deities of Pankatattva and raised their voices in melodious unison, singing the Bhagavaradika song accompanied by mridanga drums and cymbals. Gradually the number of Vaisnavas swelled and they expressed their exhilaration in sweet chorus, in praise of Lord Chaitanya. The erotica worship ended with a jubilant crescendo. The temple room was cleared up to serve as the prasadam hall as was usual on festive occasions to accommodate large gatherings. The Vaisnavas sat in rows, each with a simple lota, small metal container, for water. Thanksgiving prayers to the Lord for the prasadam were loudly chanted. Brajanatha and Bijoya, out of respect for the Vaisnavas, did not sit with them. The senior Babajis noticed this and had them practically carried to their seats since they were refusing. One of the elder Babajis said, "You are householder Vaisnavas, Grasthava Unava, it will be our great fortune to offer dandavats, prostrated obeisances, to you." But Brajanatha and Bijoya Kumara replied, "Respected Babaji, you are a holy preceptor, renounced and advanced, we will consider it a blessing if we are allowed to partake of your sacred remnant. To sit with you and eat will be a grievous offense." Other elder Vaisnavas replied, "In assessing who is an advanced Vaisnava, social status such as Grastha Vaisnava or Atyaji Vaisnava is not a criterion. A Vaisnava is judged by the depth of his devotion and is accordingly placed." As they discussed preparations for serving, out were completed. Everybody was seated in their respective places. Bijoya Kumara did not eat because they wanted to first relish the remnants from their guru's plate, so they waited. The elder Vaisnavas marked this and requested Srila Raghunathadasa Babaji, the most respected among them, to kindly offer a morsel from his plate to his two waiting disciples, otherwise they could not honor prasadam. Babaji Maharaja dropped a handful of prasadam from his own plate onto their outstretched open palms. They touched their palms to their foreheads in respect, chanted *Sri Guruvanama, and ate it with the understanding that it was transcendental foodstuff. They joined the other Vaisnavas and began to relish prasadam. The Vaisnavas honored prasadam in quiet meditation, only salutatory words at times glorifying prasadam punctuated the comforting silence. Sri Vaisangana became the venue once more for a marvelous festival. The devotees visualized that Srimati Sasidevi and Srimati Siddhadevi, Srimati Malini Devi were serving prasadam to Lord Chaitanya and his associates, who sat surrounding him. They remembered a verse from Jagadananda Pandita's book Prema Vivarta, which aptly described their present experience. My Upurnitulilakayar Gururaya Sakratira Bail Bhakta Dekabarpaya. Prince V. Lord Chaitanya eternally enacts his transcendental pastimes in the holy Dhamma of Mayapura, but only those who are pure of heart, due to innumerable pious deeds, are able to see them. All Vaisnavas sat absolutely still. They had stopped eating. Their eyes remained riveted as the Lord manifested his repasting time. The scene disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. The devotees looked at each in wonderment. As the realization of what they had witnessed dawned, tears of ecstasy brimmed over. The prasadam before them now tasted relishable beyond words. The Vaisnavas discussed softly amongst themselves that these two Brahmana youths were definitely recreants of Lord Chaitanya's mercy. The Supreme Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu manifested his eternal pastimes in this Mahotsava, arranged by them. But Brajanatha and Bijoya Kumara felt unfit to accept this accolade. With tear-streaked eyes they said, "We are wretched and indigent, ignorant about spiritual life. The wonderful scene we were fortunate to witness was solely due to the mercy of our Gurudeva and the saintly Vaisnavas." Brajanatha and Bijoya Kumara finished their prasadam, begged permission from the Vaisnavas and Guru to leave and return to their residence. From that day they resolutely started a new daily routine. Early morning dip in the Ganga, offer obeisances at the lotus feet of Gurudeva, see the deity in the temple, circumambulate Tulasidvi and offer worship and water to her, and so on. Each day they made the effort to learn something new, or do something novel to help them make swift spiritual progress. A week later, they visited Sri Vaisangana in the evening after completing their daily Brahmanical duties of Gayatri Mantra Japa etc. They attended the evening Aradhika in the temple, after which they went to see their Gurudeva in his hut. They offered their respects, sat down and asked Babaji Maharaja, "Dear Guruji, by your blessings we have a clear concept of Vaidhi Bhakti Sadhana, or the practice of regulative devotional service. Our earnest supplication to you is that although we are the most degraded, still kindly explain to us the precepts of Raganuga Bhakti, or spontaneous devotional service." Babaji Maharaja was overjoyed at this request and said, "My sons, our beloved Lord Sri Chaitanya has endorsed you, hence there is nothing that cannot be revealed to you. Listen very carefully as expatiate the principles of Raganuga Bhakti. Begin this dissertation by first offering my repeated respects at Srila Rupa Goswami's feet. He was saved by my dear Lord Chaitanya from the crippling association of Yavanas, and he enlightened him with the wisdom of Rasatattva, or the principles of spiritual humors. Also offer my deepest devotion to Srila Raghunatha Goswami, who was delivered by the most munificent personality, Lord Chaitanya. The Lord extricated him from the tangle of temporal attachments and placed him under the safe aegis of Srila Svarupa Goswami, thus rewarding him with all-round perfection. As a preamble to the subject of Raganga Bhakti, I wish to delineate the symptoms of Ragatmika Bhakti, or devotional service under the guidance of an eternal associate of the Supreme Lord. Braja, Gurudeva, kindly explain to us the meaning of raga before we proceed further. RB, in the course of daily interactions with phenomenon, the conditioned soul develops strong love and attachment for the material world. This is known as raga. As the eyes restlessly flit from one beautiful object to another, the external variegatedness in its riotous hues keeps the viewer enthralled, while inside him the heart feels the caress of raga. When such loving emotions, or raga, makes Lord Krishna its sole objective, it is called raga bhakti. Srila Goswami defines raga as total absorption in one's most worshipful object with feelings tempered by one's innate proclivity, svara seeking. When devotion to Krishna is fully complemented by this raga, it is described as Ragatmika Bhakti. To put it succinctly, Ragatmika Bhakti is the insatiable thirst to love Krishna. For those devotees who have not experienced spiritual emotions in that realm of bhakti or raga, must seek the dictates of the scriptures to enhance their devotion. Reverence and faith are the active principles in Vaidhi Bhakti, while a galloping greed for relishing Krishna's pastimes is the hallmark of Ragatmika Bhakti. Braja, who can be adjudged as a fit candidate for Raga Bhakti? RB, Vaidhi Sraddha, implicit faith in the scriptural edicts, is said to create eligibility in the practice of Vaidhi Bhakti. Similarly, Labhamaya Sraddha, implicit faith in Krishna fomented by intense greed, begets eligibility in entering the realm of Ragatmika Bhakti. The Vraja basis, eternal residents of Vraja, each have a different spiritual humor, rasa, which are full-blown with raga. Devotees who are keen to attain the bhava, loving emotions, that the Vraja basis have for Krishna are eligible to render Raganuga Bhakti. Braja, what is labha or greed, in this context? RB, when hearing about the devotional sentiments, bhava, and intimate dealings of Vraja basis with their cynosure, Krishna, the devotee's intellect, in order to fully participate in those times awaits a strong urge and inspiritation. This gives rise to labha, or greed. The Vaidha Bhakti practitioner's intellect, when listening to Krishna's pastimes, reaches out for the scriptures and logic to comprehend them, but in Raganuga Bhakti the intellect has no use of the scriptures or logic. It expectantly waits to be fully charged with greed for possessing the Vrajabasi's bhava. Braja, what is the process of Raganuga Bhakti? RB, the sadhaka or practitioner devotee, must always remember the Lord's associate the Vrajabasi and his eternal service he dearly wishes to follow, with labha. The sadhaka will reside in Vraja either in person or in spirit and contemplate on the Vrajabasis loving exchanges and conversations with his beloved Krishna. The devotee develops an intense greed, labha, for acquiring that bhava. He assiduously tries to emulate the Vrajabasi of his choice and renders two varieties of devotional service under his constant guidance. Externally, he serves the Lord as a sadhaka, and internally, he assumes his spiritual form, siddhataha, which one day he will permanently acquire, and serves the Lord in that capacity. Braja, what are the parallels between the limbs of Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti? RB, all the Vaidhi Bhakti limbs like Sravanam, Kirtanam etc. are very much present in the devotional activities of a Raganuga sadhaka, or one who is eligible to practice Raganuga Bhakti. When the sadhaka is savoring within himself the eternal service of Krishna under the tutelage of his chosen Vrajabasi, at that time, the Vaidhi Bhakti limbs are being performed by his external self. Braja, what are the magnificent attributes of Raganuga Bhakti? RB, Protracted practice of Vaidhi Bhakti with utmost sincerity is still unable to produce the of results that are available with a far less endeavor in Raganuga Bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti is hedged in by a plethora of proscriptions and prescriptions which makes it weak, while Raganuga Bhakti inspires dynamic spiritual free expression which makes it firm and sturdy. Thus the raga which surfaces from the churning of bhava experienced in the heart of the sadhaka-acolyte to of Vrajabhasai, activates in tandem the application of Sravanam, Kirtanam, and all the other limbs of Vaidhi Bhakti. Only those devotees whose hearts and consciousness are cleansed of material contamination and have attained nirguna consciousness feel inspired to follow an eternal associate of the Lord, Vrajabhasai. In Raganuga Bhakti only greed, labha, and relish, rusai, evokes the right spiritual consciousness enabling one to follow its path. Raganuga Bhakti and Ragatmika Bhakti have the same number of variations. Braja, how many types of Ragatmika Bhakti are there? RB, there are two kinds of Ragatmika Bhakti, Kamarupa and Sambandharupa. Braja, what are the distinctions between them? RB, the Srimad Bhagavatam states Kamad Visad Bayasana Hadyatha Bhaktisvar Mana Avashayatadagam Hitva Bhahavas Tad Gatam Gatagapya Kamad Bayakamsod Visakadiadeo Enrupa Samband Hadvrasnayasana Hadyu Yam Bhakti Abhayam Vibho, SB 7/1/2930. As through devotion to the Lord one can attain his abode, many have attained that goal by abandoning their sinful activities and absorbing their minds in the Lord with lust, envy, fear, or affection. The gopis attained it with their lust, for Krishna, Kamsa through fear, kings like Sisupala through envy, the Vrsnas through family relationships, Upandavas through affection, and we the sage, Narada etc. through bhakti to Krishna. Of these six feelings, lust, fear, envy, family ties, affection, and bhakti too are not favorable for devotional service. Fear and envy, hence they are rejected. Sneha, or affection, is the preponderant emotion expressed in friendship, Sakyabhava, hence it is within Vaidhi Bhakti. On the other hand, prema, or love, and not sneha, which is closely attached to bhava bhakti, hence sneha is not a part of sadhana bhakti. However, sneha cannot be included within Raganuga sadhana bhakti either. The words bhakti abhayam vibho, in the sloka means, the arsas, sages, have attained the supreme goal of that of devotion, bhakti, to the Supreme Lord. In Bhaktisamrita Sindhu, Purva 2/135, Srila Rupa Goswami explains, that in this sloka bhakti must mean Vaidhi Bhakti. When the arsas engage in bhakti, it is Vaidhi Bhakti. Elsewhere, bhakti will connote Jnana Misra Bhakti or bhakti mixed with Jnana, strong affinity to scriptural knowledge. The Jnanis or empirical philosophers will interpret the words have attained the supreme goal, bhakti, as merging into Brahmajyoti by equating Krishna with his bodily effulgence, Brahman. They use the argument that the sun and its rays are the same. Lord Krishna's enemies also merge into the Brahmajyoti. Among these liberated soul by merging, some attain Sarapyaya Bhasamati, or the semblance of the type of liberation having the same form as the Lord. Some are steeped in the bliss of Brahman. However, according to the Brahmanda Purana, they are elevated to Siddhaloka, situated on the periphery of the Maya world. Two categories of living entities reside in Siddhaloka, the empirical philosophers, Jnanis, who attain Sayojyamati, and those demons who perish in the hands of the Supreme Lord. A few of these Jnanis develop attraction for serving Krishna, which burgeons into raga, just discussed, and by serving the lotus feet of Krishna they attain love of Godhead prema, and become recognized as an intimate devotee of the Lord. In principle there is no difference between Krishna and his physical luster Brahman just as the sun and its rays are the same. The meaning of the word tajatam is, attaining Krishna. The Jnanis and Asuras, demons, are elevated to the Sayojya liberation, or Brahman, while the devotees are benedicted by Krishna's lotus feet and are eternally engaged in his service. Thus if fear, envy, affection, and bhakti are separate, then only kama, lust, and sambandha, relationship, are independently assertive. These are the two types of Ragatmika Bhakti. Braja, what is the nature of Kamarupa Bhakti? RB, the word * kama implies, craving for enjoyment. This craving is dovetailed in Ragatmika Bhakti and is converted into causeless love for Krishna. Lust becomes selfless love. Every single endeavor is directed at satisfying and giving pleasure to Krishna. All activities for self-aggrandizement and self-gratification cease. And if residues of desire for self-gratification lingers, then those also are sacrificed in the altar of pleasing Krishna. This super-excellent love is perfectly portrayed in the gopis of Vraja, Krishna's cowherd girlfriends. The sublime love of the Vraja gopis take on a magnificent sweetness which in turn initiates commensurate pastimes. The saintly preceptors have defined this love as kama. The Vraja gopis' love is truly transcendental, pristine without a touch of any mundane contamination. It can never be compared to the embodied and conditioned living entity's lust, which is self-centered, motivated and plebeian. This brilliant love of the Vraja gopis inspired the pure beloved devotees of Krishna like Uddhava to aspire for it. The kama of the Vraja gopis has no parallels anywhere. It is superlative and the absolute pinnacle of divine love. Kamarupa Ragatmika Bhakti thrives only in Vraja and not elsewhere. The quality of kama, exhibited by Kubja in Mathura, is indeed love but not kama. It is best defined as near kama, kamapriya, which is distinct from kama just described. Vraja, what are the characteristics of Sambandharupa Ragatmika Bhakti? RB, maternal, paternal, and other family ties with Krishna is called Sambandharupa Ragatmika Bhakti. When the eternal associate's spiritual sentiments spontaneously accepts the role of a close relative of Krishna and totally identifies himself or herself in it, it is known as Samabandharupa Bhakti. This sentiment is displayed by Krishna's parents Devaki Amd Vasudeva, and in Vraja they are exhibited by Yasoda and Nanda. However, it is noteworthy to mention that because unalloyed spiritual love finds explicit expression in Kamarupa Bhakti and Sambandharupa Bhakti, hence this Bhakti is the exclusive domain of the Nityasiddhas or eternally perfect associates of the Lord. In delineating Ragatmika Bhakti it was deemed necessary to mention them. Now we turn to Kamanuga and Sambandhanuga. The two types of sadhana bhakti. Braja, Maharaja, kindly elaborate upon these two sadhana bhakti. RB, Kamanuga is a form of craving that follows in tandem with Kamarupa Bhakti and is also of two varieties, Samojukamayi and Tadadbhavakamayi. Braja, please describe them in detail. RB, Samojukamayi in essence pertains to dalliances. The amorous dalliances of the Vraja gopis with Krishna are transcendental, supramundav. These are defined as samaga or pleasure. The desire for such pleasurable dealings is the first type of sadhana bhakti. The second type is the desire to develop a profound love, full of sweetness and amorous feelings, emulating the different female group leaders of innumerable groups of Vraja gopis, or Vraja youths very, nurture for Krishna. Vraja, in what way are these two Raganuga sadhana bhakti ignited in the heart? RB, by seeing the beautiful form of the Lord and by hearing the glorious pastimes of Krishna. The devotee who aspires to experience the bhavas peculiar to those specific pastimes embark upon practicing Kamanuga and Sambandhanuga Raganuga Bhakti. Vraja, Lord Krishna is the Purasa, or the only male entity, and the Vraja gopis are all female entities or prakriti. Have marked that only female beings are eligible to participate in Raganuga Bhakti. How can males develop such bhava? RB, the living entities in this world interact in 5 different spiritual humors or mellows, rasas, according to their predilection. Of these, 4, Dajya, servitor, Sakya, fraternal, Vatsalya, parental, and Madhurya, conjugal, are reposed in the Vraja basis. There are 3 spiritual exchanges of rasas where devotees serve Krishna in a male form Dajya, Sakya and Vatsalya, father, each according to their taste. The mothers, Madhur Nal, and Gopis Madhurya, serve Krishna as females. Therefore, since the eternal associates, or Nityasiddhas, are either male or female, their pratogs concomitantly take on their mood and gender. Vraja, how can male devotees serve the Lord with the mood and sentiment of Vraja gopis? RB, those pure devotees who have entered into Madhurya rasa or the conjugal humor, and have a male body here, actually possesses a spiritual body with a female form in the transcendental realm. They each take shelter of a Vrajagopi of choice and according to individual proclivity, to follow and serve Krishna in their original spiritual identity as female attendants. The Padma Purana narrates an incident that corroborates this concept. The great sages of Dandakaranya forest, on seeing the exquisite stature of Lord Sri Rama, each desired to have him as their husband. After leaving their mortal frames, they entered the spiritual abode of Gokula and served the Lord in their female spiritual forms as gopis, steeped in Kamaruparaga Bhakti. Braja, the scriptures tell us that the damsels of Gokula in the spiritual sky are eternally perfected associates. Nitya Siddhast, why descend to Vrajadham here, to nourish Krishna's transcendental pastimes? How can the Padma Purana statement be adjust in this context with that of the gopis of Gokula? RB, the Nitya Siddha gopis had free and easy access to participate in Krishna's Rasalila dance. Those who are sadhana siddhas attain perfection through Kamarupasadhana bhakti and then become elevated to Gokula. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam Sloka October 29, 09-Avarya Manapatibhya, meaning even though the Nitya Siddha gopis were being desisted by their mothers, fathers, husbands, brothers, friends from meeting Krishna, Govinda, to whom they had pledged their hearts, they still went. The sadhana siddhas, mostly the Dandakaranya sages, who served Krishna with this mood in their hearts, acquired their original transcendental from, they became gopis in Braja, Babaji, who are Nitya Siddhas. And how does one know a sadhana siddha? RB, the complete embodiment of Lord Krishna's internal spiritual potency, Svarapasakti, is Srimati Radharani. Her immediate personal expansions are the 8 principal gopis, Astasakais, and the other gopis or sakais are her further Kayaviyuha bodily expansions. They are all eternally perfected female associates, Nitya Siddhas. They are not in the category of Jivasakti but are in an exclusive class of their own, as the internal spiritual potencies of Krishna. The ordinary women of Braja, through intense engagement in sadhana bhakti, became perfected and were elevated to be the maids in attendance of Srimati Radhika's female associates. They are perfect examples of sadhana siddha jivas. On the strength of Ladani Sakti they have attained Salokya, residence in the same planet as the Lord, to serve alongside the Vraja gopis. Those devotees who are engaged in Raganuga Bhakti in Madhurya Rasa, on attaining perfection become elevated as sakais or gopis. There are some devotees who desire to satisfy Krishna's amorous wishes, Riramsa, in an orderly manner, thus end up on the path of Vaidhi. Later, on leaving their bodies they serve Krishna in Dvaraka as his queens. The practice of taking shelter of a Vrajagopi, as in Ragatmika Bhakti, is outside the curriculum of Vaidhi Bhakti Marg. But those who nurture Raganuga Bhakti within and display Vaidhi Bhakti discipline externally, will obtain the perfection of serving in Vraja. Braja, what is the method of satiating Krishna's libidinous urges, Riramsa? RB, those who are attracted to Krishna in the same mood of the Dvaraka queens discard their wiles and caprice, and they cultivate a service attitude of that of dedicated wives for their husbands. But they are unable and reticent about fostering in themselves the temperament of the Vraja gopis. Maisi Bhava, or the mood of the Dvaraka queens, is described as Svaki Yat, or the bond of love between a legally wedded husband for his wife. Hence it means to serve Krishna in that mood. The Vrajagopi's mood of service to Krishna is called Parakiya, or paramour. To them, with Maisi Bhava, the ever-expanding rasa of the Vrajagopis is too distant to strive for. The only way to relish the Vrajarasa is to practice Raganugabhakti in the Parakiya Bhava. Braja, Guruji, by your mercy and your lucid deliberations I have grasped all that you have so far said. But are there any differences between kama, lust, and prema, love? If they are the same, then, is the use of the word prema not sufficient? The word *, feel, adds a jarring note. RB, yes, there are differences. If only prema is used in all contexts, then, for example, it becomes equated with Sambandharuparaga, which has no involvement of kama, it is bereft of the desire for self-satisfaction, samagika, and that becomes a gross misrepresentation. Sambandharuparaga is certainly prema but sends the aspect of Keli, or amorous overtures and passion. When the element of samagayika is latched onto simple prema, then the two emotions amalgamate to create Kamarupa Raga Bhakti. Kamarupa Bhakti is present only in Madhurya Rasa and not in the others. The Vrajagopis are the sole inheritors and possessors of Kamarupa Bhakti. Kama or lust, in this material plane is sense gratificatory and is distinct of the spiritual kama. Material lust is the pervert form of spiritual love. The attraction kubja in Mathura felt for Krishna, although spiritual, cannot be described as kama. Material lust is selfishly directed at gratifying the senses, hence it is base and despicable, whereas kama, which is an aspect of sublime love or prema, is transcendentally blissful and divine. Therefore there must be absolutely no hesitation is using the term aprakrita kama or transcendental lust. Braja, kindly explain what is Sambandharuparaga Bhakti? RB, to meditate and ascribe, arupa, upon oneself the role of Krishna's father or other familial relationships, is Sambandharaga Bhakti. Three rasas or humors are at play here: Dajya Sakya and Vatsalya. The Vraja basis, or eternal residents of Vraja, embody the pristine mood of such relationships. They assert Lam Krishna's servitor, Lam Krishna's wedded wife, I am Krishna's friend, am Krishna's father or mother, and so on. Braja, how does a devotee execute Raganuga Bhakti within the humors of Dajya, Sakya, and Vatsalya? RB, those devotees who relish the servitorship, Dajya, Rasa emulate the sublime service mood of prominent servitors like Raktika, Patrika and other Nityasiddhas. Those in fraternal, Sakya, Rasa follow Subala and other Nityasiddha service mood and specific activities called Madra. Similarly, in parental, Vatsalya, Rasa devotees follow Nanda Maharaja, Mother Yasoda and others Bhava and Madra, in serving Krishna. Braja, what is meant by Bhavasestita Madra? RB, complementary to a Nityasiddha's permanent bhava, spiritual mood and emotion, are specific aspirations which manifest certain activities known as madra. For example, the devotee in Vatsalya Rasa must do the same activities Nanda Maharaja performs as service to Krishna when he is overcome with bhava. The devotee must never think of himself as Nanda Maharaja or Subala or Raktika, but become subservient to these Nityasiddhas and reflecting their bhava in serving Krishna, otherwise he commits offense. Braja, what sort of Raganuga Bhakti are we eligible to? RB, my son, you must analyze your predilections. Your temperament will mirror your taste, Rusai, and Rusai will guide you to your favored rasa. Surrender yourself to the Nityasiddha stalwart of particular rasa and practice bhakti. If you have developed a relish for raga bhakti, then follow it up accordingly, with appropriate engagements. And if you have not developed that attachment for raga bhakti, then sincerely pursue the regulated path of Vaidhi bhakti. Bijoya, Gurudeva, I have been faithfully studying the Srimad Bhagavatam since long. Always seek the opportunity to hear about Krishna's pastimes. Whenever meditate on the Lord's wondrous deeds and frolics, certain emotions stir within me. Strongly feel to serve the divine couple in the mood of Srila Devi. RB, yes, understand your mood. You are a Manjari under Lalita Devi's tutelage. What type of service do you like? Bijoya, feel that Srila Devi wants me to string flower garlands. Like to pick beautiful flowers and string them into garlands and hand them into the divine hands of Lalita Devi. She will receive them with flashing me a brilliant and merciful smile and gently slip them around Srimati Radhika's and Sri Krishna's head. RB, bless you my boy. Let your endeavors for such devotional service be consummated in spiritual perfection. Bijoya Kumara was overwhelmed, being showered with so much blessings he fell at Babaji's Maharaja's feet and wept profusely. Babaji Maharaja was pleased with Bijoya Kumara's mood of devotion, and he said to him, my son, continue your practice of Raganuga Bhakti in like manner. Always execute the Vaidhi Bhakti limbs externally but cultivate intense Raga Bhakti inside. Brajanatha became inspired seeing Bijoya Kumara's good fortune and Babaji Maharaja's shoe of compassion, so he said to Babaji Maharaja, whenever I meditate on Krishna's pastime, an urge to serve Krishna under the guidance of Subala strongly compels me. RB, What devotional service attracts you most? Braja, I greatly fancy going behind the distant straying calves together with Subala and bring them back to the fold. Krishna will be seated playing his flute, and Subala will ask me to feed and water the calves and then bring them to Krishna. RB, bless you that you serve Krishna under the direction of O Subala, you are eligible for Sakyarasa. A miracle happened. From that moment on Bijoya's heart throbbed with anticipation, waiting for an indication to perform any chores for Lalita Devi. He viewed Babaji Maharaja in an unique light, seeing him as Lalita Devi in person. He asked Babaji Maharaja if there were any further instructions regarding his Raganuga Bhajana, to which Babaji Maharaja replied, "You have most of the informations, there are other details you must know pertaining to your spiritual identity, name, form, dress etc. Come to me alone and I will reveal them to you." Bijoya Kumara prostrated himself before his guru in deep gratitude. Brajanatha began to see his guru, Babaji Maharaja, as a manifestation of Subala. Babaji Maharaja asked him also to come alone so that he could give him details of his Svarapa's name, form, dress etc. Brajanatha fell supine before Babaji Maharaja and offered heartfelt prayers at his lotus feet. O Brajanatha and Bijoya Kumara felt ineffably elated that evening. They fully applied themselves in Raganuga Bhakti consciousness. Externally no visible changes could be noticed in them as they continued in their usual. In his heart, Bijoya Kumara developed female sentiments and Brajanatha nurtured the temperaments of a young cowherd boy. All these internal adjustments took place like a magic within moments of receiving a pure devotee's mystical touch. True though, that everything was there latent in them. Late in the night they begged leave from Maharaja and walked slowly towards the Vilvapaskarani tank chanting Mahamantra on their Tulasi beads, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare. Moonlight flooded the countryside revealing purple shadows in the landscape. The air was still and welcoming. When the two neared the Laxmanati Lamound they sought the silent shadow of an amlaki tree and sat down. Bijoya Kumara softly inquired *, well Brajanatha, our wishes have been fulfilled. You will surely receive Krishna's mercy by the grace of a pure Vaisnava. It is best to decide now your future course of action. Tell me honestly what you want, marriage or traveling. One, do not wish to influence your decision towards anything, merely want to know so that can explain to your mother the facts. Braja uncle, I respect and love you, plus you are a scholar and a Vaisnava. In the absence of my father you are my guardian, I am ready to accept anything you say. The reason I want to avoid marriage is because may become attached and forget the spiritual goal. What is your opinion on this? Bijoya, you must consider all aspects and come to a conclusion but without my interference. Braja, I strongly feel that I must discuss this matter with Sri Gurudeva and then act. Bijoya, that is best. Tomorrow find out what is Gurudeva's instruction regarding this. Braja uncle, what have you decided? Are you planning to remain in the household, or go travelling? Bijoya son, Lam also faced with this dilemma of being in two minds. Sometimes think I must emancipate myself from the flames of household life and go on an endless pilgrimage, but next moment I think that this might steal my heart. Bhaktirasa does not bloom in an arid heart and I will be deprived of it. Therefore have made up my mind to find out the truth from Gurudeva tomorrow and do his bidding. They stood up on this decision and slowly walked back to the house murmuring softly the Maha Mantra. They honored prasadam and lay down for a night of restful sleep. Chapter 22, Analysis of the Fundamentals of Prayahana or Prime Necessity of Life. It is Ekadasi today. In Sri Vaisangana the Vaisnavas have assembled under the Bakula tree and are performing a melodious kirtana. Many sighed out loud enjoy the names of Lord Nityananda and Lord Gauranga. Amidst all this, the elderly Babaji Maharaja sat pensively, steeped in meditation. After what seemed a long time he suddenly exclaimed, "Alas! Alas!" as tears streamed down his cheeks. He sobbed, "Degree, oh where? Oh where is my beloved Rupa and Sanatana? Where is my Dasa Goswami and my dearest soul, Krishnadasa Kaviraja? 1 a.m. cast into the lonely well of separation and I feel so unwell. Thinking of Radhakunda is an unbearable pain. My life slips away. O Rupa! O Raghunatha! Have mercy. Let me see you again so it may resuscitate my life. How am still living in spite of your absence, my life is a shame. Saying this, Babaji Maharaja began to roll on the ground. The Vaisnavas scampered over to the supine form of Babaji and tried to placate him. Babaji Maharaja, please calm yourself, Rupa and Raghunatha are in your heart, and see Lord Nitai and Chaitanya are dancing in front of you. Babaji Maharaja immediately stood up with alacrity and inquired, where? Where? His vision spotted the exquisite deity forms of the Pankatattva on the altar, and that dissipated his distress and gave back his composure. He said, O blessed Mayapura! The only place on earth which drives away the pangs one feels by separation from pastimes. Then he lifted his arms and swayed in gentle dancing movements. Finally he went and sat in his kutira. Bijoya Kumara and Brajanatha came to Babaji Maharaja's kutira and found him in quiet repose. They fell flat before him in humble submission. Babaji Maharaja was indeed happy to see them. He asked, how is your chanting and bhakti practices? With folded hands they replied, Degree Dear Gurudev, your blessings mean everything to us. We must have performed innumerable pious deeds to discover the sanctuary under your lotus feet. In accordance with your instructions we are observing Ekadasi fast today without drinking water, and so we have come to receive your blessings. RB, you are truly fortunate souls. Very soon you will be elevated to the platform of Bhava Bhakti. Bijoya, Gurudeva, what is meant by the platform of Bhava, Bhavavastha? Is it something that you have not yet taught us? RB, so far whatever I have discussed with you falls within the jurisdiction of sadhana bhakti. After extended and tenacious application of sadhana bhakti, a devotee is promoted to the platform of perfection, siddhavastha, and its first stages are known as bhavavastha. Its descriptions are available in the 10th sloka of the Dasamula Siksa Svarapavasthane Madhura Razabhavadaya Iha Vraj Radhakrishnas Vahana Janabhavam Hirdi Vahan Paran and Pritam Jagadatula Sampat Sukamayo Vilasakai Tad Parama Parikaryam Sa Labhate, Dasamula 10a, Jiva attains his original spiritual identity, Svarapa, when his sadhana bhakti matures to ripeness. In this stage Ladani Sakti, or the Lord's pleasure potency, endows him with Madhurya as he aspires to become a protege of one of eternal associates of Sri Radha Krishna in Vraja. Even in this world, he obtains the unalloyed service of the supreme embodiment of sublime bliss and he experiences ineffable exaltation. This transcendental treasure is of unsurpassable value to the Jival. The next part of the 10th Dasamula Siksa Sloka describes prema, the absolute necessity, prajohana, for humanity. Bhava, just reiterated, is the initial stage of prema, prabhakakeo jiva kathamidhamakadvisvamiti va vikarjya itanartan harabhajana krekrastrakhatura abhidasam derman sakalama paradham pariharan haranamanandam pivati haridaso harijana, Dasamula 10b, who is Krishna? Who am I, the jiva? What is the inert world of matter and what is the antimatter spiritual world? The devotee who is totally surrendered to serving the Supreme Lord and who knows the scriptural conclusions well enough to apply them positively must review these questions thoroughly. He will then repudiate the monistic philosophy, rise above the stipulations of pious and impious deeds and stop committing offenses. He must seek only saintly association and drink the immortal nectar from the holy name and experience inexplicable joy. The Dasamula Siksa is a magnificent bouquet of transcendental teachings. They have been compiled from the entire instructions spoken by the Supreme Lord, Sri Chaitanya, himself. Bijoya, Babaji, I wish to hear a concise adulation of the efficacy of Dasamula Siksa, if it is available. RB, take note of this verse: Samsavaya Dasamulam Vihitva Vidyamayam Jana Bhavapustham Tatha Tustham Labhate Sadhu Sangata. By assimilating and emulating the teachings of the Dasamula Siksa, the living entity uproots the poisonous ivy of ignorance. Thereafter, in the association of saintly Vaisnavas he nourishes the bhakti creeper with bhava and experiences rewarding satisfaction. Bijoya, Gurudeva kindly permit us to enrich our intellect with the teachings of Dasamula. We will study it daily and offer it in praise of Lord Chaitanya. We wish to hear in detail the concept of bhava, RB, if prema is compared to the sun, bhava is its rays. Bhava is a transcendental emotion imbued in pure goodness and it blossoms in the hearts of jivas situated in their original spiritual identity. This is its intrinsic symptom. Another appellation for bhava is ratai, others prefer to call it premankara or the buds of prema. The all-illuminating internal potency of Krishna is known as svarapasakti. One of its prime characteristics is known as samvit and is also called visuddhasattva, or pure goodness. It is transcendental to the material nature. When pure goodness at this stage emulsifies with latent sakti or the Lord's pleasure potency they produce bhava. Through samvit the devotee acquires lucid comprehension of the ultimate object, Krishna, and through latent he is made to relish the ultimate objective, Krishna. Krishna is realized only through help from his samvit potency or svarapasakti vritti, not by means of jiva samvit sakti. When by the Lord's mercy or his pure devotee's mercy, the Lord's svarapasakti burgeons in the devotee's heart, only then samvit sakti, svarapasakti vritti, comes alive in his heart and he is enlightened with the knowledge of the spiritual world. The spiritual world, Cit Jagat, is the manifestation of pure goodness, Suddhasattva, while the material world is composed of a mixture of the three material qualities, Triguna, Tamaraja and Sattva. When latent sakti appears with the knowledge of the spiritual world in the devotee's heart, he begins to relish the transcendental realm. When such relish intensifies many folds and is fully consummated, it is converted to prema. And if this prema is taken to be the sun, then bhava is its rays. One of the symptoms of bhava is it cleanses the heart completely of impurities and softens it to a state where it can easily melt. The word rusai or taste, means, a constant desire for the object one covets, a favorable disposition and a feeling for it from the core of the heart. The first stirrings of bhava is signaled by a perfunctory display of ecstatic symptoms, sattvika, like horripilation. In Nityasiddhas, bhava is constantly present, ready to manifest itself at any moment in full splendor. In conditioned souls, bhava dons the mantle of individual temperaments and mirrors them. Thus although it, bhava, is self-manifest, but ostensibly it comes forth as not. The true nature of bhava is to reveal Krishna's transcendental form, identity, and the characteristic features of his pastimes. Though it manifests itself as an emotion as part of the human psyche, which it is not, yet it adopts a role that requires a catalyst to expose it. Bhava or ratai possesses its individual flavor that be relished unaided, but for the conditioned souls, it, ratai, plays the part of being either the cause or spice that helps them relish Krishna and his pastimes. Braja, are there a variety of bhavas? RB, yes, and this is due to its different sources. There are two varieties of bhava, sadhanabhinavesajabhava and prasadajabhava of Krishna and his pure devotees. Bhava, generally implies the former, the latter is extremely rare. Braja, kindly describe what is sadhanabhinavesajabhava. RB, this particular bhava is of two kinds, corresponding to the two paths of Bhakti-Vedi and Raganuga. Bhava initially generates rusai in the devotee's heart, later, attachment, or asakti for the Lord, and finally ratai, or love. The scriptures and the Vedic science of performing arts uses bhava and ratai as synonyms, and so will I. In Vedic Bhakti, bhava is in an unmanifest state known as sraddha. Sraddha or implicit faith, first matures itself to become nistha or steadfastness, which in turn produces rusai or taste. Whereas in Raganuga Bhakti, bhava right in the beginning generates rusai. Braja, what is Krishna's or his devotees' prasadajabhava? RB, bhava which arises voluntarily without having to practice either Vedic Bhakti or Raganuga Bhakti, is defined as Krishna and Krishna Bhakti prasadajabhava. Braja, how can Krishna prasadajabhava be described? RB, Krishna Prasiddha or Krishna's mercy is of three types: Vasika, Alokadana, and Harda. Instances where Krishna rewards all three types of mercy are found in the scriptures. In Vasika, Krishna simply promises his devotee by word of mouth, and immediately that all-benedicting crest jewel embodiment of divine bliss and transcendentally willful bhakti that seeks only Krishna to serve awakens as bhava within his heart. Example of Alakodana are the sages of Dandakaranya forest, who had never directly seen the Supreme Lord. But as soon as they beheld the Lord, their hearts were flooded with bhava and bhakti, simply by the mercy of the Lord. Bhava, which spontaneously sprouts within the heart, as in the case of Srila Sukadeva Goswami, is due only to the causeless mercy of the Lord, or Hardakripa. In the pastimes of the Supreme Lord's full incarnation, as Lord Chaitanya, all the three types of Krishna Prasadaya Bhava were amply displayed. In many places where the Lord traveled through, countless scores of passers-by who either just saw him or witnessed his ecstatic dancing were surcharged with transcendental bhava because of Lord Chaitanya's Alokadana. The despicable brothers Jagai and Madhai were showered with Vasika. They experienced inexplicable bhava just on the statement of the Lord. The Lord infused Srila Jiva Goswami's heart with Hardakripa bhava. Braja, kindly describe the Krishna Bhakti Prasadaya bhava. R.B. Dhruva Maharaja, Prahlada Maharaja, and many others received Srila Narada Muni's mercy, which filled their hearts with bhava that finally elevated them to become crest jewels among the Lord's devotees. By the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and other eternal associates of the Lord, innumerable persons were inspired to engage in pure devotional service. Bijoya, what are the symptoms of bhavadaya, or the awakening of bhava? R.B. Anubhavas are emotions that act as precursors which finally evoke bhava. They are, Kasanti, tolerance, Avyartha Kalitva, feeling that anything outside Krishna is a waste of time, Virakti, detachment, Manasunyata, pridelessness, Asabandha, always hopeful, Samatkantha, enthusiastic, Sarvadan Namagain Rusai, always relishing the holy name and glorification of Krishna, Krishna Gunakyane Asakati, attached to hearing Krishna's qualities, Krishna Vasatis hail pretty doving and honoring places connected with Krishna. Bijoya, kindly describe these characteristics in detail. R.B. In a situation where there is every reason to become perturbed and agitated and yet one tolerates it calmly, is known as Kasanti. Another name for it is Kasama, or compassion and peacefulness. When a person engages full-time in serving the Supreme Lord so as to avoid wasting time in non-devotional activities, it is called Avyartha Kalitva. Virakti is defined as the spontaneous feeling of distaste for objects of sense gratification. Bijoya, can a person who has received Beka, the renunciant's attire, initiation, describe himself as someone possessing Virakti? R.B. Beka is more a social custom than anything else. When bhava is enthroned in the heart, relish of the spiritual realm increases and the attraction for sensual pleasures diminish till finally it is extirpated. This is known as the stage of Virakti. Hence any devotee who takes Beka after attaining Virakti for the simple reason he wishes to minimize his necessities is called a Virakti Vaisnava. Anyone who puts on the renunciant's robe, Beka, before he reaches the stage of bhava is a charlatan and his status is not bona fide. Lord Chaitanya highlighted this principle when he chastised Chota Haridasa. Bijoya, what is the meaning of Manasunyata, pridelessness? R.B. Pride is born out of possessing noble caste, creed, social status, wealth, strength, beauty, power, etc. Therefore a person, who in spite of having all this is prideless, is truly humble. The Padma Purana narrates the story of a very powerful king who becomes a devotee of Krishna. He leaves his kingship and palace opulence and wanders over to his enemy's kingdom and lives there from begging for his bare necessities. Like a honeybee he collects a little from everyone. He never reflected on his previous status, but respected the Brahmanas and even the Kandalas or outcasts. Asabandha means to be convinced that Krishna will someday surely shower his mercy, and so to continue to serve and meditate on him with such hope. To muster all the means in order to acquire the object one covets is called samatkantha. Next is the taste for chanting. When a devotee fully comprehends that of all the various wings of devotional practices, chanting the holy name is the most efficacious, he engages his entire time in chanting with faith. This taste for chanting is the prime cause for all-round success. The principle of chanting and the truth about the holy name has to be discussed separately. Regarding attachment, asakti, for hearing Krishna's glories, the Krishna Karanamrita text has this to say: Madhuryadapi madhuram manmathadatasya kimapi kaisoram kapaliyadapi kapalam sito vadaharati hanta kimkarma, KK.65. Oh, how exquisite is his ever-fresh youthful beauty, it is sweeter than the honeysuckles. His restlessness defies definition. All this has stolen my heart and soul. What am I to do? The more a devotee hears or speaks about the wonderful qualities and pastimes of Krishna, the more he wants them, never acknowledging satiety, as his attachment for them continues to expand. Loving and honoring the Lord's places is accomplished by circumambulating the Dhamma. While circumambulating, Pavikrama, he inquires from the devotees and residents of Navadvipadama the places of the Lord's appearance, where he performed his ecstatic kirtanas, where he would frolic with the cowherd men at noon in his Purbanalila. On being pointed out the different landmarks like Yogapitha Ganganagara, Simuliagatigaki, Majida, and so on, and on hearing their hoary glories from the lips of a Dhamma resident, the pilgrim feels that some divine ambrosia was filling his ears, sending him into an ecstatic trance, experiencing horripilation and profuse tears. Braja, if we notice such turgid flow of ecstatic emotions in a particular place, are we to conclude that the place inspires within the devotee love, ratai, for Krishna? RB, no, ratai means the spontaneous and uncomplicated effusion of feelings for Krishna, anywhere. Such emotions can be exhibited elsewhere, but that is not ratai. Braja, Gurudeva, kindly explain this point with a few examples. RB, a person desiring muddy, emancipation, chants the holy name on the stage of Namabhasa, shadow name. He hears that Namabhasa has the power to give muddy and is furnished with the evidences to prove this. On hearing them he is stirred to tears and falls swooning. This cannot be described as Krishna ratai, as because he has no spontaneous and unalloyed attraction for Krishna. He simply displays these emotions, which are near bhava, bhavabhasa, only out of covetousness for his objective and the fact that they may help in achieving it. An Epicurean worships Durga Devi, praying for materialistic boons for health and wealth, etc. He learns about the goddess's mystic potency to fulfill such wishes and is moved to tears, rolling on the ground, and so on. These symptoms are not out of bhava but is at best bhavabhasa, or often bhavadoratmaya, crocodile tears with evil intent, as the case may be. Bhava symptoms are never manifest or experienced without a long history of constant devotional service with an unalloyed motivation to love Krishna. In aspiring for buddhi, sensuality, and muddy, emancipation, even if they are in relation to Krishna, the bhavabhasa which are sometimes exhibited are often also bhavadoratmaya. Whatever feelings or emotions are shown by persons who are contaminated by mayavadi thoughts are all bhavadoratmaya. Even if such a person lies unconscious before Krishna's deity for days, it cannot be termed as bhava. Bhava is the great mystery that sages, who have categorically renounced the world, and even the eternally liberated souls intensely aspire to unravel. It is the recondite treasure that Krishna rarely discloses even to those who are engaged in bhajana for immeasurably extended periods. So how can this divine love, ratai, blossom in the hearts derelict of pure devotion and surging with desires for voluptuary and emancipation? Braja, Gurudeva, sometimes these symptoms you just described are exhibited by hedonistic men and salvationists while performing Hari Rama Kirtana. What feelings are these? RB, only ignorant and foolish people are impressed by such show-bottle display of emotions, but those who are conversant with the philosophy of bhava will immediately recognize them merely as ratayabhasa, to be carefully avoided. Bijoya, how to judge ratayabhasa? RB, there are two varieties of ratayabhasa, pratibimba ratayabhasa and chaya, ratayabhasa. Liberation cannot be obtained without knowledge of Brahman. The process to acquire this knowledge is extremely tedious and difficult. A person may desire liberation but does not wish to embark upon the strict disciplines required on this path. He learns that chanting of God's name is rewarded with muddy and it is facilely performed. Thus, thinking how easily one can acquire Brahman realization, he feels strong emotions well up, begins to cry, has horripilations, and so on. This is pratibimbaratayabhasa and nothing more spectacular. Braja, why is the term pratibimba or reflection being used here? RB, kirtana when properly performed brings joy. Therefore, when hedonists and emancipationists, each striving for their respective goals by some good fortune, comes in the association of saintly Vaisnavas and joins in kirtana with them, the spontaneous emotion of bhava which appears in the Vaisnavas' hearts like the soothing, sublime moon is also slightly reflected in the hearts of these non-devotees, due to their close proximity. The pristine form of bhava is never manifest in the hearts of the hedonists and salvationists. They are thrilled to see bhava's symptoms displayed in the Vaisnavas, which in turn makes them also experience a mere semblance of it. This pratibimba or ratayabhasa is generally detrimental to most persons. It does not bring good fortune but merely awards sensual bliss and emancipation and is then depleted and rendered impotent. To formulate this phenomenon as namaparadha will not be a mistake. Braja, what is chayabhavabhasa? RB, simple neophyte devotees who are inexperienced about the intricacies of spiritual science perceive with curiosity within their hearts the slight stirrings of bhava symptoms when they come into contact with the Supreme Lord's favored place, excision, pastimes, etc. These bhava symptoms are factually the nebulous, shadow form of real spiritual emotions, hence are known as chaya or shadow. In this stage, the neophyte's bhakti is a little more distinct, but not firm. Rashabhasa or chayabhavabhasa appears particularly at this juncture. Chayaratayabhasa occurs as a result of scores of pious deeds. This may gradually lead the neophyte to higher realizations and greater fortunes. But by the catalyst of plentiful association and mercy of elevated Vaisnavas, the real and pristine form of bhava may easily appear out of this raw ingredient of chayaratai. Though this form of chayaratai is highly beneficial to the neophyte, any offenses to Vaisnavas will trigger off reversals that will painfully cause it to dwindle like the waning moon of the dark fortnight. What to say of chayabhava? Even pure bhava begins to wither if touched by the ravaging tentacles of Vaisnava offenses. Devotees must avoid close contact with confirmed and zealous salvationists, for it wilts their bhava, or sometimes it contaminates their consciousness and convinces them to arrogate as self-appointed God who must be worshipped. Such sinister motives become obvious in neophytes when they arrogantly dance or sing etc. in kirtana. The neophytes lack proper discrimination, hence they intimately interact with die-hard salvationists without caution. This causes calamitous effect on their devotional progress, hence they in particular must shun such non-devotees' company. In certain persons bhava symptoms suddenly appear even without that they were engaged in devotional service. From this it must be conjectured that these persons were in their previous life executing pure devotional service, but due to some impediments it could not mature and fully manifest. Presently those unknown impediments have been removed and its symptoms surface and cries talus. The reaction such displays evoke among the general public is that of wonder and amazement. This bhava is indeed Krishna prasadaja, or due to the causeless mercy of Krishna. In the case where genuine bhava is reposed in the devotee but certain faults and discrepancies in his character come to light, still no intemperance or intolerance should be shown toward him. Because the devotee with bhava is lifted by this transcendental phenomenon to sublime heights of spiritual success, evil deeds cannot be performed by such devotees. But if such follies are to be seen in him, then there are two ways to see them. By some providential arrangement this elevated devotee has committed a sinful act, but it is not a permanent slur in his character. Or, that the reactions of his previous sins are still lingering on even after the advent of bhava, they will very soon recede and cease. However, if any person insists on pinning the blame and calumny on such a devotee, he invites the wrath of namaparadha upon himself. Thus the Nrsimhaparama declares Bhagavati Ca Haravananyasita Bhaiter Samalano Pi Virajate Manishya Na Hi Se Sakalusakavakadasit Timiraparo Bhavadamupati Kandra. Just as the moon appears to have dark lines and patches but does not become shrouded in gloom because of them, similarly devotees who possess single-minded devotion to the Supreme Lord in spite of having faults and blemishes, meaning who have committed most abominable acts, keep on radiating because of their love for the Lord. This injunction must not mislead one into thinking that it is all right for devotees to become compulsive sinners. The fact is, the very desire for committing sin is expunged once the devotee becomes steadfast, nistha, in bhakti. Yet, as long as the body is there, accidents may happen and a devotee could commit sins inadvertently. As soon as that occurs, Bhakti Devi instantly incinerates to ashes his sins and cautions the devotee against repeating it. A devotee who continually commits sins has definitely not developed single-minded devotion to the Lord, because a sincere devotee can never perpetrate pernicious acts shamelessly relying on the absolving potency of Bhakti Devi. This is a grievous offense. The nature of bhava or rati is, that it gradually and constantly increases the desire to love in the devotee. Thus it is volatile due to a restlessness and it embodies intense bliss. Although it churns up the torrid Sankari bhava, still it remains more soothing and embalming than a million moons' rays. At this point in their discussion, Brajanatha and Bijoya were found profoundly pondering over the concepts of bhava-tattva. Babaji Maharaja also seemed to withdraw within himself. But the two aspirants were too excited and keen to prolong this unexpected lull, so, respectfully they broached their next question. Brajanatha said, Gurudeva, your instructions are so marvelous. They have opened in us the floodgates of immortal ambrosia of Prema and extinguished the flames of material entanglement in our hearts. We are like inebriated by this ambrosia and have lost our sense of direction. Alas! Gurudeva, fie on our Brahmana birth that has poisoned the heart with pride and arrogance. We do not possess a drop of humility, so how can we expect to attain bhava? Our singular hope is in you, dear Gurudeva. You are an eternal associate of the Supreme Lord. If you give us an iota of divine prema, then everything will be perfect for us. On the basis of our spiritual relationship, a new optimism is dawning within us. We are spirituali impecunious and reteched. You are an impressive bulwark amongst devotees and very compassionate, so kindly advise us on our real responsibilities. The feeling inside me is prompting me to turn my back on family and home and surrender myself at your feet so I can always serve you. Bijoya Kumara, patiently biding time and finding the opportune moment, interjected, Guruji, Brajanatha is young, his mother wishes him to enter household life but he is not prepared to do so. Kindly tell us what he should do. RB, you have received Krishna's blessings. So convert your household into Krishna's household and serve him. Let everyone follow Lord Chaitanya's advice. There are two devotee statutes in the world: householder and renunciant. A person must remain in the household status till he is ready to renounce it, and in this way serve Krishna as a householder devotee. Our dear Lord Chaitanya displayed his pastimes in the first 24 years as a householder, which stand as perfect example for a Vaisnava household. His pastimes in the latter 24s as a renunciant are ideals to be emulated by renunciants and aspiring sannyas. My recommendation is that you study the Lord's householder life and try sincerely to follow in his footsteps, at least for the present. You must not think that the highest level of Krishna Prema is beyond the reach of householder devotees. The majority of Mahaprabhu's close associates, who were direct recipients of his mercy, were householders. Even the renunciant Vaisnavas pray to be blessed with their hallowed foot dust. Bijoya and Brajanatha offered their obeisances to Babaji Maharaja and took leave. It was very late in the night. They joined the other Vaisnavas of Sri Vasangana and spent the rest of the night singing and chanting the Lord name. Early next morning they completed morning ablutions, bath, and attended the spiritual programs in the temple. At noon they honored Mahaprasadam with the Vaisnavas. Soon after they left and slowly made their way back toward home. At the Vilvapaskarani water tank they sat down. Uncle and nephew considered all the facts they heard from Babaji Maharaja and decided that both must take up household life and serve Krishna in that capacity. Bijoya Kumara conveyed this news to his sister, Brajanatha's mother, so she could right away make necessary arrangements for Brajanatha's marriage. Bijoya Kumara was going off for a few days to Modadruma, from where he was immediately sending his younger brother Harinatha to help her with the arrangements. Brajanatha's mother and grandmother were beside themselves in joy. They gifted Bijoya Kumara with a pile of clothes, as was the custom, and sent him off. Chapter 23 Preliminary discussions on the principle of chanting the holy name. The village of Vilvapaskarani is set in a picturesque surrounding, skirted in the north and west by the holy waters of Ganga. On the banks of the sparkling clear water pond in the village stands the equistic temple of Lord Shiva named Vilva Paksa. The bela trees bordering the pond kept the waters cool in summer with their shade. The little hamlet of Simulia is ensconced between Vilvapaskarani village on one side and Brahmanapaskarani on the other, at the periphery of Navadvipa town. Brajanatha's house was located on the northern side of the main road between Vilvapaskarani and Brahmanapaskarani. Bijoya Kumara bade farewell to his sister and headed for his home. After a short distance he suddenly made up his mind that without properly understanding the principles of chanting the holy name he will not return home. He went back to his sister's residence and announced he was extending his sojourn for a few days. That afternoon Bijoya Kumara and Brajanatha were relaxing in their courtyard on the Kandi, Mandapa. Two Vaisnavas of the Ramanuja Sampardaya, Ramanandi, with Sri Tilaka markings cracking their foreheads were suddenly at their door steps. They looked around and chose the inviting shelter of the jackfruit tree in front of the house to rest under. The sun had traversed the better part of the day and was preparing for a breathtaking exit. The two Vaisnavas quietly collected the strewn twigs and lit a small crackling fire. They sprinkled frankincense over the fire and inhaled its sweet, fresh fragrance. Brajanatha's mother found great pleasure in being hospitable. When she saw the Vaisnava pair, apparently hungry, she sent over food and grains to them. They gladly received them and immediately set about cooking. They prepared a simple meal of roti and vegetables. Offering in silence to the Lord, they then honored the prasadam. Brajanatha and Bijoya Kumara, attracted by their calm countenance and peaceful demeanor, went to meet them. Seeing the neatly applied tilakas in 12 places of their body and tulasi neck beads around their necks, the travelling Vaisnavas offered Bijoya and Brajanatha due respect and gestured at them to sit on the outspread blanket. In reply to Brajanatha's question, one of the Ramanandi Babajis said, "Respected Maharaja, we were on a pilgrimage to Ayodhya and have come to visit Navadvipa Dhamma, desiring to see the holy places of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes, Lila." Brajanatha said, "Yes, you are already here. For now, have a proper rest and then you must take darsana of Sri Yogapatha, the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya and Sivasa, Angana." The Sri Vaisnavas expressed great joy and chanted a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, 15/6, Yad Gatva Na Nivartan Tad Dhamma Paramam Mama. One who reaches it, the spiritual abode, never returns to this material world again. Today, we feel we are truly blessed having darsana of Sridhama Mayapura, the principal among all the holy places. They sat together and discussed the sacred text Artha, Pankaka. This is a small book of extremely esoteric treatises from the Ramanuja Sampradaya. It consists of 5 principles: Sva, Svarupa, Jiva's true identity; Para, Svarupa, the Supreme Being's identity; Upaya, Svarupa, the real means; Purasartha, Svarupa, the highest human goal; and Vrahai, Svarupa, the antithesis. They delved at length on the 3 prime truths of the Sri Sampradaya. At which point Bijoya Kumara inquired about the Sri Sampradaya's views on the principle of the holy name, Namatatva. Their answers were not satisfactory to Bijoya and Brajanatha. Brajanatha commented, "Uncle, have pondered upon this topic for some time and have concluded that for the Jiva, the shelter of the holy name is the most beneficial and auspicious. The Lord of our hearts, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Advent in this sacred land of Mayapuradhama for the sole purpose of propagating the pure name of Krishna. In fact, just yesterday Srila Gurudeva was reiterating this point that of all the different limbs of bhakti, chanting the holy name is eminently important. He urged us to properly realize Namatattva. Let us go right away, this evening, and understand from Gurudeva the esoteric aspects of chanting the holy names. More discussions followed. Bijoya and Brajanatha made sure their guests were taken care of and left for Srivasa, Angana as the first lamps were lit in the houses. They reached Srivasa, Angana when the evening Aradhika was in progress. After Aradhika the Vaisnavas, as usual, assembled on the courtyard platform under the Bakula tree. The Venerable Babaji Maharaja was sitting amongst them and chanting on his tulasi beads. Brajanatha and Bijoya Kumara prostrated themselves at his feet. He embraced them and inquired, "How is your progress in chanting and bhakti practice?" Bijoya Kumara replied with folded hands, "Benign Gurudeva, by your mercy everything is auspicious for us. We like to understand the profound significance of the holy name, if it pleases you." Babaji Maharaja's face immediately lit up with joy and he began to speak. There are two categories of the holy name, Mukhya, principal, and Ganya, secondary. From the time of the universe's creation, God's names which are associated with the material nature are Ganya, or secondary names, like, Srishtikarta, Creator, Jagat, Pala, Universal Preserver, Visvanayanta, Universal Administrator, Vayava, Palaka, Universal Maintainer, Paramatma, Super Soul, and so on. The nomenclature Brahman, though disassociated from material nature, is also a Ganya name. There are immense benefits from chanting God's secondary names, but they rarely bring forth transcendental results. The Supreme Lord's names associated with his supramundane spirit UAL abode are eternal and have nothing to do with the mundane plane. These names are absolute and spiritual. They are known as Mukhya or principal names, Narayana, Vasudeva, Janardana, our Siksa, Hari, A.C. Uttha, Govinda, Gopala, Rama, and so on. The principal names are of the spiritual sky and are non-different from the Supreme Lord, himself. The most fortunate souls in this universe attract the attention of the holy, Mukhya, names of God with the purity of their bhakti, and the name prances on their tongue in pristine glory. The holy names have no connection with this phenomenal platform. By nature, the holy name is endowed with the Supreme Lord's full transcendental potency. It, the name, descends to this illusory sphere of Maya to annihilate it. The holy name is the Kindi Dionid soul's only friend and well-wisher. Thus Pranaradiya Purana declares, Harar namava 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 mama jivanam kalau nastayava 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 gatiranyatha. BRN.P38/123, the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, is my life and soul. Hari's name is my life and soul, my life and soul. In Kali Yuga, there is no effective method for attaining perfection other than the chanting of the holy name, no other way, no other way. The Garuda Purana states, Avasnapi yanamna kirtait sarvapatakai puman vimusayat sadhya simhatrastra mrgaiva. GAPU 1/232/12, the ominous roar of a lion sends the deer scampering helter-skelter for dear life. Similarly, the holy name of God when chanted once, even unwittingly, disperses and extirpates instantaneously all sins. The Skanda Purana Adeo Vyadeo Yajya Smaranenama, Kirtanattadeva Vilayam Yantai Tamanantam Namamayaham. Bow down in prayer before the eternal Supreme Lord Anantad Va. Simply by chanting and remembering his hallowed name all mental and physical ailments are instantly cured. The Brahmanda Purana Mahapataka Yudapai Kirtayananasam Haram Sudhantakarano Bhutvajade Panktipavana. When even the most electricious person engages in continuous chanting of the holy name of the Lord, his deepest core is cleansed and soon ranks among the best of the twice-born Brahma Nas the Brad, Vina Purana Sarvaragopasamam Sarvopadravanasanam Santidam Sarvaristanam Harar Namanu Kirtanam. Constant chanting of the holy name is extremely beneficial and auspicious because it destroys all diseases, distresses and impediments. The Branaradiya Purana Hare Kesava Govinda Vasudeva Jaganmaya Itirayanti Yanityam Na Hitan Vadhate Kala. Those persons who always glorify the names of God, Kesava, Govinda, Vasudeva, and so on, are protected from the ill influence of Kali Yuga. The Enrasimatapanayatha Harar Nama Kirtayanti Sma Naraka Tatha Tatha Hara Bhaktivedanta Divam Yeo. In whatever hellish planets the condemned sinners are situated, simply by chanting the Lord's name they attain bhakti and proceed to the transcendental abode of the Lord. The Srimad Bhagavatam Yanamathyam Ri Yamana Achara Patan Skalan Va Vivasogran Puman Vimata, Karmargala Uttamam Gatam Prapnoti Yaksianti Na Tam Kalau Jana. SB December 3, 44, the Lord's holy name is glorious. Chanted in any condition, almost dead, deathly sick, slipping, falling or in an unconscious state, the holy name releases the chanter person from the bondage of karmic reactions and promotes him to the highest level of human achievement. The real pity is, the aberrated people in Kali Yuga refuse to execute this devotional activity. The Skanda Purana Ma Rco Maya Justata Ma Samapatha Kinkana Govindeti Harar, Namagyam Gayas Vanityaza. O respected sage! It is unnecessary to study at length Rg, Sama, Yagur or any of the Vedas. The prime necessity, however, is to chant the holy names of God, Govinda, and so on. Just apply yourself constantly to this activity. The Vamana Purana Tirtha, Koti Sahasrani Tirtha, Kod Satani Satani Sarvanyabhapnoti Vinur, Namani Kirtanat. The spiritual result accrued from millions of holy pilgrimages to sacred places is easily obtained in full, simply by chanting the holy names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Skanda Purana Gokoti Dinam Grahana Kagajya Prayaga, Gangodaka, Kalpavasaya Janaodam Marusuvarna, Dinam Govinda, Kirtar Na Samam Sadam Sai. Admirable religious activities like giving 10 million cows in charity on the occasion of solar or lunar eclipses, living in holy places on the banks of the Ganga or in Prayaga for as long as 4 yugas, conducting countless sacrifices and donating gold in quantities exceeding the weight of Mount Meru, are equivalent to a mere fraction of the result which is obtained by chanting the Lord's name, Govinda, and so on. The Skanda Purana Eta Sadvargaharanam Rapunigrahanam Paramadhyatma, Malamadhati Vinur, Namanu Kirtanam. The constant chanting of the Supreme Lord, Vinu's holy name is the only means to halt the cycle of birth, death etc., the 6-fold miseries of material existence, and is the destroyer of the 6 enemies like lust, greed, anger etc. The Ensami is the fountainhead of all spiritual knowledge. The Skanda Purana Dana, Vreda, Tapas, Tirtha, Kstradanenka Yastita Saktiya Deva Mahatam Sarva, Papa, Hara Subharajaswayasvamthanam Jainanasidhyatma, Vastuna Agrasaya Harina Sarvasthapatas Vijanamesu. The demigods have the power to destroy sins and shower boons and benedictions. Pious activities like charity, penance, vows, pilgrimage, Rajaswaya and Asvamedha sacrifices, transcendental knowledge and so on, possess wondrous powers. The Supreme Lord Hari has collected together all these powers and infused them into his holy names. The Bhagavad Gita Stain our Siksatava Prakirtya Jagat Prarsayati Anurajyate Ca. BG 11/30. O our Siksa, Krishna, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name and thus everyone becomes attached to you. The Bran, Naradiya Purana Narayana Jagannatha Vasudeva Janardana Itirayanti Yanityam Te Vi Sarvatra Vandita. Those fortunate souls who utter these sacred names of Goth Narayana, Jagannatha, Vasudeva, Janardana, and so on, are worthy of being worshipped in the entire universe. The Padma Purana Ananyagateo Martya Bhagino Pai Parantapa Jainana Varajya, Rahita Brahmakaryati Varjita Sarvadharmajita Vinur, Nama, Matraka, Jalpaka Sukana Yamgatam Yantai Na Tam Sarpai Dharmaka. Gross materialists who are Sybarites, epicures, men of voylance, bereft of wisdom and renunciation, promiscuous libertines, disobedient of all religious rules and etiquette, have but one hope of being saved. By chanting the Supreme Lord Vishnu's holy name they are not only saved but obtain spiritual merits beyond the reach of all the religious and pious souls. The Vinu, Dharmatara na dasani yamastasman na kala, Nyamastatha nakistadani sethosti sri, haranamni lubthik. Those elevated souls who are greedy for chanting the holy name have not subject to any restrictions in chanting regarding time, place, circumstances, or contamination etc. The Varaha Purana Narayana, A.C. Uttha, Ananta, Vasudevati yo Narasadatam Kirtide, Bhavayati Malayatam Sahai. The Supreme Lord said, those great souls who engage in incessant chanting of the holy names of Narayana, Asita, Ananta, Vasudeva, and so on, are eternally linked with me in pure devotion. The Garuda Purana Kim Karajyati Sankhayina Ki Yogar Narana Yakamuddamichasi Rajendra Kuru Govinda, Kurt Anam. O most powerful of kings! If you desire muddy, or liberation, to obtain your original spiritual identity, then simply engross yourself in chanting the holy name of Govinda. O chief among men! What is the use then of acquiring Sankhya knowledge or practicing yoga? The Nandi Purana Sarvatra Sarvakalsu Yepai Kurvanti Patakam Nama, Samkirtanam, Kritva Yantai Visno Parampadam. Even a person who is mired in the morass of heinous sins can acquire by continuously chanting the holy name the highest possible destination, shelter at the lotus, feet of Lord Vishnu. The Bran, Naradiya Purana Nama, Samkirtanam Visno Kasatrite Perpiditata Sukarati Sadatam Viprastasia Prato Hyadoksaja. Dear Brahmanas! Any person who continues to chant the Supreme Lord Vishnu's holy name in spite of being assailed by hunger, thirst, and other distresses is successful in securing the Supreme Lord's pleasure and affection. The Mahabharata Namedet Pravritam Mihirdayanapasarpati Yad, Govindeti Kukrasa Krishna Mam Duravasanam. Draupadi, has called out my name Hey Govinda. Feeling separation from he who am far away, am for this reason extremely indebted to her. This debt has multiplied to such an extent that one am unable to forget it even today. The Skanda Purana and the Padma Purana Idamiva Hi Mangalyamidadivadhanarjanam Jivatasya Phalankatad, Yad, Damodara, Kurt Anam. The chanting of the Lord's holy name, Damodara, is the real benediction, the only eternal treasure and the acme of human success. The Vaisnava, Sintamani Agakit, Smaranam Vinur, Vavayasina Sadhyat Astha, Spandana, Matrina Kurt Anam Tu Tato Varam. Lt is true that by remembering, Smarana, Lord Vishnu's all, auspicious name Jiva sins are eradicated, but after some delay. Whereas, when the name is audibly articulated with lip movements, Astha, Spandana, the same is achieved much faster and more effectively. The Vinu, Rahajya Yadabhyarsiya Haram Bhaktiyakrte Kratasatarapi Phalam Prapnotyavakalam Kalau Govinda, Kurt Anam. The spiritual benefit a person accrues by devoutly worshipping the Supreme Lord's deity form and performing thousands of sacrifices in Satya Yuga, is easily acquired by simply chanting the holy name of Govinda in Kali Yuga. The Srimad Bhagavatam Krte Yad, Deyato Visnam Tritayam Yajato Makade Vapare Parikaryayam Kalau Tadhari, Kurt Anat. Sb December 3, 52. The supreme goal of human life was achieved in Satya Yuga through meditation of Lord Vishnu, in Tritaya Yuga through performances of elaborate sacrifices, in Dvapara Yuga through dedicated temple worship, and in Kali Yuga, the very same is attained through chanting the holy names of the Supreme Lord. Bijoya, just, stop a moment to consider, even Namabhasa, or the semblance of chanting purely, is superior to all varieties of pious activities. Satkarma, or pious works, are primarily the means only, after it offers results it is depleted and becomes obsolete. Satkarma in any circumstance and form is entirely materialistic. Whereas chanting is 100% transcendental and spiritual activity. Thus the holy name is simultaneously the most efficacious means for self-realization, and at the time of rewarding spiritual benefits, it transforms itself to be the very goal it strives to achieve. Another vital point to note is all the different limbs of bhakti are anchored in chanting the holy name. Vijaya Gurudeva, I believe in the truth that the holy name is transcendental. But if one am to indubitably accept that the infallible names of God is in fact transcendental, then must first understand how it is so. Therefore am very keen to learn about it from you. RB The scriptures say Nama Sintamana Krishnas Caitanya, Rasa, Vigraha Purna Sudonitya, Mudobinat Vanama, Namana, Padmapi, the holy name of Krishna is transcendentally blissful. It bestow all spiritual benedictions, for it is Krishna himself, the reservoir of all pleasure. Krishna's name is complete, and it is the embodiment of all transcendental humors. It is not a material name under any condition and is no less powerful than Krishna himself. Since Krishna's name is not contaminated by the material qualities, there is no question of any involvement with Maya. Krishna's name is always liberated and spiritual, it is never bound by the laws of material nature. This is because Krishna's name and Krishna are identical. Vijaya. How can the sound vibration of Krishna's name be any different from mundane sounds, meaning how can it be mundane? RB, the holy name is not a product of this material universe. The eternal spiritual spark Jiva, when placed in the transcendental realm in his original spiritual form, is eligible to pronounce the pure name of Krishna. Though now in his present condition of Maya's enslavement and with his gross senses, Jiva is unqualified to utter the pure name. But by the unconditioned mercy of Ladani, Sakti, Radharani, and when Jiva's spiritual identity begins to assert itself, the holy name automatically manifests. On this fertile field of purified consciousness the pure name, Sutta, Nama, of Krishna, out of its infinite compass Zion, incarnates and dances on the devotionally enriched tongue of the devotee. The holy name does not possess a mundane form in the shape of letters or words, but possesses a Saksidananda form. Only when it gambols on the tongue of the devotee it appears as syllables. This is the mystery which surrounds the holy name. Vijaya among the principal, Mukhya, names, which is the sweetest? RB the Sada, Nama, Statra says Vinur, Ekaikam Namapai Sarva, Vedat Hikam Matam Tadraka, Nama, Sahasrina Rama, Nama, Samam Samritam. One name of Lord Vinu is superior to all the Vedic mantras, and one name of Lord Rama is more potent than 1,000 names of Lord Vinu. Then the Brahmanda Purana states Sahasra, Namnam Punyanam Tri Ravartya Tu Yat Phalamakavartya Tu Krishnasya Namakam Tat Prayakati. 8,000 transcendental names of Vinu when chanted 3 times is equivalent to one name of Krishna. Vijaya. What is the process of chanting the holy name? RB a devotee must chant the holy name on a set of tulasi, beads, or when not available, keep count on his fingers. In any case, he must chant continuously without committing offenses, nama, aparadha. The final benediction of chanting purely is Krishna, prema, hence he will soon attain it. The significance of chanting on the beads or counting on fingers for a fixed number of times is to observe whether one's chanting is increasing or not. Tulasidvai is very dear to the Supreme Lord, hence chanting the Lord's name in contact with her, in the form of beads, enhances one's feeling and attachment for the holy name. While chanting, always remember that Krishna and his name are identical. Vijaya Gurudeva, there are 9 limbs of bhakti practices which are further divided into 64 types. Chanting the holy name is one among them. If we are to chant incessantly, where is the time to execute any of the other limbs? RB this does not present a dichotomy. The 64 divisions are included in the 9 bhakti limbs. These 9 organs can be executed in any form, through deity worship in the temple or chanting in solitude, in elevated association. To chant, hear, remember etc. sitting in the front of the deities, is in fact, all in the category of chanting the holy name, nama, sadhana. When one is unable to be in the presence of the deities, then by recollecting the deity's form he must chant, hear etc. the holy name, and in this way execute all the 9 bhakti organs. Those who are fortunate by the Lord's blessings, and have developed taste for chanting constantly, are simultaneously engaged in all the 9 branches of bhakti. Chanting the Lord's name is the most potent of all the 9 limbs. Therefore, when the devotee chants in full ecstasy and none of the other limbs are visible, it is not lacking in anything. Bhjoya. What is the method for chanting incessantly? RB. To constantly chant means to engage whole time in chanting, even while eating, walking, bathing and going through the motions of other physical activities in daily life, except during sleep. There are no restrictions or rules for chanting, no considerations of time, place, or circumstances. Bhjoya. Alas Gurudeva, we dare not call ourselves Vaisnavas, until we receive your blessings, which will then provide us strength to chant continuously. RB. Just recall everything I have said regarding the different categories of Vaisnavas. Our dearest Lord of the Heart, Caitanya Mahaprabhu had said to Satyarajakan that anyone who utters Krishna's name just once, is a Vaisnava. A devotee who constantly chants Krishna's name is Vaisnavatava, an advanced Vaisnava, and that elevated Vaisnava who upon being seen inspires others to chant Krishna's name, is Vaisnavattama, the best of the Vaisnavas. Therefore, since you are chanting Krishna's name with sincere faith, even if it is sometimes, you are a Vaisnava. Bhjoya kindly tells us all about the pure name of Krishna. RB. When Shraddha, or faith, fully matures into single-minded devotion, Ananya, Bhakti, only then is Krishna's name properly chanted. Any level of chanting lower than this, is either namabhasa, semblance of the name, or at best nama, aparadha, offensive chanting. Bhjoya. Gurudeva, should Harinama be considered as sadhya, the ultimate goal, or as sadhana, the process? RB. When Harinama is chanted on the stage of sadhana, bhakti, it is considered as sadhana. And when Harinama is chanted with bhava-bhakti and prema bhakti, it is indeed sadhya, vastu, or the supreme objective. The pure name of Krishna manifests in degrees commensurate to the chanter's level of devotion. Bhjoya. Are there any distinctions between the holy name of Krishna and Lord Krishna himself? RB. The answer is in the absolute negative, no differences. However, there is one unique, even mystical feature about this. Harinama is more merciful than Krishna, Svarupa. Offenses committed against Krishna Svarupa are never forgiven by Krishna, but offenses against the Svarupa as well as against the holy name, are both very kindly absolved by Krishna, Nama. So you must learn by heart and understand the 10 offenses to the holy name, Nama, Aparadha, and meticulously avoid them. Because, in order to chant the holy name purely, you have to get rid of Nama, Aparadha. Remind me tomorrow to discuss Nama, Aparadha. Bhjoya. Kumara and Brajanatha fell at their spiritual master's feet begging permission to leave. They smeared his feet dust on the heads and left. Slowly as they walked back home, they thought deeply about the glories of the holy name and its spiritual identity. Chapter 24. Deliberations on the offenses against the holy name Nama or Aparadha. That night Bhjoya Kumara and Brajanatha chanted Harinama 50,000 times on their tulasi beads with pure faith on. Next morning they felt greatly exhilarated that by the mercy of Krishna they were able to chant purely. They exchanged notes and personal experiences on chanting. Their day was quickly devoured by a melange of activities beginning with a dip in the Ganga, deity worship, chanting Harinama, studying the Dasamula philosophy, discussing Srimad Bhagavatam, serving the Vaisnavas, honoring Krishna Prasadam, and so on. Come evening, they went to the Srivasangana in Mayapura. They entered the Bhajana Kutira of Babaji Maharaja and prostrated themselves before him. Babaji Maharaja bade them to be seated. They eagerly inquired from Babaji Maharaja about the Nama Aparadha. Babaji Maharaja spoke softly with his usual air of composed joy. He said just as chanting the holy name is the highest devotional principle, similarly its antipode is Nama Aparadha, more grievous than all the other inful activities and offenses. The Padma Purana, in describing the holy name, states, Nama Paradhayatanam Namanyeva Harantyagam /Avasrantaprayuktani Tanyavarthakarani ca. Padma P. Svargakhanda 48-49, the holy name alone can exonerate the sins and offenses of an offender to the holy name. The incessant chanting of Harinama is the only way to achieve prayahana, prime necessity, which is prema or love of Godhead. Take heed of the fact that the method for counteracting offenses is an onerous one. Therefore intelligent persons will carefully circumvent committing namaparadha. Pinpoint the source of namaparada and destroy it, then the pure name will begin to manifest. For example, a devotee while chanting is moved to tears and horripilation, ashra puleka, but an undercurrent of namaparadha disqualifies him from chanting pure name, sadhanama. Hence the practitioner, sadhaka, must be awake and can't ease about this danger. Bijoya, Srila Gurudeva. What are the symptoms of sadhanama? RB, chanting, which is without a trace of namaparadha is sadhanama. Perfect or imperfect pronunciations of the name is not the criterion. Heed this injunction from Padma Purana, Namakam Yajya Vachi Smarana Pathagatam Sritramalam Gatam Va Sudam Va Sudavarnam Vyavahidarahitam Tarayati Visityam Tax Dehadravinajanadalab Hapasanamad Hi Nixiptam Syanafalajanikam Sirami Vatra Vipra. P.P.Svarga.kh.48/90-91. O learned Brahmana, if any person even once chants, hears, or remembers the holy name Harinama will positively liberate him from material existence. There are no material considerations regarding the holy name, whether it is etymologically pure or whether not, or the pronunciation is right or wrong, and so on. The truth is, that if the all-powerful holy name is chanted with material attachments for one's body, wealth, family, and following, with greed, for distinction, adoration, and position labha puja pradistha, etc., then the desired result of chanting is preempted. J. The detriments to chanting the holy name are of two kinds, exiguous, samanya, and enormous. Chanting with exiguous detriments is called namabhasa or semblance of the pure name, where the results are delayed. Where the detriments are enormous, chanting is impure, hence vitiated by namaparadha. In this case only constant and intensive chanting for a protracted period can demolish the enormous detriments. Bijoya, it is now clear to me that for the sadhaka, an in-depth understanding of the principles of namaparadha is exigent. Kindly reiterate the namaparadhas. RB, there are 10 namaparadhas lucidly enumerated in the Padma Purana. 1. Sadam Nindanam na Paramaparadham Vitanud Yadakyadam Jadam Kathamusahe Tadvigarham. 2. Sivajya Srivas Norya Iha Gunanamadi Sakalam Diabinam Pasyat Sa Kaluharanama Hitakara. 3. Guru Ravahana. 4. Sruti Sastranindam. 5. Tatha Arthaveda. 6. Harinamna Kalpanam. 7. Namno Valid Yajya Hi Papabudherna Vidyatajya Yamari Sudhai. 8. Dharma Vradatyaga Hudadai Sarve Subhakraya Samayamapai Prameda. 0. Ashradadhain Vimukpi Ashranvadi Yaskopadasa Sivanamaparadha. 10. Srutpai Namamahatmaya Pritira Hito Nara Aham Mamadai Paramo Namai Sopi Uparadhakrite. 1. To blaspheme the sadhus, saintly devotees of the Lord, is a very grievous offense. The saintly devotees are attached to chanting Harinama and propagating its glories all over the universe. So how will the holy name tolerate any offenses against such sadhus? 2. It is an offense to consider the most auspicious name beauty qualities, pastimes of the Supreme Lord Vinu, as mundane and disassociated, or different from him. It is also offensive to equate demigods like Lord Shiva with the Supreme Godhead Vinu, or think that they are independent of Lord Vinu's control. 3. A person must never harbor the misconception that the Guru who is realized in the glories of the holy name is an ordinary mortal. 5. To think that the glories of the holy name are imaginary or exaggerated. 6. To think that the names of the Supreme Lord are all fictitious. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures and its corollaries. 7. Those who commit sins on the strength of the holy name are the most egregious offenders. No amount of prayasiddha yoga or meditation can absolve their offenses. 8. Religious vows, penances, renunciation, Homas sacrifices are indeed pious activities. But they are mundane activities, hence it is an offense to compare them to the transcendental activity of chanting the supramundane names of God. 9. To instruct a faithless person on the glories of the holy name is an offense. 10. Those persons who even after repeatedly hearing about the wonderful and transcendental qualities of the holy name still maintain material attachments, thinking in terms of me and mine, are gross offenders to the holy name. Bijoya, Gurudeva, kindly expatiate on individual nama aparadhas. RB, let us begin with the first offense. Those saintly devotees who have surrendered exclusively to the holy name have foregone every material aspirations like fruitive works, religiosity, empirical research, jnana, yoga etc. Hence to criticize them is a deleterious offense. Harinama cannot tolerate any blasphemy against them because they are engaged in disseminating the transcendental teachings about the glories of the holy name. Therefore a devotee must desist from being critical about these sadhus who are the guardians of the holy name and recognize their elevate status. Join them in the Sankirtana movement of congregational chanting of the holy name and instantaneously attract the mercy of Harinama. Bijoya, Gurudeva. Have understood the significance of the first name Aparadha. RB, there are two different explantations of the second name Aparadha. Intellectual hair-splitting of the significance of Lord Sadasivas, the foremost amongst the demigods, and Lord Vinu's names, qualities etc., and considering them to be independent of each other, and that each of them are separate even competing supreme controllers, Isvara, is an offense. This tantamounts to polytheism, which concomitantly hinders the growth of unalloyed devotion to the Supreme Lord. Thus, one must chant the name with the realization that Lord Krishna is the supreme controller of all the demigods including Sadasiva, who receive all their powers from him, Krishna, and are certainly not independent of his control. The other explanation is, the holy name is Sivasya or auspicious. Hence, to see the Lord's name form qualities, pastimes, and so on as separate from the eternally perfected Supreme Personality, is a heinous offense. Lord Krishna's name, form etc., and the Lord himself, are all 100% spiritual, transcendental, and identical. Anyone who does not comprehend this esoteric science suffers gross misconception. Bijoya, LT was not difficult for us to grasp the first two offenses since you had earlier discussed about the transcendental personality of Krishna and the simultaneous oneness and difference of his name, form etc. with his energies. Kindly tell us about the third offense which involves Guru Tattva. RB, the teacher who delineates the highest and the most esoteric principles of Harinama is the true Nama Guru or the spiritual master who initiates the disciple into the chanting of the holy name. It is imperative for the disciple to develop unflinching faith in the Nama Guru. So if a person, due to misinterpretation of the truth, considers that the Nama Guru is conversant with scriptures dealing only with the holy name and so is not as knowledgeable as one who is well versed in the Vedanta philosophy, commits a serious offense against the holy name. The truth is, that the Guru who is realized in the science of the holy name is the best of all the spiritual preceptors, hence he must never be slighted. In the Sruti Sastra, whenever there is probing of the profound spiritual topics, the holy name is accorded the highest pedestal. This quote from the RG Vedas cited in the Harabhakti Vilasa is self-explanatory. HBA.11/274-276 Om Asya Janantonam Sidvivictan Mahastvino Sumadam Bajamahi Om Tatsat Om Padam Devasya Namasavayanta Sravajyavas Rava Apan Namrtam Namani Siddhat Hiryajani Badrayant Rana Yanta Samdrastu Om Tamastodara Pervamyathavadarasia Garvabham Janasapi Partanasya Janantonama Sidvivictan Mahastvino Sumadam Bajamahi. RG. Veda 1 Mandala 159/3. O Supreme Lord Vinu, your sacred name is absolutely cognizant and all-illuminating because the entire Vedic scriptures have emanated from it. Your holy name is the spring of supreme bliss, the embodiment of Brahman, readily available and full of transcendental knowledge. We cogitate upon the purport of the holy name and discuss it among us, and we chant your name continuously. In this way we worship you. O Lord Vinu, ever since our faith in you has become steadfast, Our desire to gain your direct audience has led us to offer incessant praise at your lotus feet, since they are the sublime purifying agents of the devotees' hearts and the repository of relishable transcendental pastimes. We are all the time hearing your unsurpassable qualities being glorified, and we praise them amongst ourselves. In this way we have taken shelter of your omnipotent and all-purifying name. O sages, know with certitude that the original, primeval Supreme Lord Krishna is that very personality you seek. Worship him with this realization, for he is the ultimate goal in the Vedas, the absolute essence. He is the embodiment of eternity, absolute knowledge, and bliss. The purpose of human life is to know him, to describe his and his incarnation's wonderful acts. We wish to eulogize you and worship you according to our spiritual emotions and taste. This way we wish to crown our lives with paramount success and continue to chant your holy name, which is dynamic, variegated, and omnipotent. It is the most relishable activity, and we experience the greatest pleasure doing it. Thus we find the Vedas and Upanishads praising the holy name and its incomparable potencies, hence it is an offense to castigate such Shruti scriptures. It is a matter of immense misfortune that persons give more weight to other instructions from different Shrutis but neglect those Shrutis which establish the superiority of the holy name and of chanting as the most essential spiritual activity. This is very offensive, and because of it they fail to inspire in themselves proper faith and attachment for the holy name. You must comprehend that these Shrutis and their teachings are the essence of Vedic knowledge. Only then can you sincerely chant Hari Nama. Bijoya, Gurudeva, your words are cascades of ambrosia. Kindly proceed to the fifth offense. RB, to think that the qualities of the name described in the scriptures are either imaginary or exaggerated is a serious nama aparadha. This line of thinking is condemned in the scriptures, as in Jaimini Samhita, Sruti Samriti Parain Sunama Mahatmaya Vasai Suyirtheveda iti Bruienitisam Narayakesaya. Those persons who disrespect the Srutis, Samritis, and Puranas which glorify the holy name, claiming them to be mere exaggerations, are hurled down to the hellish planet known as Aksaya. The Supreme Lord instructs Bodhayana in the Brahma Samhita. Yanamakir Tanaphalam Vividham Nisamaya Na Sratad Hatai Manudya Dutarthevedamyol Manasastamihadukka K Sipamai Samsaraguru Vivid Hartina Pitatangam. That person who, even after hearing about the wondrous results of chanting the holy name, refuses to develop sincere faith in the holy name, and on the contrary expostulates that they are inflated panegyrics, is hurled by me into the deep gloom of material nescience after excruciating sufferings. The scriptures have unanimously declared that the Lord's holy name is invested with the Lord's full potency. It is absolutely spiritual, hence the Nama possesses the power to dissolve this entire cosmic creation at will. According to the Visnudharma, Krishniti Mangalam Nama Yajyavachi Pravartate Basmai Bhavanti Rajendra Mahapataka Kotaya. O most powerful king! Those who utter Krishna and other munificent names of the Supreme Lord, destroy millions of reprehensibly sins. The Branaridya, Nanyad Pajyami Yantyunam Vihaya Hari Kirtanam Sarvapapa Prasamanam Prayasiddham Dvijatama. O learned Brahmana! Those who give up chanting the Lord's sacred name that extirpates all sins are seen by me as no better than animals. The Bradvina Purana, Namnosyajavati Sakti Papa Nirarain Hari Tavat Kardam Na Saknoti Patakam Pataki Jana. The holy name possesses such incredible powers for purifying sin that even the most sinful person cannot commit more sins than it can purify. The scriptural quotes reflect only partially the uniqueness of the holy name. The fruitive workers, karmi, and empirical philosophers, Jainani, greedy for pecuniary profits and for protection of their prestige positions, deceive people by saying that these scriptural statements are fictitious and grandiose. They say that such praises are piled upon the Hari Nama because this will motivate people to chant. In reality they are nothing more than turgid lies. How will such offenders cultivate taste in chanting Hari Nama? Therefore, chanting the holy name must be strengthened by faith in the scriptural injunctions. Company of offenders to Hari Nama must be scrupulously avoided. Mahaprabhu has advised that if a devotee even accidentally meets such an offender, he must use himself with a full bath, with his clothes on. Bijoya, Gurudeva. It appears that for a grastha it is a hard struggle to chant the pure name. He is mostly surrounded by non-devotees and offenders. As Brahmana Panditas, it is difficult for us to find saintly association. O merciful Master, if you bless us, then we can find the strength to denounce bad, atheistic association. The more we hear from you, greater is our desire for more. Or, the sixth nama aparaka is, to consider the names of God as imaginary, fictitious not real. The Mayavadi thinkers and the gross materialists conclude that Brahman, the absolute truth, is impersonal, formless and nameless. Names like Ramakrishna, and so on, given to Brahman are fabricated by the sages only to accomplish a specific purpose. Once that is achieved, the names are no longer necessary. This is the opinion of demoniac offenders to Hari Nama. The holy name of the Lord is eternal and transcendental. It descends from the supramundane plane and appears on the spiritualist senses of a chanter purified by devotional service. Devotees must receive proper instructions from the scriptures and their spiritual masters about the absolute divinity of the holy name and then chant sincerely. Otherwise they will be disinherited from Harinamikripa or mercy from the holy name. Bijoya, Srila Babaji, prior to finding the safe sanctuary of your lotus feet we were contaminated by the bad associations of materialistic men and shrewd, sophisticated rhetoricians. By your kind blessings all that is history. What is the seventh name Aparadha? RB, another heinous name Aparadha is to commit sinful acts on the strength of Hari Nama. Such sins cannot be absolved by the yogic process of Yama etc., nor by Prayasiddha and so on. They can be extirpated by Hari Nama alone, because they fall within the purview of Nama Aparadhas. Bijoya, Gurudeva, if every kind of sin is destroyed by Hari Nama, then how is it possible for one who chants the holy name to perpetrate offences against the Hari Nama? RB, my son, the day Jiva takes shelter of the pure name, Sudnama, one utterance of degree Krishna is enough to exterminate all sins, both Parabdha and Aparabdha. Jiva's chanting thereafter reaps prema or love of Godhead. Thus, one who chants the pure name is not only not prone to sinful ways, but is even repelled at the very thought of performing pious deeds. What to speak of papa and punya, sins and piety, he is least attracted to muddy. Where is then the question of his committing sin? As far as the sadhaka's chanting is concerned, his chanting is still on the level of namabhasa and not pure name, because aparadha residues faintly linger in his consciousness. Namabhasa chanting also eradicates all previous sinful reactions and evokes abhorrence for committing further sins. Whatever latest sinful reactions are left over and are due to soon mature into fruition, are gradually dissolved by namabhasa chanting, including those rare ones which may suddenly surface. But if the devotee tries to exploit the sin-eradicating potential of Hari Nama to continue to sin, premeditated, or out of sheer nonchalance, thinking that chanting will certainly vindicate him from his sins, then his sins escalate to transform into Namaparadha. To understand the eighth name Aparadha, you must discriminate between pious activities and devotional service. Satkarma, pious acts, comprises of religiosity, meaning following the varnashrama system, giving charity, observing religious vows, performing philanthropic works, renouncing everything, including the fruits of labor, conducting religious sacrifices, practicing mystic yoga, etc. Besides these, every other religious and pious deeds, prescribed in the scriptures, are within the purview of mundane religious works, hence are not spiritual. Whereas chanting the Lord's holy name is a supramundane, purely spiritual activity. These pious activities are only the means, upaya, they hold the illusory promise of hitherto never experienced the bliss begotten from achieving the ultimate spiritual goal. However, that is not possible since they are just the means. With chanting it is different. On the stage of sadhana bhakti, practicing, Hari Nama is indeed the dynamic means right from the start, which at the time of giving results is transformed into the very goal it sought after, in practice period. Therefore, Hari Nama must not be considered to be at par with any other activities pious, religious, or otherwise. Those who do not concur to this view are offenders to Hari Nama. Again, those who solicit from Hari Nama the same exiguous results rewarded by pious acts also commit offences against the holy name. because this tantamounts to equating altruistic performances with chanting the holy name. You must clearly comprehend these distinctions between mundane and spiritual acts, and their individual separate results. Abhidhaya Jnana, or the knowledge of the most efficacious path and direct to realizing absolute truth, is knowing that Harinama is transcendental and that the path of Sat Karma, the giver of insignificant results, cannot help one reach the absolute goal. Bijoya, Gurudeva feel very elated. 1 am convinced that nothing is superior to Harinama. Kindly tell us about the 9th name Aparada and quench our thirst for knowledge. RB, of all the instructions espoused in the entire Vedic scripture, chanting Harinama is the foremost. Only those persons who have cultivated firm faith in unalloyed devotion, Ananya Bhakti, are eligible candidates for chanting the holy name. Faithless persons are averse to spiritual activities and to hearing the Lord's name, hence to instruct such irreverential people about the holy name is an offense. It is enjoined, to say, to the public, that Harinama is the most beneficial and that chanting will bring all-round benediction. But confidential knowledge about Harinama and chanting should be disclosed only to the worthy and faithful. When you become a realized and advanced devotee, you will acquire the potency to empower others to take up devotional service. First, you will have to instill faith in Harinama, in the spiritually inclined persons, and then initiate them into the process of chanting the holy name. So long you remain a Madhyama Adhikari Bhakta or intermediate devotee, you must avoid camaraderie, faithless, gross materialistic and atheistic persons. Bijoya, Gurudeva, there are many persons who initiate unfit persons into Harinama for material gains and personal fame. How should we see them? RB, they are Nama Aparatis or offenders against Harinama. Bijoya, this is the 10th Nama Aparadha, kindly tell us more about it. RB, certain type of men are inebriated with false ego, imagining they are the monarchs of everything they survey and treat people around them as their serfs. On rare moments, they are gripped with the mood of renunciation and a curiosity for the unknown. They approach learned men and hear about the glories of the holy name, but they do not receive this knowledge with proper faith and devotion. They are Nama Aparatis. Thus this verse from Sri Siksastaka enjoins, Namname Kari Bahudan Nijasarvasaktistatrarpatanayamita Smarana Ne Kala A Tadrasatava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapai Durdeva Midrasamiha Yani Nanu Raga, Sri Siksastaka 2, My Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, in your holy name there is all good fortune for the living entity, and therefore you have many names such as Krishna and Govinda by which you expand yourself. You have invested all your potencies in those names, and there are no hard and fast rules for remembering them. My dear Lord, although you bestow such mercy upon the fallen, conditioned souls by liberally teaching your holy names, I am so unfortunate that I commit offenses while chanting the holy name and therefore do not achieve attachment for chanting. So my son, these are the 10 Nama Aparadhas, avoid committing these offenses. Very soon the holy name will shower you with the benediction that will elevate you to the platform of pure devotion, to become Uttama Adhikari. Bijoya, Gurudeva find that the Mayavadis, Karmas, Yogis etc. are all offenders to the holy name. Anyhow, is it correct of the pure devotees to participate in the congregational chanting of the name? RB, in an assembly of chanters comprising of a majority of Nama Aparatis, Vaisnavas are advised not to join in. But in a Kirtana group consisting mainly of pure devotees and devotees on the platform of Namabhasa there is good reason to participate. It will bring great satisfaction. It is late, we'll stop now, but tomorrow you must hear about Namabhasa in detail. Bijoya and Brajanatha felt stirrings of ecstasy thinking about Harinama. With voices trembling with loving emotions, they offered prayers to Babaji Maharaja, smeared their foreheads with his foot, dust and begged permission to leave. The entire way back to their house they were immersed in singing Mahaprabhu's favorite Kirtana * Hari Hare Nama Krishna. Chapter 25 Offences to the Holy Name, Part 2. Punctually next evening Bijoya and Brajanatha arrived at Babaji Maharaja's kudira. They went in quietly and prostrated themselves in humble submission before their elderly spiritual master. After a respectful silence Bijoya said, Gurudeva, kindly elucidate in detail the principle of namabhasa, or semblance of the pure name. Our thirst to hear more about Hari Nama is ever increasing. RB, you are truly fortunate. To consummately comprehend the principle of Hari Nama, three subjects must be understood: pure name, Nama, semblance of pure name, namabhasa, and offences to the name, namapartha. Pure name and offences to the holy name has already been discussed in some detail, hence today we will mostly delve on namabhasa. Joya, what is namabhasa and how many types are there? RB, the Sanskrit word abhasa means rays, luster, and reflection. The lights that emanate from a glowing object is called kanti, rays, or chaya, luster. Hence Harinam, which is like the sun, has two types of abhasa, nama, chaya, the luster of the holy name, and nama, pratibimba, reflection of the holy name. The spiritual preceptors and theologians constantly use terms like bhakti, abhasa, bhava, abhasa, nama, abhasa, vaisnava, abhasa, etc. In all instances abhasa indicates chaya and pratibimba. Joya, a vaisnava is one who engages in chanting Hari Nama. When he chants on the platform bhakti, abhasa, his chanting is nama, abhasa, and he is a vaisnava, abhasa. Bhava and bhakti mean the same thing but in different stages, one is the shrunken stage and the other is the full-blown stage. Joya, kindly describe the stage of vaisnava, abhasa. RB, the Srimad Bhagavatam states, Arkayam, Eva Hare Pujam Yasradaya Hate Na Tad, Bhakta Sukhani Isu Sa Bhakta Prakrita Samrita. SB November 2, 47, translation available in ch8. The word copyright Sraddha used here actually means Sraddha, abhasa. Because the Sraddha, or faith in worshipping the deity of Krishna, which precludes respect and worship of the devotees, is but a semblance or reflection of real Sraddha, not Sraddha proper. This Sraddha is merely as a custom or tradition, not the transcendental faith which forms a part of pure devotion, ananya, bhakti. A person's Sraddha and worship is mundane, so he is also a prakrita bhakta, or mundane, neophyte devotee. This is the definition of Vaisnava, abhasa. Lord Chaitanya designated Hiranya and Govardhan, Srila Raghunatha Goswami's uncle and father, as Vaisnava, Priya, or almost a Vaisnava. This means that such persons decorate themselves with tulasi neck, beads, tilaka etc. like a regular Vaisnava but chant with namabhasa. They are not pure Vaisnavas. Joya, if Mayavadis wear tulasi neck, beads, tilaka and chant Hari Nama, should they be seen as Vaisnava, abhasa? RB, no, they are not even Vaisnava, abhasa. They are offenders, hence they are known as Vaisnava, aparati, or offenders of Vaisnavas. Although their chanting is at best pratibimba, abhasa, and they are on the platform of pratibimba, bhava, abhasa, and for this they may be placed as a Vaisnava, abhasa, but they are not, because they are heinous offenders. They do not deserve the honorable appellation Vaisnava in any way, thus they are categorized separately. Joya, Gurudeva wished to know Sutta, Nama and its symptoms more in detail. Kindly tell us. RB, when chanting the holy name is untainted by desires for any aspirations other than for bhakti, empirical knowledge, fruitive works, and other such mundane activities, and is performed with devotion, then Sutta, Nama is chanted. While the desire to invoke the transcendental potency of the holy name and experience supreme bliss is not a desire for any mundane aspirations other than bhakti, anyabhilasa. Besides, this all other desires one wishes to accomplish through chanting, including absolution of sins and attaining liberation, are anyabhilasa, or extraneous desires for things not related to bhakti. As long as anyabhilasa remains, the pure name, Sutta, Nama, does not manifest. Sutta, Nama includes the sadhaka so long he craves for the exegesis rewards derived from practice of yoga, empirical knowledge, fruitive works etc. The heart must be purged of the detrimental, non-devotional nature, and the favorable devotional qualities in chanting the holy name must be cultivated. This will manifest Sutta, Nama. Thus Sutta, Nama means chanting the name purely, free from Nama, abhasa and Nama, aparadha. Lord Chaitanya, the most munificent incarnation of Godhead and the deliverer in Kali Yuga, has said about chanting the holy name, Trinad, api suni sina terror, api saas nana amanina monadina kirtaniya sata hari. Sri Siksastaka 3, translation in ch3b Joya Master, what are the inherent differences between Nama, Abhasa and Nama, Aparadha? RB when the pure name, Sutta, Nama, is not chanted, Nama, Abhasa is being chanted. In certain condition this Nama, Abhasa is exactly that, and in certain other condition it is Nama, Aparadha. When chanting is contaminated by delusion and mistake, pramada and baitrama, or by lack of comprehension, it is simple Nama, Abhasa chanting. In the case where chanting is polluted by Mayavadi simplism, desire for emancipation or sense gratification, it is Nama, Aparadha chanting. If the 10 Nama, Aparadhas just enumerated are committed in knowingly and without guile, then also it is simply Nama, Abhasa chanting. It is noteworthy to know that as long as Nama, Abhasa is not stained by Nama, Aparadha symptoms, the hope that it will one day become Sutta, Nama is always alive, but as soon as Nama, Aparadha enters Nama, Abhasa chanting, the possibility of Sutta, Nama appearing becomes bleak. The only recourse then left is to simply and strictly follow the process of purification from the offenses against the holy name. Bijoya, what is the process of elevating Nama, Abhasa chanting to the level of Sutta, Nama? A devotee must associate with a pure devotee, and over a period his devotion becomes pure, he acquire a taste for Sutta Bhakti. On this stage the name that appears on his tongue in Sutta, Nama. However, at the same time he must shun the company of Nama, Aparadis, otherwise he aborts the dawning of Sutta, Nama. Satsanga, or saintly association, is the only cause of Jiva's prime benediction. Therefore the Supreme Lord, our beloved Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, instructed Srila Sanatana Goswami that satsanga was the root or seed of pure devotion, while the company of sense enjoyers and non-devotees were its destrayers, and must be rejected. Krishna's holy name must be chanted in satsanga Bijoya Gurudeva. Does that mean that unless one renounces his wife and family the spirit soul has no chance of chanting Sutta, Nama? A devotee must renounce the association of women. But if the householder Vaisnava associates with legally wedded wife without attachment and conducts his family affairs, it cannot be termed copyright Sri, Sangha, or associating with women. The physical attachment and attraction the man has for the women and vice versa is called yasid, Sangha, or sexual attachment. This Agrastha Vaisnava who is free from such carnal attractions can by chanting Sutta, Nama achieve the ultimate goal of human life, love of Godhead. Prema, Bijoya, what are the different symptoms of Nama, Abhasa? The Srimad Bhagavatam writes, Sankatayam parihajyam va stabham helanama va vakantha, Nama, grahanam asas aga, haram, vija. SB 6/2/14, one who chants the holy name of the Lord is immediately freed from the reactions of unlimited sins, even if he chants indirectly, to indicate something else, jokingly, for musical entertainment, or even neglectfully. This is accepted by all the learned scholars of the scriptures. Those persons who have insufficient knowledge about the principles of Harinama and Sambandha, Jainana chant in Nama, Abhasa. Nama, Abhasa is of 4 types, Sankata, by hinting at, Parihasa, jokingly, Stabha, as musical entertainment, and Helena, neglectfully. Bijoya Gurudeva, kindly elaborate upon these 4 types. At the moment of death Ajamila called out for his son Narayana. Narayana is another name of Krishna, the Supreme Lord, hence Ajamila got the result of Sankata chanting of the holy name or pork as degree Harama. This word has 2 syllables Ha and Rama, Rama being the Lord's name, their utterance becomes Sankata Nama, Abhasa, which saves them from the torture chambers of Yamaraja, the god of death. All the scriptures' unanimous verdict is that Nama, Abhasa chanting gives liberation. The sound vibration and letters of the Harinama are inseparably linked with Mukunda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, us the giver of Mukti, liberation. Thus the mere utterance of God's name bring the chanter in Lord Mukund's contact. Liberation through cultivating knowledge of Brahman comes after long endeavor, but it is achieved facilely through nama, abhasa chanting. Bijoya, dear master, I have read in the scriptures that the arrogant empiricist philosophers seeking emancipation, the ignorant, base mlekas, meat eaters and barbarians, and the atheistic demoniac person uninterested in spiritual goals have attained liberation simply by chanting Krishna's name, even jokingly or mockingly. What is Stabha Nama, Abhasa Gurudeva? RB When a Vaisnava is chanting Krishna's name, another person tries to desist him from it by disrespectfully mocking his chanting, it is known as Stabha. Another example of Stabha is an agnostic caricatures a Vaisnava chanting Hari Nama and says, "How absurd to think that your Hari, Kestho will take care of everything." The sound vibrations of Hasinama possesses such immense potency that even a disrespectful and atheistic person can attain liberation by Stabha, Nama, Abhasa. Saying Krishna's name with disdain and with no love and appreciation is called Helena, Nama, Abhasa. The following description is found in the Mahabharata Prabhasa, Kanda, Madhuram Madhuramat and Mangalam Mangalaram Sakalanagama Sat, Phalam Cit, Svarapam Sakradapi Parajitam Sradaya Helaya Va Bhaitar Guvara Nara, Matram Tarayat Krishna, Nama. Translation in the 6th ch. The words *Sradaya means with love and faith and Helaya means without love and affection in this sloka. The phrase Naramatram Tarayat means Krishna's holy name give muddy to even Yavanas. Bijoya Gurudeva is Helena or Helaya Nama an offense. RB When the elements of shrewd cunning and envy enters Helena it is then Nama, Aparadha, and when chanted innocently and without malice it is Nama, Abhasa. Bijoya Master, what results are available from Nama, Abhasa chanting and what cannot be had from it? RB Nama, Abhasa chanting rewards the chanter with buddhi, muddy, 8-fold mystic perfect etc. What is cannot give is Krishna, prema, or love of Godhead, the ultimate goal of human life. When the Nama, Abhasa chanter associates with a pure devotee and is elevated to the level of Madhyama Adhikari Vaisnava, then by pure devotion, Sutta, Bhakti, and pure chanting, Sutta, Nama, he soon attains Krishna, prema. Bijoya Gurudeva, many neophytes, or Vaisnava, Abhasa who wear and apply Vaisnava symbols and marks on their persons and have been chanting Nama, Abhasa for long are unable to obtain prema. What is the cause of it? RB This entire process is shrouded in mystery. Persons with Bhakti, Abhasa are certainly eligible and capable of acquiring the level of Sutta, Bhakti. Unfortunately, due to a lack of Ananya, Bhakti, or single-mindedness in Bhakti, they misjudge people, thinking a wrong person to be a sadhu. They associate with this so-called sadhu, imagining that it is sadhu, Sangha. Often their sadhu is a Mayavadi or a charlatan, and as a consequence to this bad association they commit Vaisnava, Aparadha. They block their own devotional progress and slide down to the offensive pit of monistic Mayavadi thought. A deviant from the path of pure bhakti, he suffers the humiliation of being counted amongst the rank of offenders, gradually distancing himself from the ultimate, eternal destination. But somehow, if on the level of bhakti, Abhasa the neophyte's sikriti, or pious results are a strong enough force, then they will extricate him from bad association and deliver him to Sat, Sangha Vaisnava, or a pure Vaisnava devotee. Bijoya Gurudeva What are the consequences of Nama, Aparadha? RB If the 5 types of sins, Panka, Maha, Suna Papa, Ajiva inevitably has to commit in the course of daily living is multiplied a million folds, they still do not match in severity with Nama, Aparadha. That gives you a touch of the idea of what Nama, Aparadha is. Bijoya Maharaja, if the results of Nama, Aparadha are as you describe them, then are there no positive and good results from uttering the syllabus of the name? RB The holy name rewards the Nama, Aparadhi by fulfilling his desires, that initially motivated him to chant. But Hari Nama never blesses him with prema, love of Godhead. Along with his fulfilled desires he also has to suffer the consequences of Nama, aparadha, because his chanting is instigated by material cunning. But in between, sometimes his chanting is clean of this mundane cunning and caprice. His Harinama is in these instances are counted as sikriti, or pious deeds. When his piety matures and accumulates to a substantial amount, they reward him with the association of a Vaisnava who is very attached to the Sutta, Nama. Under his influence the Nama, Aparadhi chants continuously and abrogates his Nama, Aparadhas. This method has also helped Invedivate monists and emancipationists to gradually attain the platform of Bhakti. Bijoya Master, if one name of Krishna is potent enough to mollify all sins, then what is the necessity to chant incessantly? RB the heart, consciousness, and demeanor of Nama, Aparadhis are always materially contaminated, robbing them of their interest in God. They develop dislike for saints and spiritual topics, anything relating to spirituality. But their attraction for unholy association, misconceptions about the scriptures and immortal activities are also temporary. Therefore non-stop Harinama protects them from these aberrations. Without the defilement of unholy association etc., his chanting gradually becomes purified and spirituality takes on a stronger note in his life. Bijoya Gurudeva, these nectarian instruction are entering our hearts and inspiring us with uncheckable zest for the holy name. It is Abhasa and Nama, Aparadha. For this we are eternally grateful Toyan. If there is anything you like to tell us in conclusion, I'm eager to hear it. R.B. Srila Jagadananda Pandita has given us wonderful instructions in his book Degree Prima Vivarta. In the 7th chapter he writes a person cannot chant Krishna's holy name purely in the company of non-devotees. The name's sound and syllabus may be uttered, but that is not real chanting. Chanting of this nature is at best in the clearing stage, the semblance of Harinama, or Nama, Abhasa. It is always mixed with offenses to the Nama. Chanting of this quality is detrimental to spiritual progress and cannot be considered as pure bhakti. If you really desire to chant purely, then seek earnestly the company of pure devotees, sadhu, sangha, of Krishna. Reject all unwanted cravings for sense enjoyments, liberation, mystic powers, and other material desires. Avoid nama, aparadha and rise above the dualities of honor, dishonor, and so on. This life in the material world is meant to be utilized in the Supreme Lord's service. Render service to him sends attachment to mundane objects and chant Krishna's holy name constantly. Accept everything that is favorable for executing devotional service and reject everything that is unfavorable for practicing bhakti. Do not endeavor for mundane speculative knowledge, jnana, fruitive activities, karma, and mystic yoga. False renunciation is called monkey renunciation, marketa, vairagya, which covertly simply aims at bodily pleasures and comforts. Bear in mind Lord Krishna always protects and maintains every living entity. Himself submit your life and soul at the Supreme Lord's lotus feet, that way, rid yourself of unwanted material desires. The omniscient Supreme Lord Krishna knows how rare it is for the jiva to find sat, sangha, so he has come personally as a pure devotee himself to Nadia. Therefore all who are endowed with superior intelligence must take shelter of Lord Gauranga's lotus feet, because Lord Gauranga is the perfect saint and spiritual preceptor. My dear brothers who are in the renounced order, do not listen to mundane prattles nor engage in such discussions when you meet anyone. Think not of a woman even in your dreams. The vows of your renounced order proscribes female association. If you desire to continue your relationship with Lord Gauranga, then remind yourself constantly of Chota Haridasa and why he was ostracized by the Lord himself. Refuse rich palatable food and expensive and fine clothes. Always remain humble and serve the divine couple Sri Radha and Sri Krishna in the depth of your hearts. Chant incessantly the holy name like Srila Haridasa Thakura. Meditate on the Asta, Kaliya Lila, 8:3, hourly pastimes, of Sri Radha and Krishna in their bowers of Vrindavana. Lord Gauranga's instructions are both to the householder and renunciant devotees. He said, take great care that not a moment passes without uttering Lord Krishna's name. Many rules and spiritual practices are not necessary for advancing on the path of pure bhakti. Simply beg for complete shelter of Harinama and purify your heart and consciousness. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, descends to this material universe in the form of his own holy name, simply out of compassion for the conditioned souls. And presently, to display special mercy to the Jivas in Kali Yuga, Lord Krishna has advent as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Serve Lord Gauranga's dear associates with sincerity and a guileless heart. This ensures you of the safe haven of Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Glorify Lord Chaitanya's magnanimity with his associates, chant the Hare Krishna Maha mantra and dance in ecstasy. Very quickly you will be favored with the most treasured object, Prema. The Supreme Lord appeared in Nadia solely to freely distribute this priceless treasure. To hear Babaji Maharaja recite Prema Vivarta stirred up deep spiritual feelings in Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara. They saw how this affected their Gurudeva. He was still, almost unconscious for a long period. Slowly he came back to the present, and with tear-streaked cheeks he stretched out his hands, clasped them behind his two disciples' heads, and began to sing this bhajana, or devotional song. How marvelous and potent is Lord Krishna's holy name! Though my heart constantly burns with the flames of material desire / like the sun, scorched sands of the desert, Harinama enters through the gates of my ears, showers nectar divine and embalms my heart. My heart now sings that name, it dances on the tip of the tongue, in ecstatic sounds, around and around. My voice is cavings in, my body shivers like a leaf, the feet, beyond control, dances without respite. Tears cascade, the perspiration forms pearls, hairs stands on end on my pale supine form. Conscious thought slips away and bhava emotions plunder my core. O sacred Nama, you disrupt my life, fill my heart with manna sweet, then you sweep me off my feet and deposit me on the sublime waves of endless Prema. One fail to understand what is happening to me, lamb confused, mad, my mind is in a whirl. Is this his behavior, whose shelter I have sought? Lords fail me, describe him, I cannot. Nama is willful, freer than the wind, whatever makes him happy treasure in my thoughts. Nama, O blooming bud of Prema, the saturated ambrosial trove, delight me once again with your dynamic force. Display in droplets your wonder and beauty, steal my heart and offer it Krishna. May you blossom in full glory and transport me to Vraja and lift up the gossamer curtains on the stage of eternal time to open my eyes to the amorous pastimes of Radha and Krishna. O gift me with my spiritual form and keep me next to him, destroy this despicable tabernacle that shackles me. Glorious is Krishna's name, a boundless cloud of ambrosial rain, eternal, independent, and pure. O Lord, crush all obstacles that checks me from chanting, so I may welcome the dawn of pristine bliss. The singing continued late into the night. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha realized that the song had stopped. They begged permission from Babaji Maharaja to leave and set off home, their hearts throbbing with joy. Chapter 26. The Studley of Rasa, or spiritual humor, commences. Bijoyakumara kept himself away for almost a month. Meanwhile, Brajanatha's grandmother did not waste any time. After receiving both Brajanatha's and Bijoyakumara's consents in Brajanatha's immediate marriage, the matchmaker Brahmana had found, by all counts, the right bride for Brajanatha. Bijoyakumara promptly sent his brother to Bilvapaskarani village to take case of the necessary arrangements for the forthcoming nuptials of his nephew. Finally a date was fixed and other details worked out. One day, soon after Bijoyakumara came, he was listless and pensive about his spiritual life. He felt apathetic to Mandav discussions and kept to himself. Brajanatha approached him and said, "Uncle, you appear restless. Why do not disclose what is on your mind? I have acquiesced to tying the knot on your behest, and now you are not revealing your heart to me." Bijoyakumara replied, "I have decided to go on a pilgrimage to Purazotamistrapuri with a group who are living after a few days. Let us visit Srila Gurudeva and ask his permission." That late afternoon Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha went Srivasangana and related everything to Raghunatha Dasa Babaji and requested his permission to visit Puridhama. Babaji Maharaja was very pleased. he informed them that Lord Chaitanya's preceptonal seat at Kasi Mist's house in Puri was presently held by Sri Gopalaguru Gosvami, a disciple of Srila Bhaktisarra Pandita. They must take dasana of his lotus feet and attentively hear his instructions. In fact, Srila Svaripa Damodara's teachings were in his safe and efficient custody. On their way back from Mayapura, Brajanatha informed Bijoyakumara his desire to accompany him to Puri. Bijoyakumara was overjoyed. They told everyone in the house their decision. Grandmother was not the one to be left behind, so she voiced her feelings strongly that she was going to Puri with them. Thus the travel plans were fixed for the threesome. As the hot days of the month of Jyestha approached, the pilgrims set out for Jagannatha Puri. In a few days they reached Dantana and soon after in Jabesvara. In Ramuna they had darsana of the famous Kesarakora Gopinatha deity and then moved on to Virahakestra on the banks of river Vaitarani. Here they performed the Nabhigaya sacrifice. Bathed in the Vaitarani and slowly arrived in garden of Akamrud to see Lord Lingaraja Siva. A few days later they arrived in Sri Kestra Puri. The larger group dispersed in small numbers or singly to the residences of the family pandas or temple priests who help guide the pilgrims visiting Puri. Bijoyakumara Brajanatha and grandmother set up residence in Harakandi Sahi. Immediately they set about visiting the holy spots, Pankatirtha, take dips in the ocean, circumambul Honohu Arjagannatha Prasadam and so on for a few days. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha then went inside the temple of Lord Jagannatha's. They had darsana of Lord Chaitanya's deity, his lotus feet, and finger impressions on the temple floor and Garuda Stamha respectively. When Lord Chaitanya had darsana of Lord Jagannatha in intense ecstasy, he would weep incessantly and the stores would melt to his transcendental touch. Remembering the Lord's pastimes, they came in a trance experiencing high est bliss. From there they went to Sri Kasai Misra's house. First they offered obeisances to Sri Gambhira, Lord Chaitanya's quarters during his last 12 years in Puri, and Lord Chaitanya's wooden clogs, Kadamba. This spacious mansion provided the temple of Sri Radhakanta on one side of the complex and Srila Gopal Guru Goswami's residence opposite the temple. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha entered his room and threw themselves down on the ground with humility and shocked with emotions. Srila Goswami, having observed their devotional attitude, reached down, raised them up and embraced. After they were seated he enquired, "Where Doyan come from? Like to know more about you." They introduced themselves and Srila Goswami became overwhelmed with joy upon hearing details about them. At the mention of Navadvipa he said, "Feel very fortunate today having set eyes on Dhammavasis, residents of the Dhamma. Am eager to learn how Raghunatha Dasa, Gorakanda Dasa and the other Vaisnavas of Sri Mayapura are." Raghunatha Dasa always reminds me of my Sikh Guru Srila Raghunatha Das Goswami. Srila Gopalaguru sent for his disciple Sri Dhyanakandra and instructed him to feed the two honorable guests with prasadam. After Mahaprasadam the three sat together and discussed many Krishna-conscious topics. Bijoyakumara, the Pandita of Srimad Bhagavatam, and D. Brajanatha, the expert in many different scriptures, impressed Sri Dhyanakandra with their erudition. He informed his guru, Srila Goswami, about their guests' knowledge of the scriptures. Srila Goswami called for the two and benightly told them, "You are the two priceless gems of my heart. Allow me to have your darsana every day as long you are in Puri." Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha humbly replied, "Master Srila Raghunatha Dasa Babaji is well in Mayapura, he has showered us with much mercy. Before coming to Puri he instructed us to approach your lotus feet and hear your teachings." Srila Goswami said, "Raghunatha Dasa Babaji is a great Pandita, be sure to follow his advice carefully. If you have any queries, come tomorrow at noon after the midday offering and join here for Mahaprasadam. Thereafter we will meet and discuss your questions." They offered their respects to Srila Goswami and returned to their residence in Harakandi Sahi. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha came to Radhakant's temple next day at the pre-arranged time. After honoring Mahaprasadam they went to meet Srila Goswami and offered obeisances at his feet. They asked, "Master, we are keen to learn about the principles of Rasa Tattva. If we are allowed to hear about spiritual humors in Krishna Bhakti from your lips, it will be a great fortune for us. You are the chief preceptor of the Nimananda disciplic line, and in Lord Chaitanya's line you are the bona fide successor to Srila Svarupa Damodara Goswami. We often our respects to you as you are the world acharya. You whatever we hear from you about Rasa with crown our study and research with success. Srila Goswami was extremely pleased that he found two very worthy disciples in such a quiet way. He said that Supreme Personality who advent in Navadvipa to mercifully accept the residents of Bengal, Gandhayas, and Orissa, Udrayas, as his own, may he Nime Pandita son of Mother Sasi bless us with spiritual bliss. May Srila Svarupa Damodar, who by his flawless service in Madhurya was the source of constant ecstasy for Lord Chaitanya, appear in our hearts. And may Srila Vakresvara Pandita, who captivated Nime Pandita with his scintillating Devananda Pandita, shower benedictions upon you. Rasa or spiritual humor is an unparalleled esoteric principle. It is like the fully blossomed flower of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna's transcendental pastimes. When Krishna Bhakti reaches the pinnacle of purity and becomes dynamically active, it is transformed into Bhakti Rasa. Brajanatha, is Rasa a pre-perfected principle? Guru Goswami, this question does not have a patent, one-line definitions. I will elaborate upon the subject and you try to understand it. You must have heard from your Gurudeva about Krishna Ratai or Prema. This is known as Sthayi Bhava or permanent emotions. When Sthayi Bhava is fanned and nurtured, it evolves into Krishna Bhakti Rasa. Brajanatha, kindly expand upon Sthayi Bhava and Samagri Bhava. Srila Gurudeva has explained Bhava to us, but we have not heard how the mingling of Bhavas produce Rasa. Goswami, Bhava Bhakti and Krishna Ratai are synonyms. It flourishes in the devotee's heart due to his previous and present involvement in devotional service. It embodies spiritual bliss, and yet at a mature stage it metamorphoses into Rasa. Samagri Bhava has four divisions: Vibhava, Anubhava, Sattvic, Vyabhikari or Sankari. Vibhava is the means to relish Ratai or Prema. It is of two kinds, Alambana and Udapana. Alambana is the cause which gives rise to spiritual sentiments. Ratai, it is of two varieties, Visaya and Asraya. The object of love or Ratai is Visaya, Alambana, and one who shelters love is the Asraya, Alambana. The one who possesses Ratai is Asraya, and the one who that love, Ratai, is directed at, is Visaya or object of love. Krishna's devotee's heart shelters Ratai, or love for him, hence he is the Asraya and Krishna is the object of the devotee's love, so he, Krishna, is the Visaya. Braja, so far we have understood Vibhava, Alamban and Udapana, then Alambana, which is of two kinds, Visaya and Asraya. Krishna is the point, is whether Krishna at any stage becomes the shelter of Ratai or the Asraya. Goswami, yes, he does become the Asraya. When the devotee is loving Krishna, Krishna is the Visaya and devotee the Asraya. But when Krishna is loving his devotees, he, Krishna, becomes the Asraya and devotees the Visaya. Braja, we have heard from Gurudeva of Krishna's 64 qualities. Is there anything more you would like to tell us on this subject? Goswami, Lord Krishna is the repository of unlimited excellences which manifest in him in the absolute degree. Due to variegatedness in the absolute platform, Krishna's excellences are displayed in increasing intensities. In Dvaraka they are complete or Purna, in Mathura they are more complete or Purnatara, and in Gokula they are most complete or Purnatama. In his pastimes or Lila, where he is always the hero or Nayaka, Krishna's sentiments vary corresponding to the place etc. that dictates the mood of the Lila. There are four types of Nayaka: Dhirodata, Dhiralalita, Dhirasanta, and Dhiradhata. Braja, respected Goswami, kindly describe to us the four types of Nayaka. Goswami, the Dhirodata Nayaka is characterized by certain qualities like gravity, humbleness, forgiveness, compassion, pridelessness, and an inner pride which is never expressed. The Dhiralalita Nayaka is humorous, or Rasika, ever youthful in body and expert wit and extremely confident of himself. The Dhirasanta Nayaka is peaceful, stoical in distresses and discomforts, considerate, and so on. In specific lilas. As Dhirodata Nayaka, he is envious, arrogant, deceitful, controlled by rage, restless and boastful. Braja, Quite a few antagonistic and opposing characteristics were mentioned. How is that possible? Gosvami, Krishna possesses absolute power and opulence. Therefore, because of his inconceivable potency, all the conflicting qualities and antipodes are perfectly harmonized in his character. There are sufficient references in the scriptures substantiating this point. The Karma Purana, Asthalaskananyaskavas Chulanaskavas Arveda Avarnasravita Proktam Syamo Raktan Talakana Isvarya Yogad Bhagavan Viradardho Bhidayat Tathapi Dosa Paramana Evahurya Kathankana Gunavirada Apyat Samahuryasamantata. Opposing qualities are wonderfully adjusted in the personality of the Supreme Lord. He is transcendental without a material form and minutely small or atomic in size, yet he is, in every respect, corporeal and minute. Although he does not have a material complexion, his body is colored a transcendental darkish dew. The scriptures describe, his eyes are crimson. He is endowed with absolute opulum, and hence even the contrary characteristics are also mentioned. But in the Supreme Lord's personality they are not incriminating discrepancies. Though these characteristics are ostensibly opposing in nature, in the personality of the Supreme Lord they are all divine excellences. In the Mahavaraha Purana, Sarvnitya Sasvataskati Hastasia Paramatmana Hanapadanara Hitana Eva Prakritijik Vasit Paramanande Sandaha Jainana Matrisksa Sarveda Sarv Sarvagunalpurna Sarveda Savivarjajita. The Supreme Soul, Paramatma's body is nitya or eternal, it does not register change, like the material body, Sasvata, or even existent, it is never deteriorated nor destroyed. It is untouched by hana or shedding and upadana or acceptance. Unlike the human body, it is above the influence of mechanisms of accepting and giving up the body. The Lord's body is not mundab but absolutely transcendental, spiritual, and full of bliss. All the parts and limbs of this sublime form is embellished incomplete with perfect excellences and are devoid of any flaws. The Vaisnava Astadasamadosirahita Bhagavatana Sarvais Varyamais Satyavijanananandarupini. The Supreme Personality of Godhead's body is free from the 18 Gravias Falsk Mahadosa. It is in every respect opulent omnipotence, embodiment of absolute truth and spiritual unlimited bliss. The Vinu Yamala described the 18 Mahadosa, Mohastandra Baitramo Ruksarasata Kama Ulvanala Madamtsar Yihimsakadaparis Raminasatyam Kradha Akanka Asanka Visvavibaitrama Visamatvam Parapeksa Dosa Istadasodata. The follow 18 characteristics have been defined as dosa or faults: illusion, lethargy, error, uncivilly, libidinousness, restlessness, madna hasties, envy, lamentation, unenterprising and comport seeking, dishonesty, anger, anxiety, fearfulness, acute lunacy, severe disbalance and dependence on others. All these qualities are perfectly manifest in every incarnations of the Supreme Lord. In Lord Krishna, the source of all incarnations, they are reposed in absolute perfectness. Besides these characteristics, Krishna possesses 8 additional ones which assert his virility and manliness as the supreme enjoyer. Beauty and grace, predilection for pastimes, elegance, auspiciousness, patience and constancy, power and influence, charm, magnanimity. Sava or beauty and grace means to be merciful to one's subordinates, bold with one's equal, heroic and valorous, enthusiastic, gait, dispassionate observation, and amiable, sweet speech. When all endeavors are sweetened by dynamic grace, it is known as madhuri or elegance. Being the repository of the entire universe, Taust makes him all auspicious, Mangalya. He never wavers or falters from performing his work and duty, so he is patient and steadfast. Sthairya. The ability to attract everyone is a sign of teja or power and influence. One who makes endless efforts in romance is lalita or charming. Completely surrendering oneself is called andarya or magnanimity. Lord Krishna is the super select hero, hence for his part in general pastimes he has been gloried as the best instructor of religious principles, as shown in his conversation with Ganga Rsi, as the elevorous strategist when we advised Uddhava in the science of warfare and so on. Braja, master. The facts about Lord Krishna as the supreme actor who embodies the entire spectrum of rasas was very enlightening for us. Kindly tell us about those intimate devotees who eligible to taste rasa and are already on the platform of Vibhava. Gosvami, those devotees whose inner being are steeped in Krishna consciousness are tasting rasa. 29 of Krishna's qualities from Satyavak or truthful to Herman or modest and bashful Mentioned in the scriptures are also present in his devotees. Thus there are two kinds of Rasopayaji or devotees eligible for Rasa, Sadhaka or practitioners, and Siddha or perfected. Those devotees who are completely attracted to Krishna directly are the Sadhakas. The Srimad Bhagavatam Sloka, November 2, 46, Isvartadadi ni Sudash describes the Madhyana Adhikari or intermediate devotee who are the Sadhakas. Braja, Gurudeva. The devotees described in the Srimad Bhagavatam Sloka, November 2, 47, are Kayamiva Hare, are they not on the level of tasting Rasa? Gosvami, if they can progress to the stage of Sutta Bhakti by the mercy of a devotee, then they can become Sadhakas otherwise not. Vilvamangal Thalura is a shining example of a Sadhaka, hence a Sadhaka is to be judged by his standard. Braja, who are the Siddha Bhaktas? Gosvami, those devotees who do not experience any of the klesas or distresses, whose activities revolve solely around Krishna and who are always thirsting to drink the pleasure-inducing ambrosia of Krishna Prema are called Siddhas. They are of two types, Samprapta Siddha or attained complete perfection and Nitya Siddha or eternally perfect. Braja, what are the differences between these two Siddhas? Gosvami, Samprapta Siddha devotees are subdivided into Sadhana Siddha or those attaining perfection through sadhana, application, and Kripa Siddha or those being promoted to the stage of perfection by the mercy of the Supreme Lord and his pure devotees. The Nitya Siddha devotees have been described by Srila Rupa Gosvami as Atmakadagunam Krsne Premanam Paramam Gata Nityanandaguna Sarv Nityasiddham Yakandavat. The Nitya Siddha devotees have the same eternal and blissful qualities like the Supreme Lord Mukunda, giver of liberation. Their most prominent characteristic is that their love for Krishna is millions of times intenser than self-affection. By the Padmadarake Handa, Yatha Sanmitra Bharata Yatha Sankarza Hadayathatha Tina Evajayant Nijalokatya Dreshaya Punasana Eva Gakanti Tatpadam Sasvatam Param Na Karma Bandhanam Janma Vaisnavnan Savidyate Sumita Devi's son Sri Laxmana and Bharata descended to earth accompanying Lord Ramachandra did Sankarsana or Lord Balarama with Lord Krishna's incarnation by the desire of the Supreme Lord. With the conclusion of the Lord's incarnation's pastimes on earth they returned to the supreme eternal abode along with the Supreme Lord. Similarly the Yadav accompanied Krishna down to the Mandav plain and at the end of his Lila they went back to the spiritual sky with him. Thus the Vaisnavas are not bound by the laws of karma to take birth like ordinary mortals. Braja, Gurudeva. Thus far we have understood your elaborations on Vibhavalambana. Kindly explain what is Udapana or a stimulant. Gosvami, those who stimulate bhava are Udapan Krishna's qualities endeavors embellishments smile body fragrance, flute bugle owl bells conch, foot impressions, places of patimes, tulasi the Vaisnavas Ekadasi days and so on are Udapana. Krishna's qualities are of three kinds, kayaka, physical, vasika, in speech, and manasika, mental. His age among others is one of the main Kesara. This is described in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Kamaram Pankamabdantam Pagandam Dasamavadi Azodasaka Oram Yavanam Syatata Param, BRS.2/1/309, Kanmara is till 5 years of age Panganda till 10 from 11 years till 16 is Kaisara and thereafter is Yanvana. Kaisara is further divided into Adi, beginning, Madhya, middle, and Sesa, end. The most prominent Kayaka quality is Krishna's beauty and attractiveness, Saundarya. Saundarya means the perfect grace and symmetry of all the bodily features. Prasadhan or embellishment includes clothes and how to wear it, ornaments and other jewelries. Krishna's flute is always in his hand. There are three varieties of flute, Venu Murali and Vamsi. The Venu measures 12 finger widths in length, has a circumference the size of a thumb with 6 holes. The Murali is 2 hand spans in length with a hole at its month and 4 other holes for scales. The Vamsi is 17 finger widths in length, has 8 scale holes at a half finger width distances and the mouth playing hole is finger widths from the top, the last, or bottom hole is 3 finger width from the end. In all it has 9 holes. The right opening conch shell Krishna holds in his hands is called Pankajanya. All these paravarnahas and traits are infused with the Udapana bhava and evoke love in the devotees towards the object of love, Krishna. It becomes dynamic and produces isthaya bhava or the permanent sentiment. Sthaya bhava crystallizes into rasa. We leave this topic at this point and continue tomorrow with anubhava and so on. Try and assimilate what we discussed today. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha took Gosvami's foot dust and smeared it on their heads and begged permission to leave. First they went to the Siddhabakal tree, the mystical tree that provided Srila Haridasa Thakura its cooling shelter for many years. Thereafter they had darsana of Lord Jagannatha. They passed a wonderful evening and returned home. Beza Bhava Abeza Nama Abeza and Vaisnava Abeza. Rba Vaisnava is one who engages in chanting Hari Nama. When he chants on the platform Bhakti, Abeza his chanting is Nama, Abeza and he is a Vaisnava, Abeza. Bhava and Bhakti mean the same thing, but depending on their withdrawn or manifest is the condition they are given different appellatives. Bijoya kindly describe the stage of Vaisnava, Abeza. RB the Srimad Bhagavatam states, Arkayam, Eva Hare Pujam Yasradaya Hate Na Tad, Bhakta Sukhanyi Na Tad, Bhakta Sukhani Isu Sa Bhakta Prakrita Samrita. SB November 2, 47, translation available in ch8. The word asterisk sraddha used here actually means sraddha, abeza. Because the sraddha, or faith, in worshipping the deity of Krishna which precludes respect and worship of the devotees, is but a semblance or reflection of real sraddha, not sraddha proper. Chapter 27 Details of Rasa, or spiritual humors. The next day, the two sadhakas thirsting for knowledge of Rasa arrived at the Radhakanta temple after attending the noon aratai in the Jagannatha temple and after honoring Mahaprasiddha. Srila Gopal Guru Gosvami had finished prasadam and sat prepared for his meeting with Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha. He presented a marvelous picture. He was attired in clean, fresh robes of a renunciant. The Urdapundra Tilaka marking on his prominent forehead glowed and the Lord's name written all over his body were conspicuous. 4 strands of thick, dark tulasi neck beads coiled around his neck. His right hand was inside the little sack that held the chanting beads and his eyes were half closed in deep meditation. Time to time pearl drops showered from his eyes and moistened his chest, and at intervals he cried out in anguish of separation O Gauranga. O Nityananda. Then gradually his ample and softly glowing darkish figure quietened. He sat on a straw mat, his wooden clogs lay at a distance and his water pot stood within reach. His disciple Dhyanakandra sat nearby writing the prostures for deity worship. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha upon enters room prostrate themselves on the ground in front of him. Srila Gosvami hugs them affectionately and makes them sit down comfortably. Both Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha are well versed in the scriptures. They were sincere Vaisnavas and residents of the holy Dhamma of Navadvipa. These were reasons enough for the inmates of the ashrama to hold them in high esteem. Whenever they visited the temple they were deferentially received. They listened attentively to Srila Gosvami's words as the subject of conversation rested on Rasa. Gosvami, yesterday we discussed Vibhava. Today I will try and cover the other 3 samagri bhava, namely, anubhava sattvika and vyabhikari. Have already defined Vibhava as that which ignites rati, love, in the lover for the beloved. Rati churns up certain emotions, or bhavas, latent in the heart. The emotion which acknowledges these awakened bhavas is called anubhava. Although anubhava when expressed seems to have affinity to vikara or transformations of love, in fact they are the catalysts within that evokes bhava in the heart. Dancing, rolling on the ground, singing, lamenting loudly, stretching and yawning, making loud roaring sounds, long sighing, oblivious of people's reactions, drooling, raucous languing, swooning, hiccuping etc. are the external symptoms indicating bhava or feelings within. Braja, how can these physical transformations enhance the tasting of rasa in sthaya bhava? The relishing of rasa in purely an inner experience while these anubhava symptoms are expressed externally. How did they become 2, separate samagri bhava? Gosvami, son, you have fulfilled the purpose of studying rhetoric, Naya. Your mind is incisive, have never come across another person who has posed such probing questions. When I was studying the science of rasa from Srila Bhaktivinoda Pandita had the same queries. My Guru Deva very kindly dissipated my doubts. This recondite science was revealed to me in this manner. When the jiva's internal activities on the Suddhasattva or transcendental plane, stimulates bhava so as to aid it, a natural varyagatedness is displayed by it. This transcendental varyagatedness infuses the heart with ineffable bliss in many different ways. Bliss causes physical transformations, vikara, which are seen exhibited as ecstatic symptoms. When the heart is effervescent and prancing, the devotee is seen dancing. When the heart hums with joy, the devotee sings out aloud, and so on. These EC static, manifest symptoms are not its main activity. Anubhava is the supporter of vibhava, so when anubhava is churned up in the heart, splendorous symptoms are exposed through the body. As the heart becomes flushed with stayabhava, a second function is initiated in the heart in the form of anubhava. Therefore anubhava is indeed an independent samagrabhava. The physical symptoms like singing, yawning, etc. are called siddha or cold, and dancing etc. are termed kasepana or hurled. There are other anubhava symptoms which are extremely rare, utfiolata or the entire body pulsating with excessive jubilation, raktajama or spouting blood, asthasandivaiga and karsana or dislocation and shrinking in of bones at the joints. Those extraordinary symptoms like Karmakara, or Torta state, that our most beloved Lord Chaitanya exhibited, are not possible for, nor applicably to, sadhakas. Due to the elevated plane of discussion, the two seekers of knowledge paused to ponder over what was already narrated. Their esoteric quest, at least for the time, was sated. They felt grateful to their benefactor. Spontaneously they stretched forward and gathered Srila Goswami's feet dust and applied it reverentially on the foreheads. After a while they inquired, Srila Goswami, what is sattvika vikara or transformations of bhava? Goswami, when the heart is under siege from any kind of bhava, or loving emotions relating to Krishna either directly or indirectly, the heart in that state is described as sattva. The ranges of emotions directly fomented by the state of sattva is called sattvika bhava, which is of three kinds, snigdha digdha and ruksa, cool, unctuous and rough. Braja, kindly explain these three sattvika bhavas. Goswami, snigdha sattvika bhava is divided into mukhya or principal and gana or subsidiary. When the heart is flooded with an imperious love for Krishna, mukhya snigdha bhava is expressed through stamhasvita etc., paralysis, perspiration and other such principal symptoms. Where ratai, or love for Krishna, is slightly indirect and mixed, it is called ganaratai, and the snigdha bhava and its symptoms are both gana or subsidiary, Vaivarna and Svarabhita, pallor and aphony, are its two symptoms. Besides mukhya and gana ratai, if any other loving sentiment accosts the heart, ratai's attendant bhava, digdha sattvic bhava is manifest through shivering, or kampa. An ostensibly devotional person who is without ratai, but on hearing the fabulous qualities and activities of Krishna is struck with wonder, which sometimes leads to ananda or bliss. It is then described as ruksabhava. Horripilation is its singular symptom. Braja, how does sattvika bhava become manifest? Goswami, the sadhaka's heart surrenders itself to prana, or life air, when it becomes one entity with sattvika bhava. At this stage prana is put into an abnormal condition which causes perturbations in the body. Thus symptoms such as paralysis, stamha, etc. are seen. Braja, how many types of sattvika vikara or ecstatic transformations are there? Goswami, there are 8 sattvika vikara, stamha, paralysis, svita, perspiration, romanka, horripilation, svarabhita, aphonu york, vipathu or kampa, shivering, vaivarna, pallor, ashru, tears, and pralaya, devastation. Prana, the jiva's life energy, levitates inside his body on vayu, air, one of the 5 gross elements. Besides air, prana sometimes associates with the other 4 gross elements, mahabhuta, causing different transformations in the body according to each element. With bhumi, earth, It produces stamha, with apa, water, ashru, with tija, fire, vavarna, and svita is produced, with akasa, ether or sky. The body is overcome by pralaya or unconsciousness, and when prana is in its own element air, it causes kampa, svarbita, and romanka in varying intensities known as manda, slight, madhya, medium, and tifra, strong. These 8 sattvika vikara are external and internal, and in both cases they are laced with extreme perturbations. Such vikaras are at different times termed anubhava or bhava. Anubhava is active only externally, hence cannot accept the nomenclature sattvika bhava. In the activities of anubhava, symptoms of nritya, dancing, etc., the sattvika bhava is not directly responsible. Here the intelligence, buddhi, is agitated and it acts. Whereas in the symptoms of stamha etc. sattvika bhava acts directly without any interference of the intellect. Therefore anubhava and sattvika are separate individual bhavas. Braja, revered Gosvamiji, kindly explain the cause of symptoms like stamha etc. Gosvami, stamha, or paralysis, occurs when the devotee is speechless, feeling vacant, and acute inertia due to any or all of these: delight, harsa, fear, bhaya, astonishment, askarya, extreme depression, visata, and rage, amarsa. Svita or excessive perspiration is accompanied by drooling and melting of heart, caused by harsa, bhaya, and amarsa. Romanka or horripilation happens because of astonishment, delight, enthusiasm, and fear. Lassitude, amazement, wrath, pleasure, and fear prompts choking of voice leading to svarbita or aphony. Vipathu or uncontrollably shivering is a result of greed, lalya, brought about by fear, anger, and delight. Vavarna, or pallor, is caused by a combination of lassitude, rage, and fear. Ashru, or involuntary tears, pour out from feelings of delight, anger, or lassitude. Tears from delight are cold, saitala, and from anger etc., they are hot, usna. Pralaya or unconscious state occurs from losing the motivation to act and from erasure of all knowledge, due to corresponding extreme joy and sorrow and falling on the ground. Sattvika bhava has 4 levels depending on the intensity of pure emotions: dhumayata, smoking; jaivalita, smoldering; dipta, lit up; udipta, glamming. Ruksa or rough sattvika bhava is mostly dhumayata. Snigdha sattvika bhava gradually rises to the higher intensity levels. Ratai, or pure spiritual love, is the cause of the most wonderful and inexplicable bliss. Because Ruksa bhava lacks ratai, it is flaccid and without splendor. Braja, Gurudeva, understand that sattvika bhava blooms due to enormous good fortune. How are we to view emotions expressed in performances by artists and by many others, to achieve worldly objectives? Gosvami, sattvika bhava, springing from the sincere execution of unalloyed and unmotivated devotional service, is Vaisnava bhava, or spiritual emotions expressed by pure Vaisnava devotees. All the other inferior bhava in the descending scale are divided into 4 categories: Ratayabhasa, Sattvayabhasa, Nisattva, and Pratipa. Braja, kindly define them. Gosvami, the sentiments of attraction and attachment for the Supreme Lord on hearing topics about Krishna expressed by the Mayavadis and others aspiring for salvation, like the monists sannyasis of the Sankara school, are called Ratayabhasa. When narrations about Krishna's activities are heard by dull and weak-hearted women and infirm empiricists, they feel joy and astonishment on the level of a Sattvayabhasa. The sentiments displayed by persons with an oversensitive heart, by stage artists and those set on achieving their mundane goals, which are often expressed through crying and horripilations, are known as nisattva. Most of them are hard-hearted, but by constantly exercising their lacrimal glands they create artificial tears, and soon crying becomes a second nature. Finally, pratipabhavabhasa arises from fear, anger, etc., which are caused by activities that go against Krishna and his edicts. Braja, Vibhava, Anubhava, and Sattvika bhava are now clearer to us than ever. We have also grasped the differences in Anubhava and Sattvika bhava. Kindly explain Vyabhikari bhava. Gosvami, there are in all 33 Vyabhikari bhava. They are termed Vyabhikari because they specifically aspect Sthai Bhava. They are infused, Sankarita, through the mediums of words, limbs, and the heart. Hence they are also referred to as Sankari Bhava. They arise like the sun over the horizon from the ocean of nectar of Sthai Bhava and beautifies its water, but always remaining engrossed in its own nectar. The 33 Bhava are, Nirvita, remorse or indifference, Visata, dejection, Dainya, humility, Glani, languor, Srima, fatigue, Mata, intoxication, Garva, pride, Sanka, anxiety, Trisa, fear, Avaga, trepidation, Unmata, madness, Apasamriti, absent-mindedness, Vyati, sickness, Moha, illusion, Mrityu, deathliness, Alasia, laziness, Jadiyaj inertia, Brita, bashfulness, Avahitha, hiding emotion, Samriti, remembrance, Vitarka, argumentation, Sintigvari, Mati, understanding, Triti. Patience, Harsa, mirth, Atsukya, eagerness, Agraya, fierceness, Amarsa, anger, Aswaya, jealousness, Kapalaya, restlessness, Nidra, sleepiness, Supti, dreaminess, and Bodha, perceptiveness. There are two groups of Sankari Bhava, Svatantra, independent, and Paratantra, dependent. Dependent Bhava is further divided into Vara, favorable, and Avara, unfavorable. Favorable Bhava, Vara, is of two kinds, Saksat, direct, and Vyavahita, indirect. Independent, Svatantra, Sankari Bhava are of three types, Radhasunya, without Ratai or love, Ratayinasparsa, touching Ratai, and Ratai Gandha, flavored with Ratai. If these Bhava are directed towards the competing camp, Vipaksa, then they are of two types, Pratikilya, contrary, and Anasatya, unfit. All the Bhavas have four different phases or modulations, Dasa Utpatti, birth, Sandhi, conjunction, Savalya, fusion, and Santi, passive. Braja, we like to know these four phases of Bhava in more detail. Bhava Utpatti is easily understandable, but the others, not so easily. Gosvamai, the confluence of two similar or dissimilar Bhava is called Sandhi. The physical symptom of inertia brought on by beneficial and unbeneficial Bhava mingle as one in the state of Sandhi, Harsa, smiling pleasure, and Sanka, anxiety, emerge at the same moment only to absorb two different Bhava and become the Sandhi. Savalya is a condition where many different Bhavas assert themselves simultaneously, causing friction and elbowing amongst themselves, and where one even tries to overpower the other. Kamsat, on hearing Krishna's pastimes, experienced Krodha, anger, and Trisa, fear. This is Bhava Savalya. In Bhavasanti, Bhava which reach great intensities become pacified and finally fade away. The young cowherd boyfriends of Krishna become extremely worried when they do not see Krishna, but on hearing his flute, even from a distance, their trepidation is instantly calmed, Santi. Braja, Gurudeva, is there more to be said on this topic? Gosvamai, 33 Vyabhikari Bhava, 1 principal Sthai Bhava and 7 subsidiary Sthai Bhava, of which I will later discuss, add up to 41 Bhava. All of them produce transformations, Vikara, in the body and senses, hence these are the heart's proclivities which father the different Bhava. Braja, which specific Bhava do they give birth to? Gosvamai, the 8 Sattvika Bhava, Astasattvika, and all the Anubhava within the range of Vibhava. Braja, are they all natural? Gosvamai, no, some are natural and others incidental and fresh, Agantuka. The permanent Bhava, Sthai Bhava, of every individual devotee is his natural Bhava. In general, Vyabhikari Bhava are mostly Agantuka. Braja, do all the individual devotees possess the same Bhava? Gosvamai, no, the devotees are individuals, hence their predilections are exclusive and varied. Different Bhava manifest and acquire diversity of character according to the devotee's innate disposition. The bhava take on variegated shades depending on the state of the devotee's consciousness and heart, namely garas-tattva, heaviness, lagas-tattva, lightness, and gambhirya, gravity. But amrita, or nectar, by nature is always fluid, and the intrinsic character of Krishna's devotee's heart is like amrita. Let us leave this discussion at this point. Tomorrow we shall continue it. Bijoya and Brajanatha prostrated themselves before Gosvami and begged his permission to leave. Chapter 28 Analysis of Rasa, or Spiritual Humors. Braja, Gurudeva, you have described the four bhava, Vibhava, Anubhava, Sattvika bhava, and Vyabhikari bhava. Which of these is stayabhava, or permanent spiritual humor? Gosvami, yes, all these are indeed bhava. Yet amongst them that bhava which preeminently asserts itself, embracing within itself and subjugating all other bhava like an emperor, both conflicting and congenial, is the devotee's permanent spiritual humor, stayabhava. Krishnaratai enconced in the heart of the Asraya devotee, shelter, is also stayabhava. However, this Asraya, when it is discussed under the topic of Samagrabhava, is placed in the category of alambana within the spectrum of Vibhava. Now this same bhava brings the rest of the bhava under its sway, where some of them act as the cause that give rise to rasa while others as rasa's attendants. Thus, though it seizes the position of the relisher, Svadhanarapa, it still accepts the role of the object of relish, Svati Arupa. Cultivate stayabhava exclusively in solitude, analyzing its distinctive features that separates it from the others. Ratai or love, born of stayabhava, is of two kinds, principal, mukhya, and subordinate, gana. The dissertation on Bhava Bhakti given earlier contains sections that described Ratai in Suddhasattva category. This is mukhya Ratai. Braja, as students of rhetoric, an insignificant branch of knowledge, compared to our present education, our syllabus included a section on Ratai. My idea of Ratai of those days has thankfully been completely uprooted by my understanding the state of consciousness which is imbued with Suddhasattva. It is clear to me that the sublime exchanges of spiritual humor, rasa, with the Supreme Lord is solely feasible for a jiva who is situated in his original spiritual identity, Suddhasvarupa. The rhetorician's view of Ratai pertains to the jiva's embodied condition, and which he tries to experience in his subtle body through mind and intellect. Your explanation of Ratai has opened my eyes to a divine understanding of rasa. It is the most precious treasure of the Suddha jiva, liberated souls, which the Bhattacharya can only very slightly relish by the mercy of Lady Ni Sakti. Like to know in some detail Suddha Ratai. Guru Gosvami was extremely pleased to hear Brajanatha's perceptive analysis of this esoteric philosophy. Poorly drops rained down from his eyes in uncontained joy. He embraced Brajanatha and said, "Am truly fortunate to have gained a disciple like you." So here on, mukhya Ratai is of two varieties, Svartha and Parartha. Braja, kindly elaborate upon these terms. Gosvami, Svartha Ratai nourishes itself with the help of all congenial bhava, avirata, and uses the opposing bhava, viradha, to produce exhaustion. In Parartha Ratai, Ratai receives the avirata and virata bhava in scanty measures. And there is another variety of mukhya Ratai. Mukhya Ratai has 5 divisions, Suddha Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura. Just as the sun rays passing through different varieties of quartz gives out many types of light, similarly Ratai passing through the different quartzes of stayabhava brings out distinct symptoms. Braja, Srila Gosvami, what is Suddha Ratai? Gosvami, mukhya Suddha Ratai is subdivided into 3, Samanya, Svakha, and Santa. The Ratai, young girls and common people have for Krishna is Samanya Ratai or slight love. Mukhya Ratai takes on a variegatedness in contact with the many types of devotees who develop love for Krishna according to their mood of worship. Such love, when it passes through the devotee's transparent bhava, is called svakha, transparent. Devotees who are infused with such Ratai sometimes sees Krishna as the Almighty Master, Prabhu, and glorifies him with prayers. Other times he sees Krishna as his friend and jokes with him in Sakya mood. He also thinks of Krishna as his son, fondling and protecting him in Vatsalya mood. As his kanta or lover in Madhurya mood he feels exhilarated in his company, and as the Lord within his heart Paramatma, he lovingly meditates on him, Parama Brahman Ratai. Devotees who achieve the state of transcendental consciousness which is nurtured by equanimity and equipoise and who meditate with love on Krishna in his Paramatma form, is said to be in Santaratai. This Suttaratai or Santaratai, is of two kinds, Kevala Santa, exclusively, and Sankula Santa, mixed. In Kevala Ratai only one Ratai is in full play without the intrusion of any other. Kevala Ratai is exhibited by servants, dasa, like Brajanujiye, Rasala etc., friends, Seka, like Sridama and by senior Mem bears, Guru Jana, like Nanda Maharaja. Where two or more ratas are displayed in a devotee it is known as Sankula Ratai. Adava Bhima and Radharani's elderly maid Mukara, are examples of devotees in Sankula Ratai. Braja, was under the impression that the eternal devotees of Braja do not manifest Suttaratai. But I see that a little Santaratai is present in Braja. In rhetoric, Ratai is absent in the state of Santa but it is present in the Parabrahman Rati. 1 am eager to hear about the symptoms of Dejiratai and so on. Gosvamai, the devotee's mood of reverential worship stemming from an attitude where he thinks of Krishna is the Lord and I am his servant evokes in him Dejiratai. Those who are firmly attached to this Ratai are not charmed by anything else. Those who consider Krishna as their equal and repose unflagging faith in him, Pasi Sakuratai. Person senior to Krishna, Guru Jana, showers Krishna with kindness and love. This is Vatsalya Ratai. This Ratai is marked by a protective mood where the Guru Jana or guardians, look after him, perform auspicious rituals for his protection and welfare, offer him their blessings, fondle him with affection and so on. Braja, kindly tell us also the Madhura Ratai Laksanam. Gosvamai, when the Brajagopis' love for Krishna is prompted by the 8 types of samaga or relishes like smarana, remembering, darsana, seeing, and so on, it is called Madhura Ratai. This Ratai is expressed by means of kataksa, side glances, bitruksipa, longing glances, priyavani, sweet talks, hajya coughing and joking, etc. This Ratai is, from Santa to Madhura, increasingly relishable and blissful. Eternally present in pure devotees according to their level of elevation. I have enumerated in Prece the 5 symptoms of Mukhya Ratai. Braja, Gurudeva, we like to hear your explanations of the transcendental Ganarati, or subsidiary Ratai, which is the melting pot of rasas. Gosvamai, the super excellent bhava which belong to Alambana and are accepted by the smaller secondary Ratai are known as Ganaratai. There are 7 Ganaratai or bhava, hajya, laughter, vismaya, astonishment, utsaha, eagerness, sakha, aimentation, krodha, anger, bhaya, fear, and jugupsa or ninda, scorn. First 6 of these only, can be directed at Krishna. When Suttaratai appears in a devotee, his body and activities centering his body, becomes the object of criticism, and so it is called Jugupsa Bhava and is considered in Rasa analysis as the 7th Gana Bhava. Inherent differences exist between the Gana Bhava symptoms, Hajya Vismaya etc. and Suttasattva Bhava, yet because Gana Bhava is linked up with Parathamukya Ratai, the symptoms of Hajya it are described as Ratai. In certain devotees only, Ganabhava reaches permanency but not in all cases. Thus they are referred to as irregular, unsteady, and temporary. Under specific conditions they acquire sufficient force to chase away the straightforward Ratai and establish themselves as the prime bhava. Braja, in rhetoric there are 8 bhava like Sringara, Amorous, Hajya, Jocular, Karuna, Pity, etc. Have realized that they are applicable only to the base, mundane rasa, exhibited in ordinary romantic dealings between a man and a woman. They have no place in the pure, transcendental rasa of Braja. They thrive in the mundane mind and consciousness but never in the purified spiritual consciousness. Thus what the great spiritual preceptors have enunciated as Stayabhava with its 5 Mukhya rasa and 7 Gana rasa is in all respect accurate. Kindly expand upon Hajya Ratai and the others. Gosvamai, Hajiratai appears when funny words are spoken, the dress looks odd or actions are caricatured and so on. It is characterized by opening up of the heart, widening of eyes, flaring out and vibrating of nostrils, lips, and cheeks. This Ratai is also born out of a love for Krishna instigated by a constricted bhava, sankaka. On seeing anything wonderful or extraordinary, the heart expands with astonishment and wonder, vismaya. It is expressed through dilation and protrusion of the eyes, exclamations of appreciation, horripilation etc. Utsaha or eagerness, is recognizable in an agile and resolved mind by how swiftly it becomes attached to a grand project which is eulogized by stalwart saints and whose symptoms like quickness, impatience, and enthusiasm are displayed. In Krodharatai, anger, the heart burns in rage due to pratikula bhava or conflicting and unfavorable feelings, callous intemperance, frowning, livid eyes etc. are its symptoms. Bhayaratai, fear, is caused by seeing a terrifying scene and the heart palpitates with restless apprehension. Symptomized by going into hiding, dryness of heart, running away etc. Jugupsaratai, scorn, is evoked by anything contempt news leading to disgust. The physical transformations exhibited in this ratai are, spitting, expectorate, grimacing, vilisfying etc. All these feelings are then considered ratai when they are favorably disposed to Krishna or else they are useless foibles of a mortal's heart. Braja, how many bhava are there in Bhakti Rasa? Gosvamai, there are 8 sthai bhava, 33 sankari bhava and 8 sattvika bhava totaling 49. When these bhava are mundane they stem from the 3 modes of material nature and become the cause of fleeting joys and sorrows. Whereas, when these bhava are dovetailed towards Krishna they become transcendental to the material modes and are sources of profound immortal bliss. Even deep despondency feels very pleasurable. Srila Rupa Gosvami writes that Lord Krishna and his beloveds, Vrajagopis, acting as alambana, generate ratai. Stamha, paralysis, and such ratai act as assistants to ratai like nirvida, unconscious, etc. At the time when rasa is inaugurated these ratai are not described anymore as karana, cause, karita, active, or sahya, assistant, but as vibhava and so on. Vibhava makes those ratai competent to accept the role of relishing visaya and hence the preceptors call them also vibhava. Nritya, or dancing, and so on magnify and demonstrate, anubhava, these ratai called vibhava, hence dancing etc. are termed anubhava. The sattvika bhava also act in similar fashions and use anubhava to demonstrate sattva hence they are called sattvika bhava. That bhava which injects nirvida, unconsciousness, etc. symptoms into anubhavaratai and vibhavaratai and breathes variagatness into them is known as sankari bhava. The pure devotees, preceptors, and experts in the scriptures and in the science of God consciousness have identified devotional service, seva, as the singular cause of bhava. In truth bhava which possesses the appendage ratai are inconceivable, and is the playground for the purest form of bhakti. Scriptures like Mahabharata have deified spotless bhava, enthroning it on a pedestal that lies beyond the jurisdiction of empirical speculation and analysis. Therefore the scriptures recommend not to broach this inconceivable knowledge through inductive philosophy and rhetorics. Ratai is the enchanting element in the paradigm of rasa. It colors Krishna's beauty and so on in vibhava, and then nurtures all the vibhava along with itself. Krishna's beauty etc. are the mainstay, asraya, of madhurya rasa and so on. Ratai initially manifests Krishna's beauty, then beauty after being relished, enhances ratai. Therefore vibhava anubhava, sattvika, and vyabhikari bhava give support to ratai, and vice versa. Braja, Gurudeva, kindly explain to us the differences between Krishna ratai or love for Krishna and Visaya ratai or infatuation with matter. Gosvami, Visaya ratai is worldly and gross. Krishna ratai is supramundane, spiritual. It has its roots in the extraordinary, in transcendence. Worldly love brings pleasure in union and pain in separation. When love for Krishna blossoms in the pure devotee's heart, rasa is churned up to produce the bliss of relish, samhojiya. In separation, vipralamha, this bliss acquires wonderful inflections. In Lord Chaitanya's conversation with Srila Ramanandaraya, the latter composed a poem in reply to Mahaprabhu's question. The poem, as it appears in CC Madhya 8/194, describes in some detail the fascinating facets of vipralamha bliss. A whisper of grief is indeed present in these lines, but in reality they are intensely exhilarating. Braja, the rhetoricians argue, manifest rasa is incomplete. What is our answer to this? Gosvami, mundane rasa is indeed incomplete. Stayabhava reveals itself as rasa only after samagri bhava merges with it but not otherwise. Transcendental spiritual rasa is unparalleled, and in the devotee's perfected stage, siddhavastha, it is incessant and self-manifest. On the stage of sadhana, rasa displays itself as perceivable reality in the material world. Mundane rasa disappears in times of separation. Whereas spiritual rasa shines brighter to a devotee who has renounced material attachments. It, rasa, is the effervescence of the majestic Hladini Sakti, epitomizing her inconceivable bliss and her characteristics. Hence unmitigated, supreme happiness is synonymous with rasa. It is impenetrable with the intellect because it is inconceivable. Braja, how many spiritual rasa are there? Gosvami, there are 1 principal rati and 7 subsidiary rati totaling 8. Similarly there are 5 types of principal rasa and 7 subordinate rasa. Braja, the more hear about this topic my thirst increases to know more. What are these rasa? Gosvami, Srila Rupa Gosvami writes in the Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu, 564 Smukyastu Pankadha Santa Prita Priyamska Vatsala Madhu Resitayamai Jainayatha Purvamanita Mahajiad Buddhaste the Virakurano Radra Ityapai Bayanika Sa Vibhatsa Iti Ganaskasaptata, BRS.5/64, there are 5 principal devotional rasa or humor, Santa, neutral or passive, Prita, satisfied, Prita, affection, Vatsala, protective and indulgent, and Madhura, conjugal. Each of these rasa are respectively superior to the preceding one. There are 7 subordinate rasa, Hajya, jocular, Adbhuta, wonder, Vira, chivalry, Karuna, pity, Raudragrath, Bhayanika, terrifying, and Vibhatsa, ghastly. Braja, the use of the word bhava in relation to spiritual rasa carries any special significance. Gosvami, very elevated and self-realized saints have probed deep into their inner selves with the helps of transcendental sciences and their purified minds, to release loving emotions locked within, and as they surface on their hearts they take the classification, bhava, within the spectrum of rasa. Earlier we discussed that there are 2 varieties of bhava, sinthyabhava, conceivable, and asinthyabhava, inconceivable. Sinthyabhava is a debatable subject since it awakens in the arena of limited intellect of conditional souls and is a product of material nature and mundane religiosity. Mundane bhava even when directed towards the Supreme Lord is sinthyabhava. Factually, sinthyabhava is incongruous and is not feasible to be applied in relation to the Supreme because the Supreme Lord is in the realm of transcendence. However, it is incorrect to construe that since the Supreme is alien to sinthyabhava hence bhava, as such, does not exist at all in relation to the Supreme Lord. The entire gamut of bhava is perfectly compatible to the Supreme. This is inconceivable, asintya. Asinthyabhava occupy the devotee's heart only on invitation and must be cultured with single-minded devotion. In time, you will realize that one of them is stayabhava and the other asinthyabhava are samagri bhava but all of them must be indelibly embossed in the heart. Only then are you able to evoke the eternally perfected, endless rasa within yourself. Braja, Gurudeva, what deep samskara or purificatory process is relevant to this subject? Gosvami, Jiva ensnared by material nature is caught in the cycle of repeated births and deaths, working out the accrued reactions of his actions, karma. In this process 2 types of samskara, praktani, past, and adhunika, present, have helped in framing up his mental constitution or temperament. The original, Spiritual soul possessed of pure consciousness and nature which has been polluted. On the strength of previous pious deeds, sukti, that lead to saintly association, sadhu sangha, and devotional service, new samskara is formed, which uproots the polluted samskara, once more allowing the original samskara its rightful place. Deeper the samskara sinks in, more strongly is the presence of asantya tattva felt inside the heart. Braja, Gurudeva, I am keen to understand which persons are worthy candidates for fathoming rasa tattva. Gosvami, only those persons who are able to awaken asantya bhava by the process of deep samskara, just described, are eligible candidates for rasa tattva. All others are debarred from it. Srila Rupa Gosvami writes, Vyatitya bhavanavartmaya skamat karabharabha hirdi sattva javal vadham svadate sa raso mata. BRS.5/79, above bhava is the edifice of stayabhava, a monument of breathtaking beauty and wonder. It is enjoyed in the heart, illuminated and cleansed by pure goodness. This is rasa. Braja, which persons are considered unfit for rasa? It is an aparadha to instruct an unfit person on the holy name. Similarly, it is a gross aparadha to reveal the subtleties of rasa to an undeserving person. Gurudeva, kindly make us beware of it, since we are already in a lost condition. Gosvami, the practice of vairagya or renunciation, which spurns Sutta Bhakti, is in truth falga vairagya or fake renunciation. Pursuit of jnana or knowledge, which excludes Sutta Bhakti, is dry and empirical. Krishna Bhakti Rasa is the greatest treasure of spiritualists and must be very well protected from unworthy plunderers, just as priceless gems are always carefully guarded against thieves. Among the unworthy are the falga vairagyas or shobadal renunciants, dry empiricists, rhetoricians, fruitive workers, gross materialists, monists, mayavadis, etc. Braja, Gurudeva, we are so fortunate to hear these wonderful instructions from you. We will try sincerely to follow them. Bijoya, Gurudeva, I maintain my family reciting and lecturing on the Srimad Bhagavatam. This text is a treatise on rasa, hence, is it a aparadha to earn money by reading it out to the ordinary public? Gosvami, indeed. It is an excellent text. The Bhagavatam is the crown jewel of all the scriptures, the mature, nectarian fruit of the entire Vedic literature. Simply abide by its espousals, especially this one, Muhur Aho Rasika Bhavai Bhavyuka, SB 1/1/3. O thoughtful devotees! Expert in the science of rasa, relish ers of the spiritual humors. Kindly continue, even after liberation, to savor the sublime and nectarian fruit of the Vedas, known as the Srimad Bhagavatam. According to this edict, the only eligible candidates for rasa tattva are the bhavyuka, thoughtful and expert, and rasika, relish ers of rasa, devotees, no other person is allowed access to it. Therefore, son, immediately abandon this method of earning livelihood. You are a thirsty searcher for rasa, hence do not commit further aparadha against rasa tattva. The Vedas declare that rasa is personified in Krishna raso vesa, Tate. Up. 2/7. The scriptures offer several options for earning one's livelihood. Follow its bona fide advice. But stop lecturing and reading the Bhagavatam for monetary gains. If you find a rasika audience, then read to them the Bhagavat Purana with great jubilation, but without expecting or taking a fee, donation, etc. Bijoya, Gurudeva, you have saved me from the clutches of a terribly aparadha. But how to counter the aparadha I have been committing? Gosvami, that aparadha will not remain. You entreat to rasa tattva guilelessly, and it will surely exonerate you from your aparadha. Do not worry about it anymore. Bijoya, Gurudeva, better I maintain this body even by some base profession, but never more do I wish reveal the intricacies of rasa tattva to an undeserving person and earn my living from it. Gosvami, dear sons, you are blessed. Krishna has accepted you as his devotees, otherwise how could you have developed so much determination in bhakti culture? You are the residents of Navad Vipadama, and Lord Gauranga has inspired you with his potency. Chapter 29 Rasa further analyzed Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara decided to stay during Chaturmasya Vrata, a 4-month vow during the monsoons, in Purushottam's Kshetra, Puri. During this time they were keen to learn the details of Rasa Tattva from Srila Guru Goswami and embark on the path of Rasa. Brajanatha's grandmother, on hearing the spiritual benefits of staying for Chaturmasya Vrata in Jagannatha Kshetra, agreed to Brajanatha's proposal. Every morning and evening they visited the temple to have darsana of Lord Jagannatha. They bathed in holy ponds like the Narendra Sarovara lake and saw the important sacred places with great joy. They kept themselves properly informed about Lord Jagannatha's Sringara and festivals and observed them with devotion. They kept Srila Guru Goswami regularly posted on their activities and plans. Srila Guru Goswami was extremely pleased with them. He said, Brajanatha, Bijoyakumara, have developed a deep Vatsalya affection for you, so much so that I would very much feel your absence when you leave. Am extremely happy that you are here. It may be possible to find a bona fide spiritual teacher, but very rarely does one find a sincere disciple. Humbled by Srila Goswami's words and presence, Brajanatha asked, Gurudeva, kindly explain to us the different rasa and their relation to the bhava, such as vibhava. Goswami, your inquiry is of a very elevated order. Please listen, for I speak only what Lord Chaitanya wishes me to say. The first rasa is Santarasa. Here Santarati is the sthayi bhava. The happiness experienced in impersonal Brahman realization, Brahmananda, or by yogis steeped in meditation on the self, Atmasukha, are comparatively feeble to the joy of God realization. It is much greater, and the Supreme God's personal form is the source and cause of that joy. The beatific, transcendental form of the four-handed Lord Narayana, Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the cause, alambana, of Santarasa sentiment. He is embellished with absolute qualities like omnipotence, opulence, etc., hence Visaya, object, and Anubhava integral to this alambana also appear in like manner. Peaceful, equipoised persons take shelter of Santarati. Self-realized, liberated transcendentalists who are self-satisfied, Atmarama, and the elevated renunciants who possess unflinching faith are in Santarasa. The four Kumaras, Sanaka, Sanandana, etc., are the foremost Atmarama. They look like young boys and dress in sannyasi clothes. Initially they were realized in the impersonal Brahman. Later they became attached to the exquisite beauty of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and began to worship Him. Renunciants whose spiritual path is cleared of impediments and who have cut off material attachments by practicing yadavarajya, renunciation through using everything in the Lord's service, but are still not able to completely denounce the desire for mutti, liberation, enter into Santarasa. The following are some of the Udapana, stimulants, in Santarasa: studying the principal Upanishads, living in solitary places, surfacing of the inner proclivities, discussing philosophical truths, establishing the preponderance of knowledge and learning, appreciating the Lord's universal form, Visvarupa, associating with devotees in Jnana Misra Bhakti, devotion mixed with Jnana, debating on the Upanishad with persons of equal intellect, and so on. The other Udapana in Santarasa are: fragrance of tulasi buds offered at the feet of the Lord, the sound of a conch shell, sacred mountains, holy forests, spiritually potent places, the river Ganga, the act of ridding material holdings and sins, the conviction that time, Kala, is the destroyer of everything, and other such symptoms. The Vibhava in Santarasa are ditto. Braja, what are the Anubhava symptoms in Santarasa? Gosvami, the vision remains transfixed at the tip of the nose, activities and efforts are like that of an avadhuta, mendicant, eyes to the ground while walking, is fond of showing the Jnana Mudra, a sign made by joining the forefinger and the thumb making an O, does not feel hatred towards those who are inimical to the Supreme Lord, has little feelings of devotion towards devotees who are even favored by the Supreme Lord, is fond of severing all material ties and becoming a Jivanmutta. Liberated in this body, is impartial, selfless, and disinterested, is egoless and is under a vow of silence etc. are the extraordinary influences of this rati and are the symptoms of anubhava in Santarasa. The transformations of anubhava are, yawning, stretching the body, giving instructions on devotion, offering obeisances to Lord Hari and glorifying him with prayers. Braja, what are the ecstatic transformations, Satvikavakara, in Santarasa? Gosvamai, except for devastation or near death, pralaya, other ecstatic transformations like stamha, paralysis, occur frequently in Santarasa. Those Satvikavakara which are with vigorous symptoms, diptalaksana, do not appear in Santarasa. Braja, what are the Sankari bhava in this rasa? Gosvamai, the most commonly seen Sankari bhava conditions in all Santarasa categories are, nirvida, remorse, druti, patience, harsa, smiling, mati, understanding, samriti, reminiscence, visata, dejection, utsukata, eagerness, aviga, trepidations, and vitarka, argumentativeness. Braja, how many kinds of Santarati are there? Gosvamai, Santarati is the Stai bhava in Santarasa and is of two varieties, Sama and Sandra. In Asamprajna Samadhi, in yoga this samadhi is when the Atma is unable to perceive his svarupa, the body registers symptoms like harsa, kama, attraction, romanka, horripilation, etc., when he perceives the Supreme Lord in his heart. This is how Sama Santarati is manifest. In Nirvikalpa Samadhi one is free from all nescience and dualism. Thus situated, when the yogi sees the Supreme Lord face to face he experiences ineffable bliss, the hallmark of Sandra Santarati. Santarasa is of two types, Pariksya and Saksatkur. Sukadeva Gosvami and Bilvamangala Thakura had attained Brahman through Jnana, but they rejected Brahmananda for the immortal nectar of Bhakti. The famous and most erudite Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is another example. Braja, why is Santarasa absent in rhetorics? Gosvami, in mundane relationships, the state of Santa neutralizes all variegatedness, hence it is overlooked. In transcendental dealings, with the advent of Santarasa, spiritual humor, rasa, gradually increases. The Supreme Lord has declared that when the devotee's consciousness is fixed with determination, nistha, in him, it is called sama. The fact is, the consciousness cannot become fixed, nistha, on the Lord without Santarati. Therefore Santarasa must be cultivated within spiritual culture. Braja, Gurudeva, the subject of Santarasa is now clear. Kindly explain the intricacies of Dejirasa. Gosvami, the spiritual preceptors designate Dejirasa also as Pradabhaktirasa. The Lord's servitors, who are indeed receiving his favors, are of two kinds, Dejya who consider themselves his servitors, and Lalya, those who consider themselves maintained by him, who are totally dependent on Ged. Thus Pratabhakti Rasa is also divided into two sections, Samramaprita and Gauravaprita. Braja, we desire to know these divisions in detail. Gosvami, devotees who assert themselves as Lord's servants develop and reverential love, Priti, for Lord's Krishna. This matures into Samramaprita. Both Krishna and his servitors are alambana in this rasa. Braja, what is Samramaprita? Gosvami, in Samramaprita rasa in Gokula, Krishna is in his original two-handed form. Besides this, in some places Krishna manifests his two-handed form, and at other places, his four-handed form. As the two-handed Krishna, playing flute in Gokula, he wears the peacock feather in his crown and is dressed as a cowherd boy. But in other places two-handed Krishna is dressed opulently with ornaments and jewels. Srila Rupa Gosvami writes, Brahmanda Koti Dhamma Makupa Kripambadhe Avasintya Mahasakti Sarva Siddhini Savita Avatara Valivaham Sadat Maramart Gana Isvara Paramarad Haya Sarvajana Sudresta Vrata Samradhi Kasamasila Saranagatapalaka Daksina Satyavakano Daksa Sarve Subhankara Pratapi Dharmaka Sastra Kaksar Bhaktisartama Vadanyasti Jasayukta Kradajana Kurta Zamsre Avarian Balavan Primavasya Iti Adabhir Gana Yodaskater Videsvi Sadash Svalambano Hari. BRS.2/3 The Supreme Personality of Godhead is embellished with innumerable transcendental qualities. Millions of universes, Brahmanda, reside in every pore of his body. He is an ocean of compassion, whose unlimited, awesome potency is unfathomable by human intellect. He is the repertory of all mystic perfections and is the primeval cause of every variety of incarnations like Gunavatara, Lila-avatara, Sakti-avatara and so on. The self-satisfied yogis, Atmaramas, including the illustrious Sukadeva Goswami, are charmed by him. He controls everything and is the supreme object of worship for the jivas and demigods alike. He is omniscient, infallible, absolutely opulent, forgiving, protector of his devotees who have taken his shelter. He is the supreme icon of munificence, truth, and ambidexterity. He is everyone's well-wisher and benefactor, majestic, symbol of religiosity. He is the eye of the scriptures, the friend of the devotees, magnanimous, valorous, grateful, the performer of wonderful deeds, superior than anyone, powerful, subjugated by love and so on. Braja, what are the four kinds of dasa? Gosvami, Adhikrita, Ashrita Parisada Anugita. Adhikrita dasa means he is the property of the master, he always indulges his master and maintains a meek and humble disposition. Ashrita dasa, or one who has taken complete shelter, is ready to fully execute the master's wishes. Parisada dasa, or a companion, is a constant associate, trustworthy and loyal. Anugita dasa, or a submissive servant, is always compliant to the desires of his master. Braja, Gurudeva, who are some of the personalities in each of these categories of dasa. Gosvami, Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra, the demigods and demigoddesses are Adhikrita dasa and dasi, manservants and maidservants. Having earned positions of authority for the administration of universal affairs, they serve the Supreme Lord in this capacity. Ashrita dasa is of three kinds: Saranagata, surrendered, Jnanigho, pursue knowledge, and Savanastha, fixed in service. Kaliyanaga, the serpent, the kings who were imprisoned by Jarasandha and so on, are examples of Saranagata dasa. Saunaka RSI and other RSI discarded aspirations for liberation and took shelter of Supreme Lord Hari, they are Jnani dasa. Attached and dedicated from the very beginning to bhajana, devotional service, Kandradvaha, Hari Harabahulasva Iksaka Pundarika etc. are Savanastha dasa. Adava, Darika, Satyaki, Sritadeva, Satruhit, Nanda, Upananda, Bhadra etc. are Parisada dasa. Though they proffer advice and consultations in their free time, they render menial service. Bhisma Pariksit Maharaja and Vijaya are also Parisada dasa. Adava is the best among all Krishna's beloved dasa. Those servants of Krishna who are always engaged in serving him are Anugata dasa. They are of two categories, those who reside in Vrajadhama, and those who are in Dvarakapuri. Raktika, Patrika, Patri, Madhyukantha, Madhavrata, Rasala, Suvalasa, Premakandha, Makarandaka, Ananda, Kandrahasa, Payadabakula, Rasada, Sarada, and so on, are dasa in Vraja. Sukandra, Mandala, Stamha, Sudhamba etc. are residents, dasa of Dvaraka. In Vrajaraktika is the leader of the Anugata dasa. There are three types of Parisada dasa: Dhurya, front runner, Dhira, steady, and Vira, valorous. Ashrita dasa is also of three types: Nitya Siddha, eternally liberated, Siddha, perfected, and Sadhaka, practitioner. Braja, what are the Udapana, stimulants, in Dejirasa? Gosvami, the sweet sound of the flute, the sound of the horn, Srinji, to laugh together, to hear Krishna's wonderful qualities, the lotus flower, Krishna's footmarks, fresh rain clouds, Krishna's body fragrance and so on, are Dejirasa Udapana. Braja, what are the Anubhava in this rasa? Gosvami, to apply himself fully to his designated duties, to carry out Krishna's orders to serve the Lord abandoning envy, anger etc., foster warm camaraderie with Krishna's servitors, steady and dedicated to serving Krishna and so on, are the extraordinary anubhava of this rasa. Physical transformations such as dancing, feelings of affection for Krishna's servants and indifference to others etc. are the ordinary anubhava. Braja, what are the sattvika vikara, transformations, in the different kinds of pridharasa? Gosvamai, all the sattvika bhava beginning with stamha are present in this rasa. Braja, what are the vyabhikari bhava in it? Gosvamai, harsa, smiling, garva, pride, driti, patience, nirvada, remorse, visata, dejection, dainya, humility, sinta, worrying, samriti, remembering, sankha, anxiety, mati, understanding, atsukya, eagerness, kapilya, restlessness, vitarka, arguing, aviga, trepidation, or brita, bashfulness, jadya, inertia, moha, illusion, unmata, madness, avahitha, hiding emotions, bodha, perceptiveness, svapna or supti, dreaminess, klama or glani, langur, vyadi, sickness, and mrityu. Deathliness, are the vyabhikari bhava in this rasa. Mata, inebriation, srama, fatigue, trisa, fear, apasamriti, absent-mindedness, alasia, laziness, agraya, volatileness, krodha, anger, aswaya, jealousy, and nidra, sleepiness, are very uncommonly found. In meeting with Krishna, harsa, garva, and driti are expressed, while glani, vyadi and mrityu result due to separation from Krishna. The other 18 bhava, nirvida visata etc., are exhibited both in union and in separation. Braja, what are the sthāyi bhava in pridharasa? Gosvamai, the feelings of awe and respect for the master produces simultaneously tremors in the heart and deep affection for him. When they unite with love, priti, it makes priti the sthāyi bhava in this rasa. In santarasa rati alone is the sthāyi bhava, whereas in priti rasa, mamata, deep affectionate attachment, strengthens rati to form priti which is then the sthāyi bhava. Priti which is mixed with samrama, awe and respect, or samrama priti, gradually refines into prema sneha and raga, respectively. As soon as samrama priti sheds the moods of awe and reverence, the crystallized result is prema, or love of Godhead. When prema becomes more concentrated to cause the heart to melt, it is known as sneha. In sneha the devotee cannot bear to be separate from Krishna even for a moment. When the devotee reaches that stage in sneha where sorrow and grief feels like happiness, the state of raga is achieved. In raga, separation from Krishna evokes in the devotee the wish to leave his body. The adhikrita dasa and ashrita dasa can reach only up to the stage of prema. The parisada dasa is able to achieve sneha. The vrajanuga dasa, or Krishna's servitors in vraja like Pariksit, Darika, and Uddhava are capable of attaining raga. In tandem with blossoming of raga, the first flush of Sakyarasa is also felt. The learned scholars on this subject state that in this rasa, union with Krishna is called yoga and separation is ayaga. Ayaga is of two types, utkanthita, extremely eager, and vyaga, separation. Yoga is of three kinds, siddhi, perfected, tusti, satisfying, and sthiti, stable. In the state of extreme eagerness, utkanthita, caused by separation, ayaga, on seeing Krishna, siddhi yoga takes place. After a period of separation, meeting with Krishna is called tusti. Living together with Krishna is known as sthiti yoga. Braja, Gurudeva, we have understood samrama priti, kindly explain gaurava priti. Gosvamai, those dasa or servitors, who feel pride in being maintained by Krishna, lalyabhamana, are said to have gaurava priti. However, priti is only then gaurava when it is nurtured by vibhavya etc. The Supreme Lord Hari and his lalyadasa, maintained servitors, are the alambana in gaurava priti. Mahaguru, Mahakirti, Mahabudhai, Mahabala, Raksaka, and as their maintainer, Lalaka, Krishna, are the Visayarupa alambana. There are two varieties of Lalyadasa, Kanistha, Junior, and Putra, son. Sarana, Gada Subhadra etc. pride themselves in being Kanistha, while Pradyumna Karadesna, Samba etc. take pride in being Krishna's Putradasa. Krishna expressing protective affection, Vatsalya, smiling and so on, act as Udapana. The Anubhava in Gaurava Priti are sitting at a lower level from Krishna, following in their guru's footsteps, discarding whimsical ways and so on. Sankari Bhava and Vyabhikari Bhava are as before. Braja, what is the purport of the word Gaurava? Gosvamai, a parental relationship where Krishna is considered the father or guru, based on physical affinity with Krishna, is called Gaurava. The intense and affectionate absorption in one's maintainer, Krishna, is Gaurava Priti. This is the Sthai Bhava of this rasa. Braja, Gurudeva, we have understood Priti or Dajya rasa. Kindly tell us about Prita Bhakta or Sakya rasa. Gosvamai, Lord Krishna, his confidants and friends are the alambana in this rasa, Sakya. The two-handed flute player Vrayendranandana Krishna, is the Vasaya. Krishna's friends are the Asraya. Braja, what are the different types of confidants and their symptoms? Gosvamai, in form, rupa, qualities, guna, and dress, vesa, the friends and confidants are similar to the Krishna's dasa. But unlike the dasa's samramajanana towards Krishna, awe and reverence, the Sakya, friends, exchange trust and confidentiality, visramha, with Krishna. They are of two types, Purasambandha and Vrajasambandha. Arjuna, Bhima Draupadi, Sridama Vipra etc. are Parasambandha Sakya dash of them Arjuna is the closest to Krishna. Krishna's Sakya in Vrajasambandha, always desire to be in his company, greedy to see him, because Krishna is their life and soul. Thus they are the principal Sakya. The Sakya of Vraja are of four kinds, Sarod, Sakya, Priya Sakya, and Prayanarma Sakya. The Sarod posses a touch of the guardianship sentiment, Vatsalya, for Krishna. They are slightly senior in age to Krishna, and carry weapons to protect Krishna from harm and attacks from enemies. Subhadra, Mandalabhadra, Bhadravardhan, Gabhada, Yaksa, Indrabhata, Bhadrangha, Virabhadra, Mahaguna, Vijaya, Balabhadra etc. are Sarod Sakya. Among them Mandalabhadra and Balabhadra are most prominent. The Sakya friends, second type of Sakya, are younger in age to Krishna, they possess a tinge of Dajya Bhava or the mood of the servitors, but are fully in Sakya rasa. Visala, Vrsabha, Ojasvi, Devaprastha, Varuthapa, Miranda, Kusumapada, Manabandha, Karandhama are some of Krishna's dearmost Sakya. Devaprastha is the closest among the Sakya, to Krishna. Krishna's Priyasaka are equal in age to him and possess the pure camaraderie of a confidant with Krishna. Sridama, Sudama, Dhamma, Vasudama, Kinkani, Stokakrishna, Angsug, Bhadrasena, Vidasi, Pundarika, Vidanksa and so on, are the eminent Priyasaka. The fourth kind of friend Priya Narma Sakya, are superior to the other three, Sarod Sakya and Priyasaka. They are very intimate and confidential friends of Krishna and are ambidextrous. Subala, Arjuna Gandharva, Ajay Jaivala etc. are Krishna's Prayanarma Sakya. Ajay Jaivala is always joking and jovial. Some of the friends are eternal associates and extremely beloved of Krishna, Nityapriya, some are demigods, Sura, and some are sadhakas. The Sakya are engaged in many activities, serving Krishna in a variety of ways like a friend and pleasing him. Braja, what are the different udapana of this rasa? Gosvamai, Krishna's age, his boyish charm, horn flute, conch, amusements, jocularity, prowess, the effort of performing and helping in pastimes are udapana in Sakya rasa. Further udapana are Krishna's age, kumara, childhood, and paganda, boyhood, when he goes to graze the cows, gosth, and kaisor, youth, when he is in Gokula and Mathura. Braja, What are the anubhava of the Seka in general? Gosvamai, arm wrestling, ball games, dice playing, playing piggyback, playing with sticks. Krishna makes a wish and his friends compete to do it first, sitting together on the same seat or swinging on the swing together, joking and chatting together, water sports, playing with monkeys, making music and dancing etc. are the anubhava of the general Seka. The speciality of Sarod Seka are to offer good advice and be always forward in every activity. The Sekas specialize in preparing chewing betel, decorating Krishna with tilaka, sandal pulp, and so on. The Priya Sekas are known for their bravery, giving them victory in battles, rest healing, receiving medal from Krishna etc. To assist Krishna in his Madhura Rasa pastimes are the prerogatives of Priya Narma Seka. Like Krishna's Dasa, they also decorate Krishna with wild flowers, fan him and so on. Braja, Gurudeva, what is the extent of Sattvika Bhava and Sankari Bhava in this Rasa? Gosvamai, they are slightly more pronounced here than in Dejya Rasa. Braja, what are the Stai Bhava in this Rasa? Gosvamai, Srila Rupa Gosvamai writes in Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu, Vimata Samramayasya Visram Hatmaratird Praya Samamaya Atra Sa Sakyam Stati Sabdabhuk, BRSPALA 3/45. The affectionate exchanges between two equals which are minus the elements of reverence and deference, samrama, but are full of love, trust, and confidence, visramha, is called Sakyarasa, or fraternal humor, and this also is the Stai Bhava in this rasa. Braja, what is the meaning of visramha, or trust? Gosvamai, Srila Rupa Gosvamai describes it with these words in the Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu, Visramho Gadhavisvasavai Soyant Reno Jayita, Bra Pala 3/46. The feeling of complete equality between two persons reflecting unquestioning trust and confidentiality is known as Visramabha. Braja, kindly tell us the gradual progression of levels in this rasa. Gosvamai, Sakyarasa is a matrix for prema, snaharaga-expanding all the way up to pranaya. Braja, what are the symptoms of pranaya love in this rasa? Gosvamai, although it is capable of accommodating feelings of reverence and deference, samrama, pranaya is completely devoid of samrama. Sakyarasa is magnificent. In Prada, Dejirasa in Vatsalyarasa, Krishna and his devotees exhibit differences in their creed of bhava. Sakyarasa or Prayarasa is certainly the more favored among these rasas. The reason is that only in Sakhya Rasa Krishna and his devotees exchange the same creed of sweet bhava between them. Chapter 30 Analysis of Rasa continues. Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha relished Kikuri Prasadam and went to pay respects to the Samadhi, or the sacred tomb of Srila Haridasa Thakura. Thereafter they went for an auspicious darsana of Lord Gopinatha in Tota, and finally arrived in the Radhakanta temple. They offered prostrated obeisances at Srila Guru Gosvamai's feet and sat down. While Srila Gosvamai went to take prasadam, they discussed various Krishna-conscious topics with Sri Dhyanakandra Gosvamai. When Srila Gosvamai returned and sat down, they submissively inquired from him the details of Vatsalya Rasa, or parental humor. Srila Gosvamai said, in Vatsalya Rasa, Lord Krishna is Vasaya Alambana, principal objective, and his superiors and elder Vrajabasis are Asraya Alambana, principal support. Krishna is the paragon of beauty, dark-complexioned, reservoir of all auspiciousness, tender and gentle, sweet in speech, guileless, bashful, humble, charitable and respectful to elders. Krishna's superiors are Yasoda Devi, Nanda Maharaja, Rohini Devi, Senior Gopis, Mother Devaki, Kunti Devi, Sri Vasudeva, Sandipani Muni and so on. Mother Yasoda and Nanda Maharaja are principal among the seniors. Uddapana in Vatsalya Rasa are, Krishna as the child, his beauty, baby's clothing, childishness, restlessness, baby talks, chuckling laughter, pranks etc. Braja, what are the different anubhava of this rasa? Gosvamai smelling the top of Krishna's head, gently squeezing and stroking his body, blessing him, commanding him, pampering him, protecting and maintaining him, offering him good advice, are some of the anubhava. The general activities in this rasa are kissing, embracing, calling Krishna by his names and chastising him at appropriate moments. Braja. What are the sattvika vikara, or ecstatic transformations in this rasa? Gosvamaya. The 8 regular transformations like paralysis, shivering, weeping etc. and the outflow of breast milk, of the ladies, are the 9 sattvika vikara. Braja. What are the vyabhikarai, bhava of Vatsalya, rasa? Gosvamaya. All the vyabhikarai, bhava symptoms of prida or dajya rasa plus mureka, or epileptic convulsions are manifest in Vatsalya rasa. Braja. What are the sthai bhava symptoms in this rasa? Gosvamaya. When kindness, love, and compassion shown by the disperser of mercy towards the recipient of mercy is devoid of awe and reverence, samrama, it is the sthai bhava of this rasa. The Vatsalya love of Yasoda and others are by nature mature and matronly. Here sthai bhava extends to prema, sneha and raga. Lord's Balarama's love for Krishna is a mixture of dajya rasa and Vatsalya rasa. Yudhishthira's love is infused with Vatsalya, dajya, and sakya rasa. Ugrasena possesses dajya, Vatsalya, and sakya rasa. Nakula, Sahadeva, Narada, and others exhibit a combination of sakya and dajya rasa. Lord Shiva, Garuda, Uddhava etc. exhibit an amalgam of dajya and sakya bhava. Braja. Gurudeva, we have understood the magnificence of Vatsalya rasa. Kindly purify and enliven us with details of the paramount of all rasa, the madhura, rasa, or the sweet conjugal humor. Gosvamaya. Madhura bhakti rasa is the apex of all rasa. When a materialistic person turns to God and religion, he embraces renunciation. And as long as he cannot acquire the right to engage in transcendental humors, Cid rasa, he is shut out from experiencing madhura, rasa, being a non-eligible candidate for madhura, tasa. Madhura, rasa is esoteric and rare. Scarcely is someone eligible found, hence madhura rasa must be kept very confidential. Although the salient features of the rasa will be described to you, I will be brief. Braja. Gurudeva, a follower of Sri Subala. Kindly gauge as to how much from your dissertation on madhura, rasa am fit to hear. Gosvamaya. The Priya, Narma, Seka are permitted to participate in madhura or sringara rasa in extremely restricted mesures. Keeping that in mind, I will reveal what is commensurate to your eligibility, no more. Braja. What is the alambana in this rasa? Gosvamaya. Sri Krishna is the Vasaya alambana of this rasa. He is the epitome of unparalleled beauty, charm, and amorous escapades, nagara. The gopis of Braja are the Israya alambana in madhura or sringara rasa. Among all the gopis, Ramati Radha is the crest jewel. The sound of flute and so on won the Uddapana is this rasa. Sidelong glances, enigmatic smiles etc. are the anubhava in madhura, rasa. All the sattvika bhavas shine resplendently in this rasa. Besides alasia, laziness, and agraya, rudeness and volatility, the other vyabhikarai bhava are displayed here. Braja. What is the sthai bhava? Gosvamaya. When madhura ratai, or conjugal love is nurtured by the heart's natural vibhava, it blossoms into madhura rasa, or conjugal humor. This divine love between Sri Radha and Sri Krishna is never accosted or impaired by either svahadiya, same creed of love, or vijatiya, alien creed, bhava. Braja. How many types of madhura, rasa are there? Gosvamaya. Vipralamha, or pining love in separation, and samhaga, or the exulting love in union, are the 2 types of madhura, rasa. Braja. What is vipralamha? Gosvamaya. Vipralamha ratai has many sub-divisions such as purvaraga, mana, pravasa, etc. Braja. What is purva, raga? Gosvamaya. Feelings and emotions lovers experience before meeting each other, are called purvaraga. Braja. What are mana and pravasa? Gosvamaya. Mana is well known and pravasa means to be bereft of the lover's presence. Braja. What is samaga? Gosvamaya. The inexplicable exultation ensuing from the meeting of the lover with the beloved is called samaga. will now refrain from divulging more about Madhura, Rasa. Those elevated souls who are eligible to engage in the esoteric science of Madhura Bhakti Rasa, may refer to the book, Sri Ajay Jaivala, Nilamani. Braja kindly explain briefly the different varieties of subordinate devotional humors, or gana, bhakti, rasa. Gosvamai Hajya, amusement, Adbhuta, wonder, Vira, chivalry, Karuna, pity, Raudra, anger, Bhayanika, terrifying, and Vibhatsa, horrific, are the 7 subordinate rasa. When they gain prominence and intensity to the extent of usurping the positions of the Mukhya rasa, or principal humors, they assert themselves as individual rasa or humor. On the stage where they are able to express themselves independently, they become sthai, bhava, and nurtured by their inherent vibhavya they are converted to full-fledged rasa, or humors. In actual fact, there are only 5 rasas such as Santa, Dajya etc. Generally, these 7 subordinate humors form a part of Vyabhikari bhava. Braja, in the study rhetorics I have already come across the 7 subordinate rasa. What desire to know very much is the relationship between the principal devotional humors and these subordinate humouts. Gosvamai I will enumerate the different compatible and incompatible rasa. Santa rasa is amicable to Dajya, Vibhatsa, Dharmavira and Adbhuta rasa. On the other hand, Adbhuta rasa is friendly to Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya and Madhura rasa. The enemies of Santa rasa are Madhura, Yadavara, Raudra and Bhayanika. Dajya rasa is congenial with Vibhatsa, Santa, Dharma, Vira, Dana, Vira rasa. Its opponents are Madhura, Yada, Vira and Raudra rasa. Sakya rasa is friendly to Madhura, Hajya and Yada, Vira, rasa. It is unfriendly to Vatsalya, Vibhatsa, Raudra and Bhayanika rasa. Vatsalya rasa concurs with Hajya, Karuna and Bhayanika rasa, but disagrees with Madhura, Yada, Vira, Dajya and Raudra rasa. Madhura rasa is compatible with Hajya and Sakya rasa and is incompatible with Vatsalya, Vibhatsa, Santa, Raudra and Bhayanika rasa. Hajya rasa is compatible with Vibhatsa, Madhura and Vatsalya rasa and incompatible with Karuna and Bhayanika rasa. Adbhuta rasa complements Vira, Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya and Madhura rasa, but resists Raudra and Vibhatsa rasa. Vira rasa is friendly to Adbhuta, Hajya, Sakya and Dajya rasa but inimical to Bhayanika rasa. Some are of the opinion that Santa rasa is also inimical to Vira rasa. Karuna rasa coordinates well with Raudra and Vatsalya rasa, but not with Vira, Hajya, Samagya Madhura and Adbhuta rasa. Raudra rasa is in harmony with Karuna and Vira rasa but not with Hajya, Madhura and Bhayanika rasa. Bhayanika rasa mixes well with Vibhatsa and Karuna rasa but opposes Vira, Madhura, Hajya and Raudra rasa. Vibhatsa rasa is in congruity with Santa, Hajya and Dajya rasa but incongruous with Madhura and Sakya rasa. All the other rasa are neutral with each other. Braja Guruji, what are the outcomes of these minglings of different rasa? Gosvamai, when compatible rasa mingles together it becomes greatly relishable. The mingling is at its best when anga, limbs, links up with ENG, body. The criteria is not whether the rasa are principal or subordinate, but that the ENG rasas seek out compatible rasa as their anga. Braja kindly define the differences between ENG and anga. Gosvamai, here again the consideration is not of principal or subordinate rasa, that rasa which attains prominence over others is the ENG, or body. While those rasa which nourish ENG rasa are called anga rasa and they take on the role of sankari, bhava. The Vinodharmatara states, Rasanam samavetanam yajirupam bhavadvahu asamantavio rasa ste isesa sankarino mata, when several rasa become simultaneously active, anyone which outdoes the others, is considered a sthai rasa, while the others take the appendage sankara rasa. Braja, Gurudeva, how does Gana rasa obtain the position of an ENG rasa? Pradyan vibhavanotkarsat pustham mukhayan alamita kun katanijanathana ganapi anjitvamasnut mukyastvanjitvam, asadyapusnanindram, upendravat ganam, eva, Anjinam Kritva Nigadha, Nija, Vabhava Anadivasanod Beza, Vazit Bhakta, Kata Si Bhatyeva Natalinas Yadasa Sankari, Ganavat Anji Mukyasvamatranger, Baba Istarabhivardhayan Svahati Yair, Vijati Ya Isvatantrasan Virajat Yajya Mukyajya Yo Bhakto Bhavanitya, Nija, Asraya Anji Sa Eva Tatras Yanmukya Pienio Engadam. Vrajat. BRSU.LA 8/35, 35, sometimes when Mukhya, or principal Rasa, the protagonist of Rasa, takes on a withdrawn mood, Sankaka, and nourishes the Gana, or subordinate Rasa, simultaneously Vibhava becomes strongly manifest, then Gana Rasa wears the crown of an Angi Rasa. Meanwhile, Mukhya Rasa slips into the role of an Anga and cloaks its own magnificence. Just as Vamana, Upendra, support et Indra, similarly Mukhya Rasa acting as an Anga nurtures Gana Rasa, now turned Angi. Mukhya Rasa shines resplendently in the bhakti, saturated heart of the devotee, which is scented with the sublime fragrance of endless, transcendental desires to serve the Lord. Unlike the Gana Sankari Rasa, which when becomes wanton, Vyabhakari, merges into Mukhya Rasa, but Mukhya Rasa remains firm and conspicuous. Mukhya Angi Rasa allows itself to be garnished by Svahati Ya, same creed, and Vijati Ya, alien creed, Anga conglomerate of Bhava, and then manifests itself independently. One who is attracted to a particular Mukhya Rasa becomes eternally imbued and ensconced in it, and it manifests to him as an Angi Rasa. All other Rasa, even the Mukhya ones, are relegated the Anga position in relation to one's Mukhya Angi Rasa. Another pertinent point is when Anga Rasa confluence with Angi Rasa and enhances the relish of Rasa, then only is it Anga Rasa, otherwise its alliance with Angi is meaningless. Braja, what happens when contrary Rasa conflux? Gosvamaya, tasteless, undelectable Rasa is created, similar to a concoction of deliciously sweet nectar with salty, acidic fluids. Such mixtures are called extreme rasabhasa or conflicting tastes. Braja is this mixture of contrary rasa, always unrelishable under all circumstances. Gosvami Srila Rupa Gosvami answers this in his Bhakti Rasa Mrta, Sindhu, Dvarkatarasya Badhyat Vinapavarnan Smryamanatayapayatau Samayina Vakain Pi Ca Rasantarana Vyavadhau Tatasthina Prayana Va Vasayasrayabhid Ca Gonnadvisada Saha Itiadisu Na Varajyam Varano Jana Yedayada. BRSU.LA 8/43, the mixing of two contrary rasa in the following situations do not produce a conflict in taste, or virasada, when logically describing the pre-eminence of one contrary rasa of the two which have mingled, and thereby revealing the other's inferiority, when described as the object of smarana, or remembrance, when dispassionately ascertaining the positions of each, when tatastha or priya rasa creates a distance from the main rasa, and when construing differences between the contrary, vrahai, gana rasa and the visaya or asraya. Another interesting feature is, that in Maharaja Yudhisthira, Dajya, and Vatsalya manifest at different times. Two contrary rasa never manifest together at the same time. Yet on the stage of Adhiradha Mahabhava, or the highest state of spiritual love, the confluence of contrary bhava or rasa does not create conflict. Srila Rupa Gosvami further explains, Kapyasantyama hasakatama he purasasikar razavalasamavesa svadayavapajayate. BRS.U.LA 8/57, in some rare cases crest, jewel devotees endowed with inconceivable, divine potency, experience the simultaneous conflux of contrary rasa just to display the ordinary raptures of relishing rasa. Braja have heard from the lips of learned Vaisnavas that Caitanya Mahaprabhu strongly denounced rasabhasa, to the extent he refused to hear any composition which was corrupted by rasabhasa. I have so far gathered the numerous discrepancies of rasabhasa. Mighty hear the different varieties of rasabhasa. Gosvami, the absence of anga engenders every encounter of potential rasabhasa. Rasabhasa is in three gradations, Uparasa, Anurasa, and Aparasa. Braja Gurudeva, kindly explain these gradations. Gosvami Stai, Bhava, Vibhava, Anubhava etc. along with the 12 rasa, santa, dajya etc., which acquire contrariness, virapata, can become uparasa. It is caused by the contrasts in sthai bhava, vibhava, and anubhava. When hajya and other rasa are unrelated to Krishna, they are called anurasa. Vira and other rasa when manifest in a person with tatastha bhava is also anurasa. Braja but Gurudeva, how can an emotion be called rasa when it is divorced from Krishna? It is at best a mundane rasa. Why does anurasa have such symptoms? Gosvamai rasa which do not have direct and personal connection with Krishna are anurasa. For example, the gopis' laughter, hajya, seeing Kakadis, Srimati Radharani's pet monkey, prancing and pranks. Srila Narada Muni expresses wonder, adbhut, when he hears the parrots in Bandairavana discussing Vedanta philosophy. Certainly, there is a faint and distant connection with Krishna, but not a direct one, such are anurasa. Braja, what is aparasa? Gosvamai in a situation where Krishna is the object, visaya, of laughter etc. Hajya etc. rasa, and his enemies are the shelter, asraya, or enjoyers of this rasa, then such hajya, rasa etc. are called aparasa. Jarasandh has repeated derisive laughter, hajya, rasa, seeing Krishna fleeing is aparasa. Srila Rupa Gosvami writes in his book, Bhava Sarvtadabhasa Rasabaska Kekana Amaprokta Rasabhijane Sarvpai Rasana Drasa. BRSU.LA 921. Some persons refer to the entire spectrum of bhava as tadabhasa and others as rasabhasa. But the expert scholars of rasa designate any transcendental bhava evoking divine bliss as rasa. So overpowering was the effect of rasa analysis on Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara that they fell to the ground, eyes brimming with unrestrained tears. They could simply repeat in gratitude, Om Ajanana Timira and Hajya Jainananjana Salakaya Kakar Unmalatamyana Tasmai I Sri Gurave Nama. One humbly worship my spiritual master who, by applying the salve of transcendental knowledge on my eyes, has extirpated the 5 grievous nesciences, Ajanana, ignorance about Jiva's real spiritual identity, Svarupa, false identification of the body as the self, proprietorship over matter as its master and enjoyer, attachment to things not related to Krishna, fear and antagonism. From these 5 stem the darkness of ignorance, Timirandhajya, in the form of the 4 Vedic goals, Dharma, religiosity, Artha, material wealth, Karma, sense enjoyment, and Moksha, liberation. The Guru then opens Jiva's spiritual vision and makes them fixed in devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Guru Gosvami bent down and raised the supine forms of Brajanatha and Bijoyakumara and firmly embraced them. He showered unreserved blessings on them, pronouncing, "May the beacon of rasa philosophy light up your heart." Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha daily visited the Radhakanta temple and engrossed themselves in spiritual discussions with Sri Dhyanakandra Gosvami. Drinking the food, bath water, Karanamrita, and eating Srila Guru Gosvami's food Remanants, Adharamrita or Prasadam, became an eagerly awaited ritual for them. On different days they visited separate holy spots, Srila Haridasa Thakura's Bhajana, Kutir, his Samadhi Mandira, the Siddhat, Bakula tree, Sri Gopinath Mandira, and so on. Here they observed how in various ways the many Vaisnavas chanted, and enriched their own quality of chanting. Another of their favorite occupation was to visit places of Lord Sri Chaitanya's pastimes described in *stava, vala and stava, mela, and experience the bhava. Whenever they saw Vaisnavas performing kirtana they joined in. Gradually Bijoyakumara and Brajanatha were advancing in chanting and in devotional service. Bijoyakumara thought to himself that Srila Guru Gosvami had given a very brief account of Madhura Rasa and so felt the urge to ask him further on the topic. He knew that Brajanatha was attracted to Sakya Rasa, but he was definitely inclined toward Madhura Rasa. With this in mind he approached Sri Dhyanakandra Gosvami, who kindly gifted him the book Ajay Jaivala, Milamari. He studied it, and whenever doubts arose went to Srila Gopal Guru Gosvami and clarified them. One evening Bijoya Kumara and Brajantha were sitting on the beach and watching the endless waves. They discussed that life was like those waves, a continuum of unknown future. And who could predict the future? It was best to immediately learn the process of raga, bhajana, or pure, spontaneous devotional service, from Srila Gopala Guru. Brajanatha commented that he had seen the process Sri Dhyanakandra Goswami followed in his bhajana and he was impressed with it and was willing to emulate it. And if he could receive more esoteric instructions on the process, then it would bring good and quick results. Having thus decided, Brajanatha approached Sri Dhyanakandra Goswami for his hand-written notes on the process of his bhajana. But Dhyanakandra expressed his inability to do so without Srila Gopala Guru's permission. Brajanatha and Bijoya then approached Srila Guru Goswami regarding this. He agreed and said that they should come to him with the notes. They begged Sri Dhyanakandra for the notes and received it. They decided to read it meticulously, and at every stage consult Srila Guru Goswami on its esoteric aspects. Sri Dhyanakandra Goswami was a Pandita, well versed in all the scriptures. His expertise, however, was in the profound methodology of the Vaisnava science of pure devotional service, or bhajana. He was the foremost of Srila Gopal Guru's disciples. He tutored Bijoya Kumara and Brajantha in all the esoteric aspects of the process of pure spontaneous devotional service. But whenever doubts arose, they humbly approached Srila Gopal Guru and clarified them. They understood the divine attributes of Lord Sri Chaitanya and grasped the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna. Thus they entered the path of Asta, Kaliya Bhajana, or the process of spiritual meditation on the daily ongoing eternal pastimes of the Supreme Lord, which are divided into 8 3-hourly pastimes. Chapter 31 Dissertation on the details of Madhura, Rasa. The dark thunder clouds were replaced by white fleecy clouds of autumn. One night the cooling moonbeams spread a silvery sheen over Mother Nature. Bijoya Kumara was lost in reading Ajay Vala Nilamani. Nowadays, due to his training in the Madhura Rasa, he was only attracted to Krishna's pastimes in Vraja, especially his tender and loving exchanges with the gopis of Vrindavana. He glanced out of the window and beheld Puri's nocturnal grandeur. It was 10 and he felt a strong urge to visit Sundarakala. He had heard that Lord Chaitanya always felt he was in Vrajadhama each time he went to Sundarakala. Bijoya Kumara left for Sundarakala alone. He walked past Balagandi and along Sratabalai. The purple woods on either side began to remind him of Vrindavana. Bijoya Kumara suddenly felt weightless, as if floating in sublime exhilaration. He spoke to himself, "0 How fortunate am to actually behold Vrajadhama. A rare sight even to Lord Brahma, the Creator. Ah! There lies Kunyavana. Within its leafy bowers of heady-scented melody blossoms and Madhuri creepers, our beloved Lord of the Heart, Krishna, is wittily conversing with the gopis." Feeling not a trace of fear or reverential awe, Bijoya Kumara eagerly hastened towards this Kunyavana. A few steps later Bijoya Kumara faltered, intense spiritual emotions welled up and he fell swooning to the ground. The gentle caressing breeze soon resuscitated him and he woke up. He furtively glanced around him, not seeing the Kunyavana, his lord, and the gopis. He felt desolate and afflicted. Slowly, Bijoya Kumara returned home. Without telling anyone anything, he silently lay down to sleep. The sight of the Lord's Vrajakunya Lila in Tthe woods had set his heart aglow with divine ecstasy. Bijoya Kumara decided to relate this mystical incident to Srila Gopala Guru. But in the next moment he hesitated, remembering the instruction that transcendental pastimes were seen due to immense good fortune, hence must not be disclosed to anyone. He gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. Next morning he awoke feeling remiss. After noon prasadam he went to the Radhakanta Mandira and prostrated himself before Srila Gopala Guru. Srila Goswami was very pleased to see him. He embraced him, sat him down and inquired about his devotional progress. Bijoya Kumara immediately felt the calming effect of his Guru's presence. He was burdened with some questions on Madhura Rasa, so he inquired. Bijoya Gurudeva, I am ever grateful to you for your unlimited patience and mercy. Beg permission to inquire about certain esoteric aspects of Ajay Valanalamani which are beyond my grasp. Madhura Rasa has been extolled as par excellent among the principal rasa, and which is capable of evoking the most extraordinary spiritual emotions and humors. But that is quite understandable, since all the supramundane attributes of Santa Dasia Sakya and Vatsalya are eternally reposed in Madhura Rasa. Not only that, even some deficiencies of in sublime splendor present in the other rasa, shine with full glory in Madhura Rasa. Thus how can anyone question the paramount position of Madhura Rasa? For those on the path of austerity and renunciation, Nivritti Marg, pursuit of Madhura Rasa is inappropriate, because their hearts are desert-like. As for the hedonists, a non-sensual and non-materialistic religion or goal is incomprehensible. Hence their aspiration for Madhura Rasa of Braja, which is categorically antipodal to mundane lust and enjoyment, is simply irreconcilable. What I cannot understand is, that such a divine and supramundane rasa should ostensibly be exhibited as the ignominious and insufferable exchanges between a man and woman. Gosvami, son, you are knowledgeable about how variety on the mundane plane is a mere reflection of the variegatedness in the transcendental realm. In fact, this material world simply mirrors the spiritual world. The mystical truth is that the reflected image is perverted and inverted, meaning, what is best and highest in the original, is the worst and lowest in the reflected image. Conversely, the most inferior in the original is the most superior in the reflection. A good example of this is when you stand in front of the mirror, all the limbs of body are on the wrong side. The Supreme Being, Absolute Truth, through the agency of his inconceivable potency has projected himself onto the reflection as the shadow of his own potency, and which is diffused in the form of this material existence. Therefore, mundane nature is the opposite of the absolute nature. Rasa of the mundane is a diametrically inverted version of the rasa in transcendence. The extraordinary bliss available in the spiritual sky because of its magnificent variegatedness is the absolute, supreme rasa. When this supreme rasa is reflected on the mundane plane, the materially conditioned soul has to imagine and interpolate a phenomenal designation for it. They confuse the formless impersonal aspect with the supreme absolute person, thus, misconstruing that all variegatedness is essentially temporary and corporeal. This impedes their understanding of the existence and nature of the supreme absolute being. This is especially true with rhetoricians and empiricists. The Supreme Absolute Being is the embodiment of rasa and rupa, or beauty. Therefore, he is the repository of wonderful variegatedness. This variegatedness is also reflected onto the mundane plane as perverted rasa, and hence, on first glance, this rasa appears to be above the material senses. The spiritual rasa is composed in a totally different way than this perverted mundane rasa. In the spiritual realm, Santa Rasa a spiritual humor marked by a dispassionate attitude and a neutrality of feelings, is in the lowest rung of rasa gradation. Above it is Dasia, Sakya, Vatsalya and Madhura respectively. Madhura Rasa, which is at the top in the spiritual realm, is, in this gross plane, at the bottom. Similarly, Vatsalya is above it, then Sakya, Dasia, and at the apex is Santa Rasa in the material world. Those who draw their conclusions based on the nature of this material plane, misconstrue the position of, and activities in, Madhura Rasa, thinking of it as degraded and base. In the spiritual world, Madhura Rasa is resplendent with divine purity and pristine, extraordinary magnificence and sweetness forever unblemished. In the transcendental plane, Krishna's activities and exchanges with his consorts and associates, energies, meaning the Purasa, Supreme Person, the Enjoyer, and Prakriti, female counterpart, the enjoyed, relationship is absolutely sanctified and metaphysical because Krishna is the only Purasa and the Transcendentalists are all Prakriti. Whereas, exchanges and activities on the material plane based on mundane relationships are blemished and shameful. In the material world, since both the enjoyer and the enjoyed are jivas, the entire business is unethical and exploitive, and runs contra to the nature of truth. In reality, Jiva is not lord and enjoyer over another Jiva. All the Jivas, according to their inherent nature, are the enjoyed, Bhagya, and Krishna is the sole enjoyer, Bhakta. Thus Jiva's involvement in activities which are contrary to his eternal nature is reprehensible. There are many similarities between the original object and its reflection, hence parallels between mundane man-woman relationship and Krishna's transcendental pastimes with the gopis, are inevitable. Yet, whereas 1. The mundane, is vile, the other, spiritual, is sublime. Bijoya, Gurudeva, am ever grateful to you. Your wonderful analysis has strengthened my faith in this self-evident truth and dissolved the clouds of doubt. Have gained a firm grasp on the subject of Madhura Rasa of the spiritual world. How extraordinary this Madhura Rasa! The expression itself is nectarian and its transcendental energy is so saturated with supreme ecstasy. Am amazed, that even after knowing about Madhura Rasa there could be someone who would still seek bliss of Santa Rasa. They must be truly unfortunate. Am keen to hear deeper and profounder details about Madhura Rasa, kindly explain these to me. Gosvami, Sri Krishna is the Vasaya in Madhura Rasa and his beloved gopis are the Asraya in Madhura Rasa, both combine to become the Alambana in the Rasa. Bijoya, how is that Lord Krishna when he is the Vasaya of Madhura Rasa? Gosvami, ah! My son! What a beautiful question! Lord Krishna alone is that magnanimous Purasa, embellished with all good qualities. He possesses a striking hue of fresh, monsoon-laden clouds, he is lovely, charming, and endowed with auspicious symptoms. He is strong, ever youthful, and expert, and sweet-speak intelligent and a genius. He is also very peaceful and patient, witty, cunning, self-satisfied, grateful, generous. He is captivated by people's love. He is grave, the most accomplished in everything and illustrious. He is the enchanter of damsels, is always original and unique, the performer of extraordinary deeds. His beauty is unmatched, he is the apple of everyone's eyes, an expert flute player and so on. The brilliance of his lotus feet wanes the pride of all the cupids. His benign glances enraptures everyone's heart. He is the transcendental ocean of sublime pastimes who inundates the hearts of young maidens with unlimited good fortune. Bijoya, Krishna, the repository of all transcendental, divine qualities and splendor, is the sole hero of this arcane Madhura Rasa. This I have firmly understood. Previously, even after studying many texts, unquestioningly gave primacy to logic awed by it. Thought deeply about Krishna's personality yet could not develop unflinching faith in him. And ever since my heart is impregnated with just a touch of taste in Bhakti. Very much by your mercy, it is effervescent with spiritual feelings and I am constantly experiencing Krishna's presence. Even if I want to leave Krishna, he will not forsake my heart. How munificent he is! I can truly realize the import of this wonderful verse composed by Srila Rupa Gosvami, Sarve Thivajruho Yamabhaktir Bhagavadrasa Tatpadam Bhujasarvasvar Bhaktir Vanurajyate Vyatitya Bhavanavartmaya Skamat Karabharabhahirti Sattvaval Vadham Svadate Sa Raso Mata, BRS. 5 Law 78-79. Those who are convinced that Lord Krishna's lotus feet are the summum bonum of life are the purest of devotees, and they alone are capable of relishing this rasa. While those whose hearts are bereft of bhakti, where mundane emotions are rampant, are generally mired in impure habits and are fond of argumentations. They can never perceive this rasa. The person who has transcended the noumenal plane and whose consciousness and heart has become enlightened by the brilliance of pure goodness, Suddhasattva, that ushers the dawn of magnificent bhava, is experiencing rasa. Rasa is not available in the material plane. It is of the spiritual world. As because Jiva is a spark of spiritual energy, a spiritual entity, rasa manifests in his consciousness. Rasa appears only in deep spiritual meditation. Those who have realized the distinction between Suddhasattva, or pure goodness, and Misrasattva, or mixed goodness, by the Guru's grace, are free from doubts. Gosvami, very good Bijoya, You are correct in your understanding. Let me see if you know the relation between Suddhasattva and Misrasattva. The answer to this will dissipate many of your doubts and open the doors of perception to a new truth. Bijoya prostrated himself before his spiritual master and began to speak with humility. Gurudeva, I will try my best to answer with your blessings. Kindly correct me if one make any mistakes. Existence presupposes life, or being. The reality's existence, formability, and activeness present in an entity is called potency, sattva. That existence which is eternal, endless, ever fresh, or perennial, unaffected by time, or past and future, and is infused with extraordinary wonder, is called Suddhasattva, or the potency of pure of goodness. Anything begotten from pure spiritual energy, is Suddhasattva. Maya Sakti, or the illusory energy, which is the shadow representative of Cit Sakti, or spiritual energy, is dictated by time changes such as past and future. All the potencies, sattva, emanating from Maya Sakti are limited, hence they are created, have a beginning, and possess Maya's nature of passion, Raju. They are also marked for destruction, hence they possess Maya's nature of ignorance, Tamo. Energies endowed with such qualities are called Misrasattva, or mixed energy. The Suddhajiva, or pure spirit soul, is also Suddhasattva, or energy of pure goodness. His form, qualities, and actions are in pure goodness. When Suddhajiva becomes imprisoned by Maya, then his pure energy is contaminated by Maya's illusory potencies of material modes, passion and ignorance. Gosvami, your explanations are very subtle indeed. Now tell me, how does Jiva's heart become enlightened by Suddhasattva? Bijoya, as long as Jiva is held captive in this material world, Suddhasattva's brilliance is curbed by residual opacity. Jiva's original spiritual identity, or Svarupa, is manifest to the extent commensurate to Suddhasattva's degree of brilliance. Such results cannot be achieved through pursuit of knowledge. Can dirt be cleansed by another form of dirt? Material activities are in themselves contaminated, dirt, so how can they remove stains, dirt? Jnana, or knowledge, is like fire. When applied to a dirty or contaminated object, it completely burns it and nullifies its very existence. So how can it, Jnana, provide the joy that comes from being cleansed of dirt? By the mercy of Guru, Krishna, and Vaisnava, Jiva can obtain bhakti, which alone can invoke the Suddhasattva lying dormant in his heart. Once Suddhasattva appears, it will illuminate the heart with pure light. Gosvami, my son. It is truly a pleasure to instruct a fit candidate such as yourself. Do you have any further questions? Bijoya, Gurudeva, earlier you described the four types of Nayaka, or protagonist, or the hero, Dhirodata, Dhiralalita, Dhirasanta, and Dhirodata. Which of these is Krishna? Gosvami, Krishna can play all these roles. Whatever slightly contrary and distinctive moods there are between each different Nayaka, they are all perfectly harmonized in Krishna because he is the embodiment of all rasa and endowed with inconceivable potencies. These apparent disparities are present on his behest. Beside these four unique personality traits, Krishna is embellished with another arcane feature which is known only to extraordinary, rare personalities. Bijoya, Gurudeva, you have showered your mercy without any partiality, so kindly let it continue to flow even regarding this topic. As Bijoya Kumara spoke, he was overcome with intense emotions. He fell down at Srila Gosvami's feet, bathing them with his tears. Srila Gosvami was greatly moved. He bent down and embraced him, and both their tears mingled. Srila Gosvami sat down silent, his voice was choked, he was unable to speak. Finally, in a faltering tone he said, in Madhura Rasa, Krishna as Nayaka assumes two roles, Pati and Upapati. Bijoya, Gurudeva, Krishna is our eternal husband, Pati, but why is he being called Upapati, or paramour? Gosvami, this is very confidential knowledge shrouded in mystery. The transcendental affairs are already like the corusculating, rare gems of magnificent mystery, and as their crest jewel Parakya Bhava, or paramour mood of Madhura Rasa, shines with intense incandescence. Vijaya, the pure devotees in Madhura Rasa serve and love Krishna as their husband, Pati. What is the purport behind worshipping him as Upapati or paramour? Gosvami, when the supreme, absolute being is declared as exclusively impersonal, then rasa has to be suppressed in his personality. Vedic truths such as the statements of Chandogya Upanishad 8-13-1, rasa visa, become meaningless. The impersonal aspect is insipid, lacking luster and spiritual bliss. Whereas, as the personal feature unfolds, rasa is increasingly manifest. Rasa is the principal truth. Higher to the impersonal is the personal aspect of the Supreme Absolute Being, especially in his role as the Supreme Controller, or Isvara. Above this feature of Santa Rasa is his personality as Lord and Master in Dajya Rasa. Gradually, Rasa expands from Dajya to Sakya to Vatsalya and to Madhurya. And within Madhura Rasa the Parakya Bhava, or paramour mood, is superior to the Svakya, or conjugal relationship. There are two other aspects of Krishna, as Purasa, Atmaramata, or complete and satisfied in the self, and Pararamata, or the enjoyer of his separate expansions and energies which emanate from him. In the Atmaramata aspect, Rasa has no one else to repose in, other than Krishna. Just as Krishna's Atmaramata is eternal, so also is his Pararamata. The harmonious existence of two opposing elements in the Supreme Purasa's personality is his prerogative and is natural. In Krishna's pastimes, he manifests Atmaramata in one center of activity, while in another he displays the highest mood of Parakya Bhava in Pararamata. When the Nayaka or hero and Nayaka or heroine, two completely separate individuals, are brought together by raga or spontaneous love, it transsuds a magnificent nectar called rasa. This is Parakya Rasa. Rasa springs forth from the Atmaramata feature and expands to the limits of Parakya Madhura Rasa. Atmaramata is at the bottom of the rasa barometer. When rasa slides down towards the bottom, it begins to parch, and when it moves upwards in the direction of Parakya Madhura Rasa, rasa gushes with exuberance. Krishna is the Nayaka, or main hero, hence how can Parakya relationship be considered venal? As the mortal Jiva tries to play Nayaka, the question of judging his activities as moral or immoral is indeed relevant. Thus here the Parakya Bhava is condemnable. The wise have therefore decided that the relationship between the paramour and his unchaste lady love is despicable. Srila Rupa Goswami writes, that in Alankara, or aesthetic literature, novel, Upapati, or the paramour concept, has been severely castigated. Being directed at the mundane Nayaka. However, the finger of accusation can never point to Krishna because he is the repository of transcendental rasa, the supreme personality of Godhead. Vijaya, kindly explain the different features of Pati and Upapati. Gosvami, a person who accepts a maiden's hand in marriage is her Pati, or husband. Anyone, who out of intense love for a married or betrothed lady, transgresses all religious principles to win her love, is a Upapati. A married woman who ignores the religious edicts of heaven, Svargaloka, and earth and disregards the nuptial vow, surrendering herself to another man other than the husband, is called a Parakya. Parakya women are of two categories, Kanya and Paradha. Vijaya, what are the characteristics of Svakya ladies? Gosvami, Svakya women are married according to religious laws, are obedient to their husbands, and are fully dedicated to the religious institution of marriage. Vijaya, who are Krishna's Svakya lady loves and Parakya lady loves? Gosvami, his lady loves in Dvaraka are married to him are Svakya, and his lady loves in Vraja are mostly Parakya. Vijaya, what are the nuances and placements of these two categories of Krishna's lady loves in his Aprakata Lila, or unmanifest pastimes? Gosvami, this is an extremely esoteric subject. You already know that Krishna's divine qualities, Vibhuti, are in 4 parts. 3 parts are displayed in the spiritual sky and the remaining 1, in the material world. This single part manifests the entire material cosmos consisting of the 14 planetary systems. Between the material cosmos on one side and the spiritual sky on the other side flows the mass of water known as Viraha. The spiritual sky is surrounded on all sides by the brilliant peripheral zone known as Brahmandama. Past it, are situated the spiritual planets of Vaikuntha. Vaikuntha is dominated by the mood of opulence, Aishvarya. Here Lord Narayana reigns as the supreme overlord, served by countless servants and divine attributes. In Vaikuntha the Supreme Lord exhibits Svaki Yarasa. Sri Devi, Buddhavi, Neeladevi, and so on, are his potencies and wives who serve him as their husband in Svaki Yarasa. Above Vaikuntha lies Goloka. In Goloka the maidens of Vraja serve their beloved Krishna with their specific rasa. Bijoya, LF Goloka is stated to be Krishna's most elevated place of residence, or Dhamma. Then why is Vraja described as such a glorious and splendid place? Gosvamai, Vraja, Gokula, Vrindavana etc. are within the precinct of Mathura. Mathura and Goloka are on the same spiritual level. This one, spiritual principle, when is manifest as the highest abode in the spiritual sky, it is called Goloka, and when it is manifest in the material plane it is Mathura Madala. Both are equally illustrious. Bijoya, Gurudeva, it is difficult for me to understand how this can be possible. Gosvamai, Krishna's inconceivable potency makes it possible. The mysterious workings of his inconceivable potency, Asantya Sakti, is beyond the realm of logic, intellect, and the noumenal. The abode described as Goloka, when it descends to this material world as the place of the Supreme Lord's manifest pastimes, Prakatalila, it is called Mutharadhamma. And in his unmanifest patimes, Aprakatalila, the same is known as Golokadhamma. Krishna's transcendental pastimes are eternal. The devotee who is elevated enough to perceive the state of pure goodness, Visuddhisattva, can see Goloka. In fact he can have this experience even residing at Gokula in the material world. Those whose consciousness is corrupted by mundane nature cannot perceive Goloka. Although Gokula is non-different from Goloka, such mundane person sees even Gokula as an ordinary place belonging to this material world. Bijoya, how does one judge who is eligible to see Goloka? Gosvamai, Srila Sukadeva Gosvamai states in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Iti Samsantya Bhagavan Mahakaraniko Vibhudarsayama Svamlokam Gopanam Tamasaparam Satyam Jainanamanandam Yad Brahmajyota Sanat Anam Yad Hypasayanti Munayo Guna Paye Samahita, SB 10/28/14-15, the Gopas, or Krishna's boyfriends, are eternally liberated associates, Nityasiddha, who have descended to the material plane to assist Krishna in his pastimes. There are Sadhana Siddhagopa, or conditioned jivas who attained perfection through sadhana, devotional practices emulating Anitya Siddhagopa. Yet the Gopas may wrongly think, that since everyone in this material world is going up and down through the different life species due to ignorance and karmic reactions, they must also be destined to this fate. The most compassionate one and the greatest mystic, the Supreme Lord, in order to save them from such a fallacious assumption made them see that part of Goloka which relates to his pastimes with Gopas, for Goloka lies beyond this material nature and in the transcendental realm. Goloka is eternal, ever extant, and unlimited, devoid of any trace of material qualities. It is all-encompassing and self-manifest, it is perceived only by the pure devotees in their pure heart. My son, without Krishna's mercy Goloka cannot be perceived. Krishna has shown to the residents of Vraja the beauty and opulence of Goloka simply by his causeless mercy. Goloka is situated outside the jurisdiction of mundane nature and the variegatedness displayed there are eternal realities, ever existent and a transcendental wonder. The Brahman Jyoti or the transcendental effulgence, is eternally manifest here as Krishna's physical aura. Devotees who are cleansed of material aberrations can perceive this magnificent vision. Bijoya, are all the liberated jivas able to perceive Goloka? Gosvamai, out many millions of liberated souls one rare soul is found who is a devotee of the Supreme Lord. Those who attain liberation through the processes of eightfold mystic yoga, Astanga yoga, and of knowledge of impersonal Brahman, end up in Brahmandama, and suffer from amnesia, Atmavisamriti. Devotees who are attached to the Lord's opulence, Aishvarya, and worship him in awe and reverence also cannot see Goloka, they serve the Lord in Vaikuntha with pomp and grandeur. Among the pure devotees engaged in serving Krishna in the mood of Brajarasa, Vrajarasa Bhajana, those who are recipients of Krishna's mercy which completely eradicates their material bondage, are able to see Goloka. Bijoya, all right, if only such rare, elevated and liberated devotees can see Goloka, then why do the scriptures like Brahma Samhika, Hayavamsa, Padma Purana etc. carry descriptions of Goloka? If Krishna's mercy descends on only those engaged in Vraja Bhajana, then what was the necessity of narrations about Goloka? Gosvami, the rare souls absorbed in relishing Vrajarasa who are lifted out of the material world by Krishna and placed in Goloka, can see the entire Goloka. Some very pure and elevated devotees of Vraja can see certain parts of Goloka. Of the two types of pure devotees Siddha or perfected, and Sadhaka, or practicing, the Sadhakas have not yet gained eligibility to see Goloka. Siddha Bhaktas are again of two varieties, Vastu Siddha, or those who are perfected in realization of the ultimate objective, Krishna, and Svarupa Siddha, or those who have achieved the perfection of being reinstated in their original spiritual identity. The Vastusiddha devotees are the glorious ones who are placed directly in the spiritual abode of Goloka by Lord Krishna's mercy. The Svarupasiddha devotees are able to directly perceive Goloka but have not received Krishna's mercy to the extent of being lifted out of the material nature and becoming installed in Goloka. But Krishna's mercy is gradually opening up further their spiritual and devotional visions, hence they are eligible to a wide range of spiritual perfections. Differently graded Svarupasiddha devotees have their spiritual eyes open to varying degrees, and their vision of Goloka is commensurate to Krishna's mercy they have received. As long as bhakti is on the platform of sadhana bhakti, whatever the devotee sees in Goloka is slightly tinged with mundane nature. After being promoted to the stage of bhava-bhakti, the devotee is blessed with glimpses of Goloka. On the level of prema bhakti, the devotee sees Goloka to a much greater extent. Bijoya, Gurudeva, in what aspects are there differences between Goloka and Gokula or Vraja? Gosvami, whatever you see in Vraja are all there in Goloka. The differences arise due to the gradations of the viewers, according to their levels of faith and devotion. In reality there is no distinction between Goloka and Vraja Vrindavana. It is merely the viewer's perception that creates differences. A person steeped in ignorance, tamaguna, sees everything in Vraja, or Gokula, as material objects. The passion-filled, Rajuguna, persons see with a slightly more elevated material consciousness. Persons who are spiritually and devotionally advancing on the stage of goodness, towards the state of pure goodness, Visuddhisattva, sees transcendence, each according to his level of advancement. Every individual has different degrees of eligibility and what they see is also different. Bijoya, Gurudeva, the subject is becoming increasingly clear in my understanding, but kindly give examples to properly clarify this point. 1. I am aware that material examples cannot fully explain spiritual concepts, but even if they convey limited or a single similarity, then the whole becomes easier to comprehend. Gosvami, it is indeed a complex problem. It is prohibited to reveal one's own realizations of these esoteric truths. Whatever realizations and perceptions you gather by Krishna's mercy must be kept a guarded secret. However, I will disclose to you whatever the previous spiritual preceptors have acquiesced to reveal. And that which remains further to be known will be soon perceived by you by Krishna's mercy. In Goloka all perceptions are based on pure spiritual knowledge. Here mundane intuition is absolutely absent. For the purpose of nourishing rasa, cit sakti, or the internal spiritual potency of Krishna, conjures up a wide range of bhava. Often in bhava, the element of abhimana, or an emotional mix of self-assertion with pride out of love, is present. Krishna in Goloka is unborn and without a source. Yet eternal associates like Nanda Maharaja and Yasodadevi, who assist in pastimes, have personified the Vatsalya rasa through their abhimana of fatherhood and motherhood respectively. In Madhura, or Sringara rasa, the dichotomy of vipralambha-bhava, or mood of separation, and samagabhava, or the ecstasy of union, are present as manifestations of abhimana. Again in parakya-bhava, in spite of the institution of svakya, or conjugal relationship, the parakya abhimana and the upapati abhimana are eternally in full play. In Vraja, these self-same abhimana through mundane notions become manifest as gross and materialistic. For example, Mother Yasoda giving birth to a child, Krishna's bedroom, the Nityasiddha gopis' marriage to Abhimanyu and Govardhana, and their parakya abhimana, or extramarital relationship, etc. are portrayed in a very mundane light. In truth, all this is orchestrated by Krishna's Yogamaya potency and has extremely subtle links with the original principle, the primeval truth. No part of it is false and every aspect of it is a facsimile of Goloka. The only refractions present are caused by the varying degrees of opacity due to mundane consciousness, in the viewers. Bijoya, then must we first purify our bhajana of Astakaliya Lila Smarana, or meditation of 8 3-hourly eternal pastimes, in Goloka, and then try to grasp these topics? Gosvami, no, that is incorrect. Remembering or meditating on the Astakaliya Lila must be conducted on the basis of how one perceives Vraja Lila here. On the strength of one's bhajana one attracts the Lord's grace, and accordingly, they will spontaneously manifest themselves to him. It is absolutely unnecessary for the devotee to try and correct his bhava in the pastimes, all by himself. Bijoya, one of the axioms of rhetoric states, Yadrasi Bhavana Yajya Siddhar Bhavati Tadrasi, a person attains grades of perfection in measure of his intellect. According to this logic, whatever was the quality of meditation during the years of sadhana will beget equivalent degree of perfection. Therefore, may assume that it is after all imperative that one refines his meditation on Goloka. Gosvami, very true. Whatever is present in Vraja is rooted in the supreme absolute truth. Nothing present there is contrary to the transcendental reality. Any contradiction would have contaminated it. When sadhana becomes purified and mature, it is transformed to siddhi, or perfection. As much as sadhana becomes refined, the incipient perceptions of siddhi becomes sharper. Give full attention to your sadhana, so that it is executed properly. Do not try to refine your bhava in lila. It is beyond your capacity. In due time Krishna, who is the fountainhead of Asantya Sakti, will do that for you. On your own, such attempts will be adulterated by empirical, non-devotional jnana, but when Krishna showers his grace all anomalies are removed. Bijoya, Gurudeva, I feel so blessed today. May I ask another question? Are the ladies of Dvaraka also allowed shelter in Goloka? Gosvami, Vaikunta in the spiritual sky offers endless bliss. Vaikunta is the highest attainment. Dvaraka and other countless realms are present there. The queens of Dvaraka serve Krishna in their individual palaces. Other than the damsels of Vraja, no one else in Madhura Rasa is allowed entry into Goloka. The entire spectrum of transcendental lila enacted in Vraja are all present in Goloka. However, it is mentioned in Gopaladapani that Queen Rukmini enjoys Svakya Lila with Krishna in Mathura within the precincts of Goloka. Bijoya, the range of Parakya Rasa pastimes visible in Vraja, are they all present in Goloka in the same succession? Gosvami, yes, they are the same, except without those portions which are enacted in conjunction with Maya, the illusory potency. Although these sections are missing, but each of them have a pure transcendental source. Do not wish to delve deeper into this topic, you will learn about it through your mature bhajana. Bijoya, this entire material manifestation disappears at the time of Mahapralaya or total annihilation. Then how far is the timelessness, or the ever in the present notion, Sampradabhava, of Vrajalila, eternal? Gosvami, Vrajalila is eternal in two ways. The manifest pastimes are Sampradapratiti, they are a continuum just as a circle is, different pastimes occur at different places within this expansive material cosmos, at all times. In this way the manifest pastimes, Prakatalila, are eternal. In the unmanifest, aprakata, state, all pastimes are continuous, ever in the present, eternal. Bijoya, if the prakata lila is manifest in every universe, Brahmanda, then is there a Vrajadhamma in each of the universe? Gosvami, yes, that is true. Goloka is a manifest entity, and is present in every Brahmanda as the transcendental site of divine pastimes. Liladhamma Goloka is also manifest in the hearts in the pure, unalloyed devotees. Bijoya, in those Brahmanda where the lila become unmanifest, aprakata, why does the Muttaramandala area remain prakata? Gosvami, there, the aprakata lila is eternally present. The Dhamma remains prakata in order to exhibit mercy to the pure devotee residents. The narrations concluded at this point. Bijoya Kumara returned home engrossed in thoughts of devotional service in the Astakaliya Lila. Chapter 32 Dissertation on Madhura, Rasa, analysis continues. Bijoya Kumara finished his evening prasadam and went to bed. Brajanatha concluded his bhajana meditation, kept his japa beads aside and retired for the night. Bijoya Kumara was unable to sleep. He was always under the impression that Goloka was a separate place, and today he heard that Goloka and Gokula are different. Parakya, Rasa has roots also in Goloka. One thought kept gnawing at his brain: how does Krishna fit into the role of a Nyupapati, or paramour? Krishna is the supreme transcendental truth, he, the Saktimana, and his Sakti are non-different. Even if Sakti is separate, how can Sakti become another's property or wife, Paradha, and Krishna the Upapati? He considered asking Srila Guru Gosvami the next day about it, but then he thought of not bringing up the topic of Goloka again with Guru Gosvami. And yet this nagging doubt had to be removed. These deep cogitations were soon overtaken by sleep. Bijoya found himself in a dream with vivid images. He was in the presence of his Gurudeva, Srila Gosvami, and was asking him that very question which had doggedly burrowed his mind. He saw his Guru speaking and heard his words distinctly. Srila Gosvami was saying, "Dear son, Krishna's will is unchallengeable and absolute. He eternally wishes to secret away the Svakya, bhava which is characterized by opulence and reverence, Aisvarya, and display his Madhurya bhava. Because of this, Krishna gives a separate identity, individuality, and existence to his energies. Krishna's divine energy became transformed into countless millions of damsels who serve him with tender care. But Krishna is not attracted by service in the mood of Aisvarya. So, by exhibiting an incredible aspect of his transcendental potency, he arranges for all the damsels to be married and be living in their individual households. These ladies begin to identify with their new statuses and situations, each as a married woman and a lady of the house. Similarly, Krishna assumes a debonair paramour's role for them. He, out of greed for Parakya Rasa, is hurried into transgressing his Atma, Rama, Dharma, or the nature of being self-satisfied and content. And with others' wives, his beloved sweethearts, he engages in gorgeous pastimes such as the Rasa, Lila. His flute becomes one of his beloved sweethearts and participates in these pastimes. For a variety of such reasons, Parakya Rasa is perfectly displayed in Goloka. Goloka's innumerable sylvan bowers like Kalavrindavana remain eternally in pastoral splendor. The site of Rasa Lila, Yamuna River, Govardhana Hill, and all the other places in Vraja of Krishna's pastimes, are its in entirety, available in Goloka. And similarly, also present in Goloka is the conjugal mood, Dampatya, with its own originality. The purest form of Svakya bhava, conjugal mood, is available in Vaikuntha. An unique feature of Vraja is that although the Parakya relationship assumes here a gross dimension, interpreted as illicit, amorous relationship with another's wife, in truth it is not. Because Krishna's energies are his own, since time immemorial. The Vraja damsels are Krishna's eternal conjugal partners and consorts. Parakya bhava is exhibited in Goloka only in the form of abhimana, or asserting one's ego based on false identity. In Vraja, Abhimanyu and the other Gopas, or cowherd boys and men, are incarnations of this Abhimana of Goloka. They descended to Vraja as the husbands of the Gopis, in order to nourish and assist in Krishna's pastimes, thus making Krishna the Upapati, or paramour, and the leading hero of Vraja's pastimes. Far beyond the reach of material nature, in the transcendental abode of Goloka, Abhimana alone is able to fully nurture Rasa. In Gokula, or Vraja, situated in this material world, perception of conjugal vows and trespassing those vows are orchestrated by Yoga, Maya, or the Lord's internal potency. She, Yogamaya, accomplishes this task by initiating incarnations in embodied forms of the entire array of Abhimana. She then allocates to them individual identities. Bijoya Kumar's doubts dissipated as his dream faded away. His understanding that the transcendental abode in the spiritual sky, Goloka, is manifest as Galyaka in the material world, became a firm conviction. The ecstatic revelation of his own self's individual spiritual identity, Tadatmaya, Svarupa, in Vraja, Rasa gathered inchoate momentum in his heart. His meditations on the eternal Asta, Kaliya, Lila of Vraja turned deep and resolute. He woke up feeling overwhelmed with the mercy his guru had showered on him. He decided to hear about the different accessories for relishing rasa, directly from his guru and solidify his faith in bhajana. Completing his noon, Prasadam Bijoya Kumara arrived at his guru's ashrama. He fell at his guru's feet and began to weep in ecstasy. Srila Guru Gosvami slowly lifted him up and sat him down with loving care. Srila Gosvami said, "Son, I see that Krishna has blessed you. Myself feel blessed just seeing you." As he spoke, he felt in the throes of divine rapture. He embraced Bijoya and began to recite a song from Prima Vivarta, Pros Ano Hoya Krishna Jayar Kripakayar Se Jandhanya Isam Sarbhidari Golokara Paramo Bave Tar Sits Viewer Gokul Golok Paye Maya Perdur. When Krishna is pleased with someone and showers him his mercy divine, blessed is he, the light of the earth. The sublimest bhava of Goloka stirs in the depth of his heart. Goloka descends to Galyaka and Maya recedes into a forgotten past. He sang for a long time. Gradually the ecstasy subsided and he became aware of his external surrounding. Bijoya Kumara offered repeated obeisances to his guru. He then began to speak. Bijoya Gurudeva, I do not know what is Krishna, Kripa, or Krishna's mercy. But of this one I am convinced that your mercy is the cause of all my spiritual progress. One have abandoned pursuit of trying to perceive Goloka and am now very satisfied in trying to realize Vraja. Wish to properly understand the varieties in Vraja, Rasa kindly explain if those damsels of Gokula who accept Krishna as their husband are eligible to be called Svakiyat or not. Gosvami yes, due to their firm faith that Krishna is their husband they attained, for the present, Svakiya Bhava, or conjugal love. But characteristically the Gokula damsels are connected to Krishna in Parakiya Bhava. And, in this case, although they are not of Svakiya nature, yet because their marriage to Krishna according to Gandharva rites was solemnist, their Svakiya Bhava for the present, Samprata, Avastha, is perfectly harmonized in the Gokula pastimes. Bijoya Gurudeva, have numerous queries, wish to grasp your answers to these, in the light of the philosophy cocooned in the Ajayjavala, Nilamani. First, I want to have a clear conception about Nayaka, or hero. The text says that there are 4 types of Nayaka, Anukula, Daksina, Satha, and Drista. Kindly expand upon each of these Nayaka. Gosvami the Nayaka, or hero, who is faithful in love to one sweet heart without aspiring or endeavoring for further romantic liaisons, is called a Anukula, or favorable Nayaka. Lord Rama epitomized this mood towards Sitadevi, and Lord Krishna towards Srimati Radha. Bijoya, earlier you spoke of the 4 kinds of Nayaka like Therodata etc. What is the individual relationship between each of the first 4 types with each of the second set of 4? What, for example, is the characteristics of Therodata Nukula Nayaka? Gosvami Therodata Nukula Nayaka is grave, humble, forgiving, sympathetic, fixed in his resolve, not boastful of himself, secretly prides in himself and is very noble and generous. But he is also quick to forsake all these qualities and run behind his Nayaka, sweet, heart or heroine. Vijaya kindly describe the Dhirolilita, Anukula Nayaka. Gosvamaya. The Dhirolilita qualities are, he is a brilliant wit, ever, youthful, relisher of rasa, confident and without anxiety. When these attributes are permanent features in his character, not be abandoned for any reason, he is called Dhirolilita, Anukula, Nayaka. Vijaya. What is the nature of Dhira, Santa, Anukula Nayaka? Gosvamaya. His nature is peaceful, tolerant, considerate, and is guided by his conscience. Vijaya. And the Dhirodita, Anukula, Nayaka. Gosvamaya. When the Dhirodita Nayaka's personality, marked by envy, false, pride, deceptiveness, anger, and self-praise, becomes favorable, he is known as Dhirodita, Anukula, Nayaka. Vijaya. How can a Nayaka become Daksina? Gosvamaya. Daksina means honest and guileless. A Daksina Nayaka will, without stopping to respect, fear and love his first lady love or Nayaka, become romantically attached to another Nayaka. He maintains equal depth of relationship with many Nayakas simultaneously. Vijaya. Who is called deceitful or double-faced, Satha. Gosvamaya. The Nayaka who is amiable and sweet in the presence of Nayaka but is vituperative and offensive behind her back, is called a Satha, or two-faced. Vijaya. What are the symptoms of a drista, or an impudent? Gosvamaya. The Nayaka who carries on his person signs of intimacy with another Nayaka but boldly and glibly lies to the Nayaka, is a drista. Vijaya. In total, how many types of Nayaka are there? Gosvamaya. As far as we are concerned, Krishna is the only Nayaka. In Dvaraka he is Purna, complete, in Mathura he is Purnadara, more complete, and in Vraja he is Purnatima, most complete. Since Krishna is both Pati, husband, and Upapati, paramour, plus the 3 grades of completum add up to 6 varieties. Then there are the 4 kinds of Nayaka like Dhirodata etc. which multiply to the previous 6, makes 24. Then further multiply 24 with the second set of Nayaka, like Anukula, Daksina etc., that makes 96 types of Nayaka. Another factor in consideration is that there are 24 Nayaka in Svakya, Rasa and 24 in Parakya. In Svakya Rasa, Krishna is withdrawn and diffident, Sankaka, mood, and in Parakya Rasa, the preeminent Rasa displayed in his Vraja, pastimes as the 24 different Nayaka, are all eternally manifest. Different Nayaka types are required to be displayed for different pastimes and even for short periods, all of them are distinctly recognizable. Vijaya Gurudeva. I am gradually discerning the different types of Nayaka and their unique characteristics. 1. I am keen to learn who are Krishna's assistants, as Nayaka. Gosvamaya. The Nayaka has 5 categories of assistants, Sita, Vita, Vijasaka, Pithamardaka, and Prayanarmasaka. They are all proficient in sweet and pleasing conversation, they possess a deep devotion and commitment, are experts in judging time and situation, are ambidextrous, they can charm away the anger of the gopis and pacify them, and they do intimate and confidential counseling. Vijaya. Kindly tell me the different characteristics of the individual assistants. Gosvamaya. The Sita Sahya, or assistant, is good in spying and gathering informations, accomplishes secret missions, is intrepid and intelligent. Bangura and Baitarangara are the leading Sita Sahya of Krishna in Gokula. The Vita Sahya is conversant with dress codes and clothes, is cunning, a glib talker, knows the mystical art of casting spells and charms. Katara and Bharati Bandhu are prominent Vita Sahya. Gormandizing, quarreling, caricaturing with the body, quick with repartees and making others laugh by dressing funnily are the qualities of Vasantathagopa, Madhumangala, and the other Vijasaka, Sahya of Krishna. Almost as qualified as the Nayaka himself, the only Pithamardaka Sahya, Sridama is still content to be the Nayaka Krishna's follower. The Prayanarmasaka Sahiya, mainly Subala and Arjuna, are privy to, and knowledgeable about, rare mysteries and secrets, and they emulate the mood of the gopis. The Sita Sahiya are in Dajya, Rasa, Pithamardaka are in Vira, Rasa, and the other three Sahiya are all in Sakya Rasa. Further, the Sita Sahiya are all in the category of Krishna's servants, while the other four Sahiya are his Sakhas, or friends. Bijoya, are there no female Sahiya of Krishna? Gosvamai, yes there are, and they are known as Dudi. Bijoya, are there many kinds of Dudi? Gosvamai, there are two varieties of Dudi, Svayam Dudi and Apta Dudi. Kataksa and Vamsadvani are Svayam Dudi. Bijoya, who are the Apta Dudi? Gosvamai, Krishna's Apta Dudi are Vira, who is bold, even cheeky and an artful speaker, and Vrinda, who is an expert flatterer. The Svayam Dudi and Apta Dudi are very special, Asadharani. Besides these special Dudi, Krishna has many ordinary Dudi, Sadharani, such as Lingani, Devahana, and Silpakarini, etc. They will be discussed later under the topic of Nayaka Dudi, when it is more relevant. Bijoya Gurudeva, am steadily comprehending Krishna as Nayaka, his mood, characteristics, etc. Also, that his pastimes as Pati and Upapati are both eternal. As Pati he is in Dvaraka, and as Upapati his pastimes are staged in Vraja. Since our beloved Krishna is Upapati, it is central to my bhajana to learn about the damsels of Vraja. Gosvamai, all Krishna's girl friends in Vraja are primarily in Parakiya, Rasa, because without Parakiya, the Madhura, Rasa cannot fully blossom to its pristine splendor. The Madhura Rasa in Dvaraka, of the queens, are attenuated due to the conjugal relationship. The damsels of Vraja are embellished with pure spiritual lust for Krishna, making Madhura, Rasa unbridled and intrepid, and this gives excessive pleasure to Krishna. Bijoya, what is the purport of this philosophy? Gosvamai, Rudra, Siva, the preceptor on the philosophy of Rasas, says that womanly traits like contumacy and insolence, vamata, elusiveness, durlabhatva, etc. create an aura of being difficult to obtain, which becomes Kamadevas, or Cupid's weapon, the arrow. Visnugupta comments, that where the impediments to reach the coveted doe-eyed damsel are numerous, the gallant lover's heart becomes more captivated by her. Krishna is Atma, Rama, or self, satisfied, yet in the Rasa, Lila he expanded into as many Krishnas as there were gopis, and danced with them. Every sadhaka must develop attachment and devotion to the Rasa, Lila. One word of advice regarding it is, if the sadhaka desires his highest benefit, then he must enter this divine pastime like a pure devotee, he must never even slightly pamper the thought of acting like Krishna. The purport is to develop the mood of the gopis, gopi, bhava, being humbly subservient to them, gopis. Bijoya, kindly elaborate upon what is gopi, bhava. Gosvamai, Krishna, son of Narada Maharaja, is a gopa, or cowherd boy. His soul enjoying partners are the gopis. The way the gopis serve Krishna, the sadhaka who is eligible to practice Madhura, Rasa, must try to worship and serve Krishna in the same manner as the gopis. He must assume in his mind that he is a gopi in Vraja, and a maid, servant of some immensely fortunate Vraja gopi. His only business should be to strictly execute her instructions and serve Sri Radhika and Krishna. He must recognize himself as a paradha, or a gopi married to a gopa, but is always desiring Krishna's association and is a childless maiden. Only then can he evoke rasa from within his heart. The paradha, abhimana, is the innate nature of the gopis. Srila Rupa Gosvami writes, Maya kalate tadrika, strizalanananashayibhit na jatavrajatavinam patibhis saha sangama. Ajay Krishna, Balaba. 19, the Vraja gopis, who maintain the abhimana, self, assertion, of being paradha, become wives of gopas after a marriage arranged by Yogamaya, or the Lord's internal potency, is performed. But they, gopis, have never consummated their marriages with their individual husbands. When these gopis are away from their houses for their lovers, Krishna, tryst, again Yogamaya arranges for exact replicas of these gopis to be present in the houses. When the husband returns and sees his wife is in the house, he can never develop envy or jealousy towards Krishna. There has never been an intimate conjugal relationship between the Vraja gopis and their so-called husbands. In truth, these husbands are the corporeal incarnations in Vraja of their individual bhava of Goloka. The marriages are also illusory notions, mayika, pratyaya, hence there is no question of the Vraja gopis being their wedded wives, or in relation to Krishna, another's wife, paradaritva. Nevertheless, the paradha, abhimana in the Vraja gopis is eternally present. Otherwise, if this is absent, the magnificent rasa generated out of fear of trespassing marriage vows, the gopis' attitudes of rebellious insolence, vamata, and elusiveness, durlabhatva, and the impediments to the paramour due to their nature, would never be natural and spontaneous. Similarly, in order to attain the bhava of a nayika, heroine, or Krishna's beloved, in the Vraja, rasa, one must cultivate paradha, abhimana. Sri Lakshmidevi in Vaikantha is an example of someone who did not cultivate abhimana. Bijoya, what is the process of becoming, or knowing oneself as a paradha? Gosvami, one must meditate, have taken birth in a gopa's home in Vraja, and when I reach the proper age will marry a gopa, etc. When such meditation and faith become intense, the desire to enjoy Krishna's company gains momentum. In this manner, when one assumes the nature and mood of a maiden, wife of an unconsummated marriage, aprasunika, it is called gopi bhava. Bijoya, how is it possible for a male sadhaka to assume gopi bhava? Gosvami Jiva thinks of himself as male, purasat, due to the influence of illusory energy. In the pure, spiritual nature, other than Krishna's eternal male associates, all jivas are female. In transcendental nature, distinguishing signs indicating the different sexes do not exist. But anyone can acquire the right to become a woman in Vraja on the dint of his nature, predilection, and firm abhimana. Those who possess an unwavering desire for madhura, rasa, are eligible to become damsels in Vraja. When a person's sadhana is in consonance with his taste and propensity, he attains perfection accordingly. Bijoya, how do you describe the glorious position of a paradha? Gosvami, when the paradha Vraja, damsel desires to enjoy with Krishna, her intrinsic beauty par excellence and her treasure, house of excellences gift her befitting embellishments to make her a ravishing, bewilking beauty in her lover's eyes. The paradha experiences a greater degree of the sweetness of rasa. Bijoya, how many varieties of Vraja damsels are there? Gosvami, they are of three kinds, sadhanapara, devi, and nityapraya. Bijoya, kindly describe the sadhanapara. Gosvami, sadhanapara is of two types, yathaki and ayathaki. Those who are engrossed in Vraja, rasa sadhana and take birth in Vraja in groups, are called yathaki, or linked to a group, yatha. Yathaki are further subdivided as, munigana and upanasajana. Bijoya, which munis took birth in Vraja? Gosvami, the munis who were worshipping Gopala but could not attain perfection saw Lord Ramakandra's beauty in Tretaya Yuga and gained great impetus in their sadhana. After perfecting their sadhana in Gopi bhava, they were born as gopis in Vraja. This is substantiated in the Padma Purana. The Brad, Vamana Purana states that some of the munis attained spiritual perfection at the beginning of the Rasa Lila. Bijoya, how did the Upanishad attain the statuses of being born as gopis in Vraja? Gosvami, endowed with very subtle and fine spiritual perceptions, the highly elevated personifications of Upanishad were astounded by the gopis' good fortune. They then deeply meditated and worshipped the gopis with profound devotion and finally were born in Vraja as damsels. Bijoya, who are the ayathaki sadhana paragopi? Gosvami, those who are extremely attracted to the gopi bhava and eagerly channelize this natural proclivity in their sadhana are ayathaki. They are of two types, prasana and navina. They take birth either alone, in pairs or in threes, in Vraja. The prasana ayathaki attain salokya, the same abode, with the Nityapriya Gopi. The Navina Ayanthaki come from the demigods and human species and take birth as gopis in Vraja. Gradually they are converted to Prasana and attain Salokya, as earlier described. Bijoya kindly explain who are the Devis. Gosvami. When Krishna's partial expansion incarnates in the heavenly planets as a demigod, the Nityapriya Gopis also descend as demigoddesses in their partial expansions, to please Krishna. Again when Krishna appears in Gokula, Vraja, in his full expansion, Purna, Rupa, then also the Devis take birth in Gokula as young gopis who are known as the Prana Sakis and are assistants to the original source icons of their expansions, Amsi, the Nityapriya Gopis. Bijoya. At which times does Krishna accept a partial expansion, Amsa, in the heavenly planets? Gosvami. Krishna's direct partial expansion, Svamsa, Rupa, is Lord Vamana, the son of Aditi, and his separate partial expansion, Vibhanamsa, appear as demigods. Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma were not conceived in any mother's womb. Shiva and Brahma are not on the level of the ordinary jivas who are endowed with 50 qualities in meager measures, yet both are Vibhanamsa, or separate, partial expansions. Because both possess these 50 qualities in large measure and additionally possess 5 other qualities in limited quantities, they are considered the chiefs of the demigods. Gainsa and Surya hold similar positions and are worshipped in this material cosmos with the equal respect. The other demigods are grouped together with the jivas. All the demigods are Krishna's Vibhanamsa. Their wives are the Vibhanamesa of the Lord's spiritual energy. Prior to Lord Krishna's appearance, Brahma instructs these ladies to take birth, in order to please the Lord. They then appear either in Vraja or in Dvaraka, depending on their individual taste, Rusai, and Sadhana. The Devis in Vraja become the Prana, Sakya, or assistants to the Nityapriya Gopis, because of their intense desire to attain Krishna. Bijoya. Like the Upanishads who took birth in Vraja, are there any other predominating goddesses from the Vedas who also appeared in Vraja? Gosvami. The Srishti, Kanda of the Padma, Purana states that Gayatri Devi, the mother of the Veda, was born in Vraja as a gopi and attained Krishna's association. From this point on she acquired the form of Kama, Gayatri. Bijoya. It is true that Kama, Gayatri is beginningless. At first she was present as the mother of the Vedas, as Gayatri Devi. Later on the strength of her sadhana and by discussing and meditating on the good fortunes of the Upanishads she took birth in Vraja along with Gopala, Upanishad. As Kama, Gayatri she is eternal, simultaneously she is eternally existent as Gayatri Devi in a separate but eternal identity. Bijoya. The Upanishads and others obtained the rare birth as gopis in Vraja. They acquired the Gopi Abhimana and accepted Krishna as their hero and husband. Krishna became their husband by the vows of marriage according to the Gandharva rites. I have understood all this. Am eager to learn whether the Nityapriya Gopis, who are Krishna's girl, friends from time immemorial, have Krishna as their Upapati. Is it a relationship constructed by Maya, the illusory potency? Gosvami. True, it is conceived by Maya, but not by the mundane Maya, Mahamaya. The mundane illusory potency, Maya, cannot even touch Krishna, Lila. Although Vraja, Lila is enacted within this material world, it is nevertheless, completely transcendental to the illusory material energy. Cit, Saktis, or the spiritual energies. Another definition is Yogamaya. Yogamaya creates a very special effect surrounding Krishna, Lila to the eyes of the mundane spectators, so that they see these pastimes in a completely different light than they really are. When the Nityapriya Gopis descend from Goloka to Vraja, Yogamaya accompanies them, bringing with her the Paradha, Abhimana of Goloka. She establishes these individual Paradha, Abhimana as individual personalities, such as Abhimanyu, in Vraja. Then she arranges the marriages between the Nityapriya Gopis and their personified Abhimana, thus installing Krishna as their, Gopis, Upapati. The omniscient personality of Godhead Krishna, and his omniscient energies, Saktigana, totally absorbed in rasa, acquiesces their individual statuses, and its Baba. This underlines the pre-eminent position of Rasa and the absolute prerogative, Ikha, Sakti, of the supremely independent and willful Lord. Both Vaikuntha and Dvaraka are deprived of such intensities of Rasa, and so on. The Pranay-Zakais, or assistant gopis, gain Salokya, residence on the same abode, with their mistresses, the Nityapriya gopis, and experience an incipient conjugal relationship with Krishna which later matures into Yapapati, or Paramar, lover relationship. This is their ultimate fulfillment. Bijoya, what an extraordinary spiritual perception. I am truly overwhelmed with joy. Kindly instruct me on the Nityapriya gopis. Gosvami, do you think Lord Gaurakindra would permit me to speak such esoteric realizations to you if you were not a really eligible candidate? Just mark how the greatest of preceptors, Srila Jiva Gosvami, has kept this subject extremely confidential, revealing and elaborating upon it only in places, in his commentaries and books like the Krishna Sandarbha. He was always apprehensive that unauthorized and uneligible persons will pervert the meanings of these arcane topics and practice aberrations on its authority. The reprobate acts and sacrilege committed by the pretender, Vaisnavas nowadays, known as Rasa, Vikriti and Rasa, Abhasa, in the name of Bhakti is what Srila Jiva Gosvami was deeply concerned about. In spite of being exceedingly cautious, the damage could not be prevented. You must be very careful not to disclose this philosophy to the undeserving. Let us turn back to the subject of Nityapriya gopis. Bijoya, who are the Nityapriya gopis? Although have studied many scriptures, I wish to learn everything from the hallowed lips of my spiritual master, whose instructions are ambrosial. Gosvami, Srimati Radha and Srimati Kandravali are the foremost of the Nityapriya gopis in Vraja, and like Krishna they repositories of divine attributes like exquisite beauty, versatility and so on. They find mention in the Brahma, Samhita, Ananda, Sinmaya, Rasa, Pratibhavatabhistabhirya eva nija, Rupataya kalabha galoka eva nivasati, Akila, Atma, Buddho Govindam, Adi, Purasam Tam, Aham, Bhajamai. Br. Sam, 537ths, worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, residing in his own abode, Goloka, with Radha, resembling his own spiritual figure, the embodiment of the ecstatic potency possessed of the 64 transcendental arts, in the company of her confidants, Sakais, who are the embodiments of the extensions of her bodily form, permeated and vitalized by his ever blissful spiritual rasa. Lord Brahma offers a cursory mention of Nityapriya gopis in his book, considered to contain the essence of the Vedas. Thus it is plainly clear that they are eternal, are transcendental to the material nature, and are manifestations of spiritual potency. The 64 supramundane activities and arts are a part of their eternal pastimes. The comment, Kalabhasvam Sarapabhai Saktibhih to this verse may have other interpretations, but have adhered to Srila Svarupa Damodar Gosvami's purport, which is very profound, and reflects the deep insights of Srila Rupa, Srila Sanatana and Srila Jiva. Bijoya, my ears are straining to hear the nectarian names of the Nityapriya gopis. Gosvami scriptures like Skanda Purana, Pralad, Samhita etc. mention the following names: Radha, Kandravali, Visakha, Lalita, Syama, Padma, Saibhya, Bhadrika, Tara, Visitra, Gopali, Dhanastha, Pali, and so on. Kandravali is also known as Somabha. Srimati Radhika is also known as Gandharva. The other illustrious gopis are Kanjanaksi, Manorama, Mangala, Vimala, Lila, Krishna, Sari, Visarada, Taravala, Kakoraksi, Sankari, Kumkuma and so on. Bijoya, what is the relationship between them? Gosvami, all these Nityapriya gopis are group leaders, or yuthsvaras. There are hundreds of groups, or yuthas. Each group has millions of beautiful and qualified ladies. Beginning with Srimati Radhika to Kumkuma, all are group leaders. Visakha, Lalita, Padma, and Saibhya are especially mentioned as not being group leaders. Among different group leaders, Srimati Radhika and the others of the Asta gopis, or the circle of 8 gopis, are the most prominent. Bijoya Visakha, Lalita, Padma, and Saibhya are some of the leading gopis and are proficient in enhancing Krishna's pleasure in his lila. Why have they not been unequivocally designated as Yudhsvaras? Gosvami, they are so highly accomplished that it is only fit they be acknowledged as group leaders. But especially Lalita and Visakha are so overtly enamored by Srimati Radhika's infinitely ecstatic mood and to such an extent, that they refuse the status of a group leader. Of these four, some are obedient to Srimati Radhika and others to Srimati Kandravali. This has been ascertained from the scriptures. Bijoya, I have read that Lalita has her own group, can you kindly explain this? Gosvami, Srimati Radhika is the group leader par excellence. Some of the gopis from her group are especially attracted to a particular bhava of Lalita Devi and so they call themselves Lalita's followers. Same is the case with Visakha Devi. Lalita, Visakha, and others from the Asta, Gopi are seen as Srimati Radhika's group monitors. Only by immense good fortune can someone become a member of Sri Lalita's group. Bijoya, which scriptures contain the names of these gopis? Gosvami, several texts mention these names, Padma Purana, Skanda Purana, Bhavijyatara Purana etc. as well as in the Vaisnava Tantra scriptures. Bijoya, Srimad Bhagavatam is certainly the crest jewel of all the scriptures. If these names were mentioned there it would give me endless joy. Gosvami, Srimad Bhagavatam, on one hand expounds the highest spiritual truths and on the other is an unlimited ocean of any Setarian rasa. The preceptors of rasa, Tattva verify that Srimad Bhagavatam espouses all the variances in the rasa culture. Srimati Radhika's name and all the gopis' identities and devotional moods has been mentioned in an extremely cryptic manner. If you scrutinize the verses of the 10th canto in Srimad Bhagavatam, everything is revealed in them. Srila Sukadeva Gosvami has purposely camouflaged these confidential topics to keep unauthorized materialists at bay. My dear Bijoya, what use is there in giving a person a japamala and a few nicely arranged words of instructions? The more spiritually advanced a person becomes, deeper is his grasp of the profounder precepts. Therefore, real erudition is then exhibited when confidential spiritual concepts which are not meant for general discussion are presented encrypted. Each person's understanding of any subject is commensurate to his advancement and knowledge. Esoteric spiritual precepts cannot be understood without a bona fide guru coming in the line of authorized disciplic succession. And without this connection, should anyone hear or read this subject, his endeavors will bear no fruit. His knowledge will be impotent. Study Ajay Valanilamani thoroughly and you will be able to detect all the rasas in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The discussion ended after a long time. Bijoya slowly walked towards Hara, Kandi, Sahi deep in thought about the rasa of Nayaka, Tattva displayed in the spiritual realm. At moments the bhava of Vijasaka and Pithamardaka overcame him and thrilled him with great exultation. On other occasions, thinking of Vamsi, the Svayamjiti of Krishna, incessant tears streamed down his face. The sublime bhava of Braja, now visible on the horizon of Bijoya's heart, made him vibrant and exuberant. The ecstatic vision he had the previous night on his way to Sundarakala, in the Sylvian woods, now flashed in his heart. Chapter 33 Dissertation on Madhura, Rasa, analysis continues today. Bijoya Kumara and Brajanatha had taken a dip in the sacred pond of Indradhi Umna Sarovara. They returned home and ate their mid-day prasadam. Brajanatha decided to visit Srila Haridasa Thakura's samadhi. Bijoya Kumara went to the Radhakanta Mandira, and prostrated himself before Srila Guru Gopal Gosvami. Respectfully he sat waiting for his guru to signal him when it was proper for him to speak. When Srila Goswami was ready, Bijoya Kumara inquired, Gurudeva, the daughter of Vrisabhanu, Srimati Radhika, is the reigning mistress of my heart, my very life and soul are in her hands. It is inexplicable how my heart melts at the very mention of her name. Krishna is indeed our sole and ultimate destination, yet his pleasurable dalliances with Sri Radha are the most relishable spiritual experiences. Narrations where Srimati Radhika is absent, although Krishna's descriptions are there, seems insipid to me. Gurudeva, may frankly express something to you. Do not feel like introducing myself as Bijoya Kumara Bhattacharya and longer. Enjoy thinking of myself as Srimati Radharani's maid, servant, entirely dependent on her support. Another unique development I feel in me is, I detest discussing even the subject of Braja, with materially engrossed persons. Assemblies where persons who are ignorant about the profundity of rasa are speaking, are unbearable to me, feel the urge to get up and leave. Gosvami, oh how fortunate you are! Until a person does not acquire the complete faith that he in his spiritual form, is a damsel in Vraja, he is not eligible to discuss the intimate pastimes of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna. What to speak of humans, even demigods and demigoddess are not privileged to talk about such topics. Earlier I spoke about Krishna's sweethearts, amongst all of them, Srimati Radha and Srimati Kandravali are the foremost. They both have millions of groups of youthful maidens following them. At Maharasalila, countless millions of exquisite beauties grace the dance. Bijoya Gurudeva, let Kandravali have her millions and millions of yutha, but kindly tell me the glories of Srimati Radharani and purge my contaminated heart and ears. Please fill my ears with nectar divine, this I earnestly plead with you as your surrendered disciple. Gosvami, yes. Between Radhika and Kandravali, Srimati Radha is the embodiment of Mahabhava, or the unsurpassable pinnacle of bhava. Thus she is superior in all respects to Kandravali. The Sruti scripture Tapani, Sruti has described her as Gandharva. The end section of Excavated recounts how resplendent Sri Radhika is in the company of Madhava, Krishna. The Padma Purana records Sri Narada Muni's statement that Srimati Radha's Kunda, or lake, is as precious to Krishna as Sri Radhika herself. It is only natural that Srimati Radha, above all the gopis, is most beloved of Krishna. What is Radha, Tattva, or the transcendental principle of Radha? Krishna's Ladani, Sakti, or pleasure-giving potency, is the topmost amongst all his potencies. Srimati Radhika is the embodiment and vital soul of Ladani, Sakti. Bijoya, this spiritual precept is prodigious. Who is Srimati Radhika in truth? Gosvami, Srimati Radhika, daughter of Vrisabhanu, is the icon of Saschu, Kanta. 16 different toiletry and make-up accoutrements, Sringara, and 12 ornaments, Alankara, constantly decorate her. Bijoya, what is the meaning of Saschu, Kanta, Svarupa? Gosvami, she possesses such unsurpassable beauty that she does not require any beauty aids, make-up or ornaments to enhance her exquisiteness, cascading hair in curly locks, lovely, expressive lotus-like face, large, elongated eyes, and so on. The shape of her body is perfectly proportionate, firm breasts, narrow waist, petite shoulders, her nails glow like moonstone gems. She is paragon of unmatched, sublime beauty. Bijoya, what are the 16 different sringara, or accoutrements of beauty? Gosvami, elaborate bath, the brilliant gem on her nose ring, blue sari, sash round her waist, plaited curly locks, dangling earrings, sandal paste smeared on her body, flower arrangements on her hairdo, fine necklace, a lotus flower in her hand, chewing betel leaf, a dot of musk on the chin, mascara on the eyes, designs painted on the cheeks, feet painted with red alta and brow decorated with tilaka are the 16 sringaras that shine with divine splendor on her person. Bijoya, what are the 12 alankaras or avaranas? Gosvami, fabulously precious, gems in her crown, golden earrings, girdle around the hips, a gem, studded golden locket, upper ears pierced with golden studs, chakras around her throat, a variety of rings on her fingers, necklace with star designs, wristlets and armlets, gem, studded ankle, bells and toe. Rings are the 12 alankaras, or ornaments, which bask in Srimati Radhika resplendent beauty. Bijoya, what are the principal attributes of Srimati Radhika? Gosvami, Radharani, the queen of Vrindavana, like Krishna is the treasure, trove of endless excellences. Out of these, 25 qualities are the most prominent. She is Madhura, or extremely lovely to look at. Blossoming with the fresh youthfulness of adolescence. Has bright restless eyes. A tender soft smile constantly plays on her lips. Beautiful auspicious signs and lines mark her body. Her bodily fragrance enmaddens Krishna. An expert musician. Dest rouse in the art of pleasing conversation. 9 is witty and humorous. 10 is humble. 11 is full of compassion. 12 is extremely intelligent. 13 is ambidextrous. 14 is shy. Gao Obwne 15. Is unshakably righteous and chaste. 16 is patient and can tolerate pain and suffering. 17 is grave and sober. 18. She relishes pastimes and sports. 19 is always eager to manifest the zenith of Mahabhava emotions. 20. She is the embodiment of Braja, Prema, her very sight evokes spontaneous love of Godhead in the residents of Gokula. 21 is famous all over the universe. 22 is the apple of everyone's eyes, especially the elders. 23 is controlled by her girl, friends' love and affection. 24 is the most beloved of Krishna's girl, friends. 25. Krishna is always obedient to her wishes. Bijoya, I wish to learn in detail the beautiful and auspicious signs and lines that mark Srimati Radhika's body. Gosvamaya the Varaha, Samhita, books of astrology, Kasi, Kanda, Matsya Purana, Garuda Purana etc. have proffered the following descriptions of auspicious signs and lines: the auspicious Yava line at the base of the left big toe, a disc below it, a lotus flower at the base of left middle toe, a flag, and a banner below it, a line beginning right of the middle toe up to the middle of the feet, a goad, Ankusa, at the base of the little left toe. On her right foot, a conch shell at the base of the big toe, a fish on the heel, a throne at the base of the little toe, a chariot above the fish, a mountain, a coil, a mace, and a spear. The left hand, lifeline begins at the joint of the index finger and middle finger and runs all the way to the bottom of the little finger. Another line starting below the lifeline from the middle of the palm travels up to the joint between the index finger and thumb. At the base of the thumb, starting from the wrist, a line meanders up, meets the middle line and reaches the mid section between the thumb and index finger, plus the 5 discs on each fingertip add up to 8 signs: an elephant below the ring finger, a horse below the life line, a bull below the middle line, and below the little finger a goad, a fan, a bella, fruit tree, a post and arrow, a lance, a string of beads, in all 18. On her right palm, same 3 lines like life line etc. as on the left palm, a conch shell on each finger, tip, yak, tail fan below the index finger, and below the little finger a goad, a palace, a kettle drum, dundubhai, a lightning, a pair of carts, a bow, a sword, a water pot with spout. There are 7 on her left foot, 8 on her right foot, 18 on her left palm and 17 auspicious signs on right palm adds up to a total of 50 auspicious signs and lines. Bijoya, are none of these attributes mastered qualities available in another person? Gosvamaya, these attributes are present in minute degrees in Jiva, whereas in Srimati Radhika they exist in absolute degree. In the demigods and demigoddesses these are present in a higher measure than they are in the Jivas. Sri Radhika's every single attribute is supramundane, because in material nature no one possesses any of these attributes either in perfectness or in absolute degree. Even Gauri, Parvati does not possess them in perfect and absolute measure. Bijoya, yes, truly Srimati Radhika's unsurpassable beauty and excellent attributes are inconceivable. Her mercy alone can gift a man with the ability to perceive them. Gosvamai, what words can describe her beauty and excellences? Even Krishna is kept enchanted by them, hence how can they be compared to anything at all? Bijoya, Gurudeva, kindly tell me about Srimati's Sakais, or female attendants and associates. Gosvamai, Srimati Radhika's yatha is the finest. The damsels in this yatha are embellished with all good excellences. And with them they create an amorous and romantic ambience to attract Krishna. Bijoya, how many types of Radhikas, Sakais are there? Gosvamaya in all, 5 kinds, Sakya, Nityazaka, Pranazaka, Prayazaka, and Parama Priest Hasaka. Bijoya kindly describe them individually. Gosvamai Kusumika, Vrunda, Danastha etc. are prominent Sakais while Kasturi, Manamanjari are Nityazakais. Famous Pranazakais are Sasamukha, Vasanti, Lasika and so on. They often acquire Srimati Radhika's self-same image, Svarapata. The Prayazakais are Karangaksi, Sumadhaya, Madanalasa, Kamala, Madhurai, Munjakisi, Kandarpa, Sundari, Madhavi, Malati, Kamalata, Sasikala, and so on. The chief among the Parama priest Sakais are the 8 Sakais or Asta, Sakais, Lalita, Visakha, Citra, Kampakalata, Tungavidaya, Induleka, Rangadevi, and Sudevi. They assist in the most confidential pastimes of Srimati Radha and Sri Krishna and, depending on the situation, they exhibit sometimes more love for Krishna and sometimes more towards Srimati. Bijoya I have now a better concept of Yatha, but what is the position of *Gana, or followers? Gosvamai within every Yatha, or group, are smaller divisions or subgroups which are known as Gana. For example, within Srimati Radhika's Yatha are those who owe allegiance to Lalita Devi, they are referred to as Lalita's Gana. Bijoya the Paradha Bhava, or the female paramour temperament, is certainly an extremely exalted attribute of the damsels of Braja. But is there a situation where Paradha Bhava is not worshipable? Gosvamaya the distinction of male and female in the material world is illusory. These designations are the results of fruitive actions in material nature. The material nature or illusory potency is a breeding ground for irreligious and base desires, and hence the religious teachers and thinkers have proscribed man-woman relationship outside the institution of marriage. The great poets and philosophers have thus taken this a step further and denounced Paradha Bhava, or paramour relationship, in mundane literature in order to uphold the pristine position of rasa and protect it under the shield of religious vows. Rasa, which sprung from transcendental dalliances, is pure and eternal. The perverted version of this rasa is the cohabitation in the material world between the illusory male and female entities. This mundane rasa is extremely limited and bound by rules and regulations. For this reason the conditioned and insignificant female jiva is forbidden from a paramour relationship. On the other hand, where Krishna, the embodiment of eternality, absolute knowledge and bliss, Sasadanand Vigraha, is the sole purisa, or the male entity, the Nayaka, their Paradha Bhava, or paramour relationship, which churns up rasa, is not in the least impure or condemnable. Thus, within this highest spiritual concept there is no room for adjusting the plebeian and illusory law supporting the institution of mundane marriage. When the hero of Goloka, Krishna, brings with him his Gokuladhama and the supreme Parakya, Rasa, or paramour love, down to this earth, then the maidens of Gokula are above reproach for exhibiting their Paradha Bhava, though it has been crucified in mundane literatures. Bijoya in the Gokula, maidens' love for Krishna, what chief symptoms are manifest? Gosvamaya the Gokula, maidens perceive Krishna exclusively as the darling of Nanda and Yasoda, Nandanandana. The bhava symptoms garnered from this love and affection is very difficult to fathom, what to speak of non-devotees and empiricists, but, even for the devotees. In Nandanandana Krishna, the Aisvarya, bhava, or the reverential awe and opulent mood, is practically shrouded by an excess of madhurya, bhava, or the conjugal temperament. Even when Krishna while joking shows off his four-handed form, the gopis are apathetic towards it, nay, they ignore it. And in the presence of Srimati Radhika the four-handed form quickly disappears and is replaced by his two-handed, original form. These mundane phenomena are a direct consequence of Sri Radhika's profound parakya, rasa, bhava. Bijoya Gurudeva, I feel so very fortunate and am ever grateful to you for these purports. Kindly explain the different nayakas, or heroines. Gosvamaya, there are 3 types of nayakas, Svakya, Parakya, and Samanya. I have already spoken about the Svakya and Parakya Nayakas in spiritual rasa, so now we'll delve on only the Samanya Nayaka. The Panditas of rhetorics, mundane literature, and arts have ascertained that the Samanya Nayaka are prostitutes, only greedy after money. They do not despise the characterless, unqualified Nayaka, nor do they love and respect the Nayaka endowed with upright character and good qualities. Hence their love and attachment is not true love, but a semblance of love, or Sringarabhasa. However, in the case of Kubja of Sarindra in Mathura, who was defined as Samanya in relation to Krishna and whose attachment to him was considered Sringarabhasa, developed a particular temperament toward Krishna, which placed her as a Parakya by our spiritual authorities. Bijoya Gurudeva, what is this particular temperament? Gosvami, when Kubja was still ugly and unattractive, she was never in love or infatuated with anybody. And when she beheld Krishna's beautiful features, she felt a spontaneous urge to apply sandalwood paste on his body. This was an exhibition of love, ascertained as Parakya love. However, her love was not the same as that of the queens of Dvaraka, who always desired to give pleasure to Krishna. Therefore her love, Rati, for Krishna is inferior to that of the queens. For this reason she had tugged at Krishna's upper garment and had begged for love, Rati. Because her love was mixed with selfish motives, it, Rati, is categorized as Sadharani. Bijoya in spiritual rasa. The Nayakas are divided into Svakya and Parakya. What are the other differences between the two? Gosvami, both Svakya and Parakya Nayakas are of three types: Mugdha, Madhya, and Pragalpa. Bijoya Gurudeva, because of your unlimited grace, each time I meditate on transcendental rasa I see you as one of the maidens in Vraja. At that moment all material designations of male and female disappear. Am extremely keen to learn about the differences in sentiments between the various Nayakas, because although feel the bhava of the Vraja, gopis cannot act in an appropriate manner. Therefore I wish to garnish my spiritual sentiments with their service attitude, and serve Krishna. I pray at your feet. Kindly school me in this subject. What is Mugdha, Nayaka, and so on? Gosvami, the symptoms of a Mugdha Nayaka are, she is ever fresh and youthful, extremely feminine, her love slants very much towards the leftist mood, bhava, she is captivated by the Sakais, is very bashful in expressing love, but in private she is artfully meticulous. If the Nayaka, hero, is offensive she simply observes him, with tearful eyes, she does not speak harshly nor sweetly, nor does she fly into a temper, tantrum, mana. The Madhya Nayaka's amorous passion, madana, and her shyness are in equal measure. She is ever fresh and youthful, and her manner of speech is intrepid and saucy, pragalpa. Her amorous plays takes her up to the ecstatic symptom of murcha, or loss of consciousness. Her temper, mana, is at times mild but at other times it is severe. When angry, she is of three types: passive and composed, dhira, intolerant and restless, adhira, and a mix of both dhira and adhira. When dhira, the Madhya Nayaka ridicules her beloved with sarcastic words; when adhira, she hurls hurting words in a rage; and when dhira, adhira, she is moved to tears and speaks cuttingly to her beloved. The Madhya Nayaka possesses a combination of the Mugdha's mood and the Pragalpa's temperament, hence the pinnacle of all rasas are reposed in her. The Pragalpa Nayaka's symptoms are, she is ever fresh and youthful, blinded by passion and extremely enthusiastic about romance. She knows the art of weaving a net of myriad moods, bhavas, and accosts, even intimidates, her beloved with her rasa. Her speech and activities are grave and very mature, and when angry she is harsh and imperious. In regards to anger, the Pragalpa Nayakas are also of three kinds: dhira, adhira, and dhiradhira. The dhira Pragalpa is indifferent about amorous pleasures, samaga, keeps her emotions and feelings a secret, and she is affectionate. The adhira Pragalpa pitilessly rails at her lover and runs him down. The dhiradhira Pragalpa possesses a very similar personality to that of the dhiradhira Nayaka. Both the Madhya and Pragalpa Nayakas are further subdivided into Jyestha and Kanistha. So there are Jyestha, Madhya and Kanistha, Madhya, Jyestha, Pragalpa and Kanistha, Pragalpa. These distinctions of Jyestha and Kanistha mirror the inflections of the Nayaka's love, or its intensity. Bijoya in all, how many Nayakas are there? Gosvami there are 15 different Nayakas. Kanya is exclusively a Mugdha and therefore is of one kind. Mugdha, Madhya and Pragalpa are the three kinds of Nayakas, where only Madhya and Pragalpa Nayakas are further subdivided into Dhira, Adhira and Dhiradhira. In simple arithmetic 3 plus 34 plus 1 equals 7. 7 Svaikiya Nayakas and 7 Parakiya Nayakas plus the 1 Kanya, makes a total of 15 Nayakas. Bijoya what are the different psychological conditions a Nayaka displays? Gosvami there are 8 specific conditions, Abhisarika, Vaisakhasaja, Utkanthita, Kandita, Vipralabdha, Kalahantarita, Prosadabhartrika, and Svadhyana, Bhartrika. All the 15 Nayukas display these 8 symptoms. Bijoya Gurudeva kindly explain in more detail these conditions starting with Abhisarika, or fondness for trysting with her lover. Gosvami the Nayaka who makes the Nayaka keep his lover's tryst, or who herself goes on a lover's tryst, is an Abhisarika. The Nayaka who goes trysting on a full moon night, in a white sari, is a Jyotsnabhisarika, and who goes trysting on a dark moonlight in a black sari is Tamabhisarika. She goes on her tryst bedecked in jewelry from head to feet, moving stealthily and silently, shyness and modesty covers her body like a mantle and she seeks a sweet and gentle, snigdha, Sakha to accompany her. Vaisakhasaja means to decorate the house and self in expectation of the lover, or Nayaka, hence the Nayaka who is acting in such a manner is called a Vaisakha, Sajika. She is determined to make amorous advances and plays in the presence of her lover. She eagerly awaits his arrival, discusses his pastimes with her girl friends while waiting, repeatedly sends her female messengers to find out the latest news of his coming. When the Nayaka becomes eager and extremely anxious due to the late arrival of her lover who is not at fault for the delay, she is called an Utkanthita Nayaka. She experiences burning in the heart, quivering in the body, the mind continuously questioning as to why her lover did not come, feels frustrated and irritated in all her activities, perspires profusely, and narrates to everyone about her condition. The Vaisakhasaja Nayaka's condition towards the end also transforms into that of the Utkanthika Nayakas when after waiting past the appointed time, instead of getting enraged, she begins to brood over the possibility that her lover must have come under the spell of some other woman's wiles. At this stage, the anxiety of waiting and of separation makes her Utkanthika. When the Nayaka does not turn up at the designated time but saunters in at the end of the night with visible marks of amorous play with another Nayaka, then the Nayaka in waiting becomes Kandita, or cut up. She expresses anger, releases long sighs and turns her face away from her beloved. The Vipralabdha condition is brought on by the Nayaka when he fixes an appointment with the Nayaka which he conveys to her through signs, but for reasons beyond control he does not come. A spectrum of emotions wash over the Nayaka, she feels the crippling pangs of separation, is constantly brooding, is full of remorse, fretful thoughts plague her mind, cries constantly, loses consciousness, heaves heavy sighs and so on. The Kalahantarita Nayaka refuses to talk with the Nayaka and irately spurns him even when he falls at her feet in the presence of other Sakhis. She raves incoherently, beats her head in grief, feels debilitating languor, breathes heavily and so on. When Nayaka travels far away, Nayaka is in a state of prosadabhartrika. She fills the emptiness of her lover's absence by glorifying him, feels lonely and humble, grows thin, suffers insomnia, pales with melancholy, is restive, inert, worries deeply and so on. While the Svadhyana Nayaka keeps her beloved enchanted and near her always. She is engaged in frolicking in the forests, sporting games in the water with Nayaka, or picking flowers and so on. Bijoya the state of Svadhyana is very blissful to the Nayaka. Gosvami when the Nayaka is spellbound by a Svadhyana Nayaka, so much so that he is unable to leave her company even for a moment. She is known as Madhavi Svadhyana Bhartrika Nayaka. Of the 8 Nayakas just enumerated, 3, i.e. Svadhyana Bhartrika, Vaisakhasaja and Abhisarika are always joyful and decorated with numerous jewelry and ornaments. While the other 5, Kandita, Vipralabdha, Utkanthita, Prosadabhartrika, and Kalahantarita Nayakas abstain from fineries and ornaments and are often sitting resting their left cheeks on clenched fists in deep melancholy and fretful worries, that torments their hearts. Bijoya. What is the purport of being tormented by Krishna, Prema? Gosvami. Krishna, Prema, or love of Krishna is on the absolute plane and is wholly spiritual, therefore it is supremely blissful. The torment one experiences in loving Krishna is simply another form of that supreme ecstasy. Torment in the material world is excruciating, but in the spiritual realm it is a variant of divine ecstasy. One who experiences spiritual torment in Krishna Prema alone perceives bliss as it manifests into spiritual rasa. This experience cannot be put into words. Bijoya. What are the gradations and degrees of Krishna, Prema in these different Nayakas? Gosvami. The Nayakas are grouped in 3 categories according to their varying intensity of love for Krishna. They are, Uttama, Madhyam, and Kanistha. It must be understood that Krishna reciprocates the different Nayakas' love in proportion to their intensity. Bijoya. What are the symptoms of each of these 3 categories? Gosvami. The Uttama, Nayaka is prepared to give up all her activities and duties however important, simply to give even a moment's pleasure to her beloved, Nayaka. If ever the Nayaka should cause her pain and sorrow, she never relatiates or shows malice. And if she hears even fabricated stories about the Nayaka being in distress, her heart aches for him. The Madhyama Nayaka is one who is pained when she hears of her Nayaka's true bliss. The Nayaka who is fretful of impediments like her own shyness in reacting to public opinion when meeting her beloved Nayaka, Krishna, is called a Kanistha. Bijoya. How many types of Nayakas do we have now in all? Gosvami. The Nayakas total 360 types. The first set of 15 Nayakas multiplied by 8 makes 120, and further multiplied by 3, the categories just mentioned, gives 360 Nayakas. Bijoya. Gurudeva, I have followed your explanations on the different Nayakas. I am eager to know more about the various and divergent personalities of the many Yudhsvaras, or group leaders. Gosvami. Yudhsvaras are of 3 kinds, Svapaksa, Vipaksa, and Tatastha. They are again divided in 3 sections according to their good fortunes, Adhika, Sama, and Lakvi. They are once more grouped in 3 categories, Prakhara, Madhya, and Merdvi. Those Yudhsvaras whose speeches are intrepid and impudent, Pragalbha, are called Prakhara. Those whose speeches are least Pragalbha are Merdvi Yudhsvaras, and those who are in between these 2, are the Madhya Yudhsvaras. The Adhika Yudhsvaras are further subdivided into Atyantaki and Apexiki. One who is unparalleled and unsurpassable in all respects is Atyantaki, Adhika, Yudhsvari, she is Radhika. Srimati Radhika is also Madhya, she has no equal in Vraja or anywhere else. Bijoya. Which Yudhsvaras come under the category of Apexika, Adhika? Gosvami. Those who are superior to one or more Yudhsvaras are known as Apexika Adhika. Bijoya. Who are the Atyantaki, Lagu Yudhsvari? Gosvami. The Atyantaki, Lagu is inferior to all the other Yudhsvaras. Whereas all other Yudhsvaras are inferior to Atyantaki Adhika. The Sama Lagu is only one of a kind. The Madhya Yudhsvaras are further grouped in 9 divisions. Thus there are a total of 12 sections of Yudhsvaras. Atyantaka Sama Lagu, Adhika Madhya, Sama Madhya, Lagu Madhya, Adhika Prakhara, Sama Prakhara, Lagu Prakhara 9, Adhika Merdvi 10, Sama Merdvi 11, Lagu Merdvi 12. Atyantaka Lagu. Ima Obw Bijoya. What are the different Dutas, or female messengers? Gosvami. Dutas are most important to the Nayakas because Nayakas are hankering for their beloved Krishna's company, and the Dutas assist them towards reaching that goal. Dutas are of two kinds, Svayamduti and Aptaduti. Bijoya kindly describes Svayamduti. Gosvami, due to excessive enthusiasm the Svayamduti sheds her shyness, she becomes enamored by love for the Nayaka and expresses her own bhava, or loving sentiments, towards the Nayaka. These sentiments are in the form of messages or complaints, abhayoga, expressed in three ways, kayaka, physical, vasika, speech, and kaksusa, eyes. Bijoya, what is vasika abhayoga? Gosvami, vasika abhayoga is expressed in vyanga, or a form of speech which carries insinuations and banterings. Vyanga is of two arts, sabda, vyanga, of words, and arthavyanga, of meanings. Vyanga sometimes makes Krishna its subject, and sometimes the articles present on the scene, to manifest itself. Bijoya, in what way does Krishna become the subject of vyanga? Gosvami, vyanga works in two ways when making Krishna its subject, saksat, direct, and vyapadisa, on pretext. Bijoya, what is saksat vyanga? Gosvami, saksat vyanga is of many types, but mainly three, garva, vanity, aksipa, lamentation, and yakna, solicitations. Bijoya, kindly explain aksipa vyanga. Gosvami, aksipa vyanga leads to two other varieties of vyanga, sabdotha, from words, and arthatha, from meanings. You are a student of rhetorics and literature, hence think citing examples are unnecessary. Bijoya, yes, that is correct. What is yakna vyanga? Gosvami, yakna vyanga is of two types, svartha, self, interest, and parartha, others' interest. Both these yakna vyangas are embellished with sabda vyanga and artha vyanga. When bhava is added to sabda vyanga it becomes sanktika, symbolical, yakna. In svartha yakna the tuti speaks about herself, and in parartha yakna she instigates another person to speak about somebody else not present. Bijoya, that was mostly about saksat vyanga, which I have understood. The sabda vyanga and artha vyanga are often present in the Nayaka's speech when as she addresses Krishna directly with complaints, abhayoga vakya. These have been expressed in plays and dramas by the authors and poets through clever use of words and nuances. What is vyapadisa, pretext, in vyanga? Gosvami, the word vyapadisa is a technical terminology for the word apadisa, found in the literatures of rhetorics. It factually means, to use some other topic as pretext to convey a confidential matter. The direct meaning of a speech spoken to Krishna by the Nayaka will convey the obvious, but in vyanga the meaning changes. It will imply a prayer soliciting Krishna's company and the opportunity to serve him. This is the definition of vyapadisa. This form of speech, vyapadisa, also acts like a tuti, or female messenger. Bijoya, vyapadisa is a form of artful speech full of innuendos and insinuations whose hidden meaning is solicitation or yakna. One have understood it, kindly tell me more about vyanga. Gosvami, when Nayaka speaks to Krishna and sees that Krishna is listening but thinks that he is not, so she begins to prattle with a bird or beast or tree etc. present there. It is known as parastha, visaya, gata vyanga, or addressing some other entity in the presence of Nayaka to attract his attention. Bijoya, kindly elaborate upon the kayaka, abhayoga, or messages conveyed through the body. Gosvami, kayaka abhayoga is done in the presence of Krishna. In many ways the body sends signals to him. Cracking of finger joints, getting up quickly on some pretext, covering the body out of fear or shyness, drawing figures on the ground with the toe, scratching the ears, applying tilaka with slow, deliberate movements, playing about with the dress and wearing new clothes, making the eyebrows dance, embracing asakya, chastising asakya, biting the lips, stretching the bones, jingling the ornaments and jewelries, pulling at the hands from the shoulder sockets, embracing trees, etched with Krishna's name, and so on, are all kayaka or angika abhayoga. Bijoya, what is kaksusa abhayoga, or messages signaled with the eyes? Gosvami, smiling through the eyes, half opening the eyes, making the eyes dance, expressing hesitation with the eyes, looking out of the corner of the eyes, glancing with only the left eye, squinted glances etc. are messages and feelings conveyed with the eyes. Bijoya, so far you have described Svayamtuti very systematically but briefly, knowing well that there are unlimited types of Svayamtuti. Who are the Apta, Tutas and how many types are there? Gosvamaya, those Sakais who never leak out confidential matters and never breach another's trust reposed in them even in death, is called an Aptatuti. They are extremely affectionate and superb conversationalists. Such ambidextrous young maidens are the favorite tutas of the Vrajanayakas. There are three categories of Aptatutas: Amitartha, Nisrastartha, and Patrahari. The Amitartha tutas are percipient of implications conveyed by innuendos and hints. They immediately arrange trysts between their mistress and her beloved. One who makes appointments only after being convinced by logic and reason, is known as Nisrastartha tuti. The Patrahari tuti is simply a carrier of messages. Bijoya, are there any more aptitudes? Gosvamai, Silpakarani, Devahana, Lingani, Parikarika, Ditriai, Vanadevi, and the Sakais are also considered tutas. Many of the female artists arrange amorous rendezvous through paintings and sketches. Devahana tuti sets up secret meetings based on astrological readings. Purnamasi is a renunciant, Tapasvini, and she is a Lingani tuti. Labanga, Manjari, Bhanumati, and others are Sakais who are Parikarika tuti, but for Srimati Radhika they act as Ditriai tutas. Vanadevi is the presiding deity of Vrindavana. Many of the Sakais mentioned earlier also act as tutas. They are Vasika tutas who convey messages which are spoken directly with unequivocal meanings. They are also Vyanga tutas who deliver messages in Sabda Vyanga and Artha Vyanga, which were earlier discussed. The complete gamut of Abhayoga messages covered by them are Vyapadisa, Sabdamula, Arthamula, Prasamsa, Aksipa, and so on. Bijoya Kumara keenly absorbed all these esoteric analyses of different types of intimate devotional services. He offered Dandavat at his guru's feet and begged permission to leave. His mind was alive with thoughts scrutinizing the arcane knowledge he received while he slowly walked towards home. Chapter 34, Dissertation on Madhura, Rasa continued. Bijoya Kumara finished early his midday repast. He was going as usual to meet his guru in Kasi Misra's house. Having spare time in hand, he strolled by the ocean. The sparkling waves caught his attention. He began to think of the ocean of Rasa. This ocean is stirring up spiritual emotions in my heart. Although mundane, it is awakening and bringing to the fore recondite transcendental sentiments which are like Gurudeva's description of Rasa. My gross and subtle bodies have melted into oblivion and am standing before the ocean of Rasa, relishing my spiritual identity of that of a Manjari, Manjari Svarupa. Krishna, whose complexion resembles the luminous dark hue of fresh monsoon clouds, is the sole proprietor of my heart. Beside him, is the darling daughter of Vrisabhanu, Srimati Radhika. She is my ladyship and enthroned in my heart. The amorous exchanges between Srimati Radha and Sri Krishna have metamorphosed into this ocean before me. The gamut of bhavas steeped in rasa, are the unbroken scrawls of waves. As and when, whatever bhava peaks it heaves me, a saki on the shores, and sweeps me away in its currents and anoints me with its deluge of Krishna prema. This ocean of rasa is Krishna, hence the ocean's complexion is the same as Krishna's complexion, and the cresting waves of divine love is Srimati Radha, so the color of the waves is a beautiful molten gold. The larger waves are Sakais and the smaller ones are the assistants to the Sakais. See myself as the smallest of waves, far away trying to serve the assistants. Bijoya Kumara was enraptured and engrossed in his meditation. Slowly his consciousness returned to his immediate, external surroundings and he walked away from the ocean and reached the Radhakanta temple. He prostrated before his guru and humbly sat down. Srila Guru Goswami received him with warm affection and said, "One hope you had a comfortable walk here?" Bijoya, Srila Gurudeva, your mercy is the singular cause of all my good fortune. Sincerely wish to serve the Sakais and so like to learn the subtle variations in them. Gosvami, Bijoya, you must realize that it is impossible for the Jiva to describe in full detail the transcendental attributes of the Sakais. Whatever we have learnt is by Srila Rupa Goswami's mercy. The Sekais are the lovely damsels of Braja who perfectly augment the transcendental amorous pastimes of Krishna. They are reservoirs of trustworthiness for the divine couple of Vrindavana. Only a select few, blessed souls develop the eagerness to thoroughly educate themselves about them. The Sekais who are attached to their individual yatha, or legion are divided into, Adhika, Lagavi, and again as Prakhara, Madhya and Merdvi. Have already touched on these gradations yesterday with you. Srila Rupa Goswami comments about them, Prima Subhajyasid Gunyadiad Hikyat Adhika Sakasama Tatsamayado Jania Talagut Vadatha Lagadur Langya Vakya Prakara Prakyatag Warabo Sita Tadunat Bhavan Merdvi Madhya Tatsamayamagata Atyantakat Hikat Vadabhita Purvavadatra Sasve Yuthyuthanathai Vasyata Trotyantakat Hika Esak Vapi Prakhara Yuthk Vapi Madhya Merduk Vasid, Ajay Javala, Sakipra 1. The Sekais are replete with the supramundane good fortune of divine love, prima, and decorated with all immaculate excellences. When such characteristics are in abundance in certain Sekais they are called Adhika, when they are in moderate measure, the Sekais are called Sama, and when in lesser degree they are known as Lagavi. Those Sekais whose orders dare not be transgressed are known as Prakhara, they are dignified and weighty. When gravity and weightiness in personality is less than they are in the Prakhara, those Sekais are known as Merdvi, and when they are in moderate degree they are called Madhya Sekais. The last batch of Sekais are also divided into Atyantika, Adhika etc. The headmistress of the legion Yuthsvari is alone an Atyantika Adhika Seki in her own Yutha, or legion, but in other legions she is sometimes Prakhara and at other times Merdvi. Bijoya, the Atyantika Yuthsvari is the leader of the group. She is divided into three categories, Prakhara Madhya and Merdvi. You have earlier discussed about them. Kindly tell me what differentiates the numerous Sekais from each other. Gosvami, in a Yutha, or legion, the Yuthsvari is Atyantika Adhika. The other Sekais in the Yutha are classified into three sections, Apexikadhika, Apexikasama and Apexikalakvi. That makes a total of 9 varieties. Apexikadhika Prakhara. 4. Apexikasama Prakhara. Apexikadhika Madhya. 5. Apexikasama Madhya. Apexikadhika Merdvi. 6. Apexikasama Merdvi. Apexikalagu Prakhara. 8. Apexikalagu Madhya. Slunhee 9. Apexikalagu Merdvi. Atyantikalagu is again of two kinds, Atyantikalagu and Samalagu. The 9 Apexika Sekais plus these two Atyantikalagu and the Yuthsvari herself, totals 12 types of Nayaka, or Sekais, that comprise every single Yutha. Bijoya, how are the more prominent Sekais classified? Gosvami, Sekais like Lalita belong to Srimati Radhika's Yutha and are classified as Apexikadhika Prakara. In the same Yutha Visakha and others are in the category of Apexikadhika Madhya, and Citra, Madhurika and others are Apexikadhika Merdvi. However, in comparison with Srimati Radhika, the Asta Sekais like Lalita Devi are Apexikalagu Prakara. Bijoya, are there any classifications in Apexikalagu Prakara? Gosvami, yes, they are of two types, Vama and Dakshina. Bijoya, Gurudeva, pray tell their differences. Gosvami, the Vama Apexikalagu Prakara's Sekais like Lalita Devi are always eager to embrace the loving sentiment of mana, and when mana wanes they are left with enrage, they do not easily submit to the wishes of the Nayaka. Such are the characteristics of the Vamaseka, who in Srimati Radhika's camp, Yutha, are lauded as Vamaprakhara. Nayakas, who are apathetic to mana, speak reasonably with the Nayaka, Krishna, and are easily captivated by the Nayaka's sweet talks are Dakshina Sekais. In Srimati Radhika's camp, Yutha, Tungavidya is described as Dakshina Prakhara Seka. Bijoya, who are the Atyantikalagu Sekais? Gosvami, because they are always mild and gentle and are very junior, these Sekais like Kusumika are called Atyantikalagu. Bijoya, in what manner do these Sekais act as messengers? Gosvami, they arrange for a lover's tryst, running between the Nayaka and Nayaka who are at distances from each other. Bijoya, do Sekis attain the position of a Nayaka, or heroine? Gosvamai, the Yuthsvaras, or camp leaders are eternal Nayakas. The Apexikadhika Prakara, Apexikadhika Madhya and Apexikadhika Merdvi Sekas characteristics place them in both categories of Nayaka and Sekya. In relation to Sekis who are inferior to them, they are Nayakas, and simultaneously they are Sekis in relation to their superiors. In any case they are allocated the unique status of being Kasanayakas, Nayaka Praya. The Apexikasama Prakara, Madhya, and Merdvi Sekis are Sekis in relation to superiors and Nayakas in relation to inferiors. The Apexikalaga Prakhara, Madhya, and Merdvi are almost all Sekis. The Atyantika Sekis are all Sekis in relation to their Yuthsvari as well as to the three types of Sekis. They comprise a fifth class and are hence called Nityasakis or Itaranal Sekis. In relation to the Yuthsvaras, the Apexika group of Sekis are both Sekis and Dutas, messengers, but never Nayakas. But in relation to Atyantikalaga Sekis, or the Nityasakis, all others are Nayakas, and never their Dutas. Bijoya, who are the Dutas of the Sekis? Gosvamai, the Yuthsvaras are eternal heroines, Nityanayaka, and because they are everyone's favorite and beloved, they do not have fixed head Dutas. Whichever Sekis are dear to the Yuthsvari in her camp, she engages them in plying messages. However, sometimes the Yuthsvari herself acts as an indirect messenger, Gana Duti, to her favorite Sekis in their amorous interplays. Sending of messages which are not to distant places is called Gana It is, in relation to Krishna, of two types, Samaksa and Pariksa. Bijoya, what is Krishna Samaksa Dutya, or messengering? Gosvamai, it is again of two kinds, Sanktika and Vasika. Bijoya, what are Sanktika and Vasika Dutya? Gosvamai, when Krishna is communicated with by signs such as winking, raising eyebrows, crooking the index finger etc. indication for him to go and meet the Nayaka, it is called Sanktika. Messages which are spoken directly, in the open or in seclusion, to Krishna are known as Vasika. Bijoya, what is Pariksa Dutya? Gosvamai, when a Sakya offers her colleague, Sakya, to Krishna in his presence, or sends her to meet him, it is called Pariksa Dutya. Bijoya, how is the Nayaka Praya Dutya? Gosvamai, when Apexikadhika Prakara, Madhya, and Merdvi Sekis act as Dutas to their respective Lagu Sekis, they are said to be acting as Nayaka Praya Dutas. Amongst them the Sama and Madhya Sekis are extremely hearty and affectionate with each other and are known for their tender, sweet dealings between them. These subtleties are perceived only by the most elevated and realized pure souls. Bijoya, what is Sakapraya Dutya? Gosvamai, usually Lagu Prakara, Madhya, and Merdvi are engaged in sending messages, hence their messengering is called Sakapraya Dutya. Bijoya, kindly describe Nitya Sakya. Gosvamai, those gopis who are not very keen to become Nayakas and who are satisfied and attached to being Sekis, are Nitya Sekis. There are two types of Nitya Sakya, Atyantika Lagu and Apexika Lagu. Bijoya, are traits such as prakarya or intensity and keenness, permanent, eternal traits in particular Sekis. Gosvamai, they are indeed personality traits that Sekis possess, but relevant to specific circumstances, these qualities are invaried. For example, in endeavoring to dissolve Srimati Radha's anger in love, Mana, Lalita is extremely concerned and tender. Bijoya, it seems to me that it is under Srimati Radha's careful arrangement that the Sekis can meet Lord Krishna. Gosvamai, Bijoya, there is something strictly confidential about this topic. When any Sakya is sent as a messenger, Duti, to Krishna, and delivers the messages in lonely spots, even if Krishna seeks romantic intimacy with her, she declines. If she acquiesces to Krishna's advances, then trust and faith in the Priya Sakya's ability and uprightness as a messenger is irreparably damaged. Bijoya, what are the primary activities of the Sakis? Gosvamai, there are 16 such activities. 1. describing the wonderful qualities of the Nayaka to the Nayaka and vice versa. 2. Encouraging and enhancing Nayakas and Nayakas' attachment for each other. 3. Arranging secret trysts for them. 4. Arranging for Sakya, Radha, to offer herself to Krishna. 5. To make fun and cut jokes. 6. To instill confidence and faith. 7. To try out new and novel sartorial styles and dressing. 8. Expertly wean out both their emotions and inner feelings for each other. 9. To cover up mistakes and oversights. 10. To educate them on how to bluff the husband, mother, and so on. 11. To bring the Nayaka and Nayaka together at appropriate moments. 12. Serving then by fanning with camera or hand fan etc. 13. To rebuke the Nayaka in particular instances, as well as rebuke the Nayaka on certain other occasions. 14. Sending messages. 15. To protect Nayaka's life. 16. To be attentive to, and diligent about, every little detail, in service. All these activities can be described through examples. Would you like to hear them? Bijoya, Gurudeva, you have given me ideas and guidelines. I will read the examples in Ajay Valanilamani. I am eager to hear about the loving exchanges between Krishna and the Sakais. Gosvamai, the Svapaksa Sakais, or Sakais belonging to a fripendly or supportive group, Yutha, are categorized as Asamasnaha and Samasnaha in relation to their love for Krishna and their Yuthsvari, or group leader. Bijoya, kindly describe these two categories. Gosvamai, Asamasnaha Sakais are also of two kinds. Some Sakais are more attached and affectionate to their Yuthsvari than to Krishna. Those who consider themselves Haridasi, or maidservants of Hari, Krishna, do not mingle with other Yuthas, or groups, but are fully loyal and affectionate to their own Yuthsvari, and yet their love for Krishna is even more. The other kind consider themselves as maidservants of the Sakais, or Sakadasi, they love the Sakais more than Krishna. Bijoya, which Sakais come under these categories? Gosvamai, among the 5 varieties of Sakais we earlier discussed, the Sakais are more affectionate to Krishna, while the Prana Sakais and Nitya Sakais are more affectionate to the Sakais. Bijoya, who are the Samasnaha Sakais? Gosvamai, those Sakais who possess equal affection for Krishna and their Yuthsvari are Samasnaha Sakais. Bijoya, who among the Sakais are acclaimed as the best? Gosvamai, those Sakais who share equal love for Srimati Radhika and Sri Krishna but feel pride in knowing that they belong to Srimati Radhika and are recipients of her love, are the outstanding Sakais. They are the Priya Sakais and Paramaprishtha Sakais. Bijoya, Gurudeva, kindly tell me the differences between Sakais who take opposing stances known as Paksa, for, and Pratipaksa, or Vipaksa, against. Gosvamai, all the damsels of Braja can be divided into 4 groups, Svapaksa, Saraitpaksa, Tatastha, and Pratipaksa. Saraitpaksa and Tatastha are incidental stances arising out of specific situations. The differences between Svapaksa and Pratipaksa generate rasa. Bijoya, I desire to know this subject in more detail. Gosvamai, have already described in detail about Svapaksa. Saraitpaksa Sakais are of 2 kinds, Istasadhaka and Anistasadhaka. Those who are friendly to the opposite camp, Pratipaksa, are known as Tatastha. Those who subvert and foil another group from achieving their goal and in the process bring suffering upon them both, due to inimical feelings for each other, are Pratipakasa Sakais. Deceit, Chadma, jealousy, Irsa, restlessness, Kapalaya, cynicism, Aswaya, envy, Matsarya, intolerance, Amarsa, conceit, Gibra, and other such bhavas, or emotions, gradually manifest in the Vipaksa Sakais. Bijoy, how is Gibra or conceit exhibited? Gosvamai, there are 6 types of Gibra: Ahankara, egotism, Abhimana, touchiness, Darpa, arrogance, Udasita, insolence, Mata, haughtiness, Audidhatya, impertinence. Bijoy, Gurudeva, Can these be described in more detail? Gosvamai, when svapaksa, one's own group, is being praised, the feeling of regret for the pratipaksa, opposite camp, is called ahamkara, egotism. To express with emotions and actions, svapaksa's level of excellence in prema, is abhimana, touchiness. To loudly boast about the exclusive admission rights into Radha Krishna's pastimes by the svapaksa sekais, is known as darpa, arrogance. The direct retorts and derisive jokes hurled at the pratipaksa or vipaksa equals sekais is udasita, insolence. The feeling of pride in accomplishing expertly one's devotional service is here referred to as mata, haughtiness. To unabashedly declare one's svapaksa superiority in everything is audidhatya, impertinence. In general, the sekai's cryptic and critical conversations are called gibra. Bijoy, do the Yuthsvaras directly express jealousy, irsa? Gosvamai, no, due to the gravity of their senior positions the Yuthsvaras never articulate directly any jealousy towards the vipaksa. In fact, even sharp-tongued, prakhara, Yuthsvaras restrain themselves to soft and mellow speech with vipaksa Yuthsvaras. Bijoy Gurudeva, the Yuthsvaras in the Vraja pastimes are all eternally perfected energies, Nitya Siddha Sakti, of the Supreme Lord. What is the purport of their jealous and hateful dealings with each other? Observing all these mundane empiricists and rhetoricians are scornful about the absolute, esoteric sublimeness of Vrajalila. Their contention is, if such hate and jealousy is present in the supreme transcendental principle, then why despise and renounce worldly activities? Prabhu, we reside in Navadvipadama, by Sri Krishna Chaitanya's desire the place is infested with a variety of non-devotees. There are the Karmakandis, Smarta Brahmanas, the logicians and empiricists and uncountable blasphemers. They try to pick faults and criticize the wonderful and supermundane Vraja pastimes of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna, and they propagate them as mundane, illusory. Kindly enlighten us on this arcane knowledge so that our dedication becomes firmer. Gosvamai, those who are devoid of any spiritual relish or rasa, are the ones who complain about the presence of conflicting spiritual sentiments in the hearts of confidential and beloved associates of the Supreme Lord, Krishna. To fathom this recondite knowledge one must perceive that Priya, Narma, Seka, whose best friend is Krishna, the beguiler of millions of cupids and the slayer of the Aga demon, is the embodiment of Sringara, or Madhurya Rasa in Vraja. He, Priyanarma Seka, the embodiment of Sringara Rasa, arranges for opposing spiritual emotions like irsa among the different paksas, or groups, to enhance rasa and satisfy Krishna. But such opposing bhavas are expressed only at times of union with Krishna, and are merely transformations of sneha, or affection. When separate from Krishna, opposing the paksas feel deep affection for each other. Bijoy, Prabhu, we are unfortunate, conditioned souls, hence for us these arcane topics are not easy to comprehend. Kindly elaborate upon this mystical truth. Gosvamai, the nectar or rasa of prema is a vast ocean of milk. If contentious arguments which is akin to cow urine, very acidic, is poured into this ocean, the milk curdles due to it being an antidote to rasa. It is not advisable to delve deeply into this esoteric truth. Only those who are favored by Bhakti Devi, the goddess of pure devotion, as a result of their immeasurable piety, and who enlightens their hearts with the beacon of Cit, Hladi Sakti, or the Supreme Lord's transcendental pleasure-giving potency, are able to become cognizant of the spiritual essence sans arguments. Whereas, when one tries to grapple this subject with reason and logic, the inconceivable, pure conclusions remain latent and arguments and rhetorics increase and run into Poland cics. But you are a very fortunate soul. You are a recipient of Bhakti Devi's blessings and so the esoteric essence has been revealed to you. Since you have questioned me out of your keenness to be firmly established in these spiritual conclusions, we'll try to reiterate and expand upon them. You are not an argumentative rhetorician, nor a karmakandi smarta brahmana, neither an empiricist philosopher nor an agnostic, you are also not a neophyte devotee on the level of Vaidhi Bhakti. I have no reservation about speaking to you on any spiritual siddhanta, or conclusion. There are two types of inquirers, one bases his inquiries on dry logic and reason, the other has faith in the principles of bhakti, and in order to expand his understanding of the eternally perfect and infallible truths, he inquires submissively. It is best to avoid answering questions of dry logicians and rationalists, because they do not believe the truth. Their reasons and arguments are all based on mundane speculations, hence they have no access into the realm of inconceivable spiritual concepts. Infatigable juggling of ideas nor speculation can enhance their comprehension to the level of spiritual percipience of inconceivable precepts. They ultimately land into the quagmire of atheism and reject God in totality. There are numerous divisions among the devotee, Bhakta, inquiry rs. The Bhakta who has gained eligibility into Sringararasa can grasp this topic at hand only if he finds a bona fide and qualified guru. The transcendental emotions and spiritual sentiments, or the rasa of Vrindavana, Lila is super excellent. This may, superficially, look like the Sringararasa, or amorous sentiments, of the material world, but in truth it is completely different from it. The Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 10th canto, SB 10/33/30, states that anyone who reads or hears the Rasa Lila pastimes will have the seed of materialism, which is the cause of his material decease, extracted out of his heart. What is the conditioned soul's heart disease? Mundane lust. Jiva's misidentification with the gross material body that wedges the differences of male and female genders, and the three subtle elements, mind, intelligence, false ego, comprising his subtle material body, which is a matrix for endless mundane desires, can all be easily extirpated by the all-purifying Vraja pastimes of the Supreme Lord. In fact, nothing else contains the potency to do so. This aspect of Vrindavana Lila Sringararasa in itself is so amazingly wondrous that mundane lust, so contemptible, is depurated by hearing or reading about it. The Brahman concept, that absorbs the minds of Atmaramas, or impersonal, monistic philosophers, is blown away like a dry leaf in a storm, as Sringararasa regally and eternally enthrones herself on that abdicated throne. Sringararasa shines eternally in the brilliance of her own glory, thus waning the radiance of awe and reverential, humor or Aisvaryarasa, of Vaikunta in the spiritual sky. Hers is the rasa par excellence where Purnananda and Sandrananda, or the fully blossomed ever-expanding nectarian bliss, is permanently present. Neither dry humorless joy, nor mundane happiness, and not even restrained transcendental bliss exist within her. She shelters within herself the unlimited varyagat bhavas, or spiritual emotions, which manifest themselves in many instances as contradictory, or vijatiya bhava, simply to assist rasas to find full expression. These vijatiya bhavas are sometimes affectionate, snehatmaka, at other times filled with jealousy and hate, dvisitmaka. However, jealousy, hate etc. vijatiya bhavas are diametrically opposite in nature to their counterparts in the material world. They are varyagat transformations of the feeling of supreme bliss. They are like the sun that heats up the water and swells and expands the ocean of rasa. According to Srila Rupa Goswami, bhava is varyagat. Those bhavas which accept all-round sameness in texture, are svapaksa bhava. Where there are slight differences in bhava texture, or hati, it is saritpaksa. Where the differences are pronounced, bhava is tatastha. And when the texture is opposing, having a totally alien hue, bhava is vipakasa. So when bhava is vijatiya, or of conflicting textures, they are not palatable, hence the supreme ocean of bliss produces feelings of jealousy, hate etc. Bejoy, but how can conflicting, even adverse bhavas and polarizations of paksa, for, and vipaksa, against, find place here? Goswami, when two nayakas express very similar bhavas with equal fervor, it is time for paksa and vipaksa bhavas to make an entry. Thus you see, that camaraderie and belligerence are both inflections of rasa, and that too, solely for the purpose of enriching and sweetening the uninterrupted flow of Sringararasa. Bejoy, are Srimati Radhika and Sri Khandravala, both Sakti principle, at par with each other? Gosvamai, no, no. Srimati Radhika embodies the unattainable, for any other being, paramount spectrum of bhavas, Mahabhavamai, and the Hladani Sakti, or, Krishna's, pleasure-giving potency. Sri Khandravali is only her partial expansion and an infinitely lesser potency. This notwithstanding, Khandravali has been especially empowered and assigned with certain emotions, or bhavas, which are facsimilar to Srimati Radhika's. Solely to nurture Srimati Radhika's loving pastimes in Sringararasa, and because of it Khandravali's bhavas produce conflicts, vipaksata. Another important factor is, that two yudhsvaras cannot possess completely similar textures of bhavas, Sajataya bhava, on rare occasions when similarities do surface, then there is only a touch of it and also it happens suddenly. Svapaksa and vipaksa bhavas are natural products in the intercourse of rasas. Bijoya, Srila Gurudeva, my apprehensions have finally been allayed. Your nectarian instructions have entered my heart and terminated the bitterness of ignorance and doubt. Have now a comprehensive understanding of the different divisions of alambana, or the cause of spiritual sentiments, bhavas, in Madhurya Rasa. Krishna, the icon of eternality, absolute knowledge and bliss, is the sole Nayaka, or hero. The hero manifests a variety of characteristics which are broadly captioned under Dhirodata, Dhiralalita, Dhirasanta and Dhiradata. He plays both the husband and the paramour, eternally churning up rasa with his pastimes. In these roles he introduces attitudes like being favorable, generous, deceitful, and precocious, anukula daksina, satha, drista. He, the divine flutist, is always served by his dearest friends Sita, Vita, Vijasaka, Pithamardaka, and Prayanarnasaka. Krishna, as the singular object of Madhurya Rasa, has appeared in my heart. The damsels of Braja are the Nayakas, or heroines, who are the shelters and supports of Madhurya Rasa. Nayakas are of two kinds, Svakya and Parakiya. In Braja pastimes the Parakiya Nayakas are the mainstay support of Sringararasa. Parakiya Nayakas are of three varieties, Sadhanapara, Devi and Nityapriya. These exquisite damsels of Braja have distributed themselves over numerous yathas, or groups, in order to serve Krishna. Millions upon millions of Braja gopis are guided by innumerable yudhsvaras. Srimati Radhika and Sri Khandravali are the two principal yudhsvaris. Srimati Radhika's yatha features 5 types of sakis, Sakya, Nityasakya, Pranzaki, Prayasakya, and Paramapristha. The 8 main sakis like Lalita, Visakha are the Paramapristha sakis. Although they are qualified to become yudhsvaras, the yearning to remain always subservient to Srimati Radhika prompts them not to opt for leading a separate yatha. But those gopis who like to emulate them are known as their, Lalita, Visakha, followers. In all, mainly there are 15 categories of Nayakas, or Vrajagopis, Mugdha, Madhya, and Pragalbha, who are further grouped as, Kanya, Svakya, and Parakiya. But if other subcategorizations are also included like the 8 conditions of Nayakas such as Abhisarika, on her way to the lover's tryst, who are all then graded as, Uttama, Madhyama and Kanistyacha, then there is a final tally of 1583 equals 360. My heart goes into raptures thinking about the yudhsvaras' warm and affable demeanor, Sarod Vyabhara, even comprehend their purports. Can grasp the differences of activities between Dyotakarya, messengering, and Sakakarya, chores of a maid in attendance. This most esoteric knowledge has opened my doors of perception and understand the principle of Rasa Asraya, or the support and shelter of Rasa. I have also grasped the principle of Alambana, or the cause which gives rise to spiritual sentiments, which finds expression within Vibhava when the object, Visaya, and Asraya, subject, shelter, of Sringararasa are brought together. Tomorrow shall be back at my place here at your lotus feet to learn about Uddapana, or the causes of stimulation of Rasa. Supreme Lord Krishna, has truly been merciful to me to bring me to a guru of your sublime caliber. Your nectarian words are my only sustenance. Gosvami affectionately puts his arms around Bijoy and says, my son, I'm forever grateful to Krishna for sending me such a worthy disciple as you. The more esoteric questions you ask, Srila Nimananda is prompting from within me with all the right answers. It was a touching scene. The overwhelmed and grateful disciple and the satisfied and humble guru were exchanging words of deep, felt spiritual affection. The residents of the Sri Radhakanta temple were in raptures. Sri Dhyanakandra was extremely pleased to see Bijoya being showered with such abundant, divine grace. Suddenly, some exalted devotees of the temple began to sing a song composed by the great Vaisnava poet Kandidasa, Swakeba Sunalo Siam Namkaner Bhidardiya, Marom Posalaga, Akal Koralo Morpran Na Yani Katak Madu, Siam Name Go, Badon Chaditna Hipare Japat Nam Abbas Koralogo, Kamain Pabo Swatir. Nam Partape Jar Ikan Koralogo, Anger Paros Kaiba Hoi Jekain Basadi Tar Nayan Deki Yago, Jubadi Duram Koishroi Paso Right Kori Mon Pasara Najago, Ki Korabo Ki Habu Pe Kahe Dwajo Kindi Des, Kul Betai Kul Nas Apnar Juban Jak. Sister, who uttered Syama's name. It entered my ears and lodged itself in my heart. And why does it make my heart so flighty? Oh, what sweet nectar springs from that name. My palate can't restrain itself from such relish. My body is numb as I chant incessantly Syama's name. Oh sister, how can I find him? If his name is so potent, to do this to me, what will become of me by the mere touch of his body? Ever since my eyes have dwelt on him, how can keep my vows of chastity? Long have I struggled to push him away from my thoughts, but alas, what can I do? Is there another way? Dvija Kandidasa humbly says, the upholderess of the family honor has sacrificed herself at the altar of your, Syama's, ever-fresh, blossoming youthfulness. Accompanied by the kola drum and cymbals, the singing continued late into the night, drowning everyone in waves of ecstasy. Bijoy prostrated himself before his guru Srila Gosvami, offered his respects to all the Vaisnavas and left for his home. Chapter 35 Analysis of Madhura Rasa continues. The intimate and intricate details of Alambana Tattva, or the cause which gives rise to spiritual sentiments, Bhava kept his mind constantly preoccupied, his heart desired for nothing else. There was a growing disinterest in all material dealings. Today, Bijoy quickly ate some morsels which were readily available and hurried off like a lunatic, to the Radhakanta temple and prostrated himself at Srila Gosvami's feet. Srila Gosvami affectionately lifted him up, embraced him and made him sit down. Without wasting a word, Bijoy submissively inquired, Prabhu, am yearning to learn about the different udapanas in Madhurya Rasa, kindly teach me. Gosvami, udapana, or stimulants of rasa, in Madhurya Rasa are Krishna's and his beloved gopis' qualities, names, characteristics, wardrobes, links or connections and ambience, gunanama, karita, mandan sambandhi tatastha. Bijoy, kindly describe these in detail. Gosvami, guna, or qualities, in udapana are of three kinds, manasika, of the mind, vasika, of speech, and kayaka, physical. The manasika gunas are many, like gratitude, compassion, forgiveness, etc. The vasika gunas are pleasing words that sound sweet to the ears. The kayaka gunas are numerous: bayasa, age, rupa, beauty, lavanya, charm, saundarya, physical exquisiteness, abhirapata, lending one's beauty, madhurya, exceptional physical beauty, mardava, soft and sensitive, and so on. In Madhurya Rasa, bayasa is of four kinds: bayasandi, navyabhyasa, vyaktabhyasa, purnabhyasa. Bijoy, Prabhu, pray enumerate the kayaka gunas. Gosvami, first the different types of bayasa, or age. The transition period between childhood and youth is called bayasandi, it is also known as kaisara. Childhood, balya, is also referred to as paganda. Krishna's and his beloved girlfriend's formative years in bayasandi is an udapana. Navyabhyasa is navayavana, or puberty. There is a slight swelling of breasts, restless eyes, a hint of a smile on the lips and a trifle change and perturbation in the mind. At this point in the discourse a Vaisnava belonging to the Sri Sampradaya, or the spiritual line coming from Lakshmadavi, and a sannyasi scholar of the Sankara school came to visit and offered obeisances to the deities. A Sri Vaisnava considers himself as a male servitor of the Lord, while a Sankara sannyasi absorbs in dry meditation of impersonal Brahman. That meant that neither visitors were attracted to the spiritual identities of Vrajagopi. Discussing Madhurya Rasa details in the presence of those who are attached to the male identities is a taboo, so Srila Goswami and Bijoy curtailed their confidential discussion and selected an appropriate philosophical conversation with the visitors. After a while the pilgrims left for the Siddhabakula tree. Bijoy smiled knowingly and repeated his question to Srila Goswami. Goswami, the symptoms of Vyaktivana, or blossoming youth, are, well-formed breasts, 3 lines or wrinkles across the belly and the whole body bursting with luster of youth. In Pranayavana, or full youth, the buttocks are abundant, narrow waistlines, the body radiates a bright complexion, the breasts are large and shapely and the thighs resemble the stems of banana trees. Some damsels, even though quite young, look to be in Pranayavana because of early maturity and overall physical exquisiteness. Bijoy, have understood the different biasas, what is Rupa, Lavanya, and so on? Goswami, when a young girl looks beautiful and bright even without makeup and jewelry is said to possess Rupa. Her body is very proportionate. Lavani is best described by the luster that sparkles from within a pearl, such is the charm and radiance of her bodily complexion. Saundarya means, where all the limbs and parts of the body are proportionate to each other, are delicate and graceful. Abhirapata means, the mystic potency to make others near at hand resemble oneself in bodily features. An aspect of a body's charm and beauty that is both inexplicably exquisite and the reason for it unknown, is called madhurya. The quality of shyness and intolerance manifest only when in contact with an uti or very delicate and soft person is termed mardeva. It is of 3 varieties, uttama, madhyama, kanistha. Bijoy, Gurudeva, I have grasped the meanings of different gunas, kindly tell me about the other uttapanas like nama, karita, mandana etc. Goswami, the names of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna, which are saturated with sublime transcendental relish is called nama. Karita, or nature, is of 2 types, Anubhava and Lila. Anubhava begins where Vibhava ends. Lila is eternal, ever fresh, and endless, Kurakrita, sweet gambling, Nritya, dance, Venavadana, flute playing, Godahana, milking the cows, calling the cows from the pasturing hills by their names, counting them etc. Bijoy, kindly describe Kurakrita Lila in more detail. Goswami, Kuru Lila includes everything from Rasa dance Lila to playing with the ball dash unlimited captivating pastimes. Bijoy, what is Mandana? Goswami, Mandana is of 4 types, Vastra, clothes, Bhusana, jewelry, Malya, garlands, and Anulpana, lotions, pastes and oils, anything smeared. Bijoy, I have understood thus far, pray continue with Sambandhi. Goswami, Sambandhi is of 2 varieties, Lagna or Samayukta, in connection with, and Sunahita, contiguous, or in relation to. The sounds of flute, horn, vamsi, stanga, and singing, the fragrance of perfumes etc., the tinkling of jewelries, impressions on sand etc., the vibrations of a veena, artistic displays, and so on are all Lagna Sambandhi. But of all the Lagnas, the sweet melody of Krishna's flute is the most attractive. The list for Sunahita Sambandhi is endless, flowers and garlands that once adorned the divine couple, peacock feather, dust, rocks or anything else from Sri Govardhana, the cows and calves, the cowherder's cane, flute, horn, seeing someone dear to Krishna, dust cloud raised by homeward bound cowherd just before sunset, Sri Vrindavanadama, the residents, and others who take shelter, of Vrindavanadama, Sri Govardhana Hill, the river Yamuna, the site of the Rasa dance and so on. Bijoy, what is meant by others who take shelter of Vrindavana? Gosvamai, other living entities living in Vrindavanadama, the birds, bumblebees, deer, the verdant bowers and groves, creep and trees, the tulasi plant, the laburnum flowers so typical of Vrindavana, the kadamba trees and flowers and so on. Bijoy, what is Tatastha Uddapana? Gosvamai, moonlight, clouds, lightning, spring, autumn, full moon, the wind, the sky etc. Bijoy fell into a thoughtful silence, pondering on the concept of Uddapana. Srila Gosvamai observed that Bijoy was absorbing the esoteric knowledge and seemed satisfied. Bijoy felt an inexplicably bhava wash over him as Uddapana bhava mingled with alambana in his heart. Anubhava symptoms began to manifest in Bijoy's person. His body erupted in horripilation and in a choked voice he asked, Prabhu, kindly shower me with your mercy, tell me in detail about Anubhava, so that my understanding of Lord Krishna's characteristics, which were partially revealed in discussing his Lila, is more complete. Gosvamai, Anubhava is of three kinds, Alankara, Udbasvara, and Vasika. Alankara is of 20 types and are manifestations of the inner feelings of the gopis of Braja when they are still in the prime of youth. These Alankaras are grouped under three headings, Angaja, Ayatnaja, and Svabhavaha. Angaji, 1, Bhava, 2, Hava, 3, Hela. Ayatnaja, 4, Sabha, 5, Kanti, 6, Dipti, 7, Madhurya, 8, Pragalbhata, 9, Audarya, 10, Dharya. Svabhavaha, 11, Lila, 12, Vilasa, 13, Vikiti, 14, Vibhitrama, 15, Kilakanseet, 16, Matayata, 17, Kudamita, 18, Vivoka, 19, Lalita, 20, Vikrita. Bijoy, what is meant by bhava here? Gosvamai, actual bhava in Madhurya rasa is when the pristine, unaltered heartfelt feelings comes under siege of rati, or divine love. The bhava in question is the initial transformation. The unaltered, placid state of the heart is called sattva. When the cause for ecstatic transformations is implanted in the placid heart, its first stirrings is comparable to that of a seed of a plant, and it is here referred to as bhava. Bijoy, Prabhu, kindly explain Hava, Hela and the rest. Gosvamai, in Hava symptoms the neck is twisted and strained, and due to slight budding of bhava the eyes dilate and brows arch upwards. When Hava explicitly indicates romance, it is called Hela. Sabha means, beauty, youthfulness, desire for pleasure etc. which exude from, and become the subtle embellishments of, the body. The iridescence of Sabha when the passions of erotic love is being fueled, is called Kanti. When Biasa, Bhaga, relish, Disa, place, Kala, time, Guna, qualities, etc. stokes Kanti to brilliance and widespread radiation, it is then called Dipti. Here, Madhurya means, the delicate grace with which all Indiyavars are executed, under any condition. Fearlessness and unhesitancy in making romantic overtures is called pragalbheda, the beloved is intrepid in making physical contact with her lover. When the beloved is modest in all conditions it is known as audarya. Dharya means, the stable condition of emotions. In this context, Lila is the attempt to imitate the lover's way of dressing and acting. The typical ways the beloved moves her body in walking and in sitting, her hips, mouth, eyes etc. with the express desire for union with her lover, is called vilasa. If with sparse embellishments and dress Kanti can produced, it is called vichati. However, according to some authorities on the subject of rasa, spiritual humor, vichati is the mixing of emotions of jealousy and apathy, ignoring the lover, when he is guilty, of being unfaithful, and the Nayika feels that she has dressed it up in vain and only on the insistence of the Sakais, as she feels that her dress and makeup are burdens. Just as the beloved is about to go to meet her lover, her excessive eagerness makes her confused and she wears the jewelries and flowers in the wrong places. This is known as Vibhitrama. In Kilakanseet, the Nayaka unnecessarily feels pride, yearning, weeping, intolerance, fear and anger while laughing. Matayata is the romantic desire, produced by intense emotion and sparked off by remembering or receiving news from the lover. In intimate physical contact, during kissing and while he massages her breasts, although the Nayaka exults in her heart, externally, due to pride and shame, samram, she exhibits anger as if from pain. This is called *kutamita. The unsympathetic attitude shown to the lover, influenced by Nayaka's arrogance and anger, is called vivoka. The subtle charm created by her graceful movements and the versatile play of her eyebrows lends to her youthfulness, and is termed lalita. Vikrita means, when Nayaka tries to express her feelings which stem from shame, hurt, jealousy etc. through actions rather than verbally. Those were the capsuled informations regarding the different feminine attributes of the young Vraja damsels. But besides these 20, according to the spiritual authorities, there are 2 more, Magdhaya and Kakita. The attribute of *Magudhaya is, to question the lover about things she already knows but pretends not to. Without a cause the Nayaka becomes extremely scared even in her lover's presence. This is known as Kakita. Bijoy, Gurudeva, have understood the different varieties of Anubhava Alankara, now kindly teach me Anubhava Udbhasvara. Gosvamai, when the emotions, stirring in the heart, are manifest on the person, it is defined as Udbhasvara. In Madhurya, examples of this are, loosening or falling away of girdle, of the sari covering the upper torso, of the tied up hair etc., stretching out, continuous yawning, flaring of the nostrils, long sighs etc. Bijoy, it seems that all these symptoms of Udbhasvara can very well be included within Matayata and Vilasa, thus making it easier to be understood. Gosvamai, in spite of the likeness, they each nurture a specific sabha or charming luster of youth, hence they are mentioned separately. Bijoy, Prabhu, please tell me about Vasika Anubhava symptoms. Gosvamai, Vasika Anubhava is of 12 varieties, Alapa, Vilapa, Samlapa, Pralapa, Anulapa, Apalapa, Sandasa, Atidasa, Apadesa, Upadisa, Nirdasa and Vyapadisa. Bijoy, can you give a short and précis definition of these? Gosvamai, enriching speech with adulatory words is called alapa. Words expressed in sorrow is vilapa. A back and forth dialogue is samlapa. Useless and futile alapa is known as pralapa. To often repeat the same adulatory terms is anulapa. To explain one's own previous speech in a different light is apalapa. To send news about oneself to the lover living far away is sandyasa. To say things like he says exactly what I want to say, is atidasa. Instead of revealing one's intention through direct speech, to circumlocute is known as apadisa. Words of advice is called upadisa. To assert one's identity saying, I am that person, is nirdasa. And vyapadisa means, to reveal one's inner desire in a circumspect manner. These Anubhava symptoms are present in all the rasas or humors. But since they enrich nature Madhurya rasa pronouncedly, they are required to be mentioned here. Bijoy, Maharaja, what is the significance of delineating Anubhava as a separate principle in the paradigm of rasa? Gosvamai, the amalgam of alambana, the cause which gives rise to spiritual sentiments, and udapana, that which stimulates rasa, produces a certain bhava, or spiritual emotion, in the heart, and when this is manifest in the body, it is defined as anubhavya. In order to present a clear picture of the subject Anubhava had to described independently. Bijoy, Gurudeva, am keen to hear about Sattvika Bhava in Madhurya Rasa. Gosvamai, I have already previously mentioned, in a general discussion on the principles of rasa, the 8 Sattvika transformations, Asta Sattvika Bhava, like svita, profuse perspiration, stamha, paralysis, etc., the same symptoms are present in Madhurya Rasa. However, in this rasa, the examples of bhava are different. Bijoy, kindly explain. Gosvamai, in Vrajalila, the bhava of stamha for example, is aroused by harsa, mirth, bhaya, fear, ascarya, wonder, visata, grief, and amarsa, wrath. Asterisk harsa, mirth, bhaya, krodha, anger, produces svita. Romanco, horripilation, comes from ascarya, harsa, and bhaya. Svarabhanga, or loss of voice, comes from visata, vismaya, astonishment, amarsa and bhaya. Kampa or shivering, is produced by bhaya, harsa, and amarsa. Pallor, vaivarnya, is a result of visata, krodha, and bhaya. Weeping, ashru, is from harsa, amarsa and visata. Pralaya, or devastation and near death, results from excessive pleasure, sukha, and lamentation, dukkha, bijoy. In Madhura Rasa, are there different classifications among the 8 ecstatic transformations? Gosvami, yes, earlier when discussing rasa in general, grouped them under 4 headings, Gomayita, Jaivalita, Dipta, and Udipta. In Madhura Rasa, Udipta, blazing, is further divided into Sudipta, brilliant. Bijoy, Gurudeva, you are very kind to me, your answers act as soothing salve on my parched heart. Kindly explain to me in what manner Vyabhikari Bhava is situated in Madhura Rasa. Gosvami, there are 33 Vyabhikari or Sankari Bhavas like Nirvita, apathy, etc. which had described to you when speaking of Rasa. All of them exist in Madhura Rasa with the exceptions of Agraya, violence, and Alasia, laziness. However, there are some amazing features in Vyabhikari Bhava of Madhura Rasa. Bijoy, I'm eager to learn about them. Gosvami, in Sakya and Vatsalya Rasas, Krishna's friends' love and his elders' love for Krishna, Krishna Prema, in other words, their Sthayi Bhava of their own rasas is also present in Madhura Rasa and acts as Vyabhikari or Sankari Bhava. This is the first amazing feature. Next is, that all the Vyabhikari Bhava symptoms are not direct branches of the main trunk of Madhura Rasa, hence Vyabhikari symptoms such as marana, death, are also not counted in this rasa as its branch. Logically they are counted as gunas, or qualities, in this rasa. Thus the conclusion is, that rasa is the possessor of qualities, and the Vyabhikari symptoms are its qualities. Bijoy, in what manner do the Vyabhikari Bhavas arise? Gosvami, nirvita, remorse, apathy, is born out of humility, argumentation, jealousy, dejection, anxiety, and offense. Dinaya, or humility, is caused by melancholia, fear, and offense. Glani, langur, is caused by worries, fatigue, and love. Srima, or fatigue, comes from extensive loitering, dancing, and love. Mata, illusion, is a result of excessive ingestion of honey, which also leads to losing rational perception. Garva, or pride, is caused by good fortune, beauty, excellences, and obtaining the highest desired shelter. Sankha, anxiety, is produced by stealing, offense, cruelty from others, lightning, fearsome animals, or a terrible sound. To see and hear pleasing things, to see unpleasant sights and hear disturbing words and sounds causes aviga, or trepidation, meaning, due to confusion in the mind one loses the ability to know what is to be done. Unmata, or madness, comes from excessive happiness and from pangs of separation. Apasamriti, or absent-mindedness, is a result of a retaliating heart which is singed by deep sorrow, making that afflicted person see all things as having equal value or no value at all. Extreme worry and anxiety brings fever, which in turn becomes vyadi or sickness. Moha, illusion, is the foolish streak in the heart which is catapulted by mirth, separation, and grief. As regards mrityu, death, it is not present in this rasa, only the attempts and preparations for it are seen in Madhura Rasa. Even alasia, laziness, as such, is absent in Madhura Rasa. But to pretend to be weak although one is strong or healthy is called alasia here, and it is present in subdued undertones in the opposition camp. Whereas jadya, inertia, is very much present and is evoked by seeing and hearing about one's worshipable, desirable object, also by seeing undesirable objects and by the pains of separation. Brida or laja, bashfulness, is set off in the first stages of trysts or meetings, in not having engagements, in being praised as well as being ignored. Dissimulation or hiding of emotions, avahitha, is sparked off by deception, shyness, generosity, fear, and dignity. Strict discipline and seeing objects of previous emotional value brings about samriddhi, remembrance. Vitarka, argumentativeness, comes from melancholia and anxiety. Cinta, worry, comes from not obtaining the desired object and expecting the worst. Mati, or understanding, is a result of proper evaluation through discrimination. Patience, dhriti, is the steadiness of mind and is born of acquiring something of high value and of a lack of ill fate. The exultation one feels on seeing one's desired object and winning the desired object is called harsa, mirth. Autsukya, eagerness, comes from the urge to see and possess one's desired object. Violence is another name for agraya, ferocity, and it is not present in madhura rasa as pointed out earlier. Intolerance and impatience due to censure, blame and insult leads to amarsa, anger. Aswaya, jealousy, is hating another's good fortune and so it is ignited by good fortune and excellence. Lightheadedness is synonymous with kapilya, restlessness, and is caused by attachments and animosity. Exhaustion and fatigue produce nidra, sleep. Dreams and reveries are called supti, dreaminess, and awakening from slumber is bodha, or perceptiveness. So my dear Bijoy, that was the entire list of Vyabhikari bhava symptoms, and besides these there are 4 more bhava conditions: utpatti, source; sandhi, confluence; sabalya, strengthening; and santi, pacification. The imminent possibility of bhava's appearance is bhava utpatti, the confluence of 2 bhavas is bhava sandhi, the confluence of 2 characteristically similar bhavas is svarupasandhi and the confluence of dissimilar bhavas is benasandhi. The mixing of many bhavas is bhavasabalya and the disappearance of bhava is called bhavasanti. Bijoy, after attentively hearing Srila Goswami's dissertations, became fairly knowledgeable on Vibhava, Anubhava, Sattvika bhava, and Vyabhikari bhava of Madhura Rasa. His heart seemed to flood with feelings of ecstatic joy. But prema, or love of Godhead, was still undefined and not clear. He understood this, and fell at his guru's feet weeping. He said to his guru Gurudeva, "Kindly reveal to me if prema is still in an obfuscated and unformed stage within my heart." Gosvami, tomorrow you will hear about the esoteric principles of prema. You certainly know the ingredients that comprise prema, but prema has not yet blossomed to fullness in your heart. Sthayi bhava, or permanent bhava, is prema. We have already discussed this topic in a general way. When you hear of its specifics within the radiance of Madhura Rasa you will attain all-round perfection. With this Srila Goswami embraced Bijoy, who immediately prostrated himself and begged permission to leave. Chapter 36 Madhura Rasa continues. Bijoy arrived at the Radhakanta temple on time and his sprightly movements revealed his inner eagerness. He prostrated himself at Srila Gopal Guru Goswami's feet. Srila Goswami detected Bijoy's urgency within and began to speak on Stayabhava right away. Goswami, nectarian rati or divine love, is the sthayi, or permanent, bhava in Madhura Rasa. Bijoy, what is the cause of rati's appearance? Goswami, rati is aroused by expressions, abhayoga, object, siksaya, noumenal, sambandha, haughtily adamant, abhimana, specify see catalysts, tadiyavisa, comparison, upama, and self-manifest nature, svabhava. The causes have been listed in order of merit, hence rati generated from svabhava is the rati par excellence. Bijoy, Gurudeva, kindly elaborate on these causes. Goswami, the manifestation of bhava itself is abhayoga. It is of 2 kinds, svakartrika, self-implemented, and parakartrika, implemented by others. There are 5 visayas: sound, touch, form, taste and smell. Sambandha is of 4 types: family, kula, beauty, rupa, qualities, guna, and pastimes, lila. Abhimana means the adamant attitude one takes in demanding a particular object in preference to others even though they are more attractive. Feet impressions, padanka, pasturing, gostha, only within the limits of Sri Vrindavanadama, and his beloved ones, Tadaya Priyajana, comprise Tadaya Vaisa. Priyajana, or beloved persons, refer to those who permanently exchange mature loving emotions with Krishna. Bijoy, that is now clear. What is Upamagurudeva? Gosvamai, when an object acquires a degree of similarity in any form with another object, then the former is Upama to the latter. Svabhava, means the innate nature of anything which manifests itself independent of external causes. It is of two types, Nisarga and Svarupa. Nisarga is purified habit, conception and intention that comes as a result of resolute discipline. Hearing, chanting etc. Krishna's qualities, beauty and so on are exiguous aids that awaken Nisarga. In other words, Nisarga is the accumulation of determined adherence to discipline over many lifetimes. The sudden surfacing of intuition, or Nisarga, from say Sravana or Kirtana is not its sole cause. Svarupa is the self-perfected, beginningless, and innate proclivity. Svarupa is of three varieties, Krishnanistha, Lalananistha, and Abhayanistha, attached to Krishna, to the gopi and to both. Krishnanistha Svarupa is unattainable by demoniac persons, hence only obtainable by persons endowed with a divine nature, like demigods. Lalananistha Svarupa is self-manifest, even without hearing about, or seeing Krishna's beauty, qualities etc., it generates intense attraction for Krishna. When both Krishnanistha and Lalananistha Svarupa influence the Svabhava, or nature, it is known as Abhayanistha Svarupa. Bijoy, do these causes of Sthaya Bhava fully express Madhura Rasa? Gosvamai, the Vraja, Gopi's love for Krishna is innate and self-perfected, it does not blossom due to Abhayoga, Visaya etc. However, in many amorous pastimes these causes contribute dynamically. Ratai, or the love, for Krishna of pure and liberated souls, who are sadhana siddha, attained perfection through sadhana, and nisargasita sadhaka, attained perfection through nisarga, is awakened by abhayoga, visaya, sandhi etc. Bijoy, Prabhu, it will be easier for me to understand this complex concept with a few examples. Gosvamai, the ratai, or love for Krishna alluded to here is exclusively obtainable in Raganuga Bhakti. This specific ratai is beyond the reach of Vaidhi Bhakti as long as it is devoid of bhava. On the level of sadhana bhakti, those devotees who develop labha, or greed, for the Vrajagopis quality of emotional endeavor to serve Krishna, gradually evoke ratai from the six causes besides svabhava, but especially from the priyajana, beloved. A sadhana siddha devotee can experience the swell of exhilaration inherent in Lalananistha Svarupa. Bijoy, how many types of ratai is there? Gosvamai, three kinds, Sadharani, Samanjasa, and Samartha. Kubja is in Sadharani ratai. Because this ratai is rooted in the desire for selfish enjoyment, so it is shunned. The ratai of the Dvaraka queens is Samanjasa ratai because it is evoked through the codes of marital conduct and tempered by social norms. The gopis of Braja have Samartha ratai, it transcends all social norms and religion. It is not that Samartha is unsamanjasa, according to absolute transcendental analysis Samartha, is in all respects harmonious, samanjasa. Sadharani ratai is like a precious gem, Samanjasa is like the touchstone gem and Samartha is like the rarest of all gems, the Kaustubha gem, almost impossible to possess. At this point, glistening rivulets ran down Bijoy's cheeks. He said in a choked voice, "What a wonderful topic, Prabhu, am eagerly waiting to hear about Sadharani ratai." Gosvamai, on seeing Krishna directly, in person, the ratai that is generated by the desire to enjoy, samagika, with him is neither deep nor permanent, because Sadharani ratai lacks profundity, samaga desire becomes its prime cause. Once samhojiya desire scales down, Sadharani ratai also loses intensity. Bijoy, That leaves the two main ratas. Kindly explain them in some detail. Gosvami, the preeminent rati, which in substance is rigidly conjugal, wife's affectionate claim over her husband, is evoked by hearing etc. the qualities etc. and is known as samanjasa rati. However, sometimes when samagayika arises independent of samanjasa rati, then the different bhavas prompted by it, cannot captivate Krishna. The truth is, samagayika is an integral aspect of rati. The samagayika inherent in sadharani and samanjasa ratas is selfish and selfing. Within the selfish desires to enjoy, is a streak of selfless, non-self-aggrandizing loving emotion, which when it matches the intensity and character of a specific samagayika, it is then called samartharati. Bijoy, I would like to clarify what is meant by specific, here. Gosvami, samagayika is of two types, the desire to give pleasure to the senses through one's dear loved ones, and the desire to constantly conceive of means to offer pleasure to the dear loved ones. The former may be called lust because it seeks one's own pleasure. The latter is exclusively devoted towards enhancing the beloved's pleasure, hence it is dovetailed to prema, or love of Godhead. In sadharani rati, the former desire is pronounced, but in samanjasa rati it does not have a strong presence. The latter symptom is the specific nature of samhagayika in samartharati. Bijoy, in samaga, or enjoyment, the exhilaration from touching the beloved must be very much a reality. Is this desire for pleasure absent in samartharati? Gosvami, indeed, this desire is inevitable, even unpreventable, yet in the hearts of those in samartharati, it is extremely feeble. When gradually this rati becomes resolute and powerful, it embraces samagayika, and then rati and samagayika merge together as one. Because this rati is capable, samarthya, of superseding everything else, it has been named samarthyache. Bijoy, Prabhu, what excellences crown samartharati? Gosvami, whether it is due to one of the 7 causes, previously discussed, like sambandha or tadya, or due to rati's inherent nature, as soon as samartharati blossoms all impediments like family religious codes, patience shyness etc. are extirpated from memory and it shines with blinding intensity. Bijoy, how is it possible for samagayika to merge with this spotless rati and acquire sameness of character? Gosvami, the samartharati exhibited by the gopis of Vraja is meant exclusively for Krishna's pleasure. The self-enjoyment present in samaga is interpreted as a favorable disposition to augment Krishna's pleasure. Therefore, when samagayika and samartharati merge, the amalgam is wonderful, and one of sublime beauty, which never allows samagayika to assert itself independently. In samanjasa, rati sometimes becomes covered over by the desire for self-pleasure. But that is not all. When samartharati matures it acquires the state known as mahabhava, or the pinnacle of grand spiritual ecstasy. All the liberated souls are searching after this sublime state, and the 5 types of pure devotees obtain it, each AC according to his ability. Bijoy, Gurudeva, what are the gradations in this rati? Gosvami, the Ajayjayvalanilamani states, Syadrodhyam rata prima protean snahakramadayam syanmanapraneo ragon urago bhava idyapai. Ajayjayvala.stay Prince 59, rati in Madhurarasa is indivisible, it deepens through conflicting emotions, viradabhava. It is then called prema, or love for Krishna. Prema gradually manifests its nectarian taste in varying degrees as snahamana pranaya raga anuraga and bhava. Bijoy, is there a simple analogy to make for easier understanding? Gosvami, take, for example sugar cane, the gradations of prema is likened to the sugar cane seed, the cane, juice, syrup, or treacle, molasses, coarse sugar, sugar and sugar candy. Similarly, rati in varying intensity culminates in bhava, here bhava implies mahabhava. Bijoy, prema is applied as a common appendage to all the different gradations of bhava although there are separate terms for them. What is the reason for this Gurudeva? Gosvami, snahamana etc. are the 6 consecutive levels of increasing pleasure in prema, hence the spiritual authorities refer to all of them as prema. According to the nature and level of each devotee's Krishna prema, Krishna reciprocates scrupulously. Bijoy, what are the symptoms of prema? Gosvamai, the analogy for prema in Madhura Rasa is the loving emotion exchanged between a young boy and a young girl, although they themselves are mutable and temporary, but their feelings for each other is indestructible. Bijoy, are there different varieties of prema? Gosvamai, prema is of three sorts, pradha, madhya, and manda. Pradha prema is that type of love where the heart rings with pain thinking of how to alleviate the heart pangs of the beloved waiting anxiously for the lover who is delayed. The love which enables one to bear the sufferings of the beloved is called madhyama. And that love which is intense but forgotten at specific times and in situations, or because of prolonged intimacy it fails to evoke repulsion or attraction, it is called manda prema. However, manda prema is absent of emotions like dislike, apathy, or neglect towards the lover. Now would like to formulate the concept of prema in simpler terms. Where there is an intolerance of the mood of separation, vislesa, it is called pradha, mature, prema. When separation is born with pain it is madhya, and where there are spells of oblivion or forgetfulness it is manda prema. Bijoy, Prabhu, I have properly understood your explanations of prema. Kindly tell me more about sneha. Gosvamai, when prema reaches the peak of perfection and engulfs that very same illumination of the lamp it had ignited, lamp symbolizes the heart, it is known as sneha. Here heart, siddha, means the heart imbued with prema. So sneha acquires a brilliant form which melts the heart with bhava. Symptoms of sneha in its neutral condition is, that the beloved is never satiated even after continuously seeing the lover for any amount of time. Bijoy, are there different levels within sneha? Gosvamai, the heart of the kanastha snehi, or the third greater beloved in sneha, melts on the lover's physical contact. The madhyamas, or intermediate, snehi's heart melts immediately upon seeing the lover, and the srestha, or first grade, snehi's heart melts simply at the lover's mention. In fact, sneha is of two types, gridasneha and madhusneha. Sneha which allots Enamau's emotional value, adara, on prema is called gridasneha. Grida, or clarified butter, becomes very delectable when sugar or honey is added to it. Similarly, gridasneha is extremely relishable when specific bhavas are mixed in as condiments. Gridasneha by nature is cooling, but as adara is repeatedly added it thickens and becomes more concentrated, just like clarified butter or butter fat, and so it acquires the same nomenclature. Bijoy, what exactly is adara? Gosvamai, adara sprouts from gaurava, or respect. This makes adara and gaurava dependent. Although they are present in rati, bhava etc., in sneha they find full expression, thus they are mentioned in this context. Gaurava means, when someone accepts a certain person as instructor and guide, guru, the emotion which manifests from such an attitude is called samram or odd respect, which is synonymous with adara. Thus if adara is mentioned, gaurava is automatically included. Bijoy, kindly explain madhusneha. Gosvamai, when sneha is infused with the feeling that the lover belongs, madhya, to me, the beloved, it is known as madhusneha. This type of sneha is excessively nectarian, a melding pot of many rasas, or spiritual humors. It has the properties to inebriate and it is torrid, thus having the characteristics of honey, it is called madhusneha. Bijoy, what is the purport of madhyatva, or to belong? Gosvamai, rati is displayed through two specific attitudes, or bhavas, am his, and he is mine. In gridasneha the former, one am his, is the bhavarati expressed by the beloved. In madhusneha, the latter bhavarati, is he belongs to me, is preeminent. Sri Kandravalasneha is gridasneha and Srimati Radhika's is madhusneha. Bijoy quickly prostrated himself at his guru's feet at the mention of Srimati Radhika, then sat down and continued with his queries. Bijoy, I like to understand the complexities of mana. Gosvamai, when sneha refines itself to the extent that it acquires a new texture in nectar, that is characterized by a firmer, less charitable, or forgiving attitude, mixed with craftiness towards the lover, it is termed mana. Mana is of two kinds, Uddita and Lalita. The first, Uddita mana, is further divided into two, due to simplicity of mind, which shies away from grappling complexities. The first Uddita mana is of generous disposition. The second Uddita mana fosters an unforgiving mood where the internal sentiment is a recalcitrant, leftist mood, Bhamaya, but which is masked by a grave and somber exterior. Kritisnaha refines into Uddita mana. Bijoy, Gurudeva, I feel more inclined towards Lalita mana, though I cannot explain the reason for it. Gosvami, Lalita mana is also of two sorts, Kautilya Lalita and Narma Lalita. The mana that independently latches onto the crafty designs of heart is called Kautilyamana. Narma Lalita mana is full of sportive pleasantries and sprightly humor. Both varieties of Lalita mana comes from Madhusnaha. Bijoy, what is pranaya? Gosvami, when mana is reinforced with visramha, or firm faith, and cultivates the mentality of equality between the beloved and the lover, it is called pranaya. Visramha is the innate nature of pranaya. It is of two types, maitri and sakya. Visramha, which is mixed with humility and meekness, vinaya, is called maitraviramha, while sakya visramha is free from all fear and awe, it is dictatorial. However, visramha is not the instrumental cause, nimitta karana, of pranaya, but its material, or ingredient cause, upadana, karana. Bijoy, Prabhu, I want to understand more cleanly the relationships between snaha mana and pranaya. Gosvami, in some cases pranaya grows out of snaha and later dons the characteristics of mana, while in other instances snaha transforms to mana and then becomes pranaya. Thus mana and pranaya have different ramifications and causes. For this reason visramha is shown separately. Uddita and Lalita mana nicely parallel maitra and sakya visramha. And again they are delineated in pranaya as sumaitri and susakya. Bijoy, what are the symptoms of raga? Gosvami, when at the acme of pranaya even excess grief feels pleasurable, raga is born. Raga is of two varieties, nilama and raktima. Nilama raga is further divided into nili raga and syama raga. That raga which by nature does not diminish and which overtly displays itself on the exterior and unilaterally cloaks all its other corollary bhava, it is known as nili raga. This raga is seen in Sri Kandravala and Sri Krishna. Syama raga is more timid than nili raga, and it is exhibited through dispensing medicine and nursing and so on. This raga is particularly difficult to sustain. Raktima raga is also in two variations, Kusamha and Manjisthe Samhava. That raga which tenaciously adheres to the heart and swiftly escalates, as well as acts as a catalyst for releasing the brilliance of other ragas, it is called Kusamha raga. In particular personalities Kusambha, raga becomes steady and fixed. In Nayakas who are in pranaya, this raga mixes with Manjistha, in which case Kusamha occasionally wanes. Manjistha raga never wanes, it remains permanently steady, unlike Nili and Kusamha. It does not require extraneous props, it is self, manifest and eternally perfected. This crowning raga, shared between Srimati Radha and Sri Krishna, continuously accelerates. The conclusion is, Kritisnaha, Uddita, Maitravasramha, Sumatra Pranaya and Nilamaraga etc. embellish the natures of Kandravala and Queen Rukmini in Dvaraka. While Madhusnaha, Lalitamana, Sakyavasramha, Susakya Pranaya, Raktimaraga are, in progressive intensity, manifest in Srimati Radhika. In Satyabhama, Queen of Dvaraka, these leftist symptoms are exceptionally displayed. As previously discussed, these differing bhavas residing in the bells of Vrindavana polarizes them into contending groups. The changes influenced by the bhavas, bhavantara, which engenders further factionalism and the innate variations within the numerous bhavas, are perceived by the learned devotees through experience and wisdom, which cannot be delved upon here. Bijoy, which bhavas are addressed by the word bhavantara? Gosvami, stay I bhava in Madhura Rasa, The 33 Vyabhikari Bhava and the 7 Bhavas beginning with Hajya etc. add up to the 41 principal Bhavas. These are referred to here as Bhavantara. Bijoy, Raga is clear to me, kindly describe Anuraga. Gosvamai, when Raga soars to heights of new, ever-fresh Bhava which allows the Nayaka to perceive the lover always, at every moment, as novel and perennially unique, it is defined as Anuragya. This sublime prima Anuraga incessantly ascends through the realms of exchanges of trying to subjugate each other Nayaka and Nayaka, of transformations of the mind due to excessive romantic attachments and of even the desire to turn into inert objects, in feelings of separation from the lover, Vipralamha, it evokes Krishna's presence and the ecstasy thereof. Bijoy, it was easy to grasp the concepts of Nayaka and Nayaka trying to bring each other under control, Vasabhava, and of wanting to be born as trees etc. Prabhu, kindly simplify Prema Vayasiddhya, or the romantic transformations of the mind. Gosvamai, Vipralamha, or separation, is Prema Vayasiddhya, you will know of this later. Bijoy, I beg permission to hear about Mahabhava, the acme of Prema. Gosvamai, Bijoy, my boy, in the realm of Brajarasa concept, my comprehension is rather limited. What is my insignificant realization next to the very lofty precepts of Mahabhava? However, whatever I have learned from Srila Rupa Gosvami's and Srila Vakrisvara Pandita Gosvami's instructions by their mercies, I will deliver to you. All conclusions are strictly in line with Srila Rupa Gosvami's, perceive them as best you can simply by depending on his grace. When Anuraga scales to its absolute limit and remains fixed there, simultaneously is cognizant of itself and is able to manifest itself, that super excellent Anuraga is Bhava, or Mahabhava. Bijoy, Prabhu, 1 am an extremely lowly being and an ignorant inquirer. Kindly formulate the esoteric essence of the Mahabhava concept in a manner that is easily comprehensible to me. Gosvamai, Srimati Radhika is the abode and shelter, Asraya, of Anuraga, and Krishna is its object and destination, Visaya. Vrayendra, Nandana, Krishna, son of Maharaja Nanda, as the icon of Sringararasa is the ultimate Visaya, and Sri Radhika is the epitome of Asrayatva. Her Anuraga is her permanent Bhava or Sthayi Bhava. Anuraga escalates to its pinnacle and becomes fixed and steady in her. In this condition it becomes cognizant of her most beloved lover, and in time manifests itself in Sattvika Bhava like Sudipta etc. Anuraga at this height reaches Mahabhava. Bijoy, oh how wonderful is Mahabhava! O Mahabhava, the super excellent Mahabhava! I am so blessed that I was able to even slightly perceive its grandeur. It is the crown jewel of all Bhava. Prabhu, kindly satiate my ears, if you may please give some examples of Mahabhava. Gosvamai, the Ajay Valanilamani states, Radhaya Bhavataska Siddhajatuni Svidervala Pukramat Yunjanadrina Kunja Kunjarapate Nirdhyudabadabitramam Citrayas Vayamanvaranjayataha Brahmanda Harmayadare Buyabharnavaraga Hinulabharaisrangarakarakirti. Ajay 1/5. Vrindadevi says to Krishna, O enmaddened king of elephants who sports in the bowers on the hill slopes. In your eternal unmanifest pastimes, yours and your Radhika's hearts melt in the radiance of Maha, Sattvika transformations. This drowns you both in inconsolable lamentation which then breaks down the wall of illusion that separates you, and eradicates completely distinctions between you. Both your heart's piteous lamentation at being separate has completely brought you together, divesting your hearts of all segregation and delusions. That same artist, Sringara, Rasa in order to reenact the same pastimes in the mansion of Brahma or the material world, has colored herself with the vermilion of ever, fresh and novel raga. And so your unmanifest pastime, in the form of endless variegated bhavas, is painted on the canvas of Sri Vrindavana, by the arrangement of Yogamaya. Bijoy, in whom does Mahabhava repose? Gosvamai, Mahabhava is unattainable by Krishna's queens in Dvaraka, it is manifest exclusively in the damsels of Braja. Bijoy, Prabhu, what is the purport of this? Gosvamai, in a relationship bound by nuptial vows where loving emotions are ruled by conjugal identities of husband and wife, svaki yatva, ratai is samanjasa, or befitting the vows of such relationship. Meaning, that such a relationship cannot accommodate continuous exchanges which reach new heights in uncharted emotional realms only available in Mahabhava. While in Vraja, some ladies harbor in their hearts slight fancies of svaki bhava, but their pre-eminent bhava is parakiya, or paramour. Ratai is here samartha, thus when samartha ratai peaks, it is transformed to Mahabhava. Bijoy, are there variations in Mahabhava? Gosvamai, Mahabhava is the Christilist form of the sublimest nectar which transforms all bhava, coming in touch with it, infusing them with its innate nature. Mahabhava has two variants, Rudha and Adhirudha. In Rudha Mahabhava all the Sattvika bhava coruscate with absolute brilliance. Each bhava is expressed in anubhavas. The anubhava of Rudha Mahabhava are, impatience flares up at the slightest delay, emotions churn up in the hearts of those present, a moment feels like eons, even when Krishna is satisfied the anticipation of future suffering brings grief. Although there is no delusion yet the self and the world fades into oblivion and moments are drawn out to seem like ages. Some of these anubhavas, feelings, are experienced also in Samhoga and others in Vipralamha. Bijoy, Gurudeva, beg you to expand upon these Rudha anubhavas individually. Gosvamai, the first anubhava is due to Vayasiddhya Vipralamha, or transformations in the mind from separation. The feeling of separation even in union, a moment's separation is unbearable. When the gopis were visiting Kurukshetra, they saw Krishna after a long interval. Greedy to feast their eyes, they felt that their eyelids were unbearable burdens that blocked their vision of Krishna for fractions of a second, and in their anger and frustration they cursed Providence, Brahma, for creating eyelids. Not seeing Krishna for even a moment is intolerable for his beloved gopis. The second anubhava is exemplified by the king's noblemen and queens present at Kurukshetra who were witnessing the expressions of bhava of the gopis. Their hearts were churned up and agitated with divine emotions. The third anubhava is described best by the feelings of gopis on the night of the Rasa dance, which is as long as the nights in Lord Brahma's time calculation, but to the gopis it seemed to end all too quickly, less than even a moment. The fourth anubhava is aptly depicted in the Srimad Bhagavatam verse, Yat Sujatakaranam Baruham, where the gopis deeply lament that although Krishna's lotus petal soft feet were placed on their breasts, their hardness hurt the delicate solace of his feet. The fifth anubhava is, when due to incessant remembrances of Krishna delusion cannot enter, so both Krishna consciousness and the state of total oblivion of the self and of the external reality coexist in the consciousness, as a reality. The sixth anubhava is Kasanakalatva, which Krishna describes in his conversation with Uddhava: when I was in Vrindavana in the company of the bells of Braja, their nights were over in a moment, but when left, their nights seemed endless like a kalpa. Bijoy, I have understood Rudha bhava, kindly tell me in detail about the bhava par excellence, Adhirudha bhava. Gosvamai, when the anubhava of Rudha bhava reach the summit and sparkle with extraordinary splendor, the loving emotions enter the realm of Adhirudha bhava. This wonderful bhava is of two hues, Modana and Madana. In Mahabhava, where the entire spectrum of Sattaka bhava exchanged between Nayaka and Nayaka scintillate inordinately, it is called Modana Adhirudha bhava. In Modana bhava both Srimati Radhika and Sri Krishna are overcome with anxiety, fear and discontent. And their love touch heights of ecstasy unknown to even renowned ladies like Lakshmidevi, Parvati, and so on. Bijoy, Gurudeva, I am eager to learn about the particulars of Modana bhava, like, where it is concentrated. Gosvamai, Modana bhava is present only in Srimati Radhika's Yatha group, nowhere else. Modana alone is Ladani Saktis, Krishna's internal, pleasure-giving potency, most favorite arena of pleasure. In Virahadasa, the anguish of separation, Modana converts to Mohana. The magnificent brilliance of Sattvika bhava can actually radiate only when Viraha is all-encompassing. Bijoy, what are the anubhavas in the state of Mohana? Gosvamai, Sri Krishna swoons in the embrace of another Nayaka other than Srimati Radhika. This occurs in Dvaraka when he is in Queen Rukmani's embrace and remembers his amorous pastime with Srimati Radhika in the leafy bowers of Vrindavana, to admit severe hardship and grief wishing only for Krishna's happiness. The material creation and even Vaikuntha is plunged into deep sorrow, birds and beasts shed tears, willing oneself dead while yearning for Krishna's company and so covering the body with earth etc. Spiritual madness and numerous other anubhava manifest in Mohanabhava. Srimati Radhika, the queen of Vrindavana, is embellished with these anubhava. The super excellent splendor of Mohanabhava manifest in Srimati Radhika is far more uncommon and wonderful than Moha of Sankari Bhava. Bijoy, Prabhu, if you deem it appropriate then kindly elaborate what is Divyanmad Laksana, or spiritual madness. Gosvami, it is an amazing and inexplicable condition of the mind. At a particular juncture, Mohanabhava enters a mental state very similar to Baitrama, or delusion. This is called Divya Unmad. There are different varieties like Ajurna Citrajalpa etc. Bijoy, lam keen to know about the different varieties of Divya Unmad. Gosvami, in Divya Unmad, when many astonishing but helpless attempts are made, it is known as Ajurna, or incoherence. Srimati Radhika was in the grips of Ajurna after Krishna left for Mathura. Her mind numbed by the pains of separation, at times she thought that Krishna was on his way back, thus she hurriedly arranged everything in the kunya. Sometimes as an outraged wife, she chastised the black cloud, mistaking it for Krishna, for infidelity and so on. Bijoy, kindly explain Citrajalpa and its variations. Gosvami, when Nayaka meets her lover's intimate friend she discusses many confidential matters with him, going through a range of emotions from Gibra, odd respect, to Utkantha, excessive eagerness. Such a conversation is termed Citrajalpa. Citrajalpa has 10 limbs: Prajalpa, Parijalpa, Vijalpa, Ajajalpa, Samjalpa, Avahalpa, Abhijalpa, Ajalpa, Pratijalpa and Sujalpa. They have been delineated in the Baitramarajita section of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Because of innumerable inflections within the amazing range of bhavas, Citrajalpa is very recondite, but some of its aspects can be expressed. To narrate with gesticulations, induced by feelings of malice, envy, and arrogance, about the inadeptness of one's lover is defined as prajalpa. To point out one's heart, throbs mistakes like cruelty, deceitful and fickle ways etc., and prove one's own sagasili, is called *parajalpada. The Nayaka harbors deep hurt within, but externally she uses harsh and cutting remarks towards Krishna, are symptoms of Vijalpa. When Nayaka describes Krishna's cheating ways, feeling jealous and respect at the same time, and yet she maliciously repines, it is known as Ajajalpa. To expose Krishna's ungratefulness with deep resentment and derision, it is termed Samjalpa. To accuse Krishna of hard-heartedness, lustiness, and slyness and to enviously articulate one's inability to show attachment for him, is called *avahalpa. When Krishna rebukes even the birds, it is futile to grow attached to Krishna. To think in this manner and lament about it is defined as abhijalpa. When the Nayaka is suffering from apathy she talks about how Krishna's deceitful ways bring only distress and about how pleasurable it would be to prattle about something else, is known as ajalpa. In Pratijalpa, the Nayaka soliloquizes aside, that Krishna's libidinous desires befit a pirate. So to go to meet him when he is romancing with other women would be rash and foolhardy. But to the waiting messenger she replies respectfully. When the Nayaka, due to straightforwardness, is grave, humble and listless but inquires about Krishna with unrestrained eagerness, it is termed Sujalpa. That completes the list of Citrajalpa. Bijoy, Prabhu, am eligible to hear about Madanabhava. Gosvami, when Prema, the essence of Ladani, grows exceedingly exultant due to the full ascendancy of all the bhavas, it comes to be renowned as the supreme bhava of all bhava-Madanabhava. This Madanabhava reposes eternally in Srimati Radharani. Bijoy, is envy or jealousy present in Madana? Gosvami, Irsa or envy and jealousy, has a very strong presence in Madana. Irsa, in Madanabhava, is directed even towards inert objects incapable of reciprocating envy. But equally famous are the glorifications of those, who due to constant association with Krishna, exude an aura or fragrance so familiar of Krishna. Srimati Radhika is envious of Krishna's garland of wildflowers, whereas she eulogizes the tribal women, Pulandi, who were a long time with him, are examples of this bhava. Bijoy, in what conditions is Madanabhava seen? Gosvami, this multi-hued Madanabhava manifests only in union, or Samayagalila. Madanabhava sports in diverse ways and in innumerable shades in the eternal pastimes, or Nityalila. Bijoy, are there any quotes from illustrious sages about how to ascertain Madana? Gosvami, Madanarasa is endless and unlimited. Therefore its complete movements and influence is unknown even to Krishna, the transcendental embodiment of Madana. For this reason even Sukadeva Gosvami was unable to describe it in full, what to speak of Bharata Muni, the great preceptor of Rasa Tattva. Bijoy, Gurudeva, just heard from you something quite astonishing. Krishna, the absolute repository of Rasa and the complete enjoyer of Rasa, is unable to know the full extent of Madanarasa. How is this possible? Gosvami, Krishna is Rasa. He is endless, unlimited, omniscient and omnipotent. There is nothing which is unknown or unattainable for him, nothing is impossible for him. Due to his eternal and intrinsic nature of being inconceivable and simultaneously one and different, eternally he is one and many rasas at the same time. As the icon of a single rasa, he is the supreme enjoyer who is absolutely self-complacent and self-satisfied. In this condition, no rasa remains separate or independent from him. Simultaneously, he is the source of many rasas. Hence, besides being the deity of one rasa, his many extroverted rasas mix with the single introvert rasa and forms an unique blend of rasa. By experiencing his introverted, Atmapara, and his extroverted, Paragata, rasas, Krishna relished the ecstasy of Lila. The Paragata rasa radiates and expands profusely, and regales as Parakiya rasa. In Vrindavana, this expansion reaches full bloom. Thus, unknown to the introverted Atmapara rasa, Madanarasa reaches its limit in the most blissful and rarefied realm of Parakiya rasa. In its purest form Parakiya is present in the Aprikata Lila, unmanifest pastimes, in Goloka. While in Vraja its presence is intruded upon by but a whisper of Maya. Bijoy, Prabhu, I am eternally grateful for the kindness you have shown me. I pray that you tell me Ina pray see the nectar decoction from the ocean of Madhura Rasa. Gosvami, the differences of bhava in the damsels of Vraja are great wonders. They are outside the jurisdiction of debate and logic, hence an analytical or critical delineation of them is not possible. The scriptures declare that Srimati Radhika's raga has manifested out of the matrix of Purvaraga, or courtship. This raga blossomed to anuraga in a particular ambience and turned into sneha, which gradually delivered mana and pranaya. All these conclusions seem a little amorphous, but what is confirmed is that even when Sadharani Rati reaches full maturity it is still in a hazy, fluid state. Samanjasa Rati extends from sneha, mana etc. up to anuraga. This already incandescent Rati becomes radiant in Samanjasa. In Rudha, Rati is ablaze and in Modana etc. it is a conflagration. Rati even up to this stage is still approximate, because it is known to flag or wane under specific time, place, and circumstance. Sadharani Rati does not surpass beyond prema. Samanjasa is limit at up to anuraga and Samartha reaches Mahabhava. Bijoy, what is the extent of Rati in Sakyarasa? Gosvami, the Narmabhayas Yasaka experiences Rati up to anuraga, but Sakas like Subala experience even Mahabhava. Bijoy, the symptoms of Sthayi Bhava described by you earlier, are also present in Mahabhava of Sthayi Bhava. Although Sthayi Bhava is one and the same principle, then why is there disparity in Rasa? Gosvami, according to the differences of creed in Sthayi Bhava, dissimilarities of Rasa also appear. Intimate and confidential matters are not displayed in Sthayi Bhava. When samagri, or the ingredients that comprise rasa, are fused together, the differences in creed manifest. Sthāyi bhava assimilates ingredients commensurate to its different levels of profundity, and after interacting with it, it attains the state of rasa. Bijoy, in Madhuraratai, do the differences of creed in the form of Svakya and Parakya exist eternally? Gosvami, yes, this division is absolutely permanent, and it is just a matter of a difference in appellatives. If this difference is admitted as a terminological difference, then rasa, including Madhura rasa, also comes under this category. Whatever eternal, innate rasa one possesses, it becomes his eternal creedal rasa. And concomitant to that, are his taste, rusai, application, bhajana, and perfection, prapti. Svakya rasa is also present in Vraja. Those who perceive Krishna as their husband, and identify themselves as his wives, possess rusai bhajana and prapti according to their status. You must comprehend that the Svakya bhava in Dvaraka is a manifestation of the Vaikuntha principle, while the Svakya of Vraja is an expansion from Goloka. There is a definite distinction. Or you may perceive this same truth as the Svakya bhava, which is related to the Vasudeva principle, who is an integral part of the nature of Vrajanatha, or the Lord of Vraja, Krishna, and it is in its highest manifestation available in Vaikuntha. Bijoy saturated with the ecstasy of Prema fell at Srila Gosvami's feet, crying profusely. He slowly got up and returned to his home. Chapter 37. Bijoy was relishing bhava quietly in the innermost recesses of his heart as he walked into his guru's ashrama. He offered dandavats to Srila Gosvami and almost immediately began inquiring, "Revered Guruji, have grasped the concepts of vibhava, anubhava, sattvika, bhava and vyabhikari, bhava. Have also understood the intrinsic nature of sthāyi, bhava, but even after coalescing the former four ingredients with the latter one, I am unable to kindle rasa. Why is it so?" Gosvami Bijoy, once you comprehend the real nature of the rasa specifically known as Sringara, you will know rasa in sthāyi, bhava. Bijoy, what is Sringara? Gosvami, when Madhura rasa reaches the state of extreme delectability, it is described as Sringara rasa. It is of two sorts, Vipralamha and Samaga. Bijoy Lam, eagerly waiting to hear more. Gurudeva. Gosvami, whether the Nayaka and Nayaka are together or apart, the preponderant bhava which is stirred up when they have to do without, or are restrained from, their most desirable and amorous exchanges like kissing, embracing etc., is called Vipralamha, bhava. It is also the cause for enhancing Samaga. Vipralamha means both separation and absence. Bijoy Prabhu, how can Vipralamha be the cause of Samaga's augmentation? Gosvami, just as a colored cloth looks more gay when added an extra hue, Vipralamha cause the upsurge of Samaga. Without Vipralamha, Samaga cannot be nurtured. Bijoy, are there many variations of Vipralamha? Gosvami, Vipralamha is of four kinds: Purvaraga, Mana, Prema, Vayasitraya and Pravasa. Bijoy, kindly explain these terms and their meaning. Gosvami, the type of ratai which is generated in the heart of the Nayaka and Nayaka by darsana, seeing, and sravana, hearing, before their actual meeting takes place, is called Purvaraga. Degree darsana is of three types: seeing Krishna directly in person, seeing his picture and seeing him in a dream. Sravana takes place through glorifications, news from another Saki or messenger, from a song and so on. Bijoy, what are the causes of ratai? Gosvami previously enumerated in general the causes of ratai like abha yoga etc. These same apply as the causes for Purvaraga. Bijoy, between the Vraja Nayaka and Vraja Nayaka, in whom is Purvaraga awakened first? Gosvami, there is much to consider on this point. The ordinary woman is more shy than the ordinary man, hence the man seeks the woman. But since the woman's loving propensity is stronger, she feels the stirrings of Purvaraga earlier. According to the scriptures on devotional sciences, Purvaraga awakens first in the devotee, and later in the Supreme Lord, himself. The damsels of Vraja are the most exalted of pure devotee, so their Purvaraga emerge as the first exquisite flush Bijoy. What are the Sankari, Bhava in Purvaraga? Gosvamaya Vyadi, Sanka, Aswaya, Srima, Klama, Nirvida, Atsukya, Danya, Sinta, Nidra, Prabodhana, Visada, Yadita, Unmata, Moha, Mrityu etc. are the Sankari, or Vyabhikari, Bhava. Bijoy. How many types of Purvaraga are there? Gosvamaya Purvaraga is of 3 varieties, Pradha, Samanjasa, and Sadharana. Purvaraga appearing in Samartha, Ratai is called Pradha. In this raga the Nayaka experiences lalasa, greed, leading all the way to mrityu, or death. These conditions are experienced due to the excessive acuteness of Sankari, Bhava. Bijoy Prabhu, am interested to know these conditions, Dasa. Gosvamaya. This has been discussed in Srila Rupa's Ajay Nilamani, Lalazadga Jagar Yatanavam Jati Matra Tu Vayagrayam Vyadhiranmadum Rvyurdasa Dasa. Ajay.nil. Purvaraga 9, the 10 conditions of Pradha, Raga are, Lalasa, Udga, Jagarya, Tanava, Yadita, Vyagrata, Vyadi, Unmata, Mona and Mrityu. In Pradha, Raga all these conditions are also Pradha, or mature. Bijoy Gurudeva, kindly describe these conditions in detail. Gosvamaya. The intense yearning for one's desired object is lalasa. This is accompanied by eagerness, restlessness, dizziness, heavy breathing etc. Udga is defined as restlessness of the mind and is symptomized by long sighs, frivolity, stupor, anxiety, weeping, pallor, perspiration etc. Jagarya means loss of sleep. This is accompanied by stupor, parchedness, and sickness, or nausea etc. When the body becomes weak and emaciated, it is called tanava and its physical transformations are, debility, vertigo etc. Some persons refer to tanava as degree vilapa /yadita or jadama means the lack of discrimination between what is beneficial and what is harmful, inability to answer simple questions and weakening of the oral and visual senses. This is characterized by transformations such as sudden and loud outcry, stupor, long sighs, delusions and so on. When sobriety and deep thoughtfulness is disturbed and becomes unbearable, the condition is known as Vyagrata. In it are featured apathy, lack of discrimination, regret and envy. Not obtaining one's desired object leads to sickness of the heart and mind, where there is loss of bodily luster and of fever. This condition of Vyadi is symptomized by chills, illusion, heavy breathing and so on. To be absent-minded, because of being absorbed in thoughts of the lover, all the time, in every situation and everywhere, and because of it, to mistake one thing for another, thinking the tamal tree is Krishna, is described as madness, or unmata. Its symptoms are, hating the desired object, lover, heavy breathing, viraha, fretting from separation, shortening of time etc. The blanking out of or going against the normal flow of awakened consciousness is called moha. Its anubhavas are immobility and falling down, when there is loss of consciousness, etc. Even after sending messengers and letters the Nayaka is unable to arrange a tryst with her lover. The excruciating pain from Cupid's arrow makes life unbearable for her and she is ready to quit her body. This condition is defined as mrityu, or death. She hands over her favorite objects and mementos to her sekais. She experiences vibhava from udapanas such as bumble, bee, gentle breeze, moon rays, kadamba flower, clouds, peacock, and many more. Bijoy Maharaja, kindly tell me now about Samanjasa, Purvaraga. Gosvamaya Samanjasa, Purvaraga is identical in character with Samanjasa, Ratai, meaning the Purvaraga which manifests just prior to the tryst, in Samanjasa Ratai. In fact, 10 different conditions appear in gradual stages like, Abhilasa, Sinta, Samriti, Guna, Kirtana, Udga, Unmata in tandem with Vilapa, Vyadi, Yadita, and Mritayu. Bijoy, I would like to have them elaborated upon, if you kindly do so. Gosvamaya, the Nayaka's yearning for her lover's company and the endeavors to fulfill that, is called *Abhilasa in Purvaraga. The anubhava which embellish the nayaka are, to beautify oneself with ornaments etc., searching for excuses to slip out and meet the lover, to exhibit her anuraga towards him and so on. Here the condition of *sinta means to meditate upon the means by which the nayaka can meet her lover. The symptoms displayed are, fastidiously changing and adding make, up and ornaments, heaving long sighs, staring fixedly etc. Remembering details about the lover either from hearing or from seeing him, is referred to here as smriti, and brings about shivering, physical numbness, pallor, heavy breathing etc. To praise his beauty and other excellences is called guna, kirtana, its anubhava are, shivering, horripilation, choking etc. The rest of the 6 conditions of parvaraga namely, udga, anxiety, vilapa, lamentation, with unmata, madness, vyaki, feverishness, yadita, inertia, and mrityu, death, are the same as in samanjasa, ratai. Bijoy Prabhu, I have understood samanjasa, parvaraga, kindly describe the sadharana, parvaraga symptoms. Gosvami this sadharana, samanjasa, parvaraga is very similar to sadharani, ratai. The anubhava here are 6, touching up to vilap, and all of them are expressed subduedly. Since they are not complicated anubhava, need not describe them. In parvaraga, love, letters and flower garlands are sent back and forth through young messenger boys, vayasya. Bijoy what exactly is meant by kamaleka, or love, letter. Gosvami any missive which expresses love is a kamaleka, and is of 2 kinds, naraksara and saksara. Naraksara, kamaleka is a message of love on a red leaf with an etching by nails of a half moon for example. It does not contain a written note using alphabets or words. While *saksara, kamaleka is a written message sent between nayaka and nayaka each describing in words, their individual condition. The writing is done with any red powder mixed with water, using musk or ink made from red, colored flower juice. As paper, large leaves are used and fibers from lotus stems are utilized as strings to hold the leaves together. Bijoy what are the stages of parvaraga? Gosvami some authorities are of the opinion that in parvaraga the sequential progression of amorous conditions begin with reveling through the eyes on seeing the object of love, thoughtfulness, growing attached, becoming resolute, sleeplessness, growing weak and feeble, apathy and detachment towards matter, overcoming shyness, developing madness, losing consciousness, and finally preparing for death. Parvaraga is common to both nayaka and nayaka, but the nayaka experiences it first and then Krishna. Bijoy Gurudeva, please describe mana. Gosvami degree mana is that bhava which acts as a deterrent to the nayakas and nayakas, ability to express even desirable amorous overtures like embracing, kissing, and love talks etc. although they are in each other's company. Bijoy where does mana take shelter or support, Asraya? Gosvami pranaya is the mainstay for mana. The rasa, or humor, called mana is not churned without the presence of pranaya, but if mana should appear prior to pranaya it becomes sankaka, or hesitant and inhibited. Mana is of 2 sorts, sahitu and niratu. When nayaka exhibits overt romantic disposition towards vipaksa, opposite camp, or tatastha, marginal camp, nayaka, and pradhana nayaka, srimati radhika, on seeing it or hearing about it becomes inflamed with envy, irsa, and when this irsa primarily evokes pranaya, then sahitu, mana arises. According to ancient treatise on rasa, sastrabhaya, or fear, cannot be produced without sneha, and irsa, or envy, is a product of pranaya, so every nuance of mana is a revealer of prema between nayaka and nayaka. The nayaka who is embellished with an extremely amiable disposition and camaraderie is the one who at the slightest indication that her lover attached to her is making romantic advances towards another fair maiden, becomes very intolerant. Once in Dvaraka, Krishna was narrating to his queens the incident how he had presented Queen Rukmini with parijata flowers. Of the queens present there, only Satyabhama's heart was smitten with mana, not the others, because Satyabhama considered this show of love to Rukmini who is her opposition camp, as vipaksa visastya, Anubhava. Bejoy are there different grades of vipaksa, Vaisistya, Anubhava. Gosvamai yes, 3, Sruta, Anumita, and Drista. Emotional responses such as mana when evoked by hearing, say from a priya sakya, from the parrot sukha etc., it is called Sruta, Vipaksa, Vaisistya degree Anumita, Vipaksa, Vaisistya is also of 3 kinds, Bhaganka, Gotraskhalana, and Svapna. Signs of infidelity on Krishna's body or marks of love, making on the body of Vipaksa Sakya is called Bhaganka, mistakenly addressing the Nayaka with Vipaksa, Sakya's name is *Gotraskhalana, and Vipaksa, Vaisistya which appear in Krishna's or Vijayasaka's dream is *Svapna. When Nayaka directly sees Krishna engaged in love, play with the competing, or Vipaksa Nayaka, it is termed as Drista, Vipaksa, Vaisistya, Anubhava. Bejoy degree Sahitu, mana is clear, kindly describe Niratu, mana. Gosvamai without any apparent cause when Nayaka and Nayaka construe an imaginary reason to augment pranaya between them, it generates Niratu, mana. Pranaya naturally leads to Sahitu, mana and the loving exchanges of pranaya produces the emotional grandeur called Niratu, mana. The latter may also be described as pranaya, mana. The Panditas of antiquity have compared the nature of prema, or love, with the capricious movements of a snake. This explains why mana between Nayaka and Nayaka are of 2 kinds, Sahitu and Niratu, with and without reasons. The Vyabhikarai, bhava predominant in this rasa is avahitya, or camouflaging emotions. Bejoy in what way is Niratu, mana abetted? Gosvamai this occurs on its own, without extraneous expediencies. As soon as hajya, or laughter, etc. intrudes, mana dissipates by itself. Whereas Sahitu, mana requires reconciliation, sama, discrimination, beta, activity, kriya, charity, dana, humility, nati, apathy, upeksa, a change of rasa, rasantara, and so on, for it to actually subside. It is signaled by wiping the tears, laughter etc. Bejoy Prabhu would like to have these terms like sama etc. further clarified. Gosvamai sweet coaxing words to comfort the beloved is sama * beta is of 2 sorts, to show off one's greatness through nuances and through gestures, and to be censured by the Sakais. Pretending to give away in charity objects like crown, jewelries etc. is referred to here as * dana. To fall at the feet in humility is * nati. When sama and other approaches to attenuate Nayaka's mana is unsuccessful, taking a reticent attitude is called degree upeksa. Others are of the opinion that upeksa means to speak in innuendos and double entendre, intent on pacifying and humoring the Sakais. Rasantara means a change of mood, usually brought about suddenly, either by fear, laughter, or grave concern and so on. It is of 2 kinds, yadrechika and buddhi, purvaka. Rasantara which occurs on its own without the direct involvement of Nayaka is yadrechika, for example through natural causes and unexpected situations. Buddhi, purvaka rasantara is directly authored by the Nayaka who uses his sharp wit and intelligence to exploit any situation to his advantage and converts the prevailing mood of Nayaka, mana. Bejoy are there any other means to placate mana? Gosvamai yes, a particular place, a specific time and the sweet sound of flute can mitigate Nayaka's * mana, even without the help of * sama and so on. A light mana, lagu, is tak-led with little effort, the medium intensity * mana, madhyama, needs careful and concerted application, and the serious or almost implacable mana, durjaya, demands immense patience and resourcefulness. Some of the invectives used as adjectives and appellatives for Krishna by the Nayakas in * mana are, unkind, vama, perpetrator par, excellence of atrocities, durlila, Siromani, king of deceivers, kapata, raja, prince of perfidy, kidava, raja, master of guiles, kala, srestha, the champion cunning, maha, jhurta, hard-hearted, kathara, shameless, Nirlaja, ravisher of gopis, Gopi Dharma, Nasaka, kidnapper of women, Ramanakura, lord of lusty desires. Kamuksvara, thief, Taskar, etc. Bejoy what is prima, Vayasiddhya. Gosvamai even when the lover is present, due to the nature of intense love distress is generated from the feeling of being separate from the lover, this is called prima, Vayasiddhya. The total saturation in amorous feelings numbs the heart and mind, thus allowing the mind to be in the grips of a phantasmagoria which falsely construes a scenario where even though Nayaka is in Nayaka's embrace, she feels he is not present, thus she pines for him. This is known as Vayasiddhya. Bejoy, what are the features of Pravasa? Gosvamai, after Nayaka and Nayaka spend time together, suddenly they are separated by distance because of any one of them going away to a far place, or back to their individual homes, or even due to a change of rasa. This is described as Pravasa. In Pravasa, which is a type of Vipralamha, all the Vyabhikari Bhava symptoms of Sringararasa are manifest with the exceptions of Harsa, Garva, Mata, and Brita. There are two types of Pravasa, Buddhipurvaka and Abuddhipurvaka. Bejoy, kindly explain these two Pravasa. Gosvamai, traveling far away to expedite one's responsibility and work, is called Buddhipurvaka Pravasa. Giving pleasure and good instructions to his devotees is Krishna's duty and work. This Pravasa is further divided into two, short distance and long distance travels. The latter has again three categories, past, present, and future. In Sujara Pravasa, or long distance travels, the Nayaka and Nayaka remain in touch with each other through sending news etc. Pravasa, or travel, hence separation, caused by other forces, is a Buddhipurvaka Pravasa. This Pravasa has many variations like Divya, Adivya and so on. There are 10 conditions manifest in Pravasa: worries, vigilance, anxiety, debility, paleness, delirium, sickness, madness, illusion and death. In Pravasa Vipralamha these conditions also appear in Krishna. What is noteworthy is, that in spite of the different variations Prema has and its numerous conditions, all of them cannot be enumerated here. But some authorized ancient treatises on rasa claim that karuna, or compassion, is a variety of Vipralamha and as such requires independent mention, but since all its symptoms are included in Pravasa, a separate delineation is not essential. Bejoy deeply considered Srila Gosvami's instruction on Vipralamha. He thought Vipralamha rasa is not self-perfected, Svitasiddha, it is there only to nurture samaga, or relish. For the conditioned jiva, Vipralamha mood of separation specifically appears to favorably cultivate samagarasa, but still Vipralamha will always have a residual presence in the eternal rasa, otherwise varyagatness in eternal pastimes is impossible. Chapter 38 Analyzing Sringararasa. Bejoy sat composed, he concentrated on Srila Gosvami's words as he spoke on samagarasa in response to Bejoy's humble query. Gosvami, we have already discussed there are two types of Krishna Lila, prakata, manifest, and aprakata, unmanifest. The intense pining from separation, viraha, in Vipralamha rasa so far described are all in reference to prakata Lila. However, in all the eternal and perennial pastimes of Krishna with the gopis in Goloka Vrindavana like the rasa dance, there is no viraha, or separation. It is narrated in the scriptures, Madhura Mahatmaya, that Krishna sports in Vrindavana with the cowherd boys, gopas, and gopis. The word kridatai, or is playing, or is sporting, has been used to describe Krishna's activities. Thus it is clearly understood that by the verb being in present continuous tense, it indicates continuity ad infinitum, i.e., eternal. Therefore, in the Aprakata Lila, on manifest pastimes, in Goloka, or Vrindavana, Krishna's pastimes do not include Sujara Pravasa Viraha, or separation by long distances. Here only Samagarasa is eternal, perpetual. The romantic exchanges like embracing, trysting and so on, between Nayaka and Nayaka, as Visaya and Asraya, which they relish with immense exhilaration, When height ends produces an unique decoction of rasa known as samaga. Samaga is divided into two sections, mukhya and gana. When samaga is in a dynamic and awakened state, it is called mukhya. Mukhya samaga is further subdivided into four, samksipta, samkarna, sampanna and samridimana. Samaga which ensues after purvaraga is samksipta. Here due to apprehension, shyness etc. the nayaka and nayaka enjoy brief and furtive kisses, embraces and so on. The samaga which follows mana is samkarana. Samkarna samaga is a blend of opposing tastes, much like a steaming cup of sugar cane juice, sweet but burning hot. The nayaka is reminded of nayaka's perfidy, the marks of love play with another nayaka has given him away. Yet the sweet relish of his touch and kisses keeps the nayaka wanting for more. Nayaka's delight seeing her lover after he returns from a short journey, pravasa, is called sampanna samaga. It is of two sorts, agati and pradurbhava. Coming back as a part of a daily routine, like Krishna returning from grazing the cows as the gopis feast their eyes on him, is agati sampanna samaga. The sudden or unexpected appearance of Krishna before the love-smitten and anxious nayaka, is pradurbhava samaga. Pradurbhava is most desirable and satisfying to the nayaka. Samridimana proceeds after syujara pravasa. Controlled by independent forces which separates nayaka from her lover gone far away, meeting each other is not always easily possible. Thus when this situation is reversed and the nayaka returns, nayaka's joy is boundless, the bliss she savors is samridimana samaga. This samaga is of two kinds, chana, covered, and prakasa, expraised. Anyhow, these distinctions are not required to be elaborated upon here. Bijoy, Prabhu, could we go to the subject of Gana Samaga? Gosvamai, special pastimes of Krishna which appear in dreams are known as Gana Samaga. The dreams are of two sorts, Samanya and Vaisa, hence Gana Samaga is also of two kinds. Dreams which were already described as part of Vyabhikari Bhava is here referred to as Samanya. Vaisa Samaga is strangely similar to the condition called Jagrata, or awakened, and is a part of Sthayi and Sankari Bhava. This points to extraordinary parallels between Vaisa Samaga and Jagrata Samaga. And just like Mukhya Samaga this, Vaisa, has also same four divisions, Samksipta, Samkarna, Sampanna, and Samridimana. Bijoy, it is a little confusing how relish, Samaga, in Samridhimana Samaga is possible, since dreams are not real, or what is dreamt is not actually happening. Gosvamai, by their nature, Jagrata, awakened state, and Svapna, dream state, are identical. An appropriate example of this is the case of Usha and Anuradha. Usha was in Sanitapura in her quarters inside Vana's palace dreaming of enjoying Anuradha's embrace, who was at the time far away in Dvaraka, also dreaming of enjoying with Usha. The exact same thing occurs to Krishna and his beloved gopis. This is of course not possible for conditioned souls to experience. The direct and tangible proof of this is that, when transcendental, liberated devotees receive ornaments and other such paraphernalia in their dreams, they still have them even after waking up from sleep. Svapna, or dream, is of two categories, Jagarayamana Svapna and Svapnayamana Jagara. The fourth stage in yogic perfection is Samadhi. The gopis have superseded and acquired the fifth level known as Prema. Their dreams have nothing in common with ordinary dreams which are mundane and fictitious. The gopis' dreams are transcendental, supramundane, and in the realm of absolute reality. Thus Krishna's dalliances are so wonderful and unique that he gives pleasure, samaga, to his beloved lady loves through a kaleidoscope of dreams. Bijoy, what are the symptoms, or anubhava, of samagarasa? Gosvamai, they are, scrutiny, sandarsana, garulati, jalpa, sparsana, touching, blocking the way, vartmaredhan, rasa dance, sporting in the yamuma, pleasure boat rides, stealing flowers, demanding fictitious taxes, danakeli, playing hide and seek in the forest groves, or kunya, drinking beverages made from honey. Krishna dresses up as a gopi, shamming sleep, kapatanidra, playing dice, tugging at the dress, kissing or drinking nectar from the lips, embracing, scratching with nail end. Erotic union in Nidhyavana, Nidhyavanaramana Samprayaga. Bijoy, Guruji, apparently there is a difference between Lila Vilasa, pleasurable pastimes, and Samprayaga, erotic union, but which of these is more pleasurable? Gosvami, Lila Vilasa is definitely more satisfying and blissful than Samprayaga. Bijoy, what endearing names or expressions do the gopis use to address Krishna? Gosvami, Hey Gokulananda, O bliss of Gokula, Hey Govinda, O joy of the cows, senses, Hey Goshthendrakulakandra, O full moon of the royal dynasty of cowherdsmen, Hey Pransvara, O lord of the heart, Hey Sundaratam Sa, O paragon of beauty, Hey Nagarasaromani, O crest jewel of paramours, Hey Vrindavanakandra, O resplendent moon of Vrindavana, Hey Gokula Raja, O king of Gokula, Hey Manohara, O stealer of hearts, and so on. Bijoy, Prabhu, understand that Krishna's pastimes are prakata, manifest, and aprakata, unmanifest, and they are both the same principle, but what are the variations in prakata Vrajalila? Gosvami, prakata Vrajalila is of two varieties, Nitya and Namatika. In Vraja, Astakaliya Lila, 8 3-hourly patimes, is Nitya, while killing of Putana etc. and travelling to far places outside Vraja, Sujara Pravasa, are Namatika Lila. Bijoy, I can better comprehend this subject if you kindly explain a little more. Gosvami, 2 authorized versions on this subject are available. One is composed by the ancient sages and the other is compiled by the great Gosvamis. Which of these do you want to hear? Bijoy, 1a am attracted to hear the sages' version in Sanskrit. Gosvami Nisanta Prata Purvano Madhyanaskaparanikas Sayam Pradosare Triska Kalastasiya Yathakramam Madhyano Yamini Kopau Yanmuhur Tamatusamrta Trimuhur Tamata Jania Nisantapramukha pair, Lila, or pastimes, are divided into 8 periods, Nisantapridon, Prata early morning, Purvana forenoon, Madhyana midday or noon, Aparana afternoon, Sayam dusk Pradosa evening, Ratri night. Rati Lila and Madhyana Lila are 6 muhurta each, while the others are 3 muhurta each. 1 muhurta is equivalent to 48 minutes. Sadasiva, in the Sanat Kumar Samhita, *A treatise on Tantra found in Sattvat Pankaratra. Also consult Patalakhanda 52 in Padma Purana, leaving out certain sections, has ascertained different devotional services according to the time of day or of night. They are to be meditated upon, smarana, at particular times, as a part of one's bhajana. Bijoy, Srila Gurudeva. Am I privileged to hear those narrations by Srila Sadasiva, the world-renowned exponent of Bhakti? Gosvami, hear attentively. Sadasiva said the young damsels of Vraja who pride themselves in being female protagonists in amorous pastimes of the Parakiya mood, paramourship, are very dear to Krishna. They manifest a plethora of transcendental spiritual sentiments for the sole purpose of giving happiness to Krishna, their most beloved lover. O Narada, you must perceive yourself, as you are in your spiritual identity Svarupa, to be among those young belles of Vrindavana who are steeped in Parakiya sentiments and meditate in the following manner: am an enchantingly lovely adolescent maid of tender age. Knowing myself to be an eternal maidservant of Srimati Radhika, who is expert in various arts and refinements of how to please Krishna's senses, I find my greatest and perennial source of pleasure in uniting Sri Krishna with his dearest love Srimati Radhika. Even if Krishna was to approach me with an amorous proposal to enjoy with me, shall refuse, because relenting to it would tantamount to gratifying my own senses rather than Krishna's senses. I shall forever remain the maid in attendance to Srimati, the favorite of Krishna, and cultivate more affection for Srimati than for Sri Krishna, and be eternally engaged in daily arranging for their divine union, thus seeking to bring them ineffable exaltation. This way one has to remember his eternal service in transcendental Vrindavana in his spiritual identity, starting service from Brahma Muhurta, or pre-dawn, right through to late night, Nisantataratri. Bijoy, what specific engagements are in Nisantalila? Gosvami, Sri Vrindadevi sat in the middle of Vrindavana forest, inside an enchanting leafy bower made of wish-fulfilling desire trees, is a sanctum sanctorum decorated with precious gems and stones. The bower is surrounded on all sides by 50 other groves. Srimati Radhika and Sri Krishna lie on a bed inside the sanctorum, intimately embracing each other in sleep. In embrace they become so totally integrated as one, that even after ample sleep, when the gaggle of different birds who under my command try to wake them up with their sweet insistent chattering and singing, they are wont to separate themselves from each other's embrace, thereby terminating their stolen moments of bliss. So they remain as they are, fretting at the very thought of making an attempt to wake up. Thereafter, she-parrot Sarika and her group of female parrots along with he-parrot Sukha and his male parrot friends incessantly speak with each other, trying to awaken the love-smitten couple. Finally, the couple stretch themselves free from each other and sit up on the bed. The Sakais approach the couple and begin serving them in accordance with their mood and time. Meanwhile Sukha, Sarika, and the other pet parrots continue their discussion with each other. Once again overhearing their talks, the couple abandon their bed and prepare to leave. They are overcome with fear, Bayarasa, and anxiety, Utkantharasa, as they hasten towards their individual homes. Bijoy, kindly narrate Pradalila. Gosvami, Mother Yasoda wakes up little sleeping Krishna from his night slumber. He lazily stretches out his body, brushes his teeth and rinses the mouth. Then with his mother's permission he goes to the Goshala with Balarama, eager to watch the cows being milked. Meanwhile, Onarada Muni, in her own house Srimati Radhika is being woken up from sleep by the Sakais. She gets up and rinses her mouth, completes the morning ablutions and her body is massaged with scented oil. She is then taken by Lalita and other Sakais and given a bath. The Sakais decorate and dress Srimati in jewelries and fineries, smear her body with perfumed pastes and oils, tie fragrant flower strands entwining her tresses and around her neck. The Sakais render all kinds of service to Srimati so that she is completely satisfied. Approximately at this time Mother Yasoda sends for her to come and cook for Krishna. Surprised, Narada Muni asks why did Yasoda send for Srimati when expert cooks like Rohini Devi was present? Vrindadevi replied, O great sage! I had heard from Katyayani Devi that Srimati Radhika had received a boon from the powerful mystic, Durvasa Muni. Sage Durvasa had blessed her saying, surprised face, Devi. By the power of my boon, whatever you cook will taste delicious and more nectarian than the ambrosia of immortality, and whosoever eats, it will increase his longevity. So, Mother Yasoda, knowing about this boon, wants her son to eat Srimati's cooking. Because she is full of parental love and care for Krishna, Yasoda wants Krishna to have a long life and relish palatable food, and so she daily calls for Srimati Radhika. Srimati first takes permission from her mother-in-law and then proceeds to Maharaja Nanda's house. Krishna follows a similar morning routine. On the orders of his father, Krishna oversees the milking of some cows done by outside cowherd men. He returns with friends to the house and the servants undress him, oil him properly and bathe him. They then dress him in fresh dhoti, apply sandalwood paste on his body and garland him with fragrant flowers. His wavy black locks are gathered in such a fashion that a wispy mop curls stylishly kissing his forked, and it spreads a fancy fauna around the back of his neck. Indeed, he presents a delectable sight, beautiful tilaka in the shape of a moon on his forehead, bangles and bracelets on his wrists and forearms respectively, a necklace of pearls makes a diffused halo around his neck and on his chest, earrings designed like makara fish dangle from his lobes. When he is ready, Mother Yasoda calls repeatedly. At last, catching hold his friend's hands, Krishna follows his elder brother Balarama into the dining room. They all sit in a circle and eat a breakfast feast comprising of their favorite dishes. Through the meal Krishna jokes and makes his brother and friends laugh and enjoys himself thoroughly. After the repast, Krishna distributes tumbula, betel nut and condiments packed inside the betel leaf, made by the servants, to his friends and lies down on the grand bed to rest, chewing tumbula pan. Bijoy, that brings us to the Purvanalila, or forenoon times. Gosvami, yes, Krishna, wearing his cowherd boy's tunic, takes the cows and calves out of the palace gates to the grazing grounds. The affectionate and doting Brajabasis follow behind Krishna to some distance, unable to bear separation from him. Before leaving, Krishna touches his mother's and father's feet in respect, sends loving farewells to his beloved girlfriends with surreptitious and furtive side glances, and takes leave of everyone else who had followed him with pleasing parting words. Surrounded by his friends the cows, Krishna enters the forests. Inside the forest Krishna plays with his friends for some time. At the appointed moment he quietly slips away from the rest of the crowd along with a selected few Priyaseka friends. Suddenly Krishna is ebullient. He is on his way to a lover's tryst. Bejoy, Madhyanalila already begins now. Gosvamai, meanwhile, after Krishna enters the forest and disappears out of sight, the smitten damsels are already pining for Krishna. On the pretext of collecting flowers for worship of the sun god, Sri Radha and her Sekais also enter the forest, eager to meet Krishna. Thus hoodwinking everyone, Radha and Krishna rendezvous in the lush groves of Vrindavana forest. In joyous abandon they play many games, make amorous innuendos, flirt with each other and while away precious stolen moments together. The Sekais urge Radha and Krishna to sit on the swing while they swing them and pass coquettish comments. Srimati steals from an unwary Krishna his flute, and makes signs to her Sekais to hide it. Krishna runs from tree to nook to crannies, from one Seka to another, trying to locate his flute. Sri Radhika and her Sekais have a good laugh as Krishna goes begging for his flute. Finally, after much fun and hunt, they return his flute. Then Radha and Krishna, followed by the Sekais, enter the spring bower where spring season is in perennial bloom. Each of them take large syringes and drench the other with vermilion water and different colored waters. Sometimes they smear each other's body with sandalwood, vermilion, and many shades of fragrant pastes, as done in spring festivals. Radha always seeks out Krishna and Krishna Radhika, but both also dally with the Sekais, as the Sekais especially like to color Radha and Krishna. In this manner the divine couple along with the Sekais playfully pass their time in appropriate pastimes suiting their mood, time, and place while soothed by the gentle springtime breezes. O most exalted among the sages, Narada, exhausted from such hectic dalliances, Radhika and Krishna seek the cooling shade of a large tree and sit down beneath it on a majestic throne. Catching their breath they begin to drink honey nectar. As the drink commences to take effect they feel inebriated, their eyelids droop shut and soon they go off into a light siesta. They are awakened by arrows of Cupid, their erotic urges are aroused and clasping each other's hands they enter the inner sanctum of the grove. Overcome and almost debilitated by intense lusty desires they babble incomprehensibly and engage in amorous plays like do the king and queen of elephants in mating. The Sekais are also intoxicated with the honey beverage. Peering through sleepy, bleary eyes they stumble out of the sanctum through different exits wanting to leave the divine lovers alone. Krishna, through the agency of his inconceivable potency, expands himself in as many original Krishnas as there are gopis and begins to enjoy with each of them separately. Just as the concupiscent king of elephants cohabits with many she-elephants, likewise Krishna goes to the lake with Srimati Radhika and the Sekais to engage in erotic water sports. Sri Narada Muni, impatient, interjects at this juncture and asks, O Vrindadevi, how is it possible that in Nandanandana Krishna's nectarian Madhuryakrita, conjugal pastimes, Aisvarya, opulence, manifests itself? Kindly dissipate my doubts. Sri Vrindadevi replied, O sage Narada, in Krishna reposes absolute and complete Madhurya, or conjugal humor, which is his Lila Sakti, or the potency through which he performs pastimes. Thus he is able to be simultaneously with the many Gopa friends and Sekais, separately playing with each of them, via the agency of his Madhurya Lila Sakti. So Krishna becomes absorbed in water sports, splashing water or jostling in the pond separately with each Sakti. Thereafter the Sekais decorate Srimati and Krishna with fresh fragrant flower garlands and sandalwood paste and escort them inside a gem-studded room on the bank of the lake and seat them comfortably on a beautiful throne studded with pearls and rubies. I, Vrindadevi, offer them fruits and berries that I personally picked. Krishna eats first served by Srimati herself and surrounded by the Sakais. Krishna then lies down on the grand bed decorated with streamers of flowers. Only a handful of Sakais busy themselves preparing and offering pan, fanning, massaging his feet and so on. Krishna, luxuriating in their tender pamperings, falls asleep thinking of Srimati Radhika, his most beloved gopi. Srimati Radhika becomes happy and satisfied seeing Krishna sleeping contented, then together with the Sakais she relishes Krishna's remnants. But suddenly Srimati's mind goes elsewhere, she is unable to eat much. Just as a female kakura bird pecks at her food impatient to see the lotus-like face of the king of the night, moon god, Srimati Radhika is beside herself to again behold the blooming lotus-like countenance of her beloved paramour, Krishna. She hastens to the bedroom and stands a while savoring with her eyes Krishna's ruddy lips reddened by chewing pan and his tranquil handsome face. She returns to the Sakais, takes pan and distributes it to all the others. Meanwhile Krishna, dying of curiosity to know what the Sakais and Srimati are talking about, covers himself with a sheet pretending deep slumber. The Sakais also think that Krishna is actually in siesta. So they freely talk about Krishna, his romantic exploits and other very confidential matters. They enjoy themselves laughing and joking. But somehow, intuitively they understand that Krishna is only pretending to sleep. Immediately they are ashamed, they bite their tongue and look askance at each other. Bashfully they sit quietly for some time, but soon they walk over to the bed, lift up the bed sheet covering Krishna, and playfully needle him saying, "So this is how you sleep." They all start laughing. Time flits by in fun, jesting and resting. They relocate themselves onto a large sprawling divan and sit down comfortably on it with an air of carefree exuberance. They decide to play a game of dice, pasa, and set down the rules. The stakes are jewelry, clothes, kisses and embraces. Short while later Krishna demands Srimati's necklace stating he was the winner. Srimati fakes anger and begins to chastise Krishna for cheating. Krishna says, surprised face, Devi. If you are the real winner then according to the wager have to kiss you, so be ready to comply. Krishna, desiring to behold Srimati's undulating eyebrows and her embarrassed protestations, plants a decisive winner's kiss on Srimati's mouth. Suddenly, Srimati and Krishna fall silent and listen to the verbal battle between Sukha and Sarika parrots. As if this was a sign, Srimati and Krishna get up and prepare to go home. They leave their love nest. Krishna bids farewell to Srimati Radhika and heads back to the cows. Srimati Radhika with her entourage also walks away in the direction of the sun god temple to offer worship. Once out of sight Krishna changes direction and attire and goes to the sun god temple dressed as the priest. Krishna is not immediately recognized by Srimati or the Sakais. Unsuspecting, Srimati Radhika and the Sakais request the priest to conduct worship and give offerings to the sun god. Krishna recites several lines of a fictitious and fabricated mantra which sounds very comical. O Narada, the extremely intelligent and perceptive Sakais could easily detect the false Vedic incantations and understand that the lovesick hero, Krishna, is unable to bear separation from Radhara and I. They experience ineffable ecstasy and practically lose consciousness. Till 2:30 in the afternoon these wonderful pastimes are enacted, after which Krishna goes back to join his friends on the grazing ground and Srimati and the Sakais return home. Bijoy, kindly continue with the next *kala I.e. Aparanalila, or afternoon episode. Gosvami, Vrindadavi continued, O Narada, Krishna meets up with his Sakais friends. He plays on his flute to call back the scat-tiered cow herd. The flute is also meant to exhilarate the Vrajabasis hearts and they become irresistibly attracted to the son of Narada Maharaja. So, playing his flute Krishna with his friends lead the cowherd back to Vraja. As Krishna nears Nanda Maharaja's palace, hearing his flute Nanda Maharaja and all the Vrajabasis rush out of their houses. The faint sound of Krishna's flute, the tinkling of cowbells and the dust cloud raised by the weary hooves signaling the return of Krishna, sends the Vrajabasis yearning to see Krishna, hastening in his direction. Srimati Radhika after returning home bathes and dresses up appropriately for the time of the day. She goes to the kitchen of Nanda Maharaja and prepares another feast for the fatigued and hungry Krishna. Then together with her Sakhis and with anxious expectation Radhika half runs to the limits of Braja and joins the ardent throng of Brajabasis waiting to welcome Krishna. Krishna, on arrival, is greeted with tumultuous fervor. He personally returns every Brajabasi's greetings, to some he smiles, to others he nods and yet to others he reciprocates with a meaningful glances. The senior Brajabasis are treated with deference by Krishna, either with appropriate words or actions. To Nanda Maharaja, Mother Yasoda and Mother Rohini, Krishna offers prostrated obeisances. To Srimati his beloved Gopi, and the Sakhis, Krishna responds with modest glances. Krishna then accompanies the cows and puts them safely inside their enclosures. Taking permission from his parents, Krishna and Balarama go to the house, bathe, change into fresh clothes and enjoy a small repast. By this time the last milking is to begin, so Krishna, eager to be there, goes to the cowshed. Bijoy, that must be the end of Aparana Lila and beginning of Sayam Lila, dust, Gurudeva. Gosvamai, Krishna milks several cows himself and helps his father in supervising the milking of the thousands of other cows. At the end of the milking, Krishna accompanying his father is at the head of a large group of cowherd helpers carrying thousands of gallons of fresh milk. Returning home, Krishna sits together with his brothers, Balarama, and enjoys a pre-dinner horstovra, consisting of edibles which are chewed, sucked, licked, and drunk. Bijoy, kindly describe Pradosa Lila, evening. Gosvamai, before Mother Yasda has to ask for it, Srimati Radhika sends over a sumptuous dinner she cooked helped by her Sakhis. Krishna sits with his father, brother, and others for dinner, praises the different preparations and quality of cooking while relishing the delicacies. Thereafter Krishna accompanies his father and entourage into the assembly hall where panegyrists and balladeers are in waiting. Mother Yasoda makes a large package of all the food preparations sent by Srimati and gives it to the Sakhis who had brought the dinner. A gopi by the name Dhanastha secretly adds Krishna's remanence in the package and then it is taken over to Srimati Radhika's house. The Sakhis offer everything to Srimati, she in turn distributes Krishna's remanence to all the Sakhis and they sit together and relish every morsel. The Sakhis dress and prepare Srimati Radharani for her nocturnal tryst with Krishna. Bijoy, Gurudeva, I am keen to hear the Ratri Lila, nocturnal pastimes. Gosvamai, Sri Vrindadevi said 1, Vrinda, send a Sakya, Dudi, to Srimati Radha. In consultation with the Dudi, who confirms the movement of the moon, whether it is in the waxing or waning fortnight, Srimati Radha dresses in colors and jewelleries complementing it. She then accompanies her Sakhis to the bank of the Yamuna and enters the love grove decorated with a gem-studded throne and bed, and shaded by leafy bowers of desire trees. Meanwhile Krishna sits in the assembly, sees different entertainers perform and listens captivated to the haunting strains of the Katyayani Sangita. In appreciation he offers money and gifts to the satisfaction of the performers and sits on the throne to receive worship from the general public. Tired, he is escorted by Mother Yasoda to his bedroom. After Mother Yasoda puts Krishna to bed, she leaves the bedroom. Krishna waits a while before he quietly slips out of the room and heads straight for the love grove on the Yamuna banks, yearning to meet his beloved. Thereafter Srimati and Krishna enter the forest with the Sakhis, play with them and watch variety performances of songs, dances, and dramas by them. Later, till 2:30 in the night, Krishna participates in the Rasalila dance. Finally, exhausted and wishing to be alone together, Srimati and Krishna vanish unnoticed from their midst and enter their love grove. Inside, they lie down on a beautifully decorated floral bed and perform intimate pastimes while being served by a select group of few confidants. Bijoy, thus I have narrated the Astakalya Lila, it contains every detailed inflections and subtleties of rasa. Whatever I have earlier described about Rasadhatva is included in these esoteric pastimes. Now, perceive and ascertain from this your specific proclivity, position, time, place, relationship etc. and launch into your devotional service. The extremely learned and elevated Bijoy after hearing these topics went into a trance-like state. Tears flowed incessantly down his cheeks, his body horripilated constantly, and he made a feeble attempt to speak in spite of his voice being choked by overwhelming spiritual emotions. He lay slumped at Srila Gopal Guru's feet for some time, oblivious of the external world. Then slowly he got up and gingerly made his way back to his home. From this day on, Bijoy could think of nothing else but Rasa, as it welled up in his heart in constant waves. Chapter 39 Analysis of the eligibility of participating in pastimes. Bijoy has grown totally apathetic towards material life. He is listless and seemingly perturbed. When he goes for darsana of Lord Jagannatha, he is unable to stem the upsurge from within of spiritual emotions. The subject of rasa in general was already known to him, but recently he gained proper comprehension of Madhura Rasa along with its Sthayi-bhava, Vibhava, Anubhava, Satvikabhava, Vyabhikarabhava, and so on. Different bhava in different times at random took control of his heart and submerged him in ecstasy. This went on for days. He felt helpless, inadept at negotiating the eruption, rampancy, ramification, and metamorphosis of bhava. He went with tearful eyes and fell at Sri Goswami's feet. Bijoy lamented, O Srila Gurudeva. In spite of learning everything from you, am incapable of controlling myself, and so I cannot properly place myself in the Lord's pastimes. Therefore kindly impart the appropriate knowledge and methodology by which I may learn to do so. Gopal Guru Goswami's heart pulsated with joy observing Bijoy's symptoms. He thought to himself that it was the very nature of Krishna Prema to project extreme ecstasy as dolor and pain as rapture. Aloud he said, you must adopt the correct means to enter Krishna's pastimes. Bijoy, what is that means, Gurudeva? Goswami, Srila Radhunath Dasa Goswami writes in the second slika of his book Manasiksa, Na Dharmam Nadharmam Srutigananiruktam Kila Kuru Vraj Radhakrishna Prakura Parikaryamahatanu Sasai Sunam Nandasvara Padasudav Guru Varam Yakanda Priest Hadv Smara Paramajasram Nanu Mana, MS, 2. My dear mind, please do not perform the religious activities prescribed in the Vedas, nor the irreligious works forbidden by the scriptures. The ultimate conclusion of the entire Vedic literatures is that the divine couple, Sri Radha and Krishna, is the supreme object of worship, and that loving service to them is the most relishable experience of all. Therefore, O mind, engage yourself fully in serving them with love and devotion. Always meditate on Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sasi, with the understanding that he is absolutely non-different from Sri Krishna, son of Maharaja Nanda. Dear mind, meditate as well on Sri Guru, who is a dearmost devotee of Lord Mukunda, Krishna. The purport is that the devotee must not squander precious time in determining the distinctions between Vedic Dharma and Adharma, religiosity and irreligiosity. Instead he must discard the hair-splitting logic and stipulations in the scriptures and fully apply himself with labha, or greed, to execute raganuga bhakti, or spontaneous devotional service, to Sri Radha and Sri Krishna in Vraja, where there is a plethora of spiritual chores. Service must be rendered in the spiritual mood of Vraja. LF There is a problem as to who can explain the aim of such a mood of service. Its solution is, the Supreme Personality, Lord Chaitanya, Lord of the Heart, appeared in the womb of Mother Sasi in Navadvipadama, which though equal in very respect to Vrajadham is covered Vrindavana, he is non-different from the son of Maharaja Nanda, Krishna. Never doubt this truth. The devotee should never commit the mistake in thinking that the Supreme Lord appeared in Navadvipadama to exhibit an unique and distinct mode of worship and meditation as a part of his pastime in his particular incarnation, so as to make him the Puramaur of Navadvipa. Hence the devotee is obliged to reject the path of worship in the Vraja mood. Gauranga is Krishna himself. Thus anyone who has taken initiation into deity worship and has taken shelter in meditating on him and on his mantra Gaura mantra independent of Krishna mantra, then his worship must never be disturbed by anybody. And for those on the path of Rasabhajana, he, the Supreme Lord, is to be exclusively worshipped and served as the beloved of Srimati Radhika, Radha Vallabha. He, Lord Chaitanya, is the object of bhajana and meditation because he has appeared as the sole guru of Vrajarasa. Remember Lord Chaitanya's pastimes as a part of your worship before you do everything else, because they are stimulants that evoke Astakalya Krishna Lila Smarama, meditation on the 8 periodic pastimes of Krishna. Realize that your guru on the path of Rasa Bhajana is non-different from a Vraja Yutsvari, group leader, or Sakya. You can enter in Krishna's Vraja pastimes if you follow these steps in Bhajana. Bijoy, Guruji, have now understood that must relinquish attachment for scriptural logic and renounce all other paths in order to single-mindedly pursue relevant devotional service in Krishna's Astakalya pastimes in the spiritual mood initiated by Lord Chaitanya and executed under the guidance of Guru who is a Sakya. But how do fix my mind in implementing this line of action? Gosvamai, steadiness in one's resolve comes in 2 ways, from distilling comprehension about the object of worship, Upajya Pariskriti, and from distilling perception about the worshipper, Upasaka Pariskriti. You are knowledgeable about the principles of rasa, hence you have accomplished Upajya Pariskriti. There are 11 tendencies pertinent to Upasaka Pariskriti, you have cultivate most of them, all you need is the ability to sustain them. Bijoy, kindly enumerate and delineate them. Gosvamai, the 11 tendencies are, Sambandha, Biasa, Nama, Rupa, Yutha, Vesa, Ajana, Vesa, Seva, Parakasthasvas, and Palyadasi Bhava. Bijoy, what is meant by Sambandha? Gosvamai, Sambandha, in this context, is the foundation. At the time when the sadhaka was cultivating his Sambandha, or relationship with Krishna, this same matures to perfection at the stage of spiritual consummation. Those who worshipped Krishna as Lord and Master later become his servitors in Dejirasa, those whose natural affection for Krishna was in the protective and paternal mood of that of a parent for a son, they become Vatsalyarasa devotees. Devotees who loved Krishna as their beloved husband become the queens of Dvaraka in Svaki Yarasa, in Vraja, Santarasa is absent, Dejya is diffident. Sambandha is established in tandem with and according to the devotee's taste, Rusai. Bijoy, you possess a feminine ethos plus a parakiya rusai, or taste, for the paramour mood, hence you are subservient to the queen of Vraja. Your Sambandha Bhava is 7 am Srimati Radhika's maidservant's assistant, Srimati Radha is my proprietress and mistress, and Krishna is her lord and beloved master, therefore the beloved of Srimati Radha, Radhabalabha, Krishna, is the lord of my heart. Bijoy, I have heard that the great preceptor Srila Jiva Gosvami was in favor of Sambandha in Svaki Yabhava, is that true? Gosvami, none of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's followers are bereft of pure Parakiya Bhava. Srila Rupa Gosvami is the foremost exponent and preceptor of Parakiya Rasa. He has unequivocally propagated Sutta Parakiya Bhava. Srila Jiva Gosvami and Srila Sanatana Gosvami fully contribute to this mood and philosophy. Srila Jiva Gosvami has never exhibited in his personal bhajana any preference for Svaki Yamud. But he took note of the fact that some devotees in Vraja were patronizing the Svaki Yamud. At the stage where Samartharatai is slightly flavored by Samanjasaratai, it transforms to Svaki Yabhava of Vraja. Thus for those who at the time of establishing Sambandha with Krishna is even slightly influenced by Svaki Ya tendency, later on worships in that mood. Srila Jiva Gosvami had 2 groups of disciples, one subscribing to Parakiya Bhava, the other to mixed Svaki Yabhava. Therefore Srila Jiva Gosvami gave different instructions taking into consideration the dissimilarity in Rusai among his disciples. This fact is unambiguously conveyed in his composition of the slokas Vekailakatam Kinsit and so on. Bijoy, however, I am convinced by unassailable facts that A.C. according to the pristine Gaudiya view, pure Parakiya Bhajana is preponderant. The topic of Sambandha is clear to me, kindly define Biasa. Gosvami, based on your relationship, or Sambandha, with Krishna a wonderful personality manifests, of that of a beautiful damsel of Vraja, conducive to it, and compatible with her service, age is fixed. The period between 10 and 16 years is known as Kaisara, or adolescence, this is your Biasa. You start at 10 and gradually with service you reach the age of 16. The Vrajagopis do not experience the ages of childhood and youth, i.e. between birth and 10 years of age, Balya and Paganda, nor old age, Verda. You must consider yourself a Kisarai, or young maiden, feel and imbibe within you her sentiments. Bijoy, Gurudeva, I have already received a name but I would like to have a clearer understanding of Nama. Gosvami, after hearing descriptions of services and of different sekais whatever and or whoever complements your rusai, or taste, accordingly you take the name of that maidservant of Srimati Radhika. You must understand that the name which is given to you by your guru after he has tested your rusai is your permanent name. Your name will give pleasure to all the sekais. Bijoy, kindly speak about Rupa. Gosvami, you are a captivatingly beautiful young maiden, hence your perfected form, Rupa, has been ascribed to you by your guru after ascertaining your taste, rusai. 4. How is it possible to serve Srimati Radhika as her maid, without possessing an inconceivable spiritual form? Bijoy, I desire to know more about Yatha. Gosvami, Srimati Radhika is the Yuthsvari, or group mistress, par excellence. You must be an assistant to one of the 8 principal sekais of Srimati. Your Gurudeva has assigned you according your rusai, in Sri Lalita Devi's group. On the instructions of Sri Lalita Devi and together with Yuthsvari you will serve Krishna, the personification of Lila, or transcendental patimes. Bijoy, Maharaja, what sort of devotees join Sri Kandravala Devi's Yatha? Gosvami, incalculable good fortune, accumulated over innumerable lifetimes, inspires a person to nurture the desire to serve under a Yuthsvari, thus all fortunate souls are admitted into Srimati Radhika's Yatha. Sri Kandravala and other Yuthsvaris too are conscientious and eager to serve and help accomplish Sri Radha and Sri Madhava's pastimes. Although they are the opposite camp, Vipaksa, they have embraced this bhava, Vipaksa, in order to enhance and nourish rasa. In truth, Srimati Radhika is the only Yuthsvari, she embodies the spiritual sentiment of Sri Krishna's variegated transcendental pastimes. Each devotee develops his spiritual sentiment in compliance with his eternal service. Bijoy, what is Guna in detail? Gosvami, whatever be your service, you automatically cultivate artistry and acumen in executing your type of service. Similarly your guru ascertains your qualities, guna, and dress code keeping in mind your taste and service. Bijoy, what is meant here by ajana? Gosvami, there are 2 types of ajana, nitya, eternal, and namatika, obligatory. The most compassionate Sakya, who is your guru, instructs and orders, ajana, you on performing your eternal service, nitya seva, which you are duty, bound to execute unquestioningly, whatever be your actual responsibilities in the Astakaliya, Lila. However, sometimes, depending on the situation, a contingency arises and you receive additional behests, these are namatika ajana and must also be performed meticulously. Bijoy, kindly elaborate on Vasa. Gosvami, permanent residence, Vasa, in Vraja is Vasa. You take birth in a designated village within Vraja as a gopi and later marry a gopa, cowherd boy, from the same village. However, being magically drawn by the magnetic song of Krishna's flute you seek shelter of a Sakya and take up residence in a cottage in one of the idyllic groves belonging to Sakya, on the bank of Sri Radhakunda. This form of residence, perfected and honed by your particular sentiment, is Vasa to you. Your Parakya Bhava is your eternally perfected spiritual emotion, Nitya Siddhabhava. Bijoy, how is Seva defined in this context? Gosvami, you are Srimati Radhika's obedient assistant, serving her is your only service. If Srimati sends you to meet Krishna in a solitary place and Krishna makes romantic advances at you, then you graciously circumvent it, because remember always that you are Srimati's maidservant and as such you are not free to render service to Krishna without her consent. You must maintain equal affection towards both Sri Radhika and Sri Krishna, although you should be eager to cultivate the mood of loving servitorship more to Srimati Radhika than to Krishna, in essence this is Seva. Your specific Astakalya duties and chores to Srimati Radhika is your seva. You will find details of your type of seva in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami's Vilapakusumanjali. He has written this book in pursuance of Srila Svaripa Damodara Goswami's diary. Bijoy, how to recognize Parakast Hasvasa. Goswami, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami has defined this quality of the highest form of assurance and hope, Parakast Hasvasa, in 2 slokas from his Vilapakusumanjali. Asabhararamritasand Humayakathan Seed Kalo Mayadagamata Kila Sampratam Hitivansit Kripam Mighty Vidhajiasi Na Evakim Me Praner Vrajana Ca Varavakaranapai Na Natha Gokule Sudhakaras Suprasanavaktura Madhurasmita He Kripardriyatrat Vayaviharate Pranaya Priorite Trava Mamapai Priya Savanaya, v.k.102,100, meaning, O ravishingly beautiful Sri Radhi. I am passing my days and nights in torment, with the singular hope that I may obtain the ocean of immortal nectar, so kindly shower your grace on me. For, if deprived of your mercy, what use are my life, residence in Vraja, or even servitorship to Krishna? O moon of Gokula, Krishna! Your lotus-like face is always iridescent with a charming smile. O embodiment of compassion, the place where you always take Srimati Radhika for your amorous pastimes, kindly also take me there so I can serve your beloved. Bijoy, what are the characteristics of a Palyadasi? Goswami, again Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami has aptly described the qualities of a Palyadasi, or a maidservant who is fully maintained by the employer, in his Vrajavilasastava, Sandra Premarase Pluta Priyata Yapragalbyam Aptate Aprana Priesthavayas Yairanudanam Lalavisaram Krame Vedagdhyena Tatha Sakim Prati Sada Manasia Siksam Rase Yayam Karayati Hahanta Lalita Granadu Sa Mamgana, v.v.s.29, means, the one, Sakya, who is steeped in the humor, rasa, of intense love, and because of it has turned intrepid and impudent, daily arranges for a lover's union between her most beloved Sri Radha and Sri Krishna, thus enhancing their pastimes. Being wise and crafty, she teaches her dear set girlfriend, Srimati Radhika, about rasa as well as about the art of mana, fiend pique or resentment of love. May that Sakya, Lalita, accept me as one of her team and treat me as her Palyadasi. Bijoy, how does the Palyadasi conduct herself with the other followers of Sri Lalita Devi? Goswami, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami has inducted all of Srila Svaripa Damodara Goswami's teachings in his writings, hence these esoteric details are available in Dasa Goswami's writings. Again in Vrajavilasastava your question is answered. Tumbular Panapadamardanapayadanavisarada Hervindaranyama Priyata Yayastosayanti Priyaprana Priest Hasakakuladapi Kilasan Kasada Bhumika Kalibhumasarupamanjarimakasta Dasika Samsray, v.v.s.38, the Prana Priestha group of Sakais always keeps Ramati Radhika, Queen of Vrindavana, fully contented with their loving service by supplying her with tumbula, massaging her feet, bringing water, setting up secret meetings with her paramour and so on. But desire to take shelter of those maid, servants of Srimati, who have acquired in their service to her a more unreserved and unhesitating attitude than the Prana Priestha Sakais. Prominent among these maidservants are Rupa Manjari and others, and I am proud to have them as my Siska Guru in devotional service. Bijoy, how must behave with other principal Sakais? Goswami, this also has been properly indicated in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami's Vrajavilasastava, Sloka 30, Pranayalalitan Masfarab Humastair Yavrajapuranave Unor Yasi Akanthan Pakanam Nayatai Paramadhastadav Yaganana Tust Hyaprathayatu Mama Dixam Hanta Siam Vizaka, the one who is the organizer of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna's ecstatic amorous sports and whose mellifluent voice shames the spring songs of the kokila bird, cuckoo. May that Sri Vizakadevi be merciful and teach me the art of music. This is the attitude you have to cultivate towards all the other Sakais. Bijoy, Gurudeva, what should be my attitude towards the members of the opposite camp, Vipaksa? Goswami, the following sloka conveys Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami's opinion on this issue. Sapatnyake aragia jj valores agia ke samat verde sabhagyadhate garvavibai tramabiterda sri radikeos fudum govindus marafialavalavavid huvarjanayana kasanam kردatisita vistritamah punyanka bandamahe, v.v.s.41, in order to nourish and augment Srimati Radhika's romantic feelings, or Sringara, for Krishna, some Sakais have become competing wives or lovers, Sapatna, possessing qualities like good fortune, Saubhagya, oddity, udbat, conceit, garva, perplexity, vibhitrama, and so on. Krishna engages in amorous pastimes with them for short periods. I repeatedly offer my glorifications and obeisances to these damsels of Braja, Sri Kandravaladevi being chief among them. This attitude should be maintained towards the opposite party, and at the time of executing your specified devotional service you may laugh, mock or jest with, according to who is present. The purport of this teaching is, you execute devotional service with reference to Vilapakusumanjali and you conduct yourself according to the instructions in Vrajavilasastava. The patimes described in Visakananda Stotram must be the standard you desire to emulate when meditating on the Astakalya Lila. Sri Manasiksa has laid down a systematic procedure for you to enter into and become absorbed in Krishna's pastimes. Simply follow it. Discipline your bhajana according to the bhava, or mood, expressed in Svani Yamastotram. Srila Rupa Gosvami has elaborated upon the principle of rasa, rasatattva, as because this responsibility was given him by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore his writings do not delve on the detailed workings of rasa within the process of devotional worship and service. This aspect was compiled by Srila Raghunatha Gosvami from Srila Svarupa Damodara Gosvami's diary. All followers acted on the orders of Lord Chaitanya, they each took up responsibilities allocated to them by the Lord. Bijoy, Gurudeva, I am very curious to know what responsibilities were given to whom, by the Lord. Gosvami, Lord Chaitanya instructed Srila Svarupa Damodara to disseminate the process of bhajana in rasa Upasana. A.C. Accordingly he composed his diary on Rasa Upasana comprising of two sections, Antapantha, esoteric, and Bhayapantha, exoteric. The esoteric process was entrusted to Srila Raghunatha Gosvami as amply exhibited in his books, and the exoteric Rasa Upasana was allocated to Srila Vakresvara Pandita, which is the treasure of our spiritual lineage. This exoteric Rasa Upasana was passed on to me by him, and from me to Sri Dhyanakandra, who has complied it in a book, of which you are the fortunate recipient. The task and potency to propagate the glories of the holy name was given to Lord Nityananda and Srila Advaita Acharya. The Lord chose Srila Rupa Gosvami to explain the principle of rasa. Srila Sanatana Gosvami was responsible for delineating the principle of Vaidhi, Bhakti, the relationship between Vaidhi Bhakti and Raga Bhakti, and the subtle truths for ascertaining the differences between manifest and unmanifest Gokula. To Srila Jiva Gosvami via medium of Lord Nityananda and Srila Sanatana Gosvami, the Lord ordered that the principles of Sambandha, Abhidhya, and Prayahana be properly enlisted and annotated. In this manner the chief followers of the Lord set out to execute their assigned mission. Bijoy, what responsibility was allotted to Srila Ramananda Raya? Gosvami, Lord Chaitanya instructed Srila Ramananda to broadcast the glories of Rasa Tattva, but which he anyway accomplished through Srila Rupa Gosvami. Bijoy, did Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya have a specific duty? Gosvami, Srila Sarvabhauma was responsible for teaching the philosophy of devotional service and surrender, which he passed on to Srila Jiva Gosvami through one of his disciples. Bijoy, what responsibility was given to the preceptors of Gaudiya Vaisnavism in general? Gosvami, it is incumbent upon them to inspire faith in humanity towards devotional service to Krishna as enunciated in the process introduced by Lord Chaitanya. For some preceptors, the Lord created a process of Rasa Kirtana, chanting and singing of Rasa compositions, and asked them to preach it as well. Bijoy, what instructions were given to Srila Raghunatha Bhatta Gosvami and Srila Gopala Bhatta Gosvami? Gosvami, Srila Raghunatha Bhatta Gosvami was told to promulgate the preeminence and glories of Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Gopala Bhatta Goswami carried the responsibility of detecting and exposing aberrant philosophies and practices that adulterated the teachings of pure Sringararasa. Simultaneously he was to ensure that Vaidhi Bhakti was not looked down upon and unnecessarily criticized nor shown undue disrespect. Bijoy, did Srila Prabodhananda Sarasvati, uncle and guru of Srila Gopala Bhatta Goswami, have an assignment from the Lord? Goswami, yes. He had to establish and exhibit to the world that the esoteric path of loving devotional surrender, which is steeped in the sentiments of Braja, was the acme of spiritual realization. Bijoy felt great exultation hearing about these illustrious personalities and how they became humble instruments to unfold the Supreme Lord's munificent plans to alleviate human suffering for all times, to elevate everyone to the highest realization of the self and of God. Bijoy came to the conclusion that by hearing the pastimes of Braja one naturally develops greed, labha, for more, which gradually elevates one to sampati dasa, or attainment of the ultimate goal. Chapter 40 Sampati Dasa, or the perfected state. Bijoy wanted to clarify this point about Sampati Dasa, so he inquired from Srila Goswami, Bijoy, Gurudeva, how many intermediary stages are there between when the acolyte is attracted to hearing, Sravanam, and when he attains the stage of perfection known as Sampati equals Dasa? Goswami, there are in all 5 dasas, or conditions, which may be designated as stages: Sravanadasa, hearing; Varanadasa, accepting; Smaranadasa, remembering; Bhavapanadasa, conducting; and Sampati or Prema Sampati Dasa, attaining the ultimate goal, love of Godhead. Bijoy, kindly describe Sravanadasa. Goswami, when a person develops faith in hearing Krishna-conscious topics, we may say that his interest for the inane and mundane has decreased, concomitantly his desire for the esoteric has increased. Hearing Krishna-conscious topics means to hear from a devotee in a more elevated position than the hearer. As explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, SB 42940, Tasmin Mahanmukarita Madhubhi Karatrapayosasasasarada Parada Sravanti Tayapabanti Avidraso Enrapa Gadhakarnayas 10 Na Sparsantias Anati Ardibhayasokamoha. O King! If one gets the chance to hear from elevated saints topics of Lord Krishna's qualities, which is like a flowing river of nectar, and drinks from it with single-minded absorption and faith, then hunger, thirst, fear, lamentation, illusion, and other such unwanted detriments will never be able to assail him. Bijoy, what is the quality of hearing when some materially engrossed people occasionally hear Krishna-conscious topics? Goswami, there is a gulf of difference between by a person who is constantly attracted to the external nature and a person who is looking inwards towards the real self and towards the Supreme Lord, Bahirmukha and Antarmukha. Hearing about Krishna for the Bahirmukha persons, materialists, occur by chance, not because of Sraddha, or faith. However, such hearing is bhakti-unmukhasikriti, or piety due to devotional inclination, which will beget Sraddha in some later life. The quality of hearing which occurs when the hearer is endowed with faith, Sraddha, is the one referred to in this discussion as hearing Krishna-conscious topics from a devotee, Sravanadasa. Sravanadasa is of 2 types, Kramasutta, in proper sequence, and Kramahina, haphazard. Bijoy, kindly explain the differences in these 2 Sravanadasa. Goswami, hearing different pastimes of Krishna which are not related and in proper sequence, is known as Kramahina. Hearing with an irresolute, inadvertent mind also disallows the hearer to find proper connections between pastimes, which results in curbing the flow of rasa. Whereas, when Krishna Lila is heard in proper sequence and with resolute intelligence, then it becomes conducive for evoking rasa. The eternal pastimes of Astakalya and the periodical, Namatika, pastimes such as Krishna's birth etc., when heard separately is known as Kramasuddas Ravana. On the path of bhajana, this Kramasuddas Ravana is essential. The sweetness and relish of pastimes are manifest through Kramasuddas Ravana, and the hearer's latent raganuga, or spontaneous devotional predilection is aroused. The hearer thinks, oh, how wonderful is Subala's Sakyabhava, fraternal humor, wish to serve Krishna in that mood of camaraderie exhibited by Subala. This tendency is called labha, or greed. To sincerely pursue the devotional sentiments of the residents of Braja with labha, is described as Raganuga Bhakti. One gave an example of Sakyarasa. Similarly in the other three rasas beginning with Dajya, Raganuga Bhakti finds full expression. You are eligible for Sringara or Madhura Rasa by the mercy of Lord Nime, Thve Lord of my heart, hence you have developed labha inspired by the service of Braja, damsels, and this labha has brought you to the path of attainment. In essence, the instructions of the Guru to his disciple is Sravanadasa. Bijoy, at what level is Sravanadasa complete? Gosvamai, when the devotee perceives Krishna Lila as eternal he completes Sravanadasa, the level of hearing, because Krishna Lila is on the platform of pure transcendence it is enchanting, and so the devotee becomes eager to enter into it. The Guru demonstrates to his disciple, who is still a sadhaka in Ragat Maika Bhakti, the 11 different bhava, or tendencies, and sentiments, I earlier enumerated, like Sambandha, Vyasa etc. When the disciple's mental make-up tunes into the ecstatic dynamism of Krishna Lila, Sravanadasa is said to be consummated. His labha and rusai is then uncontainable and he is promoted to Varanadasa, Bijoy. What are the symptoms of Varanadasa? Gosvamai, the heart's attraction for Krishna Lila is linked by the chains of the 11 bhava. The disciple's heart becomes inundated by spiritual emotions, he comes weeping and throws himself at his Guru's lotus feet. At that moment, Guru exhibits his Sakya form and the disciple displays his form as the maidservant of his Guru Sakya. The disciple turned young cowherd, maid is yearning to serve her dear Lord, Krishna, and the Guru is a beautiful Vraja, damsel who has already attained the highest perfection. The disciple gives expression to his bhava at this juncture in the following sloka from * Premam Hojamakirndakya, Stavara Jaya. Tvamnatva yakate dritva trinam dantirayam janis vadajyamrita sekanajivayamam syudukatam na munkacharane automappi dustam dayamaya ado rada like munkanam na evatadrasam, sloka 11412, O Radhik. This most despicable and fallen soul throws himself at your feet. Holding straw between the teeth impetrate you, shower upon this disconsolate wretch the immortal nectar of servitorship at your feet and thereby resuscitate me. The kind-hearted never abandons those who are surrendered to them, thus compassionate as you are do not forsake me, a soul surrendered to you. I am anxious to serve the divine couple in Vraja under the shade of your lotus feet. This mood of surrender permeates the devotee's devotional fervor in Varanadasa. Now, the Guru Sakya makes his disciple reside in Vraja, instructs him to meditate on, and remember Krishna Lila, to take full shelter of chanting the holy name and then he gives him assurance that soon his heart's desire will be realized. Bijoy, kindly elaborate upon Smaranadasa. Gosvamai, Srila Rupa Gosvamai states in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Krishnam Smaranjanan Kajya Prestam Nijasamiyatam Tat Tat Katharadaskasa Kuryad Vasam Vraj Sada Seva Sadhakarupina Siddharupina Kitra Hitad Bavalipsuna Karita Vrajalokanusarata Sravanat Kirtanadini Vadhabhaktayaditani Tuyani Angani Ca Taniatra Vijayani Manisibhi, brs.per.2.law, 150-152. Always remember Krishna and his confidential associates and fix your consciousness on their subject while residing in Vraja. If residence in Vraja is physically not possible then do it in your mind. Those who have developed labha in Ragatmika Bhakti must emulate the activities of Vraja basis and externally engage in service as a sadhaka while internally as a siddha, or a perfected soul. According to spiritual preceptors the essential accessories of Vaidhi Bhakti such as Sravanam, loud Kirtanam, and so on, are still most suitable for cultivating Raganuga Bhakti. Before Srila Gosvamai could explain the purport of these verses Bijoy eagerly interjected, asking Gurudeva what is meant here by Kuryad Vasam Vraj Sada. Gosvamai, Srila Jiva Gosvamai has stated that the devotee should reside in Vraja in body. If he cannot be physically present then he must dwell in Vraja in his mind, even mental residence in Vraja accrues the same result as being there in body. The devotee must always remember and meditate on Krishna and the Sakya he emulates, knowing that he, in his Siddhasvarupa, is her maid in attendance in Vraja for executing chores in the love groves of Radha and Krishna's pastimes. Asa sadhaka, or praktidyonir, the devotee in his gross body must perform sravana, kirtana and so on, though they form the limbs of Vaidhi Bhakti. But having acquired the 11 bhavas of upasaka, the sadhaka evokes in meditation his spiritual identity as a perfected Vrajagopi and executes his specific duties which are allocated to him by his Sakha leader, in Krishna's pastimes. The sadhaka must maintain and discipline his life on earth according to scriptural norms and nourish his siddhadasa, spiritual identity, by spirit ual bhava. Such an arrangement will ensure a growing distaste for things and subjects not pertaining to Vraja. Bijoy, Gurudeva, desire to understand this system in detail. Gosvamai, the purport of Vrajabhasa, or residing in Vraja, is to live in solitude with consciousness steeped in transcendence and in spiritual emotions, bhava. Chanting the holy name the designate number of rounds while meditating on practical devotional service in the Astakaliya Lila is essential. Always alert that one's activities do not neutralize or deprecate one's spiritual practices, thus all works will be carried out taking this fact into consideration, and also that they must be conducive to devotional service. Bijoy, receiving these instructions somewhat gravely, he said, smiley face, Srila Gurudeva, have understood this, but how do I steady the mind? Gosvamai, the mind becomes automatically equipoised as soon as the devotee attains Raganuga Bhakti, because, due to attachment and attraction for Bhakti, the consciousness naturally strives towards everything that to him signifies Vraja. Concomitantly, due to a lack of interest in mundane matters, his consciousness shies away from materialism. But if there is fear of reprisals and hindrances to progress on this path, then one should immediately repeat the previous process. Once the mind and consciousness in fixed, then nothing can unsettle it. Bijoy, kindly reiterate that process. Gosvamai, confining himself to a solitary place and repelling the attacks of material attractions, the devotee must spend some time daily chanting the holy name with bhava, or proper spiritual sentiments. Gradually this time period should be increased. Finally, when the devotee begins to feel a wonderful bhava continually engulfing him, then any fear of impediments or disturbances are scared to come near him. Bijoy, how long must this period last? Gosvamai, till as such time when all distractions vanish as well as the faintest possibility of the post-distractional situation repeating itself disappears. Bijoy, Gurudeva, kindly clarify what you mean by chanting the holy name with bhava. Gosvamai, to begin with, chant the Lord's name with simple joy in your heart, add attachment, mamata, to joy, alasa, and include firm faith and conviction, visramha. Chanting in this manner will gradually purify your spiritual emotions and attractions till finally Suddhabhava, or pure spiritual emotion, manifests. Bhavapanadasa commences from this point. In the state of smarana, or remembrance, bhava is interpolated and not spontaneously evoked. In the asterisk Bhavapanadasa, Suddhabhava appears by natural course and is known as prema, or love of Godhead. For the worshipper, different conditions and levels of nistha manifest in this particular sequence. There is also a specific condition in the sequence called upasyanistha, or nistha regarding the object of worship. Bijoy, what is this upasyanistha sequence, krima? Gosvamai, if one is keen on attaining prema when it is in full bloom, asankusiddha premadasa, then he must follow Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvamai's advice in the asterisk Manasiksa, Yadakaravasam Vrajabhumi Saragam Pradajanyari Uvadvanvam Takset Parikaratumaradab Hilase Svarapam Srirupam Sagana Mihatajyagrajamapai Sfudam Prina Nityam Smaranamatadatvam Srnumana, Ms. 3, meaning if you desire to live in Vraja with proper spiritual sentiments, raga, and eternally, birth after birth, serve the divine couple of Vraja, I.E.to serve them not as a married couple but in the parakiya mood, or as a lover and paramour, then remember with deep affection Srila Svarapa Damodara Gosvamai, Srila Rupa and Srila Sanatana Gosvamai along with their followers, and worship them as your Guru Sakya. The purport of this verse is, that when one worships the divine couple in Svaki Yarasa, see Sri Krishna and Srimati Radha as husband and wife, it ultimately culminates in Samajasa Rasa. This prompts the spiritual emotions, bhava, for serving to become stultified and constrained, sankusita. Therefore Srila Svarupa, Srila Rupa, and Srila Sanatana exhort us to worship in the parakiya mood which is sans any constraint. Even when the sadhaka, in the stage of smarana and before, is interpolating Sutta-bhava in bhajana, then it must be done with Sutta Parakiya Rasa. Because Parakiya Bhava when interpolated in bhajana matures to Parakiya Ratai and finally to Parakiya Rasa. The eternal and permanent Rasa of Braja's Aprakatalila, unmanifest pastimes, is Parakiya. Bijoy, are there different levels of purification, Sati, Krima, in Astakali Alila Bhajana? Gosvami, Srila Rupa Gosvami has detailed all the variegatedness of Rasa in Astakaliya Lila in his Ajay Valanilamani. Try to understand the purport of this sloka. Adalattvada paratvadaptos saudurabhagahatam sparstam param tatasthena rasabdhi maduro maya, Ajay and Ganas. Per 23, Lord Krishna's pastimes are absolutely transcendental and hence they are unfathomable and unlimited. They are unfathomable to the conditional souls because it is impossible for them to penetrate through the covering of material energy and comprehend the pure supramundane truth, Sutta Prakrita Tattva, that lies beyond the shroud. They are unlimited because spiritual humor, rasa, the essence of Krishna Lila, manifests itself in a kaleidoscope of proliferating diversities. Thus impossible to supersede. However, if a devotee having attained the aprakrita bhava, transcendental sentiments, meaning he is situated on the perfected stage, siddhatattva, tries to describe these pastimes, then due to the discrepancies and inadequacies inherent in any language or words, these narrations come out impure, incomplete, and imperfect. And even when the Supreme Lord himself is the speaker, still the audience and readers are unable to perceive his speech due to their consciousness being contaminated by Maya or by materialism. Under these circumstances the shoreless ocean of rasa cannot be crossed. One may remain on its shores and try to relish and distribute but a more drop from it. Bijoy, then how is it possible for us to attain this transcendental spiritual humor, or rasa? Gosvami, nectarian rasa is unlimited, incomparable, and inaccessible, the same as Krishna Lila. However, our Supreme Lord, Krishna, has in particular two boundless qualities, omnipotence and willfulness. Doing as he pleases. That which is immeasurably unlimited and inaccessible he can facilely make it available to limited confines of this material nature. Although this material nature is insignificant and base, yet the Lord desires to bring down into this material plane his most relishable spiritual bhava. Thus his eternal and ambrosial pastimes has descended to the mundane realm. Vraja, the transcendental and absolute abode of the Lord, has appeared within this material creation. It is not questionable as to how it descended and how it continues to remain, because the workings of the inconceivable potency is incomprehensible to the stunted intellect of humans and demigods alike. Krishna's Vraja pastimes are the manifestations of his supramundane and most elevated pastimes. This is what we have received, we have no cause for lamentation. Bijoy, if Prakata Lila, manifest pastimes, is same in principle and substance as a Prakata Lila, unmanifest pastimes, then how is gradual promotion in it possible? Gosvami, there is no doubt that they are non-different, that which is manifest here is present in the transcendental realm as source and incompleteness. However, to the conditioned soul under the influence of material energy the perception of these pastimes goes through a process of gradual elevation according to the level of purification of his consciousness. In the initial stages of Lila Smarana, meditating on pastimes, the sadhaka's perception is clouded, and by the time he reaches the stage of bhavapanadasa his consciousness and perception is free from contamination. Bijoy, Lam openly discussing these topics with you because you are an eligible sadhaka. In Smaranadasa, if the sadhaka puts in long and sincere hours of sadhana and his sadhana includes concert and devas usually practiced in bhavapanadasa, then even in Smaranadasa the sadhaka experiences the symptoms of bhavapanadasa. The turbidity of perception that persists in Smaranadasa when completely purged ushers in Bhavapanadasa. In Smaranadasa, the more one earnestly cultivates pure devotion, Sutta Bhakti, then out of causeless mercy, Sutta Bhakti increasingly blossoms within his heart. Pure devotion is the only activity which is able to attract Krishna, thus by Krishna's mercy the contamination of consciousness in Smaranadasa is gradually dissipated. The Srimad Bhagavatam states, Yatha yathatma paramrchate saumat punyagathas ravanabhidhanai tatha tatha pajyati vastu suksmam kaksuryathivangena samprayutam, sb.11/14/26. Translation, in Chapter 11. The purport is, that by being in constant touch with transcendental subject matter i.e. with Krishna Lila, through hearing, reciting and remembering, Sravana, Kirtana and Smarana, Atma, the soul, the seer, becomes increasingly purified. To that same degree, Krishna Lila the object of viewing, and Krishna Lila's supramundane nature, also gradually manifests to the seer's sixth Zion. A similar idea is found in Brahma Samhita, Premanjanak Hurita Bhaktivi Lokanana Santa Sadeva Hirde Pivi Lokayanti Yam Syam Sundarama Sintyagunas Varapam Govindamata Purasam Tamaham Bajamai, BS.5/38. 1. Worship the primeval Lord, Supreme Personality of Godhead Govinda, who is Syamasundara, the dark-complexioned, beautiful, Krishna endowed with inconceivable potencies. He is perceived within the heart by pure saintly souls whose eyes have been smeared with the salve of unalloyed devotion and love for him. In Bhavapanadasa the sadhaka receives transcendental vision, and at that time he is able to see his Sakaguru and Yudhsvari, team head mistress. Even though the sadhaka sees Krishna, the Lord of Goloka, until and unless he is promoted to Sampati Dasa where both his gross and subtle material bodies are terminated, his vision is not uninterrupted and contiguous. In Bhavapanadasa the pure soul, Jiva, develops control over subtle and gross material bodies. When Krishna completely showers his mercy upon the sadhaka, a situation arises where due to it, as an extraneous consequence, the sadhaka's relationship with this material world is totally severed. Another name for Bhavapanadasa, Apanadasa, is Svarapasiddhi, or attainment of one's original, spiritual identity. In Sampatidasa, Vastusiddhi occurs, or securing the state of ultimate and absolute reality, Krishna. Bijoy, in what perspectives are Krishna's name, beauty, qualities, pastimes, and Dhamma, abode, perceived when Vastusiddhi occurs? Gosvami, 1 am unable to answer that question. When I attain Vastusiddhi I will see and tell you about it. And when you reach the state of Sampatidasa, only then will you comprehend it. In fact, the contingency to understand then disappears, because when you perceive directly, on first hand, your queries will automatically subside. For example, in Bhavapanadasa, i.e. with Svarapasiddhi, whatever is experienced by the devotee, it is futile to disclose it to others, because the audience will be incapable of grasping it. Srila Rupa Goswami has described the symptoms characterizing the devotees who have acquired Svarapasiddhi, in his Bhaktirasamrita Siddhi, Jain Sajatabhapi Vaganyamavidrasayat Karitatathapi Naswayakridartha Sarvadhivasa Donajya Yam Navaprima Yajian Miladi Kadasi Antarvanabhirapyajya Madrasas Chasyujurgama, BRS.per.3/29 and 412. If on external scrutiny, a devotee who has just began to experience the inchoate stages of bhava is found guilty of misconduct, he must never be censured because he has completely abnegated all contact with matters not related to Krishna. This is his crowning success, as a human being, and he is glorious in every respect. Those devotees whose hearts are flooded with the first stirrings of prema, or love of Godhead, are truly blessed. Their activities and conduct are beyond the ken scholars and theologians. Only the most fortunate living entities are graced by prema which remains inaccessible to the philosophers and professors of scriptures. Bijoy, if this is true, then why is there an attempt to describe Goloka in scriptures like Brahma Samhita? Gosvami, the elevated pure devotees, at the time of Svarapasiddhi, and Lord Brahma and other demigods, on the Ocas Zion of seeing the Lord by the Lord's causeless mercy Kripadarsana, sometimes try to express their emotions and experiences in stavas, prayers, and stutis, in logis. But due to the inadequacy of mundane languages their descriptions are brief, and so to the lesser percipient souls they remain obscure and cryptic. However, these discussions are not indispensable to devotees. You have to simply worship and meditate on the manifest pastimes of Krishna that he has so mercifully revealed. That will bestow you with all-round perfection. The sincere worshipper perceives Goloka in Gokula within a very short time. Whatever is in Gokula is indeed in Goloka, because Goloka and Gokula are non-different. Whatever a materialist is able to see, is a product of Maya, or illusory energy. At the time of Svarapasiddhi this aberration is removed. Lord Krishna exhorts all to remain contented with their levels of perceptions according to their eligibility, and continue to sincerely engage in bhajana. To those who follow his advice, he gradually purifies their consciousness by his mercy and gifts them with transcendental vision. Bijoy felt as if the pall of looming doubts had completely cleared. Living peacefully on the sea shore, in a solitary bhajana kudira, he practiced meditation on Krishnalila while harmoniously applying his 11 bhavas in their connection. Meanwhile, Brajanatha's mother passed away due to cholera. Brajanatha accompanied his grandmother to their ancestral home in the village. In Brajanatha's pure heart blossomed Sakya-prema, love in friendship. On the strength of his bhajana bala, Brajanatha was fortunate to reside on the banks of the holy Ganga in Navadvipadama and associate with many elevated Vaisnavas. Bijoy discarded the dress of a householder and simply wore a kopana, or loincloth, and bayurvesa, or loose upper garment. He survived on Mahaprasada and Madhukari, sanctified food offered to the Lord and daily collection of food by begging at different houses, and spent his days in chanting the holy name. His daily routine was, he slept a little at the same time Sri Radhika and Sri Krishna had their sleep, ate prasadam after they had eaten, and in their waking hours he busied himself with appropriate devotional service. Sometimes he danced, sometimes cried, and at other times he gazed at the ocean waves and burst into peals of laughter. Who could fathom his bhava mannerisms in bhajana, excepting himself? His spiritual name now is Nimadasa Babaji. He completely avoids trivial talks and never lends his attention to mundane prattles. He is very humble, a paragon of virtues and steadfast in his bhajana. If anyone offers him Mahaprasada, or Kopana and Bayurvesa, he accepts them only when required, otherwise he declines. When he chants the holy name tears stream down his cheeks, his voice chokes and his body erupts with horripilations. Very soon his bhajana became perfected. Lord Krishna by his mercy promoted him to enter into his unmanifest pastimes, Aprakata Lila. The body he had used as a vehicle to perfect his bhajana, was interred in the sands of the ocean shore, just like Srila Haridasa Thakura's was. Hare Krishna. The mercies of Guru, Krishna, and Vaisnavas was the bulwark of my humble Bhaktivinoda's strength, as wrote solicitously the Jaiva Dharma in Gaudiya prose, completing it on the auspicious day in Maghi Purnima, full moon. In the 410th year of our Lord, Sri Chaitanya. His Dhamma Navadvipa, the Isle of Gadrama, the pastoral woods of Surabhikunya hugging the sacred Ganga provided the setting, the source of inspiration for this book. Those fortunate souls seeking shelter of Lord Chaitanya who advent in Kali Yuga to alleviate Jiva's pain and delusion, may they read this book with heartfelt devotion. For one who has no iota of faith in Lord Gauranga, the munificent Godhead, to them promise, if they should read this book, dry empiricists and mundane philosophers, all seekers of liberation will never find Krishna, the ultimate spiritual goal. But the faithful devotee is crowned with success as he worships and serves the pure pastimes of Braja. Table of Contents Chapter 1. The difference between reality and non-reality. Is Sambandha, Jnana actual, pure knowledge? What is Jiva's relationship with Krishna, between their simultaneous equality and distinction? Why is their eternal distinction preponderate? Who is responsible for Jiva's conditioned state? What are the characteristics of Krishna and his devotees? Chapter 2. What are the natures of, and connections between the infinitesimal spiritual spark, Jiva, and the infinite, Supreme Lord? What are the definitions of Jiva's original, intrinsic nature and his sendo or unnatural condition? Why is Jiva's assumed or sendo nature temporary and obligatory, namatika? How do Vaisnavas view Sankaracharya? The distinctions between Advaita, Siddhi, Momstic liberation, and Advaita, Jnana, knowledge of dualism. What are the differences between Prema in Islam religion and Krishna, Prema? What have the Srutas propounded about the Supreme Lordship of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Why do the practices and conduct of Smarta, Brahmanas clash with that of the Vaisnavas? Is real the Varnashrama system according to individual nature and symptoms? Or it is simply arranged on the basis of birth, Sankropantha? Chapter 3. The differences between true religion and ritualistic practices. Is Jiva's so-called nature his eternal religion, Nitya, Dharma, or is it just Namatika Dharma? Does the appendage degree Vaisnava imply sectarianism? What is the comparison between ritualistic practices and devotion to the Supreme Lord? What is Vaisnava, Dharma? Chapter 4. The differences in Vaisnava, Dharma and Panka, Upasana. Is worship of Lord Vishnu in Panka, Upasana pure devotion? Does chanting the names of God without Sambandha, Jnana accrue any results? What? Are impersonalism and limitlessness the only two features that characterize God? Does Lord Krishna take birth, perform actions, and leave his body? What should the chanter of the holy meditate on? What is Jiva Principle? What is Maya principle? Are Bhakti and scholasticism the same, or different? Activities that brings one to perform Hari, Bhajana, the duties of a sadhaka after Diksha. Chapter 5. The differences between karma, kanda, fruitive actions, and Vaidhi, bhakti. What is Smarta scholar Raghunandana's connection with pure devotion? Definition of degree muddy in Nyaya philosophy. The prerequisites for following Vaisnavism, Vaidhi, bhakti, eternal or not, are followers of Panka, Upasana theists. Differences between a neophyte Bhakta, Kanistha, and Panka, Upasaka. Definition of Jivatma in Islam religion. Comparisons between Islam, monistic philosophy, Advaita Bheda, and pure devotion, Sutta, Bhakti. Chapter 6. Relationship between the caste system and real Varnashrama society. What is Deva, Varnashrama religion? How does the sadhaka in Bhakti compare with a caste Brahmana? Their interaction and etiquettes. Analysis of Sraddha in relation to Saranagati. Definition and various aspects of Sikriti. What makes Maha, Prasiddha transcendental? At what stage can Varnashrama be discarded? Does caste consideration apply to a Vaisnava, who is eligible to study and teach the Vedas? Chapter 7. The concepts of *1 and *9 after liberation. Why does Jiva become conditioned? Why are karma and jnana inadequate in accomplishing anartha, nivritti, purification? Differences between Vaisnava householder and a non-Vaisnava householder. Vaisnava, Grastha is fully eligible to attain Krishna, Prema and become a Jagad, Guru, who is permitted to renounce family life. His symptoms. When does a devotee accept Vesa? Must the Guru test the disciple? Who should a Vaisnava associate with? Chapter 8. The symptoms and position of a Kanistha, Adhikari, Lsa Madhyama, Adhikari a pure devotee. Analysis of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's replies to the questions from the resident of Kulinagrama. Elaborations on Dvisa, envy, and Upeksa, avoidance. What constitutes Sambandha and Sangha, association, Uttam, Adhikari's anger, from * Prema, or from Dvisa? Why is exhibition of false ecstasy reprehensible? Kanistha, Adhikari is a materialistic devotee but not a non-devotee. The reasons for his advancement and fall down. Kanistha and Madhyama, Adhikari, sin and offenses, principal and secondary symptoms of Madhyama, Adhikari, the pure devotee's conduct with caste Gosvamis and caste Vaisnavas. Why are humility and compassion concomitants of Sutta, Bhakti, is propagation necessary? Chapter 9, What is an impure Sakta, worshipper of the Lord's energy, Durga etc., civility versus deceit, every branch of knowledge is unwittingly serving the Vaisnava, comparisons between mundane knowledge, spiritual realization, and scientific theories, deliberations on Sakti, energy, and Sakti man, energetic principle, is a Vaisnava a pure Sakta? Why is a materialistic Sakta a speculator and an atheist? Chapter 10 Lord Chaitanya, the Vaisnavism he inculcated and mundane historicity, does the Vedas contain Krishna's name? Is Vaisnavism traceable in history? Who are true Pandita and true Brahmana? So, called Pandita and Brahmana look down on Vaisnavas, but not the lower classes. Why? Vaisnavism and polytheism, violence against author Jiva is proscribed in Vaisnavism. Do Vaisnavas follow the smarta rituals? Chapter 11, Conceptual distinctions between Bhagavana, Brahma, and Allah, is a religion without deity worship theistic? The indispensability of deity worship in theism, as its basis, can the absolute truth be attained through non-reality? Ascribing divinity on matter and meditation, are they the same? What is the connection between Satan, and avidya, nescience? In Islam religion, are deity worship the same thing? Chapter 12, How are the concepts of sadhya, the goal of sadhana, and sadhana, means to attain the goal, defined in Nyaya, scripture, rhetorics? How is sadhya and sadhana defined in Vaisnavism? Why is an empirist philosopher a provincial? Why is liberation still a part of sadhana? Sutta, bhakti is simultaneously sadhana and sadhya. Why? Chapter 13 Lord Chaitanya's instructions in a nutshell. Who is Jiva's original guru? The necessity of an authorized sampradaya. Why are Vedic evidences like pratyaksa etc. not fully dependable? Is the absolute truth attainable only through srauta, pantha, Vedic process? Speculation and rhetorics, tarka, are inadequate to half ascertain the absolute truth. What is Brahman, the Supreme Lord's effulgence, or more? Is Paramatma the partial manifestation of Bhagavan? The three Purasa, Vinu expansions, their situation and relation with the Jiva. How is the Supreme Lord inconceivably the support of this material world but is independent from it? Chapter 14 The wide differences in views about the Lord's incarnation between the devotee and the non-devotee. Do the Vedas describe Krishna directly by name and symptoms, or not? Vedic evidences regarding Cit Sakti, transcendental potency, Jiva Sakti and Maya Sakti. How do Saktiman and Sakti identify each other? The different aspects of the Sakti principle. Why do objects of observation vary according to the viewers? What is Svarupa Sakti? What are its potentials? What the Upanishads state about divine incarnation, comparisons between Mahamaya, illusory energy, and Yogamaya, spiritual energy, analysis of Lord Chaitanya's Dhamma, Lila, mantra, deity worship, discussions on Gaura mantra and Krishna mantra. Is Sri Visaprayadavi Svarupa Sakti? How is she related to Srimati Radhika? Chapter 15 Who controls will Krishna or Krishna's energy? Vedic evidences regarding Jiva's marginal situation, differing views regarding Jiva and Brahman. Is Jiva a product of Krishna's marginal energy, Tatastha Sakti, or of internal energy, Svarupa Sakti? The describable transcendental topics are mundane words, time, and analogies admissible, or not? What is the unconceivably principle of simultaneous oneness and difference? The different positionings of Maya in Svarupa Sakti and in Jada Sakti, the differences between the mundane? Is the liberated Jiva, Mutta, perfected and complete, and is his marginal nature destroyed? Chapter 16 Is the eternally liberated soul, Nityamutta, aware of Maya's influence and activities? Reasons some Jivas to be liberated and the others to be conditions. What are the most elevated stages and most degraded stages of Jiva? Is the devotee's mood of separation, vipralamha, always full of grief? In what perspective should Jiva's joys and sorrows be viewed? Jiva's afflictions from Maya and his free will, both God's arrangements, does not place God in a cruel light, are acts in the mode of goodness, sattva guna, desirable? Although Jiva is pure spirit soul, how does he become implicated in Maya? Are Maya and avidya the same thing? Who is the giver of fruitive results - the unseen or the supreme controller? What is matter? Who is the performer of karma, Jiva or God? Are matter and avidya the same? Who enjoys the result of karma - man or God? What is the evidence of the presence of the soul in Jiva's gross and subtle bodies? Chapter 17 - Vedic statements regarding post-liberation transcendental activities. Does sadhu sangha, saintly association, imply seclusion? Is sadhu sangha the singular means that promotes bhakti, or are karma, jnana, and vairagya the means? The two types of sadhu sangha for the fortunate jiva, is the nomenclature Vaisnava applicable to the grastha, householder, or great yaki, renunciant mendicant. What are the different forms of liberation gmati, from Maya? Is the principle of prime necessity, prayahana tattva, the same to both worshipper of Krishna Lila and of Gaura Lila? The differences between jivas emanating from Baladeva and those from Sankarsana, details about Nityamutta Jiva, Mutta Jiva, and Bada Jiva and their differences. Chapter 18, is the theory of evolution or transformation supported in the Vedas? Is the theory of evolution, Vaivada Veda, synonymous with the Mayaveda philosophy? The purport of the four Upanishadic statements, Mahavakya, propagated by Sankaracharya, how is the Mayaveda philosophy refuted in the scriptures? Chapter 19, what are the Svarupa, original, and Tatastha, marginal, symptoms, Laksanam, of Bhakti? The impediments of Bhakti, the distinctive features of Bhakti, differences between the happiness of Brahman and the ecstasy of devotional service, relationship between sadhana bhakti and its goal - prema bhakti. Is Krishna prema attainable? How is Varnashrama religion properly applied? When do the four payans types become eligible to worship Krishna? Which varieties of mutti are favorable and which are unfavorable to bhakti? Are karma prayasiddha etc. to be denounced in bhakti? Why are Sravana and Kirtana accorded preeminence? The 9 limbs of bhakti in detail, are holy name and manratra the same, or are they different? Is deity worship recommended for a Krishna's devotee? The necessity of initiation, Diksha, the 64 limbs of bhakti. Chapter 20, the qualifications of a guru, when can the guru be rejected? Why is bhakti the only spiritual path which is minus any pitfalls? A smarta or a mayavadi not following Vedic injunctions is a disturbance to society. The efficacy of submissive inquiry, why is sense enjoyment a deterrent to bhakti? Future prophesies eating a bhakti deterrent? How a Vaisnava must observe Ekadasi, the meaning of Sangha, what are the Asat Sangha and why are they obstacles in bhakti? Collecting disciples is a form of business, seeking material gains adoration and position are bhakti impediments. Purporting the scriptures in any other light other than bhakti is an offense. To be not satisfied with what comes of its own stunts bhakti's progress, exploiting disciples for self-surrender or saranagati. Hearing insults against a Vaisnava is detrimental to bhakti. Why is Srimad Bhagavatam superior to all other scriptures? Ls Mayapura non-different from Vrindavana? Why is Vaisnava Seva superior to Krishna Seva? How, and which holy festivals and vows are to be observed by Vaisnavas? What is the effect of hearing Krishna Lila from an unfit person? Chapter 21, the dangers and consequences artificially imitating an Uttama Adhikari, the connections between Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti, the ultimate result of impersonalism, the relationship between an impersonalist and an enemy of Krishna, what are the numerous means to attain God? Details about favorable and unfavorable things in Bhakti, what is lust, kama? Ragatmika Bhakti, definition and variations, comparisons between kama and prema, the specifics of and difference between madhurya, vatsalya, and sakyarasa, jiva's original spiritual identity, svarupa, is it male or female, the ramifications, Which sadhakas are eligible to an eternal female form and which to a male. Analysis of the sages of Dandakaranya, why Lord Ramachandra refused these sages entry into Madhuri Rasa right then. Which sadhakas on attaining perfection serve in Vraja and which in Dvaraka. Comparisons between sadhana siddhagopis and nitya siddhagopis, the different sadhakas in the different rasa, what is to be done if a sadhaka lacks rusai? Must a Raganuga sadhaka forsake the Vaidhi bhakti practices? The conduct of a Raganuga sadhaka. Chapter 22, in what does the jiva secure maximum spiritual gain? The identifying symptoms, svarapalaksana, bhava, is the Raganuga sadhaka free from anarthas, unwanted material desires, or not? What is rusai, taste? Comparisons between rusai, raga bhava, and ratai, what is their connections with prema? The differences in bhava between the liberated and conditioned jivas, is bhava or ratai the object of relish or the cause? Analysis of bhava of different devotees, should one scrutinize the misconducts of a pure devotee? Does it tantamount to aparadha? Can single-minded bhakti and papa be CO residents? Discussions on the Bhagavad Gita sloka, Precepts Ujarakara, in what ways are Lord Chaitanya's pastimes as a householder and as a sannyasi ideal? The varieties of Bhavabhasa and Reshabhasa. Chapter 23, the differences in the names of Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, which slokas eulogize the glories name Abhasa. Why is karma an insignificant means to reach the ultimate? The holy name consists of syllables and sound vibration, are they beyond oral and phonetical perceptions? Which name of the Supreme Lord is the sweetest? Namabhajana accords the result of performing all the bhakti limbs, how to chant continuously. Chapter 24, what constitutes namaparadha? Its remedial measures, the preponderance of a guru totally absorbed in chanting over a Vedic exponent, guru, the consequences of giving preeminence to srutis not propounding the holy name over those that do, why is the misinterpreter of the holy name's meaning on atheist? Chanting for material gains is an offense, what is the position of a chanter who is devoid of sambandhajanana? Chapter 25, can a Mayavadi acting like Vaisnava be called a Vaisnavabhasa? Is chanting with material desires for enjoyment Namabhasa chanter chant purely? Details about Namabhasa chanting, in spite of long years of chanting, why is he deprived of rusai and prema? What is the necessity of chanting incessantly if one name of Krishna brings perfection? Chapter 26, why is Krishna described as Vasaya, object, and the devotee as Asraya, shelter, support? When are these roles interchanged? Who are the different supports in the various general pastimes of Krishna? The distinctions between Krishna's different flutes, Venu, Murali and Vamsi, what are the characteristic features of Pankajanya Krishna's conch shell? Chapter 27, the relationship between Anubhava and Udbhasvara, what is Satvikabhava, how is arises and its transformations, Vikara, are Anubhava and Satikabhava same or different? Connections between the Satvikabhavas and mental prodivittis, gradations of Satvikabhava, Ratai and Satvikabhava, are Sankarabhava and Vyabhikaribhava the same? Their variations. Are there differences in bhava according to the different devotees? Chapter 28, analysis of Sthai bhava, two types of Sthai bhava, Mukhya and Gana. Mukhya Ratai is of two kinds, Svartha and Parartha. Suddharatai is of three kinds, Samanya, Svakha, and Santa. Santaratai is of two types, discussions on the four principal Ratai, Rasa, Dajya Sakya Vatsalya, and Madhura. Analysis of the seven subordinate Rasa, the numerous variations of bhava in Krishna Bhakti, the differences between attraction, Rasa, is uninterrupted and inconceivable, bhava in spiritual humor, Rasa, is of two types, Sintya and Asintya. Who is eligible for entering Rasa, lecturing on the Bhagavatam as a profession is an aparadha. Chapter 29, analysis of Santarasa, Udapana, Anubhava, Satvikabhava, and Sankaribhava, two types of Santaratai, Sama and Sandra, insufficient description on Santarasa in mundane literatures, analysis of Dajirasa, two types, Samrama and Gauravapriti, Krishna Svarupa as Vasaya in Dajirasa. In Dajirasa, how many kinds of servants does Krishna have? What are their varieties and their names? Analysis of Sakya or Pragarasa, Alambana, Udapana, Anubhava, Satvikabhava and Vyabhikaribhava in Sakyarasa, Itstay Bhava. What are Visramha and Pranaya? Chapter 3, Analysis of Vatsalya Rasa, Krishna Svarupa as Vasaya in Vatsalya Rasa, Asraya, Udapana, Anubhava, Satvikabhava, Vyabhikaribhava, Stay Bhava in Vatsalya Rasa. Balad Vas Vatsalya is mixed with Priti, Yudhishthira's Vatsalya is a mixture of Priti and Sakya, Yugrasna Sakya mixed with Vatsalya, Nakula, Sahadeva, Narada. Have Sakya mixed with Dajya, Siva, Uddhava, Garnda etc. Have Dajya mixed with Sakya. Analysis of Madhurya Rasa, the acme of Bhakti Rasa and the most confidential of Sringara Rasa, Alambana and Stayabhava in Madhurya Rasa, Vipralamha and Samaga, Purvaraga, Mana, Pravasa, placement of the subordinate Bhakti Rasa, comparison between the principal Bhakti Rasa and the subordinate Bhakti Rasa, compatibly and incompatible Rasa, Mitra and Satrua, combining of compatible Rasa, their ramifications. When can a subordinate Rasa become Anji, the body, Rasa Abhasa, conflicting Rasa, Vra. Contrary Rasa harmoniously exist in Adhiradhamahabhava, Uparasa, Anubhava, Aparasa. Chapter 31, Confidential Queries on Ajay Madhura Rasa. Mundane man-woman relationship is a perverted reflection of Madhura Rasa. Krishna is the sole enjoyer. The exchanges of rasa between the enjoyer and the one who is enjoyed, alambana in Madhura Rasa. Only those pure devotees who are singularly surrendered to Krishna are eligible for Madhura Rasa. What is rasa? The differences between Suddhasattva and Misrasattva. How does the heart become illuminated with Suddhasattva? In Madhura Rasa Krishna embodies two roles, Paishand Upapati, the esoteric meaning of Parakya Bhava, or Upapati Sambandha, the preeminence of Parakya Bhava. The distinctive features of Pati, Upapati, Svakya and Parakya. The queens of Dvaraka are in Svakya and the damsels of Braja are in Parakya. The placement of gopis in the Aprakata Lila, Madhura Mandala in this world. The venue for the Prakata Lila is Goloka. The venue for Aprakata Lila, both Prakata and Aprakata Lila are eternal. The eligibility required in Goloka Darsana, devotees in the awe and reverential mood of worship, Aisvarya Upara, are non-eligible for Goloka Darsana. Comparisons between Goloka and Vraja. Goloka is free of the imaginary mundane impressions of the earthly Vrindavana. Chapter 32, Queries regarding Krishna's energies, Svakya and Parakya Bhava. Krishna's different roles as Nayaka, Hirodhirodata, Dhiralalita, Dhirasanta. Types of Nayaka, Daksina, Satha, Drista. The five kinds of assistants of Nayaka, Siddhabita, Vijasaka, Pithamardaka and Prayanarmasaka. Varieties of Dudi, Svayam and Apta, Gopabhava. Krishna as paramour of the gopis. The excellences of paramour relationship. The three types of gopis, Sadhanapara, Devi and Nityapraya, Yathaki and Ayanthaki. The two subdivisions of Sadhanapara Gopi. Kamagayatri is eternal. The Upanishads take birth in Vraja. Nityapriya gopis possess eternal Parakyabhava. Chief amongst them are Srimati and Sri Khandravali. The names and relationship among the Nityapriya gopis. Why the Srimad Bhagavatam refrains from mentioning the gopis' names. Chapter 33, Srimati Radhika surpasses Sri Khandravali. Srimati Radhika Svarupa, 16 Stangara, 12 Abharana, 25 excellences, extraordinary fortune line in her hand. She has 5 types of Sakis, Sakya, Nityazakya, Pranazakya, Prayazakya and Paramapristha. The super excellent Swamp toms of the Gokula Gopi, the varieties of Nayaka, Mugdha, Madhya and Pragalpa, and their subdivisions, total number of types of Nayaka, the 8 kinds of condition. Abhisarika, Vaisakhasaja etc., their 3 categories according to their Krishna Prema, Uttama, Madhyama and Kanistha. the characteristics features of Uttama etc., 3 kinds Yuksvari, Svapaksa, Vipakese, and Tatastha, another 3 categories according to differences in good fortune, Adhika, Sama, and Lagavai, then another 3 divisions, Prakhara, Madhya, and Merdvi, subdivisions, of Adhika, Atyantaki and Apexiki, further divisions of Dudi, Dudis and Uraga towards Nayaka is Abha Yoga. 3 types, Kayaka, Vasika and Kaksusa, their subdivisions, details about Aptatudi. Chapter 34 Special features of Sakais, Vima and Daksina, their identifying symptoms, Sakais as messengers, Dudi, Sakais as Nayaka, 2 types of messages to Krishna, Sanktika and Vasika, subdivisions of Dudi and their activities, Nityasaka their categories, the 4 types of Gopi, Svapaksa, Sarodpaksa, Tatastha, and Pratipaksa their characteristic features, reason for jealousy among the Yuksvari, cause for taking sides, Kandravala's role in nourishing Srimati. Radhika's Prema. Chapter 35 The 3 kinds of Uttapana in Madhura Rasa, Kayaka, Vasika, and Manasika, H-factor, Biasa their divisions and their features, the different physical attributes and qualities of the Gopis, Krishna's 2 major characteristics, Anubhava and Lila, further divisions of Lila and Anubhava, 3 types of Anubhava further subdivisions of 20 varieties of Alankara, Bhava, Havahela etc., 12 types of Yasika Anubhavya, Satvika Bhava and Sankari Bhava in Madhura Rasa, reasons for Sankari Bhava to be aroused its 4 states. Chapter 36, Sthayi Bhava in Madhura Rasa, the causes of Ratai's appearance, Abhayoga, Visaya etc. 7 in all, further subdivisions of the cause Svabhava, Nisarga and Svatapa, Ratai is of 3 types, Sadharani, Samanjasa, and Samartha. Samartha Ratai is par excellence, symptoms of Prema and its divisions, Pradha, Madhya, and Manda. Sneha is of 2 types, further subdivisions Sneha, Adara and Gaurav, Madi Yatva. Mana is of 2 kinds, Udita and Lalita, Pranaya. Maitrarapavas Ramha and Sakurapavas Ramha, relationship between Sneha, Mana, and Pranaya, symptoms of Raga, 2 types of Raga, Nilama and Raktima subdivisions of Raga, symptoms of Anuraga its varieties, Mahabhava its symptoms, Rudha Mahabhava, Anubhava in Mahabhava and its discretions, Adhirada Mahabhava, Modana and Madana, Anubhava conditions of Mohana are 10, Citrajalpa Mohana is also of 10 types, symptoms of Madana Mahabhava, the differences between Svakiya and Parakiya are eternal. Chapter 37 The Svarapa of Sringararasa, discussions on Vipralamha and Samaga, what is Purvaraga its causes, Purvaraga of Asrayatatva, Sankari Bhava in Purvaraga, 3 varieties of Purvaraga, Pradha, Samanjasa, and Sadharana. In Pradha are 10 conditions starting with Lalasa to Mrtyn, Samanjasa Purvaraga symptoms, Sadharana Purvaraga divisions and subdivisions, Mana and its Asraya, means of reducing Mana, Premavayasiddhya, Pravasa, Buddhipurvaka and Abuddhipurvaka, 10 conditions of Pravasa. Chapter 38, discussions on Samagarasa, absence of Vipralamha in Dura Pravasa in Aprakata Lila, 2 types of Samaga, Mukhya and Gana, 4 kinds of Mukhya Samaga, subdivisions of Sampana Samaga, Gana Samaga, Prakata Lila, Nitya and Namatika, Astakala Lila. Chapter 39, procedure to enter Lila, the Gauranagari mood is to be rejected, Krishnabhajana according to Lord Chaitanya's instructions, the methods for stabilizing the mind, Upasaka Paraskriti and Upasya Paraskriti, the 11 tendencies for Upasaka Paraskriti, Sambandha, Namabhyasa etc., the sadhaka's attitude towards the principal Sakya and the Vipaksa Sakya, Lord Chaitanya's allocation of duties to the Gosvami. Chapter 40 The 5 spiritual conditions of a sadhaka beginning with Sravanadasa till Sampati Dasa, types of Sravanadasa, Varanadasa, Smaranadasa its gradations, meditation while chanting with Bhava, Bhavapana, Apana, Dasa, attainment of Svarapasiddhi in Apana Dasa, Sampati Dasa, Vastu Siddhi occurs.